The man appeared to be a delicate, pretty boy, seemingly incapable of harming even a chicken, yet he daringly set up a barbecue on a mountain teeming with beast kings. Just when everyone thought he would be devoured by the creatures, he cleared the entire forbidden beast territory with a single sword strike. It turned out that the man had accidentally traveled through time to the world of immortals for 1,000 years, reaching the peak of his cultivation before stepping back through the void to the blue planet after the resurgence of spiritual energy. From then on, the once arrogant top beast kings became top-tier ingredients on the man's barbecue grill. The man even casually visited the cherry blossom country to present a 10,000 souls banner as a noble gift. Meanwhile, over a city abandoned due to a beast tide, a black unidentified object plummeted from the sky, crashing through a building over 10 stories high. This scene was captured live by outdoor streamer Chen Xingyan, causing a storm of comments to fly across the live broadcast screen. A star from the heavens. What on earth just smashed down like that? Chen Xingyan herself was visibly shaken by the spectacle, her pretty face etched with panic. The two extraordinary bodyguards she had hired furrowed their brows, clearly puzzled by the situation. Then, amidst the dust and debris, the sound of footsteps emerged and a young man with flowing black hair walked out of the haze. Looking at this ruined city, I've finally returned after 1,000 years. But how could Earth possess such dense spiritual energy? Far away, Chen Xingyan watched the scene, her lips slightly parted in shock, while the livestream fell into silence, everyone's eyes wide. Don't tell me that building was smashed by that guy, someone commented just as a roar echoed in the distance, a massive tiger nearly 30 meters in height, and appearing as if forged from molten iron, approached from afar, followed by dozens of other beasts each the size of a truck. Seeing this, Chen Xingyan's face turned pale. This is bad, the collapse of that building must have attracted them, she thought, turning her gaze towards the two extraordinary bodyguards she had hired. However, the bodyguards simply dropped a chilling comment: "The tiger is nearly at the king level, you're on your own," and then fled without looking back. Meanwhile, the livestream viewers left messages: "Streamer better find a cool place to lie down." As for myself, I merely watched the approaching massive beasts, understanding that Earth had indeed undergone a resurgence of spiritual energy. And I couldn't help but want to laugh at the irony. My cultivation was like a max-level boss entering a beginner's village. As the beasts rushed towards me as if seeing delicious snacks, I thought, come on. But you might not be able to handle the consequences. With that, I casually stepped forward, a breeze rising from under my feet meeting the oncoming horde. In an instant, all the beasts stopped in their tracks, and in the next second they were all reduced to chunks of flesh. Far away, Chen Xingyan and countless viewers were stunned. Is this really happening? I slowly walked towards the horizon, paying no mind to the nearby streamer. The viewers reminded her, "Streamer, you better start sucking up to him. Your bodyguards are long gone. If that guy is in a good mood, he might just take you with him." At that moment, Chen Xingyan, still in shock, hurriedly chased after the silhouette. The viewers were incredibly excited. "Let the brothers see what this guy looks like. We're about to see his true face, brothers." Meanwhile, many powers were silently watching, even the military was alerted. As for me, I paid no heed to the pursuing Chen Xingyan, simply releasing an invisible energy that cut off the live stream, watching the disappearing live broadcast screen. Everyone thought that Chen Xingyan had intentionally shut it off. Frustrated and helpless, Chen Xingyan knew her immediate priority was to leave the area. She called out, "Please wait a moment, sir." I paused, turned around and looked at Chen Xingyan. As she approached, she finally got a clear view of my face, clad in a blue robe, with eyebrows like sharp swords and starry eyes. My long black hair fluttered in the wind. For a moment she was mesmerized, her pretty face blushing as she spoke. "Are you heading to the giant city? Can we travel together? We have a helicopter parked outside." After hearing her, I quickly understood her intentions, and after a moment's thought, I agreed. Seeing my nod, Chen Xingyan's heart, which had been in her throat, settled down. "My name is Chen Xingyan and I'm an outdoor adventure streamer," she introduced herself. I casually responded and then asked, "What year is it now? How long has the spiritual resurgence been going on?" Chen Xingyan was puzzled by my question, thinking I was making small talk. She smiled slightly and replied, "It's 2027, the resurgence of spiritual energy began 3 summers ago." Hearing this, I was stunned. I had spent 1,000 years in the realm of cultivation, and on Earth only 3 years had passed. Could it be that people I once knew were still alive? Chen Xingyan continued, explaining that since the resurgence, Earth had expanded dozens of times in size, and many areas had become forbidden zones due to the rampage of strange beasts. Now all of humanity in China lived within 9 giant cities. As we conversed, we walked out of the ruined city and boarded Chen Xinyan's helicopter heading towards giant city number 5.
And the person who said it was someone he couldn't afford to offend. One can imagine how he must be feeling. Selah.
I replied indifferently, not bad, but it's a bit slow. Chen Xinyan was taken aback by my comment. Slow? How do you usually travel then? I casually mentioned. I usually travel by sword or traverse through the void. Chen Xinyan was speechless, clearly not expecting such an answer. 4 hours swiftly passed by, a vast city came into view stretching as far as the eye could see with towering walls that reached into the clouds. Yi Zhiga slightly extended his spiritual sense and instantly the situation on the walls became clear to him. There were troops patrolling above equipped with various advanced thermal weapons and artillery, all set for battle. Among the patrolling troops there were ordinary people and the extraordinary. For him, distinguishing between them was easy. If an ordinary person could be compared to a flame, then the flame of an extraordinary person was larger and more intense. Yi Zhiga shifted his focus from the walls to the city inside. Skyscrapers stood tall like a forest of uneven steel, dazzling neon lights captivated the eye, and occasionally floating electric cars zipped between buildings. There was even a hint of a cyber city vibe. It seemed that in the past 3 years, not only had the spiritual energy revived, but technology had also rapidly advanced. Helicopter number 4564 inch. This is the military of city number 5. Please land on the city wall. Respond if you receive this message. Helicopter number 4564. This is the military of city number 5. Please land on the city wall. Respond if you receive this message. Suddenly, a voice came through the helicopter's radio. The cameraman in the cockpit instinctively asked Sister Yen. Chen Xinyan knew that her live broadcast had probably attracted the attention of the military, so they wanted to investigate. She was unsure whether Yi Zhiga, who had been sitting beside her, would cooperate. As she turned to ask him, she found that Yi Zhiga had disappeared at some unknown point. She was shocked. They were a kilometer high in the air. When had he left? Sister Yen, the cameraman, hearing no response, asked again. Let's land. Chen Xinyan replied, a fleeting look of loss in her eyes. In the gigantic city number 5, Yi Zhiga walked as if nothing had happened. He had changed into a new outfit, a jacket and long pants, and his long hair had been cut to a more typical young man's style. He knew that entering the city with Chen Xinyan would bring a lot of trouble, so he had taken the opportunity to slip away as they neared the city. I wonder if my parents are in this city, Yi Zhiga murmured, then found a quiet place. With a thought, his vast spiritual sense surged out in an instant, enveloping the street he was on in a moment. But this was just the beginning. His spiritual sense continued to spread, soon covering every street, every building, every corner of the gigantic city, including the areas controlled by the military. Under his spiritual scrutiny, nothing could hide. The massive influx of information came rushing in like a series of images flashing through Yi Zhiga's mind. A couple flirting in the neighboring cafe, men and women gyrating wildly in a bar, parents educating their children at home, office workers constantly revising documents, and gamers in internet cafes furiously typing with cigarettes in their mouths. At this moment, Yi Zhiga was like a deity, overseeing everything. During that time, he came across several old college classmates and friends, even an ex-girlfriend who lived in the city. Faces he recognized flashed through his mind, but he didn't pause on these details for long. In an instant he had sifted through millions of people. Finally his spiritual sense settled on a residential area. Yi Zhiga's body trembled slightly. He had found it. As night fell quickly, Yi Zhiga arrived at the located residential area. This place, in stark contrast to the tall buildings he had just passed, resembled the style of a small county town and was much quieter. Yi Zhiga walked into the neighborhood, went upstairs, and arrived in front of a door. Ding dong, coming. A voice soon came from inside. Then the door opened, revealing a woman in her 50s with kind, gentle eyes, an amiable person at first glance. She was Yi Zhiga's mother, Su Jing. Upon seeing her, Yi Zhiga's nose tingled, and he called out, "Mom." Su Jing also seemed stunned, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, her body trembling as she hesitantly spoke. "Is that Zhiga?" "It's me." Yi Zhiga nodded, unable to hide his emotions any longer. 1,000 years, I never thought I'd see you again. At that moment a man in his 50s, slightly gray at the temples and wearing glasses, walked into the room, exuding a scholarly air. He was Yi Zhiga's father, Yi Guanqi. "Dad." Yi Zhiga looked at the man and smiled as he called out. The man was clearly taken aback and didn't respond immediately, but as he came closer and saw clearly, his face immediately overflowed with joy and astonishment. "Quick, come inside." The three of them went to the living room. Jiga, where have you been these 3 years? Your father and I used our connections to look for you for a long time and we never heard from you. We thought you might have. Su Jing's eyes shimmered with tears, her voice slightly choked. Looking at his elderly parents, Yi Zhiga fell silent. He couldn't imagine how much hardship his parents had endured during the 3 years he was away. But what could he say? Could he really tell them that he had traveled to a realm of immortals and had been cultivating for 1,000 years? When the spiritual energy revived 3 years ago, I was seriously injured in an accident, but fortunately a master saved me. Not only did he heal me, but he also took me as his disciple. I've been learning from him all these years. Yi Zhiga decided to tell a small lie. His parents didn't doubt his words after all. Too many absurd things had happened in the 3 years since the revival of spiritual energy. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Yi Guanqi was very happy, cherishing Yi Zhiga, his only son. As for Su Jing, she kept holding on to Yi Zhiga, afraid that he might leave again. The family was joyously reunited, seemingly having endless topics to talk about, and their conversation stretched deep into the night. Over the years we owe a lot to Zhao Shiyu. Without her we might have long been devoured by those strange beasts, out of nowhere. Su Jing chimed in, indeed we owe it to that girl. After she brought us to the giant city, she even arranged housing and jobs for us. Yi Guanqi agreed as well. Zhao Shiyu? Yi Zhiga pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, wasn't that the name of his ex-girlfriend? From what his parents said, it seemed she had been helping them ever since he disappeared. Yi Zhiga remained silent. He acknowledged this kindness and decided he would repay it in the future. Zhiga, now that you're back, why don't you two try again? Su Jing suddenly suggested. Excitedly, Yi Zhiga, who was drinking water, almost spit it out. Good lord, his parents were still the same as ever. Mom, it's been so long, she might already have someone else. It wouldn't be right to disturb her. Yi Zhiga gently refused. Hearing this, Su Jing nodded and then fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yi Zhiga suddenly had an ominous feeling. I'll pay more attention to the matchmaking events these next few days. Aunt Shang's grandson is old enough to be independent. You should make an effort too. Yi Zhiga broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't seen this coming at all. The elders were really eager for grandchildren. A millennial Mahayana master like me going on a blind date? No way. Yi Zhiga was adamant, his stance extremely firm. The next day, Su Jing got up early and even dragged Yi Zhiga out of bed. Hurry up and get dressed. I've already made an appointment for you. You're meeting her today at 10 a.m. on the 99th floor of the Fuya building, she announced. Yi Zhiga was baffled. He hadn't expected Su Jing to arrange everything so quickly. Mom, listen, let's not rush into the blind date, okay? Not rush? You're defying me. No matter who comes today, you must go and you need to get ready now. Su Jing launched into a tirade, leaving Yi Zhiga utterly speechless. After all, she was his mother and there was no defying that bond. The situation made him both laugh and cry. As a peak Mahayana practitioner, he could demolish the entire city with a single palm strike if he wished, yet here he was being forced to go on a blind date. This would surely become a dark chapter in the history of Yi Zhiga's cultivation. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get ready, Su Jing urged. Go where? Yi Zhiga pretended to be confused. Su Jing glared at him. Go and clean yourself up. Who would fancy you looking all scruffy like that? No, I won't go. Yi Zhiga decisively oiled the soles of his feet and dashed into his room, locking the door behind him. You little rascal, open this door. Su Jing stood outside Yi Zhiga's door, unleashing a barrage of words. Inside his room, Yi Zhiga couldn't help but laugh and cry. His powerful intuition told him that he absolutely must not open the door today, for if he did, not only would his golden core be shattered, but his nascent soul would disperse as well. Su Jing had been rambling at the door for nearly 10 minutes before she finally left. Hearing that it had finally quieted down outside, Yi Zhiga breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, he couldn't help but think that his home felt more terrifying than the forbidden zones of the cultivation world. Just then, the sound of keys jingling at the front door signaled someone's return. It was Yi Guanqi coming back, but behind him, there were two women following. Back already? Su Jing approached them and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes as she recognized one of the women. Shiyu, you're here too. Good afternoon, Auntie, the woman greeted with a smile. She was about 170 centimeters tall, with a slender figure and a fair oval face. Her eyes were lively and beautiful, exuding a cool beauty. Dressed casually in a simple white tee and denim shorts, her long straight legs were particularly striking. This was Yi Zhiga's ex-girlfriend Zhao Shiyu. Following her, the other woman was dressed in a black suit, exuding the aura of a female bodyguard. We just happened to meet downstairs, so we came up together, Yi Guanqi explained with a smile. Oh, don't just stand there, come and sit down. Su Jing hurriedly invited them in. Inside the room, Yi Zhiga, who had been listening to the voices, was almost numb. He had barely escaped a blind date arranged by his mother, and now his ex-girlfriend had shown up. He also had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the next moment he heard Su Jing's voice outside. You rascal are still hiding? Come out now. With a bitter smile, Yi Zhiga could no longer feign ignorance and had to open the door and come out. As he appeared, Zhao Shiyu was visibly taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her otherwise cool demeanor. Long time no see, Yi Zhiga greeted first. Breaking the ice, he also noticed that his ex-girlfriend and her bodyguard were both extraordinary beings with considerable strength. When did you get back? Zhao Shiyu asked, turning to look at him. When Yi Zhiga had disappeared, it was just as spiritual energy was resurging and she had used her family's connections to look for him to no avail. She had thought him dead, and so she had taken extra care of his parents over these past 3 years. Seeing Yi Zhiga again was a shock to her. Just got back yesterday, Yi Zhiga replied with a smile, feeling as if he was in a different world. You guys chat, I'll go make some snacks, Su Jing said, her smile never fading since Zhao Shiyu had entered. Yi Guanqi swept a glance over Yi Zhiga and Zhao Shiyu, perhaps thinking something, and followed Su Jing to the kitchen. Watching this, Yi Zhiga inwardly grimaced, knowing all too well what his parents were probably thinking. Where have you been these 3 years? Zhao Shiyu asked, her beautiful eyes studying Yi Zhiga. Even her bodyguard's gaze occasionally drifted towards Yi Zhiga as if questioning this. As the ex-boyfriend, backpacking, encountered dangers, was severely injured, survived against the odds, learned divine skills, and now, after 3 years, I've made a strong comeback, Yi Zhiga joked, using the kind of tall tales he used to fool his parents. Zhao Shiyu, known for her icy beauty and cool demeanor, couldn't help but let a small smile flicker at the corners of her mouth. The female bodyguard standing behind them rolled her eyes secretly and mentally labeled Yi Zhiga as unreliable. Thank you for these 3 years, Yi Zhiga suddenly said earnestly. Zhao Shiyu adjusted her hair, revealing her fair forehead. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she asked, so how do you plan to thank me? Devote yourself to me. Yi Zhiga changed the topic, abruptly reverting to his less serious demeanor. Zhao Shiyu laughed. It was a laugh provoked by irritation. You haven't changed at all, she said with a smile. Behind them, the bodyguard witnessed everything and mentally tagged Yi Zhiga as shameless. Then the two of them talked for a long time, discussing everything from their university days to the resurgence of spiritual energy and the disasters that followed. Eventually, Zhao Shiyu asked Yi Zhiga if he needed help finding a job. He declined, saying he had just returned and wanted to take some time to adjust. Just then, the female bodyguard bent down and whispered something into Zhao Shiyu's ear. Miss, there has been a serious incident at Forbidden Area 703 with heavy casualties. Yi Zhiga, whose spiritual sense was exceptionally powerful, heard the whisper as clearly as if it were spoken openly. Hearing this, Zhao Shiyu's expression immediately turned cold. There's an urgent matter at the company, I must go, she said as she stood up. After bidding farewell to Yi Zhiga's parents, she hurriedly left. This was typical of her efficient and decisive style of handling affairs. What's so urgent that she couldn't even stay for a meal? Su Jing lamented from the side. Yi Zhiga pondered for a moment and decided to follow her, considering it a way to repay her for looking after his parents over the years. Mom, I just got news that a friend has been hospitalized. His family isn't in Mega City number 5, so I'm going to look after him for a couple of days. Yi Zhiga made up an excuse and left the house. Downstairs, he saw Zhao Shiyu and her bodyguard getting into a black sedan. Although the car looked ordinary, it was made of extraordinary materials with top-notch performance and defense capabilities. As dusk fell, neon lights began to flicker and more people ventured out for evening strolls. Yi Zhiga activated his spiritual sense, locked onto Zhao Shiyu's sedan and teleported to follow it. 20 minutes later, the black sedan entered a vast estate. Yi Zhiga stood atop a tall building, watching from a distance. The estate was enormous, several times larger than a typical villa complex, and even had its own professional patrol team composed of extraordinary individuals. The architectural style within the estate differed from the towering structures of the giant cities, leaning more towards a medieval aesthetic. Deep within the estate, there was a mountain lush with greenery, and a river flowed at its base where various exotic beasts were drinking. Yi Zhiga thought to himself, surprised, I never realized my ex-girlfriend's family was so wealthy, and they even keep exotic beasts. Despite the distance, Yi Zhiga could see everything clearly. About 10 minutes later, a tremor suddenly emanated from a distant manor. The expansive golf course there unexpectedly split apart, and following this, 20 armed helicopters soared into the sky. Was there something more beneath the ground? Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised. In this day and age, could private individuals really possess their own armed forces? Upon further investigation, Yi Zhiga discovered a vast space beneath the manor. The airborne armed helicopters were just the tip of the iceberg. He even detected numerous armed tanks, armored vehicles, and even some weapons of mass destruction. Yi Zhiga couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder Zhao Shiyu had told him when they broke up that her family did not approve of their relationship. Boom boom boom. The armed helicopters roared as they took off, flying directly towards a gigantic city beyond. Seeing this, Yi Zhiga followed. He merged with the night sky, becoming one with the air, invisible even to the most advanced thermal imaging on the helicopters. Miss, it's too dangerous around the forbidden area. Let me handle this. Why must you go yourself? Zhao Shiyu's female bodyguard Zhang Lan spoke up in the helicopter. The 703 forbidden area has always been under my supervision. This matter is extraordinary. I must be there in person. Zhao Shiyu replied, her expression stern. She was dressed in a black training suit, her black hair tied into a high ponytail, giving her a sleek and competent look. How soon can we get there? She asked. At full speed. We won't arrive until tomorrow morning, Zhang Lan answered. Hearing this, Zhao Shiyu's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. However, there was nothing she could do. After the revival of spiritual energy, the world had expanded many times over, making travel much more difficult. Only those extraordinary beings at the king's realm could disregard the vast distances and travel tens of thousands of miles a day. Outside the helicopters, Yi Zhiga's expression changed slightly upon hearing that they would only arrive tomorrow morning. It seemed too slow. After a brief contemplation, he projected his consciousness into one of the armed helicopters and invaded the mind of a pilot. Instantly, a flood of the pilot's memories surged into Yi Zhiga's mind. This technique was somewhat similar to soul searching, but it was different in significant ways. If he had used soul searching, it could endanger the life of the subject, leaving them foolish, but this method had no such side effects. For Yi Zhiga, it was merely a trivial trick. Soon Yi Zhiga learned the exact coordinates of the 703 forbidden area. He also unexpectedly learned about the cultivation system for extraordinary beings, awakening, blood nurturing, pill rotation, immortality, 10 directions. Each realm was further divided into 10 minor stages. The tiger Yi Zhiga had slain upon his return, which had nearly reached the king's strength, was at the peak of the awakening realm. If converted into the cultivation terms of the immortals, the so-called awakening realm was roughly equivalent to the chi refining stage. However, none of these were important to Yi Zhiga. Now that he knew the exact location of the 703 forbidden area, there was no need for him to waste more time here. Immediately, he activated his spiritual power and numerous scenes rapidly retreated behind him. In just a few moments, he arrived above forbidden area number 703. Below, hundreds of majestic mountains stood tall, grand and imposing, stretching across the landscape. Towering trees shot up from the ground, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The spiritual energy within the mountain range was thriving, and various mystical beasts were active, extending thousands of miles. No wonder it was known as a forbidden area. The concentration of spiritual energy here was quite distinct from other places. Yi Zhiga pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he noticed a bright light in the distance and immediately set off towards it. Upon arrival, he discovered a scavenger's camp, which was quite rudimentary, giving off an initial impression of being dirty and messy. On the outskirts of the camp, many people's dwellings were nothing more than ordinary tents. Scavengers' camps were mostly established outside forbidden areas, inhabited by the most desperate and wicked individuals. Of course, some were there because they could not afford the living rights in massive cities and had no choice but to barely survive here. The forbidden area often yielded many rare and exotic treasures, which could greatly aid any extraordinary being who obtained them. Therefore, financial tycoons from the giant cities and even the military would station some personnel here. Zhao Shiyu had come here to compete for a spiritual medicine. For this medicine, many of her subordinates stationed here had died. Not only her Zhao Corporation but many other powers were also prepared to wade into these waters. After all, the lure of spiritual medicine was simply too great for the extraordinary. Yi Zhiga seemed to blend into the night as he continued deeper. This scavenger camp was extensive, and as he ventured further, he discovered a world of its own. The periphery was almost all tense, dark and damp, but the further inside he went, the better the environment became, with mostly wooden houses and even many scavengers setting up stalls along the roads. Even more outrageously, there were restaurants and hotels, albeit ordinary but very lively. Notably, most of the people here were extraordinary beings, and almost everyone was armed with firearms. As he passed an alley, Yi Zhiga smelled a strong fragrance of perfume on the wooden doors. Around were wide open. Behind each door stood several scantily clad women flirting and posing with a bustling flow of customers. He was surprised to find such an industry thriving here. Yi Zhiga did not linger and continued on. The following morning, the roar of armed helicopters sounded outside the scavenger camp. They did not stop here but went directly into the mountains. Many people stood still, looking up. It seemed Zhao Xiyu and her group had arrived. Overnight, this place gathered at least thousands of people. Most of them had headed directly into the mountains the previous night. From a hidden spot Yi Zhiga watched from a distance. He had already scouted the surrounding area thoroughly last night. Like the high-profile entrance of the Zhao Corporation, there were 3 other groups. It was said that all came from Mega City Number 5. One of these groups seemed to be military, known as Fengmen. The other 2 were conglomerates similar to the Zhao Corporation, Wang Corporation and Zhang Corporation. As dawn broke, the mist still lingered around the forbidden area, accompanied by a chill. It was still early, but the path into the mountains was far from quiet. The figures of extraordinary beings could often be seen, some in groups and others alone. News of spiritual medicine in Forbidden Area number 703 had leaked, attracting more and more extraordinary beings to this place, all hoping to try their luck. Where there are people, there are inevitably conflicts, and friction was bound to occur. Yi Zhiga walked through the mountain forests, and in just a few minutes he had already witnessed several conflicts. Many extraordinary beings fought for various reasons, and quite a few people died. This was just the beginning. Once the location of the spiritual medicine was exposed later, the bloodshed would be even more horrific. Nonetheless, countless extraordinary beings still chose to venture into the mountains to take their chances. Hey brother, interested in going into the mountains together? There's safety in numbers. Not far ahead, an extraordinary being approached to greet him. Noticing Yi Zhiga was alone and thinking of pulling him in, this extraordinary being was tall and burly, with a shiny bald head and a face full of tough flesh, his smile sending a chill down one's spine. No need, I'm used to being on my own, Yi Zhiga declined. Alone? Huh? Upon hearing this, the smile on the bald man's face disappeared, and he clapped his hands. The next moment 5 more extraordinary beings emerged from the dense forest behind him and quickly surrounded him. Since you're alone, you might as well hand over anything valuable you have. The bald man rubbed his hands together, approaching with ill intentions. Meanwhile, the other 5 moved towards Yi Zhiga. It was clear these men were habitual offenders lying in ambush here to attack those who were alone. Scram! Yi Zhiga's eyes chilled as he shouted coldly. A gust of wind swept through, and before the attackers could react, their bodies were severed. 5 heads traced an arc through the air, then crashed heavily to the ground in the distance. The bald man was horrified, his eyes filled with fear as he realized he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately turned to flee. Yi Zhiga's gaze sharpened, and in an instant a flash of white light passed. The bald man was bisected at the waist, and due to inertia his upper body fell to the ground while his lower body continued forward for a distance, spilling colorful intestines and viscera all over. Since Yi Zhiga's return, he had only acted 3 times each with his sword energy. Even with the revival of spiritual energy on Earth, his minor efforts were overwhelming. In just a few seconds 6 extraordinary beings were slaughtered as easily as chopping vegetables, establishing his dominance on the spot and causing other hidden extraordinary beings to fear making any reckless moves. Big brother, do you need someone to run errands? I'm willing to serve you, one of the thicker-skinned ones said, licking his face, trying to get close and wanting to accompany Yi Zhiga, hoping to benefit from his strength. Yet, with a swift kick, Yi Zhiga sent the man who tried to cozy up to him flying, the man convulsing and fainting from the force. In Yi Zhiga's eyes, a fierce beast never walks with lambs. It's just a bit of strength, what's there to show off? He's just average, wait till he meets brother who he'll be put in place, someone whispered, murmuring about Yi Zhiga. With a glance, Yi Zhiga's eyes flashed a cold light, and with a swift action 2 heads soared into the air. The whisperer splattered blood on the spot. Silence fell over the place, no one else dared to speak up. Yi Zhiga continued on his way, walking towards the mountain as if he were merely out for a stroll. Only after confirming that this lethal star had moved on did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Such a temperamental pretty boy resorts to killing over a few muttered words behind his back. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. let's go find brother who we have to deal with him today. The deeper they went, the more extraordinary individuals they encountered, and their strengths were significantly greater than those on the outskirts. Soon after, Yijiga reached a mountain peak which was bare but crowded with extraordinary beings buzzing with activity. Did you know it's said that the spiritual medicine here was first discovered by the Zhao family, but it seems a spy leaked the news, attracting the Feng, Wang and Zhang families. Someone mentioned, what's that compared to this? A buddy of mine saw from a distance in the forbidden area yesterday one of the Zhang family's direct descendants. Zhang Yan had his hand chopped off. I wonder who did it. His hand's chopped off and he still comes here. I heard it's exactly why he's here, to compete for the spiritual medicine to save Zhang Yan's severed arm. Though medical technology can reattach it, it's nowhere as effective without the aid of spiritual medicine. Yijiga casually picked a spot to sit down, quietly listening to everyone talking at once. Just as someone had mentioned earlier, after the news of the spiritual medicine leaked, it greatly troubled the higher-ups of the Zhao family, especially since Zhao Xiyu was in charge here, which is why she had to leave in such a hurry yesterday. In fact, the strength of the Zhao family was sufficient to suppress these scattered extraordinary beings, but with the Feng, Zhang and Wang families also getting involved, the situation began to spiral out of control. Moreover, the issue of the spiritual medicine was fermenting greatly, attracting more and more extraordinary beings, describing the crowd as numbering in the tens of thousands wouldn't be an exaggeration. After all, the temptation of the spiritual medicine was too great. The more people there were, the more chaotic the scene, the easier it was to fish in troubled waters. Everyone get the hell out of my way. Just then, a commotion arose from behind, and a group of formidable extraordinary beings made their way through, pushing many aside to clear a path. Following this, a burly man with a scarred face emerged from the crowd. Standing over 2 meters tall, he resembled a human tower, his bronze skin highlighting his rippling muscles. Where's that pretty boy you were talking about? The burly man asked loudly. Yijiga was delighted, seeing that there was more drama to witness. Tiger bro, there he is. Someone pointed at Yijiga, who was seated on the ground. Taken aback by being pointed at, Yijiga was confused. When did I become a pretty boy? Pretty boy? Since when did I earn this nickname? Yijiga was bewildered, initially thinking he could enjoy watching the drama unfold, only to find it turning back on himself. Tiger bro, it's him. He just killed several of our brothers down in the dense forest. Even dropping your name didn't deter him, a sharp-tongued superhuman accused Yijiga. Realizing the situation, Yijiga understood it was a case of facing the boss after dealing with the underlings. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be from the scavenger camp. Their delicate appearances did indeed make them look like pretty boys. Tiger bro turned his gaze with a sinister grin. Kid, you must be from the giant city. I'll give you 2 choices. 1 inch, have your family send over 5 million, or 2 die. Of course I'll make good use of your corpse, finding a nice buyer for each of your organs. The superhuman named Tiger bro seemed certain of his hold over Yijiga, his face breaking into a broad smile that echoed across the mountaintop. This mountaintop was crowded with superhumans, all of whom now turned their attention to the scene, each displaying a look of pity towards Yijiga, thinking he was in deep trouble today. Is that so? What if I choose neither? Yijiga was amused and laughed heartily. He remained seated, supporting his chin with one hand, his eyes filled with playfulness. Tiger bro, be careful, this guy is a bit odd. A loyal minion stepped forward to caution. Get lost. Am I supposed to be scared of him? Tiger bro was furious, slapping the minion so hard that he spat blood and was sent flying. Kid, no one can save you today. Tiger bro was utterly ruthless, his spiritual energy flowing around him as he charged forward. His massive body moved like a small mountain, causing the ground to tremble slightly. With a playful spirit, Yijiga just pointed with one finger, forming a sword gesture. A flash of white light was gone in an instant, and a cool breeze swept by. Ah, my legs! Screams followed. In the next moment, everyone saw the mountain-like Tiger bro fall to the ground, his legs severed at the knees, bleeding profusely. Yijiga slowly stood up, walking towards Tiger bro under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Big bro, spare my life. Tiger bro's robust body shook with intense pain. He now deeply regretted not slapping the minion who had stirred up trouble earlier. This was no pretty boy, this was someone formidable and not to be messed with. Yijiga stood in front of him, looking down. Come on, tell me, besides you Tiger bro, who else is in the scavenger camp? Any chicken bro, bull bro? Call them all out. It'll save me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Hearing this, the nearby crowd was stunned. At this moment, Yijiga was seen as nothing short of insane in their eyes. a huge fuss made to trouble him and he didn't even take it seriously. Who is this guy? His strength is ridiculously off the charts. He doesn't seem to belong to any financial syndicate, some murmured in shock. At this time, Tiger Bro's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, the words of this formidable man making his heart skip a beat. No, but there is another leader in our camp who is very strong, Tiger weakly started. Then have someone call him over, Yi Zhiga said indifferently. Tiger looked troubled and hesitated before saying, the leader has taken people up the mountain, he's not around the outskirts of the forbidden area. Hearing this, Yi Zhiga no longer held back and stomped down. Bang! The entire mountaintop shook. Tiger's head burst open, splattering blood everywhere. Having dealt with the trouble here, Yi Zhiga did not stay any longer and continued deeper into the forbidden area, leaving behind many stunned superhumans. Tiger, the second in command at the scavenger camp, was just killed by a single kick. Especially those who followed Tiger, they were dumbfounded, unable to believe what had happened. This was their camp's second most powerful figure and he had died such a brutal death. Where did such a ruthless person come from and why had they never heard of him before? Too fierce. The word spread that a handsome young man had entered the mountain. He looked like a pretty boy, but his strength was terrifying. Everyone was advised to steer clear. After these two incidents, Yi Zhiga's reputation gradually began to circulate around the outskirts of the forbidden area. Leaving the small mountain at the perimeter, Yi Zhiga proceeded deeper. There were fewer superhumans along the way. The weaker ones had already been killed off at the outer edges. Those who could make it this far were not weak and most were part of organized groups. No one was acting alone. Naturally, many people noticed Yi Zhiga along the way, but no one acted rashly. They knew that anyone who could get this far was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the news from the outskirts of the forbidden area about a pretty boy with terrifying strength all alone made everyone wary. Before long, Yi Zhiga reached the depths of the forbidden area. This must be the final destination. Standing under a large tree, Yi Zhiga looked ahead. There were 5 mountain peaks, each occupied by someone. On one of them, Yi Zhiga saw Zhao Xiu. She was incredibly beautiful, dressed in a black training suit surrounded by many protectors. Around the mountain, heavy dark weapons were set up, creating a very intimidating atmosphere. At the same time, Yi Zhiga noticed the other 4 peaks occupied by the Wang Zhengfeng family and the leader of the scavenger camp. 5 peaks, 5 different forces, all confronting each other. The tension was palpable, just waiting for the trapped spiritual medicine to show a flaw. Someone whispered. The spiritual medicine, born from the essence of heaven and earth, naturally had its own intelligence. It didn't want to be harvested by anyone, but the pressure from the 5 major forces was too great. Eventually, it was trapped here. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiga couldn't help but want to laugh at the absurdity of it all. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, not only have extraordinary beings and mystical beasts emerged, but some plants have also undergone transformations. These so-called spiritual medicines, which everyone eagerly seeks, are commonplace in the cultivation world, simply medicines with slightly better effects and more abundant spiritual energy. Have you seen the women from the Zhao and Feng clans on those 2 mountain peaks? They are truly beautiful, but don't get any funny ideas. Setting aside the powerful forces behind them, their own strength is not weak, they are also extraordinary beings. Yi Zhiga's gaze shifted towards the mountain peak occupied by the Feng clan. A woman in red stood there, her hair fluttering, her skin fair and her face plain without any makeup, yet there was a heroic spirit in her eyes and brows. The wind blowing over the mountain peak pressed her clothes against her body, highlighting her impressive curves. It was mainly her appearance that was so striking. Not only did many male extraordinaries find her mesmerizing, but even some female extraordinaries cast admiring glances her way. I know her, her name is Wang Yuxuan, one of the direct descendants of the Wang clan. Direct descendant of the Wang clan? Then why is she standing on the mountain peak occupied by the Feng clan? A few extraordinaries whispered among themselves. It is said that the Wang clan initially wanted to arrange a marriage between her and the Zhang clan, but she was unwilling, so she joined the Feng clan instead. Wow, there's a secret for you. Yi Zhiga overheard everything clearly and got another piece of gossip. There are especially many people this time, did you know? Just now news came from the outskirts of the forbidden area saying that a pretty boy was extremely fierce, having killed many people, and it is said that he has already entered deep into the forbidden area. Pretty boy, how thrilling. He frowned. The more he heard, the more it seemed wrong. How did the gossip end up being about him? And who exactly gave him the nickname Pretty Boy? If he caught that person, he would surely flay them alive. His expression darkened, and he immediately grabbed the 2 whispering men. Hey, "Who the heck are you?" one of them glared, clearly displeased. Yi Zhiga didn't bother with idle talk. Holding one in each hand, he then exerted force, and the terrifying strength killed the two men on the spot. Soon, the commotion here drew the attention of the people around, and more people turned their gazes this way. "My God, isn't that the pretty boy from the outskirts of the forbidden area, still as fierce as ever, killing again? Isn't he just a killing star?" someone whispered in the crowd. Yi Zhiga's gaze swept over, and a sharp sword light flashed. The person who had spoken was instantly cut in half at the waist. The crowd became even more restless. The forces of the 5 mountain peaks also noticed the situation here and were watching. "How did he get here?" Zhao Shiyu stood atop the mountain peak, instantly recognizing Yi Zhiga in the crowd. On a hiking trip, faced with danger, severely injured, surviving a great disaster, and mastering divine skills, the 3-year period had ended, and he returned strongly. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Yi Zhiga had said last night and realized in her heart, she should have thought of it earlier. He is also an extraordinary. She called Zhang over, instructing her to go to Yi Zhiga's aid immediately if he faced any danger. From the direction of the Wang clan, one of the direct descendants, Wang Jingtian, looked down at Yi Zhiga, his gaze filled with admiration. "Having fought his way here, this guy really suits my taste." The scavenger camp. "The boss, that pretty boy, he killed Tiger Brother, and at the time he even boasted that he wanted to slaughter you too," reported a minion, bowing obsequiously to a middle-aged man seated in the place of honor. "Oh, is that so?" the camp leader asked, somewhat surprised, bragging boldly. "Bring him up here. Today I want to see for myself what he can do to even think he could kill me too." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen extraordinary beings from the scavenger camp assembled at the peak of the mountain and charged down majestically. "Pretty boy, you killed the second in command of our scavenger camp. You're not leaving here alive today. Come up the mountain and beg our leader for forgiveness." The dozen or so extraordinary beings shouted loudly, their voices echoing powerfully in the area. Immediately, the faces of the many extraordinary beings present changed dramatically. The leader of the scavenger camp was a near king. This young man was done for. At the Zhang clan, Xingyan watched the scene unfold with great satisfaction, his heart pounding with excitement. From a distance, Zhao Shiyu frowned deeply. A near king intended to kill Yi Zhiga, and it was an irreconcilable situation. This made her feel somewhat troubled. However, she didn't ponder long and immediately instructed Zhang Lan to take people down to help Yi Zhiga, or at the very least delay the scavenger camp's people to buy Yi Zhiga time to escape. "Wait a minute," suddenly a voice rang out. A young man stepped forward, his posture upright and his appearance handsome yet fierce in his gaze. His name was Li Feng, a near king from the Zhao side, also at the peak of the awakening realm. He had long harbored affection for Zhao Shiyu, and seeing her so concerned for another man, jealousy inevitably arose. "Shiyu, this is a critical moment. Preserving our strength is what's most important," Li Feng said earnestly. "What? You want to interfere?" Zhao Shiyu's gaze was icy, her eyes seemingly able to see right through people staring at Li Feng. "No, I just wanted to remind you," Li Feng explained with a smile. "Remember, you are just a dog of the Zhao family. Sometimes don't overstep your boundaries." Zhao Shiyu's cool gaze sparkled with a different light, her voice carrying the authority of a superior. "Yes." Li Feng's heart tightened and he bowed slightly, stepping back. With no further obstacles, Zhang Lan immediately led her people down the mountain. But this delay clearly meant they were a bit late. The dozen or so extraordinary beings from the scavenger camp had already charged down the mountain, their speed extremely fast and their spiritual power raging. After all, it was the camp leader himself who had ordered this. If they handled it well, the now vacant position of second in command might just fall on their heads. Many people around hurried to find a safe spot, fearing accidental injury. Everyone watched, convinced that Yi Zhiga was doomed, but Yi Zhiga himself remained incredibly calm. He stood there quietly watching the mountain peak where the scavenger camp leader was located. After such a long journey, it was indeed time to find a place to rest. Meanwhile, a dozen or so extraordinary beings had already advanced close by, hurling various fierce attacks towards Yi Zhiga. "Looking for death, are they?" Yi Zhiga's expression remained indifferent, his mind shifting slightly. Suddenly, the air around his body twisted, the vast expanse of sword energy circulated, and the piercing aura made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. The dozen attacking extraordinaries only saw a flash of light before losing all consciousness. Crimson blood soared high into the air as more than a dozen heads fell to the ground. Silence engulfed the scene. Deep within the forbidden area, it suddenly became quiet. At least a few thousand extraordinaries were gathered at the scene, and at this moment they all widened their eyes in disbelief. facing the assault of more than a dozen strong extraordinaries. Yi Zhiga killed them all with just one move. Even more, they hadn't even seen how Yi Zhiga had made his move. Not just them, even the forces stationed on the 5 mountaintops were shocked. Zhao Shiyu's cold face flickered with surprise, clearly not expecting Yi Zhiga to possess such strength. This guy had really kept a deep cover. Just moments ago she was still worried about his safety and had specially sent people to assist him, but now it seemed that this gesture was completely unnecessary. Behind her, Li Feng's eyelids twitched wildly, having also witnessed the scene of Yi Zhiga killing everyone instantly. After watching, he felt a chill run down his spine because he too had not seen how Yi Zhiga had made his move. But one thing was certain: the other party was very strong, very likely a King Realm Master who had already broken through to the Nourishing Blood Realm. Yi Zhiga stood quietly on the spot with no one daring to approach him. Everyone kept their distance. They truly feared that this lord might kill again in a fit of pique, taking them down as well. It was only then that Zhang Lan arrived with her people. She couldn't help but gasp, her soul questioning, "Miss, are you sure he really needs our help?" For a moment she stood there unsure whether to advance or retreat. Zhang Lan suddenly felt that coming down was as redundant as coming down to buy soy sauce. "You guys go back, tell Shiyu I appreciate the gesture," Yi Zhiga said softly. Oh, okay." Zhang Lan was stunned for a moment, almost unable to respond given the shock and contrast Yi Zhiga had brought her. Thus, Zhang Lan, who had come down without even getting to buy soy sauce, led her people back to Zhao's mountain top. "Is it you coming down, or should I come up?" Yi Zhiga asked in a calm tone, looking at the mountain top of the scavenger camp. His voice echoed around, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone was startled, intently watching Yi Zhiga's figure. They knew that this ruthless man was preparing to head to the mountain top of the scavenger camp. Hearing Yi Zhiga's voice, the leader of the scavengers furrowed his brows, sweat dripping down his back, his complexion looking very bad, and for a moment he dared not answer. Yi Zhiga, expressionless, took a step forward, his figure disappearing on the spot. The next moment, his figure abruptly appeared on the mountain top of the scavenger camp. Holy smokes, how did he get up there? Someone exclaimed in shock. He must be a master of the King Realm with his ability to shrink distance like that. The crowd below stirred uneasily. Every supernatural being present felt their hair stand on end. "Open fire." The leader of the scavengers, his face dramatically changing, hastily gave the command as he saw Yi Zhiga truly making his move. His eyes were cold, but more than that, they were filled with fear. At this point, it was a fight to the death. Bang, bang, bang. The hilltop immediately erupted with the dense sound of gunfire, bullets sweeping across in swathes. In such a situation, there was no avoiding it. The gunfire was simply too intense. Boom! Along with the bullets, there was also the violent sound of explosions. Those were specially made rocket grenades, immensely powerful, bursting forth terrifying flames, causing the whole hilltop to shake. The scavenger leader was making a deadly move, knowing that even a King Realm Master could be injured by such firepower unexpectedly. However, Yi Zhiga was utterly fearless, not even bothering to dodge, allowing the bullets and artillery to rain down upon him. It would be a joke, after all, for a great cultivator of the Mahayana period to fear conventional weapons. The mockery would last a lifetime. Countless bullets hit Yi Zhiga, but they did no damage, not even grazing his clothes, and the same was true for the exploding bombs. Yi Zhiga's expression remained calm, stepping through the barrage of fire as leisurely as if he were simply taking a post-dinner stroll. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open at the surreal scene, feeling a chill in their hearts. Was this even a human? Even a King Realm Master might not dare to do such a thing. Shocked, the scavenger leader realized he had provoked a supreme master. Initially he had thought of using conventional weapons to wear down his opponent, then enter the fray himself to reap the benefits, or at the very least drive the opponent back. Now it seemed an utterly fantastical idea. How could this be? Soon Yi Zhiga was standing right in front of him, not a scratch on him, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. A sharp sword light flashed and a head rolled onto the ground. The scavenger leader was dead. Seeing this, all of his subordinates on the hilltop no longer dared to stay. They threw their weapons to the ground and fled without looking back. Yi Zhiga did not chase after them. He simply looked out indifferently. A surge of invisible sword energy burst forth, the entire hilltop filled with flying sand and broken vegetation. The sword energy, as if equipped with a tracker, chased after the fleeing men, piercing through their hearts. 1, 2, 3. The invisible sword energy harvested lives at a staggering rate, and within a few seconds hundreds lay in pools of blood. Not until every last one of the fleeing men was dead did the sword energy gradually dissipate. What kind of killing method is this? Did you all see clearly that master didn't even move, but all those who tried to run died, and the wounds all pierced through the heart by a sharp weapon? It's unbelievable. The king cannot be humiliated to those extraordinary beings. Ordinary ones are as fragile as weeds. In the mountains, a series of screams echoed, sending chills down everyone's spines. It was truly horrifying. Plumes of black smoke rose from the mountain top, thick with the smell of blood. Yijiga sat calmly in the place that once belonged to the scavenger camp leader. There he sat quietly, yet no one dared to make a rash move, nor did anyone wish to ascend the mountain. This made it the only mountain among the 5 that was occupied by just one person, yet this very mountain exerted an unprecedented level of oppression on everyone present. After all, the scavenger camp was no weak force, and it was wiped out so effortlessly. Who would dare provoke the formidable figure now sitting atop it? From the direction of the Zhao clan, Zhao Shiyu watched from afar the mountain where Yi Zhiga was stationed. She truly hadn't expected Yi Zhiga to be so powerful that he could withstand a saturation attack from modern weaponry with just his physical body. No wonder she was rejected when she offered him a job last time. Now it made sense. As a master of the king realm, did he even need to worry about making a living? With his strength, he would be a highly sought-after asset for any power. However, she did not send anyone over immediately. Having been in a relationship with Yi Zhiga during university for 4 years, she knew him well enough to understand that trying to curry favor now would be futile. Indeed, at this moment Yi Zhiga did not want anyone to disturb him. He had somehow acquired a deer which he was now roasting cleanly over a fire. Since he was idle, he might as well satisfy his palate. Zhao Shiyu had the foresight, but that did not mean the other 3 powers did. The Feng, Wang and Zhang families all sent extraordinary beings down the mountain, rushing towards Yi Zhiga's mountain. Even if they couldn't recruit a king-level extraordinary being who had no backing, it was necessary to show some goodwill. Miss, are we really not going? Zhang Lan asked quietly upon seeing this. Zhao Shiyu shook her head and said nothing more. In the mountains, the extraordinary beings sent by the Feng, Wang and Zhang families seemed to have lost their way as they approached Yi Zhiga's mountain, endlessly circling in the same spot. The senior levels of the 3 powers noticed something was amiss and hurriedly tried to retrieve their people. But no matter how many they sent, the result was the same. They were trapped, circling the same spot as if hitting a ghost wall. Yi Zhiga had anticipated that someone would come to offer an olive branch and had deliberately set up a simple array at the base of the mountain earlier. Although the array was rudimentary, it easily trapped those people. The scent of the deer meat wafting through the air was tantalizing. Yi Zhiga tore off a piece of deer leg and savored it in his mouth. He was aware of the extraordinary beings trapped in the array below, but had no intention of releasing them. He simply wanted no disturbances at the moment, so he might as well keep them trapped a bit longer. Suddenly, while devouring the meat, Yi Zhiga lifted his eyes, looking towards the distant valley. However, he soon diverted his gaze and didn't dwell on it. Moments later, the other extraordinary beings present sensed something amiss and uneasily looked towards the distant valley. The forbidden area fell silent once again. Crack! Suddenly, the ground of the distant valley split open, a fissure dozens of meters wide, spreading outward, and a strong stench wafted up from below. The earth shook and dust filled the air as a huge head emerged from the crack. It was the head of a snake, its vertical pupils cold and indifferent, looking down on the extraordinary beings present. Then the ground shook again and 2 more snake heads appeared, looking ferocious. What a massive beast! Chaos ensued as everyone quickly retreated, startled by the sudden appearance of the gigantic snake heads. Boom! The trembling of the ground continued, and the 3 snake heads swayed as they pulled their bodies out from beneath the earth, each hundreds of meters long, their bodies covered in blue scales that gleamed with a chilling light. 3 snake-like beasts, each hundreds of meters long. Their eyes were icy as they scanned the many extraordinary beings present, showing no panic, fearless and holding their terrifying heads high. Their forked tongues flickered in and out, emitting a nauseating stench. Had these 3 monstrous beasts been lurking here all along? An extraordinary being exclaimed in horror. They hastily retreated, the aura of the 3 giant snakes unsettling them, unwilling to get too close. These are 3 quasi-king beasts. Suddenly, a voice came from the mountain where the seal was located, clear and distinct. It belonged to an elderly man with graying hair, namely Daton, whose strength had also reached the quasi-king level. As his words fell, people felt even more terrified. 3 quasi-king beasts, if they really attack, do we even stand a chance? Someone shouted, their voice filled with fear. Don't worry, the Zhao Wang Feng and Zhang clans each have a quasi-king level master stationed here, not to mention we have a true king level master on our side. Some of the extraordinary beings were not worried, their eyes turning towards the mountain where Yi Zhiga was located. Forget it, when the real fight starts, who will care about our lives? Some extraordinary beings murmured, heading towards the outskirts of the forbidden area, not wanting to get involved and risk their lives. Of course, there were still many who were not afraid of death, hiding in the shadows, thinking that the more chaotic it got, the better, for chaos would make it easier to fish in troubled waters. After all, risk is proportional to reward. If they could seize a spiritual medicine amidst the chaos, they would soar to great heights. The Zhao Wang, Zhang and Feng clans felt the pressure too. Just Yi Zhiga alone was almost enough to make them despair, and now 3 quasi-king beasts had appeared. The Zhang clan was decisive, ordering an immediate retreat. As the Zhang clan withdrew, the other 3 powers also began to waver. Zhao Shiyu couldn't help but furrow her brows, her gaze intermittently sweeping towards Yi Zhiga, wondering what he was thinking. Everyone was troubled by the current situation, except for Yi Zhiga, who was still leisurely enjoying himself, holding a deer leg in one hand and skewering deer kidneys with the other, eating with great enjoyment. As long as no one provoked him, he didn't care how others struggled, the spiritual medicine would still end up with him eventually. The 3 giant snakes stood silently in place, not attacking immediately, their cold eyes surveying the surroundings. Clearly, it was a standoff situation, with both sides just waiting for a foolhardy move to see who would act first. Boom, boom, boom. With the appearance of the 3 giant snakes, the strange beasts lurking in the forbidden area also became active. They all surged out, a dense mass like tide, shaking and trembling the entire mountain range as they moved. These beasts were organized, all halting behind the 3 giant snakes, ready for battle. The scene made everyone present pale. Such a number of strange beasts, all mobilized, formed a terrifying beast tide. This reminded everyone of the early days of the spiritual energy revival, when strange beasts ravaged everywhere and beast tides were common. It was also because of these beast tides that the global death toll had reached a terrifying number. Humans, you have crossed the boundary. Suddenly, a commanding voice came from deep within the mountain range of the forbidden area, clear and resonant in everyone's ears like thunder. The sudden voice made everyone shiver, their hairs standing on end. Deep in the mountain range, that commanding voice echoed, carrying a deadly seriousness. Everyone present changed color, speaking human language. This was a beast king. Someone screamed in panic, as if remembering something terrifying, completely losing their composure. The forbidden area was a dwelling place for the beast clans, and here humans were stirring up major conflicts. Did they even regard them at all? Another voice came from deep within the mountain range, terrifyingly penetrating, clearly resonant in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, the 3 giant snakes standing in the distance had cold eyes, surveying all around as if to intimidate the crowd. The thousands of strange beasts behind them were also restless, seemingly ready to charge and attack at any moment. An invisible pressure descended, and many of the extraordinary beings present dared not even breathe. Zhao Wang's and Feng's forces all had pale faces. The strongest among their teams was only at the peak of the awakening realm, nowhere near enough against a true beast king, not to mention the 3 quasi-king level giant snakes and the vast horde of strange beasts. Even though they were equipped with sophisticated thermal weapons, it was still not enough. Some even felt that the Zhang family's earlier decision to evacuate was the wisest choice. Zhao Shiyu stood on the mountaintop, her wide training clothes fluttering in the wind, her beautiful black hair dancing with the breeze. Although she felt uneasy, she was not daunted, staring directly at the distant beast horde. Do not worry, just fight freely, I will ensure your safety. Suddenly a voice echoed in Zhao Shiyu's mind. Startled, she abruptly turned her gaze towards a nearby mountaintop. There, a young man sat in front of a campfire, heartily devouring freshly roasted venison. Zhao Shiyu's lips curled into a faint smile, her usually cold eyes flashing with determination. She was decisive, without any hesitation or delay. Open fire, she commanded. Upon her order, the Zhao clan began to act, activating heavy weaponry placed atop the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Armor-piercing rounds filled the sky, delivering ferocious firepower towards the distant horde of beasts. Armed helicopters took to the skies at this moment, with howitzers wailing and large-caliber weapons continuously pouring out ammunition. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions soon erupted among the distant beast horde, with weaker creatures getting torn apart, their flesh scattered everywhere. The Feng men and the Wang clan members were stunned, their eyes wide with shock as they looked towards Zhao Shiyu's direction. standing among the crowd. Zhao Shiyu had the roaring of heavy weapons and the glow of flames reflecting off her cool and stunning face, making her look ethereally beautiful. This woman has guts. We can't lose face. Attack, Wang Jing. Tian of the Wang clan furiously threw down the cigarette from his mouth, his face flushed with a rush of masculine energy as he roared his order. The weaponry of the Wang clan was no less inferior than Zhao's, with various large-caliber weapons and armed helicopters opening fire immediately. Wang Jing Tian himself shouldered a rocket launcher, rushing to the forefront. Boom! The rocket he fired was incredibly precise, landing right on the head of a giant snake, causing sparks to fly. Although it didn't cause significant damage, the insult was profound. Wang Jing Tian, with a wild laugh, flipped off the distant giant snake, full of provocation. Meanwhile, the Feng men also opened fire. Since the battle had begun, there was no reason to hesitate. For a time, all three powers unleashed their full might like war itself, with the sounds of explosions from heavy weapons echoing continuously through the Forbidden Mountains and flames reaching into the sky. Facing the saturated attack of heavy weaponry, many exotic beasts didn't even have time to react before they perished, leaving the mountain terrain in complete disarray. However, some beasts were terrifyingly strong, and the heavy weapons caused them minimal actual damage. Take for example the three giant snakes. Although their outer skin was broken and some scales had fallen off, their vital structures were unharmed. They roared in anger, their eyes slightly reddened, flickering with a light of hatred. Thunderous rumbling. They moved with incredible speed, rampaging through the mountains, slaughtering any humans they encountered. Many individual cultivators couldn't evacuate in time and were crushed under the massive bodies, turned into a mess of flesh. The beast horde also went mad, charging en masse, shaking the entire Forbidden Mountains. Screams echoed as numerous superhumans hidden in the shadows were crushed into pieces under countless iron hooves. Facing the ferocious tide of beasts, they were utterly unable to resist. One of the giant snakes raised its head abruptly, as swift as lightning, and with its gaping maw it soared towards the sky. Boom! It clamped its jaws around an armed helicopter, which instantly shattered and exploded, scattering countless pieces as the occupants perished without even a chance to scream. "Run!" shouted a transcendent being. At that moment, most of the transcendent beings scattered across the mountainous area were independent practitioners, with the scent of death permeating around each one of them. They ran wildly in all directions, their only thought to survive. However, the beast horde gave them no quarter. Some of the more powerful beasts, in a single bound, could cover hundreds of meters, striking like lightning, plunging into the crowd to slaughter wildly. Meanwhile, the three giant snakes approached the ground, trembling chaotically, accompanied by fierce winds destroying swaths of forest. Bang! At the critical moment, Wang Jing Tian arrived. He leapt from the peak of the mountain wielding a large halberd and struck heavily upon the head of one of the giant snakes. The snake's scales were exceptionally tough, yet under Wang Jing Tian's powerful blow they cracked slightly, oozing traces of blood. Simultaneously, Zhao's Li Feng and Fengman's Li Ditong arrived promptly at the scene. The three faced off against a giant snake each. 3 men and 3 beasts, all nearly at king's level, made for a fair fight. Numerous other transcendent beings, armed with alloy swords, engaged in fierce combat with other exotic beasts, making the scene extremely chaotic. Yi Zhigu, having nearly finished his meal, sat leisurely on the mountaintop, watching the battle below with interest. In contrast to others who were desperate merely to survive, he appeared utterly relaxed. "Human beings, you are courting death." Just then a cold shout came from the depths of the Forbidden Mountains, and a man approached rapidly, turning into a streak of silver light that arrived in an instant. His voice was not loud, but it carried an authoritative tone that resounded in everyone's ears. The silver light sped forth, standing in the air, transcendental and otherworldly. The man grew wings on his back, his figure tall and imposing, emanating a strong oppressive aura. Upon seeing the man, the 3 giant snakes bowed their massive heads in submission. This was the Beast King. It was said that once exotic beasts evolved to the nourishing blood realm, they could transform their shape, and it was indeed true. Many people looked up at this scene, their hearts sinking. The Beast King stood high in the sky like an emperor, looking down at everyone present with a contemptuous gaze. With a sweep of its vast wings, a terrifying gust of wind surged forth, heading straight toward the distant armed helicopters. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosions erupted, flames reaching the sky like a series of splendid fireworks. "Today all who have set foot in the Forbidden Land must die." The Beast King's words were filled with undeniable arrogance. As his wings flapped again, he vanished from his spot, ghost-like, reappearing amidst the mountains below. Then he moved again, appearing abruptly in front of Li Feng as if teleporting. Splurt! Blood splattered, followed by an arm being raised high, in just an instant Li Feng. A near king level being had his arms severed. Li Feng's face turned pale as he hastily retreated to put distance between them. In fact, the Beast King's blow was aimed at his head. Had he not dodged quickly, he likely would have lost more than just an arm. At this moment everyone was shocked. Just one strike had nearly claimed the life of a near king level being. Wang Jingtian's eyebrows were tightly furrowed and his eyes were filled with a murderous intent as he stared intently at the Beast King. Then he made his move, charging forward with a large halberd in his hands, creating a sound like thunder and wind as he swung it. At the same time, Li Detong also pressed forward, his hands wielding a pair of tiger claws, aiming straight for the Beast King's face. Both men moved with incredible speed, aiming to inflict damage on their opponent as quickly as possible. However, the Beast King did not take them seriously at all. With a mere raise of his hand, he effortlessly caught the incoming halberd, and then with a swift kick, the speed of which was astounding, he struck. With a loud thud, Li Detong was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into a distant mountain. Boom! The entire mountain shook. Li Detong suffered multiple fractures and was soaked in blood. The battle raged on. The Beast King with one hand grasped the halberd, and the sharp blade did not cause him any harm. With a single squeeze, the blade was deformed. This was a weapon forged from alloy fusion, yet it was so easily crushed. Wang Jingtian sensed danger and hurriedly tried to create distance, but it was too late. The Beast King's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up and struck Wang Jingtian in the chest with a palm. Puff! Wang Jingtian was sent flying, his chest caved in, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood as he crashed into the dense forest in the distance. In just a short moment, 3 quasi-kings were severely injured. A brief silence ensued, and all the extraordinary beings present felt despair. The gap between a quasi-king and a king was too vast, even combined efforts were futile. Bang! Just then, a gunshot shattered the silence. Zhao Shiryu was holding a sniper rifle aiming at the Beast King's head and pulled the trigger. The bullet spun rapidly through the air, hitting the Beast King's skull precisely. However, firearms were ultimately ineffective against king-level creatures, and this shot was no different. The bullet barely scratched the surface. Simultaneously, at another mountain peak, Wang Yuxian also took action. She hoisted a rocket launcher and fired at the Beast King. Boom! The rocket exploded on target, but the result was the same. The Beast King remained unharmed. This action, however, thoroughly enraged him. His crimson eyes swept over the 2 women. "Bring those 2 women to me alive," he commanded. As his words fell, 3 giant snakes immediately slithered into action, their massive bodies causing the mountains to shake again. "Miss, you go first, I'll cover our retreat." Zhang Lan stood in front of Zhao Shiryu. Some of the Zhao family members on the mountain were still alive. They picked up their firearms and frantically sprayed bullets on the giant snakes. The bullets sparked off the snake's scales with a metallic clang but failed to break through their defenses. Whoosh! Just as the snakes approached the mountain, a sudden blaze of sword light descended from the sky. The sword light was incredibly fast, piercing through one of the snakes. The snake, covered in tough scales, was instantly split in half, its massive head falling to the valley below with a heavy thud. Whoosh whoosh! Immediately after, 2 more streaks of sword light flew, striking the other 2 snakes. Their heads abruptly fell to the ground. Wang Yuxian was stunned on the spot. What just happened? Before anyone could react, on a distant mountain peak, Yi Zhige slowly emerged, his eyes indifferently watching the strange beast below. It was he, the master of the king's realm from our side, who made his move. A transcendent being shouted excitedly, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Sword energy surged instantly, slaying 3 giant snakes at the quasi-king realm. Their scales, impenetrable by conventional weapons, seemed as fragile as paper in front of the sword energy. Everyone was shocked and excited, staring intently at the figure on the mountaintop. At this moment, the Beast King also noticed Yi Zhige. It flapped its wings, repositioning itself high in the sky for a standoff from afar. Good, so there is still a human at the king's level. You have repeatedly violated the bottom line of our beast clan. Even if you are of the king's realm, you will not escape today. As the Beast Kings will activated, thousands of beasts below became restless. Kill! At the command of the Beast King, all the beasts went into a frenzy, their eyes blood-red, swarming over like a tidal wave. Wherever the beast tide passed, trees fell and rocks shattered. A bottom line? Yi Zhige slightly curved his lips. Your bottom line is worthless. How does it matter if I cross it, trample upon it? Looking down at the overwhelming beast tide, Yi Zhige's expression remained indifferent as he gently waved his hand. Whoosh! The sound of swords filled the heavens, and Earth, in an instant, the entire Forbidden Mountain range turned into a vast expanse of white. Countless sword energies appeared abruptly in the sky. With a thought from Yi Zhiga, innumerable sword energies scattered in all directions, falling from the sky like fireworks. At this moment, everyone's eyes were replaced by the blinding sword energies, the piercing sword light making it impossible for them to open their eyes. The sound of the beast tide had vanished, leaving only the sound of swords vibrating through the world. The sword energy dominated, the world was all white. After a quarter of an hour, the terrifying sword light gradually faded, and the sharp sound of swords also gradually ceased. Only now did everyone dare to open their eyes. However, as soon as they did, they were so shocked by the scene before them that they almost fainted. Blood, viscera and limbs were scattered all over the mountains, the intense smell of blood filling the entire Area 703 of the Forbidden Mountain range. The once lush mountains had been dyed blood red, the beast tide was gone, all killed by the terrifying sword energy just moments ago. Gone too was half of the Area 703 of the Forbidden Mountain range. A huge trench appeared there, smooth and clean, cutting through tens of thousands of miles of mountains, sheared right through the middle. The Beast King still hovered in the air, its mouth agape, its pupils violently constricted. Its body was incredibly stiff, the scene before it horrifying and chilling. Not only it, but many transcendent beings who were still alive and had witnessed everything seemed petrified, standing rigidly in place, their minds blank, overwhelmed to the point of being unable to think. Yi Zhiga looked at the Beast King with a playful gleam in his eyes, almost as if to ask, "Didn't you say no one could survive? Why don't you scream again?" The scale of the sword energy just unleashed made it seemingly impossible for anyone to survive it. Yi Zhiga had intentionally spared the Beast King, wanting it to witness firsthand how foolish it had been. Impossible, the Beast King gasped, its eyes widening, face turning pale. Everywhere it looked was blood red, the landscape was littered with the corpses of strange beasts, a horrifying sight. How could this be? The scene drove the Beast King to the brink of madness. It momentarily lost its senses, then burst into hysterical laughter as if it had gone mad, and eventually uncontrollably fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the mountains. At this moment, Zhao Shifeng men and Wang Shi's survivors also made their appearance. Zhao Xiu and Wang Yuxuan stood side by side, the mountain breeze fluttering their clothes and lifting their long hair. Despite their injuries, their presence was still striking. Li Feng, Wang Jing Tian and Li Detong were also alive, all covered in blood, their injuries severe and shocking to see. Of course, many other extraordinary cultivators had survived as well. Each face was filled with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Yi Zhiga stood atop a mountain, quietly watching the near collapse of the Beast King below. Ha ha ha! Impossible! This can't be! The Beast King screamed madly like a dog that had lost its home, weaving through the corpses of countless strange beasts. The mountains were quiet now, with only its voice echoing around. Many extraordinary cultivators were present, all watching. Then, almost simultaneously, they turned their gaze towards Yi Zhiga on the mountaintop. The sweeping sword light they had just witnessed was still vivid in their minds, a thought that brought shivers of fear. This young man, his strength is surely beyond merely nurturing his vitality, remarked Li Detong, the most experienced among them. To think he could wipe out a beast tide so effortlessly, such a thing was unimaginable in the past, and to scare a Beast King into madness, this is the first since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Such a fragile mental defense, living is just a waste of air. Watching the frantic Beast King below, Yi Zhiga pointed his finger. A flash of sword light and the Beast King's head was instantly severed. The headless body fell to the ground, revealing its true form. A gigantic headless eagle sprawled below. If its wings were spread, they would measure tens of meters across, and its body likely weighed thousands of pounds. Many cultivators gasped at the sight. The body of a Beast King was a treasure trove. Not only could its bones be forged into weapons, even its blood could enhance one's physique when mixed with medicinal baths. However, the next moment dashed everyone's hopes as Yi Zhiga suddenly appeared beside the Beast King's corpse. With a flick of his fingers, his sword light, unstoppable, turned the feathers that no weapon could penetrate into mere fragile paper like shreds. Soon a bare eagle carcass lay before them. The crowd was speechless. The Beast King's body was all treasure. Those feathers could have been used to greatly enhance armor, but after being stripped away, they were discarded like trash. The meat of the Beast King should still taste alright, though, someone muttered. Yi Zhiga murmured as he casually stored the entire beast carcass into his storage ring. His words were overheard by some extraordinary beings with keen hearing, leaving them dumbfounded. Was he just craving for a taste? At this moment Li Datong, covered in wounds, ran over, completely ignoring his pain. "Sir, do you need the rest of this? If not, may I let the people from the sect take it back?" He carefully pointed at the beast's skull and the scattered feathers. These were valuable items, perfect for research, and seeing Yi Zhiga's indifferent expression made his heart bleed. "As you wish," Yi Zhiga smiled. Upon hearing this, Li Datong, a man past his 50s, showed an incredibly excited smile. His heart thrilled, he danced joyously, his eyes blazing with fervor. He quickly called others to help. The crowd was speechless, especially Wang Yuxuan, who couldn't bear to watch. A man in his 50s acting like a child, jumping around. It seemed like he was about to lose face for the entire sect. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Now that the interlude was over, it was time to get back to business. Yi Zhiga scanned the surroundings, his eyes glinting with a golden light. Soon he spotted a spiritual medicine hidden within the rock walls, resembling a peony trying to burrow deeper. Sensing its exposure, Yi Zhiga reached out, and the cliff immediately collapsed, rocks flying and dust filling the air. The cunning spiritual medicine, still thinking of escape, turned into a streak of light darting towards the distance. However, with just a glance in that direction from Yi Zhiga, it stopped dead in its tracks, frozen in place. With a gentle grasp, he pulled it towards him. Everyone stared intently at the spiritual medicine in Yi Zhiga's hand, their eyes filled with longing. They had come for this, after all. But no one dared to act rashly. The corpses of myriad strange beasts scattered around were a sufficient deterrent. Has it developed a bit of spiritual intelligence? Yi Zhiga observed the trembling medicine in his hand. He then infused a stream of spiritual energy into it, plunging its nascent intelligence back into chaos. This, however, did not affect its medicinal properties. He then casually tossed it to Zhao Xiyu. Zhao Xiyu caught at her face, showing confusion as she looked at Yi Zhiga, her cool eyes seemingly questioning why. "I came here for you. The medicine is of no use to me. Naturally it's for you," Yi Zhiga's calm voice sounded. Zhao Xiyu was slightly taken aback, slightly dazed by his words. Even she, known for her aloof beauty, blushed, the crimson spreading from her snow-white neck to her cheeks. The crowd looked as if they had stumbled upon some sensational news, their gazes constantly shifting between Yi Zhiga and Zhao Xiyu. Some eyes also darted towards the spiritual medicine in Zhao Shiyu's hand. Swallowing saliva covertly, yet they could only watch enviously. The Zhao family was a behemoth no one dared to provoke, not to mention Yi Zhiga, who had deep ties with Zhao Xiyu. At this moment Li Datong approached, his eyes burning with fervor as he looked at the spiritual medicine. Seeing his intense gaze, everyone guessed what was on his mind. Wang Yuxuan couldn't bear to look and turned away, pretending not to know him. "Miss Zhao, would you consider parting with this spiritual medicine? Fengmen will offer a price that will definitely satisfy the Zhao family," Li Datong asked eagerly. Zhao Xiyu decisively refused, clutching the spiritual medicine tightly to her chest. Seeing this, Li Datong had no choice but to give up, though his eyes still lingered on the medicine wistfully. "Hey, where did that ruthless man go?" someone in the crowd suddenly asked, and only then did everyone realize that Yi Zhiga had already left. Yi Zhiga had returned to the giant city number 5. Having been delayed in the forbidden area number 703 for 2 days, he immediately checked his phone upon entering the city. Sure enough, there were over a dozen missed calls, all from his mother. Due to the deep mountains and forests, there had been no signal, so he hadn't received any of the calls. He immediately called back. The phone rang twice before being quickly answered, followed by the voice of Su Jing. "You little rascal, where have you been running off to? I called you so many times and you didn't pick up." Yi Zhiga chuckled sheepishly. No matter how capable he was still no match for his mother. "Mom, didn't I tell you? I was taking care of a friend who's hospitalized. My phone ran out of battery, so I couldn't answer your calls." The excuse clearly seemed far-fetched, and Su Jing didn't believe it at all. She threatened him that if he didn't come home within 20 minutes he would be in big trouble. Hearing this, Yi Zhiga laughed helplessly and rushed home. When he opened the door and entered, he found both parents waiting for him. "You little rascal, tell me honestly, where have you been these past 2 days?" Su Jing grabbed his ear. Yi Zhiga had no temper at all and was ready to face the music. "Mom, didn't I say? I really was taking care of a hospitalized friend." Yi Zhiga struggled and explained. "Stop with that story, you think I'm that easy to fool?" Su Jing raised an eyebrow. "Zhiga, did you go out of the city?" Yi Guanqi spoke up, pulling out a black card with a gold trim. "What's this all about?" Yi Zhiga was completely confused. "You know about the Zhang Corporation, right?" They sent this over yesterday saying they wanted to make your acquaintance, but you weren't home at the time. I checked and there's a whopping 50 million in here, Yi Guanqi explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiga immediately understood. Zhiga, are you keeping something from us? Su Jing also spoke up, her tone not accusatory but filled with concern. With things as they were, Yi Zhiga had nothing left to hide, so he told the elders about his trip to the Forbidden Area 703. That's too dangerous. After hearing Yi Zhiga's description, the elders were extremely worried. They were also shocked to discover that their son was a transcendent being and a king at that. Clearly Yi Zhiga had embellished his story a bit. Let's just keep this 50 million. The Zhang Corporation won't miss it. One of these days, when you have the time, you and Dad should go buy a car. You've worked hard all your life, it's time to enjoy yourselves, Yi Zhiga calmly said. If he wanted to make money, it was very easy for him. The 50 million really didn't mean much to him. He then took out a bracelet and a necklace, handing them to the elders. These were crafted from the bones of a beast king, exquisitely made. He had also infused them with a reusable sword energy that could be triggered in dangerous situations. Not only could these warm and nourish their bodies, but they could also serve as protective talismans. What? The elders were extremely shocked to learn that these were made from the bones of a beast king. After all, the fearsome reputation of a beast king needed no further explanation. Yi Zhiga then took out a large chunk of beast king meat weighing over 100 pounds, vibrant and rich with spiritual energy flowing through the flesh. Of course, he did not take all the meat out, as it would definitely not fit in their home. What is this? The elders were puzzled, unable to recognize this variety of meat, but it was clearly of excellent quality. This is from that beast king I defeated. We're eating it today, Yi Zhiga said with a smile. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed elders couldn't help but be stunned. Eating beast king meat, this was something they hadn't even dared to dream of. It was like a fantasy. However, after a brief moment of shock, the elders quickly accepted the reality, swiftly took a knife to cut the meat and stored the rest in the freezer. Su Jing carried a piece of meat into the kitchen to get busy, while Yi Guanqi went downstairs to buy some wine. Yi Zhiga enjoyed this kind of life, a faint smile hanging on his lips. With nothing else to do, he opened his phone and started playing with it. He discovered several messages, clicked on one and saw it was from an unfamiliar number. Big brother Yi, I'm Chen Xinyan. You left without saying goodbye last time and I haven't had a chance to properly thank you. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow night? These messages had been sent yesterday. Chen Xinyan, how did she get his phone number? She had sent another message today. Big brother Yi, why aren't you replying to me? Are you free tonight for dinner? Yi Zhiga scrolled through his phone, slightly annoyed by her presumptuous behavior and the way she had somehow found his number behind his back. He didn't reply, silently blocking her, and then opened a video app. After more than 1,000 years without touching a mobile phone, he suddenly felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Soon a video caught his attention. It was a clip from a live broadcast by Chen Xinyan showing the moment when Yi Zhiga first returned and slew a horde of beasts. However, due to the angle and the environment at the scene, his face was not clear. Despite this, the video went viral with an alarmingly high number of likes. Yi Zhiga felt somewhat helpless. He had become a celebrity. He continued scrolling. News about Area 703 had spread, with several financial conglomerates heading there to compete for spiritual medicines, and the tumult was all over the internet. Some had even captured photos and videos of the event. Watching these videos, Yi Zhiga felt a sense of inevitability, unaware that a report about him was quietly brewing. Soon after, Yi Guanqi, who had gone to buy alcohol, returned, his face flushed with joy, extremely happy. Today we father and son must have a good drink, he declared, placing the alcohol on the table with a grand gesture. All right, I'll drink to your heart's content, Yi Zhiga responded and went to the kitchen to fetch wineglasses. In no time, the table was filled with dishes, all aromatic and primarily made with beast king meat, stir-fried, roasted, stewed, braised, a full table of varied dishes. It must be said that Su Jing's cooking skills were truly excellent. She managed to create a table full of different dishes from the same type of meat, and indeed the dishes made from beast king meat tasted fantastic. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yi Guanqi's cheeks were rosy, showing signs of intoxication. If you enjoy it so much, I'll get more in the future, Yi Zhiga said with a smile. He appeared unfazed. For him, ordinary alcohol was like water, absolutely non-intoxicating. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense, safety is most important. Don't take risks, Su Jing quickly advised. She then glanced at Yi Guanqi, who seemed ready to conquer the heavens after a few drinks, always causing worry. Soon the dinner concluded. Yi Guanqi and Su Jing sat on the sofa, not wanting to move, feeling a burning sensation in their bodies as if a fire was raging inside. Yi Zhiga knew this was the spiritual energy from the Beast King meat taking effect, gradually improving his parents' health, so he took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Returning to the living room, Yi Guanqi had already gone to bed, leaving only Su Jing sitting there. "Mom, aren't you going to sleep?" Yi Zhiga asked. Su Jing beckoned him over, indicating for him to come closer. "Come here, I have something to ask you," she said, making Yi Zhiga feel suspicious, thinking his mother was up to her usual antics, but he still sat down beside her. "Tell me, are you avoiding blind dates because you're still not over sure? You tell me the truth. I have found some resources. How about I arrange another date for you tomorrow just to see?" Su Jing spoke seriously, her desire to have grandchildren reaching a peak. Yi Zhiga was feeling as if his head was about to burst, his heart pounding with fear. He just knew being called over by his mom meant no good. "Mom, I suddenly feel a bit sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep, okay? It's late, you should rest early too," he hurriedly said, standing up and almost running to his room in 2 strides. Once he slammed the door shut and locked it, a sense of security finally started to settle in his mind. The next morning, bright and early on a weekend, Yi Zhiga got out of bed. His parents didn't have to work, and thanks to yesterday's dinner of Beast King meat, they unusually slept in. With nothing else to do, Yi Zhiga lay on the couch and started scrolling through his phone. A push notification caught his eye. It was about Zhao Xiyu, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, and an extraordinary tale of spending 3 days and 2 nights with a supernatural being. The headline alone piqued Yi Zhiga's interest, especially since it involved his ex-girlfriend. Curiosity and a sense of thrill overtook him, and he immediately clicked on the message. As everyone knew, recently a spiritual medicine emerged in the Forbidden Area number 703, attracting a crowd of supernatural beings. A beast tide even occurred, but ultimately the spiritual medicine was acquired by an unknown mysterious supernatural being. However, this mysterious figure then handed the spiritual medicine to Zhao Xiyu along with a heartfelt declaration of love. The article was accompanied by a picture. In the image, only 2 people were visible, one holding the spiritual medicine was Zhao Xiyu and the other was none other than Yi Zhiga himself. Seeing that picture, Yi Zhiga nearly spat blood on his phone screen. He had no idea someone had secretly taken a photo at that moment. Slander, pure slander. Who wrote this article and even mentioned a heartfelt confession? Utterly unscrupulous. Bewildered, Yi Zhiga wondered how on earth he became the subject of such gossip. It must be cursed. What's more, the post's likes and shares were frighteningly high. He could only imagine the expressions on his parents' faces once they stumbled upon this article. Zhao family. Zhao Xiyu was equally troubled, having seen the viral article online. The headline alone made her grit her teeth in anger, wishing she could personally tear the article's creator apart. Most importantly, the article had become too popular, even reaching the ears of Zhao Corporation, and many of her friends had seen it. Within half an hour, she received no fewer than 10 calls, half of them from her own mother. Messages on social media were exploding. Many friends were messaging her asking if it was true. Yi family. By this time, Su Jing and Yi Guanqi had also woken up. After a night's sleep, they looked much younger. Yi Guanqi's originally graying hair was now shiny and black, and Su Jing's wrinkles had vanished, leaving her skin fair and smooth. Feeling rejuvenated, their faces were filled with smiles that never faded. At that moment, Yi Zhiga spoke up slyly. "Dad, Mom, you both look so much younger. Maybe you should stop pushing me to go on blind dates. Try for another brother or sister for me." Upon hearing this, the couple couldn't help but laugh out of frustration, brimming with energy that had no other outlet. Just then, Yi Zhiga happened to walk right into their crosshairs. They rubbed their hands together, ready for a mixed doubles match of sorts. Ding dong! Just at that moment, the doorbell rang. "I'll get the door." Yi Zhiga, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly got up and rushed to open it. There, standing at the door, was an elderly man past his 50s. Yi Zhiga recognized him. It was Li Datong from the Fengmen organization. "Mr. Yi, long time no see. How have you been?" Li Datong, holding a gift box, greeted him with a smile. Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised. "Why is this old man here? How's your injury?" Yi Zhiga asked. Li Datong had been injured during a fight with the Beast King, and it wasn't light. "Oh, just a few broken bones, minor injuries." Li Datong chuckled. "Who is it?" At this point, Su Jing came over upon hearing the door. Li Datong, quite familiar, immediately stepped forward. "Hello, my name is Li Datong from Fengmen." He pulled out his ID and introduced himself. Upon hearing Fengmen, the couple's expression immediately turned serious. Fengmen was a military force, and now they were at their doorstep. A sense of foreboding hit them. Could it be that their son had caused some trouble outside? Mr. Li, what brings you to our home? Yi Guanxi asked with a bit of worry. Oh, well, I'm here for 2 reasons. Li Datong paused before continuing. You must have heard about the incident at Area 703. Mr. Yi, you and Feng Men owe a great debt to many superhumans, including myself. I'm here today specifically to express our gratitude. With that, he opened the gift box he was holding, and immediately a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the room with a ginseng lying quietly inside. This ginseng was over 1,000 years old and had been nourished by spiritual energy at Fengmen. It could prolong life and improve physical health, a small token really not worthy of your greatness. Li Datong then closed the box and handed it to Su Jing. No, this is too valuable. Su Jing hurriedly refused, but Li Datong insisted, pushing the gift box into her hands. Mr. Yi has saved my life and the lives of many superhumans at Fengmen. Please, you must accept it. After some back and forth, Su Jing hesitated and finally nodded, accepting it. Wasn't there a second matter? Yi Zhiga stepped forward to inquire. Li Datong smiled sincerely and began. After the incident at Area 703, Fengmen was shaken. After a meeting among the higher-ups, we would like Mr. Yi to consider teaching at Fengmen. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiga was stunned. Me, a teacher? Not just Yi Zhiga, but Yi Guanxi and Su Jing were also stunned. The people from Fengmen had come knocking, and while initially the couple thought Yi Zhiga might have caused some trouble outside, they were actually inviting him to become a teacher. Yi Zhiga stared at Li Datong, unable to shake the feeling that this old man was somewhat unreliable. Becoming a teacher, what a great idea. Su Jing's eyes lit up and she said excitedly. Yi Guanxi also nodded on the side, thinking that this profession was quite commendable. In their eyes, being a teacher or a doctor, as long as it was one of these two roles, it was a guaranteed job, highly sought after. Moreover, it was about teaching at the military's Fengmen, where all the students were extraordinary, a level much higher than that of a regular teacher. The parents were brimming with satisfaction. Others would break their heads to get into Fengmen, and their son was personally invited to teach there. How could they not be thrilled? Especially Su Jing, who smiled brilliantly. This is great. Now when I go out, I can just say my son teaches at Fengmen. Who would worry about finding him a match for marriage then? Ojigo, what do you think? Although the parents were satisfied with the teaching profession, they still wanted to consult their son's opinion. Yi Zhiga spread his hands and said, I've been quite lazy, and I'm afraid I might lead the students astray if I teach them. Becoming a teacher, Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised, as he, even after thousands of years in the cultivation world, had never taken a single disciple, let alone teach students. He also knew that this was probably a tactic by Fengmen to win him over. Li Datong seemed to have anticipated Yi Zhiga's response and continued, Mr. Yi, with your capabilities, even a casual pointer would greatly benefit those brats in Fengmen. I also believe that entrusting the military's fresh blood to you would definitely elevate them to a higher level. Li Datong's rhetoric was smart, emphasizing that military's fresh blood to morally bind him, making it hard to refuse. Yi Zhiga was not one to be manipulated easily, but then he thought about it. He really had nothing else to do at home, mainly because Su Jing seemed to have an endless network, constantly introducing him to potential matches, which gave him a headache just thinking about it. Alright, I'll take the job. Thus Yi Zhiga agreed, giving him an excuse to avoid future matchmaking attempts by Su Jing. Hearing this, Li Datong immediately beamed with joy, his facial wrinkles gathering together as he smiled. Then, could Mr. Yi please come with me to Fengmen to have a look? Li Datong asked tentatively. Sure, Yi Zhiga nodded. After bidding farewell to his parents, he followed Li Datong out. Downstairs, a black military jeep was parked by the roadside. Li Datong was thrilled, having managed to persuade this revered figure to come along. He scurried to the car, opened the door, and gestured, Mr. Yi, please. After getting into the car, Li Datong took on the role of driver, speeding along the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at Fengmen's territory. Located on the edge of the giant city number 5, it covered a vast area, even larger than Zhao's estate. The place looked ordinary, like being in the countryside, but with birds singing and flowers fragrant, it felt like a paradise. They drove straight in without any hindrance from the guards due to Li Datong's presence. Who founded Fengmen? Suddenly Yi Zhiga posed a question. As Li Datong drove, he responded, there wasn't just one founder of Fengmen, there were actually four. Yes, there are 9 giant cities in Huaxia, and each city has a Fengmen branch stationed there, said Li Datong. Yi Zhiga nodded, understanding that Fengmen, being a military force, definitely had branches in each giant city. Where is the headquarters of Fengmen? Yi Zhiga asked again. Li Datong lowered his voice and said, truth be told, Fengmen has 4 headquarters. Didn't I mention Earlier, since there are 4 founders, there are also 4 headquarters, each located in one of the giant cities where a founder resides. At this point, Li Datong's face showed pride as he continued, our number 5 giant city is also one of the headquarters. Unable to contain himself, Yi Zhiga asked, where are the other 3 headquarters located? The rest are in number 1, number 2 and number 7 giant cities, Li Datong answered. Yi Zhiga almost got it all figured out and then focused his attention on Li Datong. What is your role in Fengmen? Upon hearing this, Li Datong thought for a moment before replying, I am mainly responsible for management and resource distribution. Then he mysteriously added, the 4 founders of Fengmen are all extremely powerful, having surpassed the king level and are masters of the Danluan realm. If we were to compare, it should be somewhat similar to the foundation establishment stage. Didn't you say one of the founders is also in the number 5 giant city? Doesn't that mean we might meet them soon? Yi Zhiga joked with a smile. However, Li Datong shook his head and said, the 4 founders had all rushed to the number 9 giant city a while ago, which is located on the border and was only recently established. They need to guard against foreign enemies and be vigilant of strange beasts. But once things settle down there will definitely be a chance to meet. Li Datong informed. Then with a less serious expression he said, the founder stationed in our number 5 giant city is a real beauty. After saying this, he winked at Yi Zhiga, giving him a look that all men would understand. Yi Zhiga couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking to himself that this old man with his graying hair was still so frivolous. He really wasn't wrong about him, he was truly unreliable. We've arrived. The car stopped and Li Datong's expression instantly returned to normal, contrasting starkly with his previous frivolity. As they stepped out of the car, what appeared before them was an ancient and vast courtyard with a security booth at the entrance where 2 sentries armed with live ammunition stood guard. Above the entrance, a large plaque flamboyantly inscribed with the characters for Fengmen conveyed a solemn and majestic atmosphere. Let's go in and register first, get the paperwork sorted, Li Datong said, eagerly leading the way. Yi Zhiga remained silent as he followed inside. The entrance was vast and the buildings within bore an ancient style befitting a nation where traditional martial arts thrived. In the distance lay a large training ground where numerous extraordinary individuals were practicing, not just in the use of spiritual energy but also with firearms, even live ammunition. Despite the distance, the sounds of gunfire could still be heard. As they passed by, many extraordinary individuals greeted Li Datong, clearly showing his considerable prestige within this sect. Who's that behind old Li? A newcomer, they speculated. Must be, given that old Li went to fetch him. Probably has some connections. Just a nepotism case, I could take down 5 of him. Curious glances also fell on Yi Zhiga, murmuring among themselves, suspecting him to be a newbie. Soon the 2 arrived at an office. Mr. Yi, please wait a few minutes while I fill out the paperwork, then I'll take you around to familiarize yourself with the sect, Li Datong said with a smile. Okay, Yi Zhiga nodded nonchalantly. Li Datong then began to work on a computer. Yi Zhiga, in no rush, casually started to use his phone. Just then a burly middle-aged man with a stack of documents walked in. Seeing Li Datong at the computer, he greeted, Yo, isn't that old Li? What are you busy with? Li glanced at him and replied, I've invited a master to our sect, just filling out his paperwork now. The middle-aged man looked surprised. A master? Where? His eyes then fell on Yi Zhiga, who was playing with his phone, disbelief in his gaze. Old Li, you can't name this kid, can you? The middle-aged man scrutinized Yi Zhiga, noting no fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, a mere ordinary person by all appearances. Hearing this, Li Datong bristled. Watch your words. He quickly turned to Yi Zhiga. Mr. Yi, no offense meant, please don't take it to heart. Yi Zhiga barely reacted. Dismissively waving his hand, the middle-aged man, seeing how respectfully Li Datong treated the young man engrossed in his phone, felt somewhat irked. This guy doesn't even show a hint of spiritual energy and he puts on such airs. I'm Su Gao, a teaching instructor here at the sect, and you are? Su Gao introduced himself. Yi Zhiga glanced at him. Kingdom realm, decent strength for an ordinary extraordinary, no wonder you speak so boldly. If nothing goes wrong, I'll soon be your colleague. Yi Zhiga spoke unhurriedly. Colleague? Su Gao's brow furrowed deeply. He then looked at Li Datong, his voice incredulous. Old Li, is he serious? Li Datong nodded solemnly. Mr. Yi is very strong, having him teach at our sect is our good fortune. Hearing this, Su Gao's face soured, thinking Li Datong was simply senile. Has he passed the test yet? Su Gao pressed on. Inside the sealed doors, the regulations were strict. Whether one wished to join as a common member or seek employment, they had to pass a series of rigorous Tests, only those who passed all tests could enter. I am well aware of Mr. Yi's capabilities, he needs no test, Li Datong stated. What? Su Gao's face was a picture of disbelief, followed by an accusatory tone. You're not trying to pull some strings for him, are you? Li Datong glanced at him sideways. Doesn't this kid watch the news? Doesn't he know what happened at Site 703? He was genuinely worried that Yi Zhiga might not take kindly to Su Gao and slap him to death. Another test? I wasn't aware of that, Yi Zhiga chimed in, his curiosity piqued. Hearing this, Su Gao became even more convinced that Li Datong, the crafty old man, was indeed pulling strings. He persisted unyieldingly, Oldly, you can't afford to mess this up. If the higher-ups find out, even you could be sacked. I'd rather we didn't break the rules. Li Datong, infuriated, his whiskers bristling, was about to lose his temper when Yi Zhiga spoke up. So a test is mandatory, right? That means you also underwent a test when you joined, correct? Su Gao nodded as if it were the most obvious thing, his tone disdainful. Of course, that makes things easier, Yi Zhiga said coolly, spreading his fingers and making a grabbing motion towards Su Gao. Suddenly a terrifying suction force emerged and Su Gao, unable to resist, lost control of his body and flew towards Yi Zhiga. Just as he was about to reach him, Yi Zhiga casually slapped him. Smack! The slap landed precisely on Su Gao's cheek, the sheer force fracturing his jaw and sending him flying. A stream of bloody teeth traced an arc through the air. With a thud, Su Gao slammed against the wall, the impact causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Little did Su Gao know Yi Zhiga had already restrained his strength, otherwise even 9 lives wouldn't suffice to survive that slap. Yi Zhiga, with an indifferent look in his eyes, watched Su Gao crumple like a dead dog. Since you've passed the test, knocking you down means I have too. Why make it so complicated? I'll spare your life as a minor punishment you waste. By now, Su Gao was nearly unconscious, his face grotesquely disfigured. After hitting the ground, he heard Yi Zhiga's calm voice once more before his body twitched a few times and he passed out completely. At the computer desk, Li Datong was stunned, staring at Su Gao, who now lay on the ground in a deep, baby-like sleep, thinking to himself that self-inflicted trouble is indeed lethal. That slap alone was enough to send shivers down his spine. Had it landed on him, he feared his old bones would have disintegrated. It took him a while to recover from the shock. He then hurriedly called medical personnel to carry Su Gao away. Quickly, several medical personnel arrived at the office, and when they saw Su Gao, they were all shocked by his gruesome appearance. His face was twisted and deformed as if it had been run over by a large truck. They couldn't help but shiver. What had he gone through? It was too brutal. Watching Su Gao being carried away, Li Datong sighed helplessly in his heart, hoping that the other party would learn from this lesson and not make foolish mistakes in the future. After a while, Li Datong finally completed all the paperwork. He stood up, his face apologetic, and said, Mr. Yi, sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Now let me take you to your office. Okay, replied Yi Zhiga indifferently. Then Li Datong led Yi Zhiga to a room on the second floor. Mr. Yi, each office at Fengmen is for individual use. Your information has already been uploaded, you just need to stand in front of the door and scan to open it, Li Datong explained by the side. Yi Zhiga walked to the door and indeed found a scanner-like device operating above it. As he stood in front of the door, the scanner verified his identity and automatically opened the door. Entering the office, the interior decoration was similar to the outside, also leaning towards an ancient-style, spacious, and, as Li Datong said, independent for single-person use. The soundproofing was also quite good, making it a peaceful place for meditation when not busy. Mr. Yi, this will be your office from now on, Li Datong introduced as he stood by the door. Yi Zhiga nodded, looked around, and found the environment quite pleasant. However, the thought of actually having to teach gave him a headache. After all, Yi Zhiga had agreed to join Fengmen only to avoid being pushed into arranged dates by his family, so he pondered for a moment, then turned to Li Datong and said, there are too many people at Fengmen, refine it a bit, pick a few with good talent and bring them to me. From now on I will only be responsible for teaching them? He was lazy and didn't want to be wandering around like a real teacher every day. Picking a few with better talent, he could just give some casual pointers and get through, thus avoiding arranged dates and not being restricted, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Zhiga knew well that having him teach was just a gimmick. The real intent of Fengmen was to win him over. Li Datong was slightly taken aback, but he was not foolish and quickly understood Yi Zhiga's meaning. All right, I'll go make a selection soon. He nodded in agreement. Then he informed Yi Zhiga that all his identity information had been uploaded and now he could move freely within Fengmen. Li Datong continued, Mr. Yi, you rest for now, I will bring the selected people over in a while. After saying this, he exited the room, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Yi Zhiga glanced at the time. It was only 3 p.m., still early. Thinking of hanging around a bit longer before heading home, he settled into the armchair and started reading a novel on his phone. About half an hour later, Li Datong returned with 3 extraordinary individuals following him. Yi Zhiga looked up and gave a glance. The old man was quite efficient. Mr. Yi, these 3 are promising talents, specially selected, Li Datong said with a smile on his face. Yi Zhiga put down his phone, turning his gaze towards 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom he recognized. The girl had a healthy wheat-colored complexion, a fresh face without a trace of makeup, and her black hair was pulled back into a high ponytail. It was Wang Yuxuan, whom he had met before in the forbidden area of 703. Initially, Wang Yuxuan was perplexed about the sudden change of mentors, somewhat resistant at first, but persuaded by Li Datong's earnest words, she decided to give it a try. As soon as she entered, she saw Yi Zhiga on his phone, and any minor reservations she had vanished instantly. After all, she had witnessed his extraordinary swordplay that day. Having such a formidable figure as her mentor was something she deeply desired. The 2 men, one plump and one lean, looked like they had walked straight out of a comic book, the perfect sidekicks. They too were initially reluctant to change mentors, but their attitude swiftly changed 180 degrees after hearing Li Datong recount how the new mentor had knocked out a near king with a single slap. "Hello, Teacher Yi," the trio greeted, bowing slightly in unison. Yi Zhiga nodded at them, then with a sweep of his spiritual awareness, discerned their cultivation levels. Wang Yuxuan was at the 7th awakening stage, while the 2 men were both at the 6th. "What are your names?" Yi Zhiga asked the 2 men. "I'm Chen Shiming," said the leaner man first, then the plumper one added, "My name is Chu Jiang." Both replied without delay, knowing the possibility that they were standing before a king-level powerhouse. Their prospective mentor was beyond their wildest dreams. Seeing that the conversation had started, Li Datong smiled subtly and quietly left the room. Yi Zhiga, putting his phone down, adopted an indifferent expression. "Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. I have 3 books here, take them and see what you can learn on your own," he said, smiling slightly and pulling 3 yellow-covered booklets from his storage ring, tossing them to the trio. These books, containing martial techniques, were obtained by Yi Zhiga from a bandit den back when he was less powerful. Although not highly regarded in the world of cultivation, mastering them could still make one quite formidable on Earth. He preferred not to provide hand-holding instruction, aiming to act more as a hands-off manager, which was why he had Li Datong bring in talented individuals. The 3 booklets unnamed left the trio somewhat baffled, feeling Yi Zhiga's teaching method was quite unconventional. Nonetheless, they didn't think much of it and immediately began perusing the books right there. Chen Shiming and Chu Jiang found themselves engrossed in a fist technique and a palm technique respectively, as if they had opened the doors to a new world. Only Wang Yuxuan seemed a bit downcast. In her hands she held a yellow booklet on martial arts techniques related to body movement. She flipped through a few pages, initially finding the content abstruse and difficult to understand. However, after carefully pondering over it, the concepts began to clear up as if enlightenment had struck her. Yet it seemed she wasn't very interested. Despite the engaging content, she closed the booklet after only a few pages. Yi Zhiga noticed her actions and softly inquired, "Is there something wrong?" Wang Yuxuan hesitated, her expression tense, and did not respond immediately. After taking a deep breath as if to bolster her courage, she replied, "Master Yi, I don't want to learn this." Yi Zhiga, intrigued by her response, found her quite interesting and asked, "Then what would you like to learn?" At this, Wang Yuxuan's mind flashed back to a previous encounter in the forbidden area of Sector 703, where she witnessed an overwhelming display of supreme sword techniques. That experience had profoundly shaken her worldview. After returning from the sealed gate, she felt that what she had learned so far paled in comparison to that sword brilliance. "I want to learn the sword," she declared, her eyes gleaming with determination and her tone serious. Swordplay. Yi Zhiga was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood the reason. It seemed his display in Sector 703 had left a significant impact on the young girl. Chen Shiming and Chu Jiang were also surprised, finding Wang Yuxuan somewhat picky. However, Wang Yuxuan was resolute, her gaze earnestly fixed on Yi Zhiga. "Interesting." Yi Zhiga chuckled, not at all annoyed. He then pulled out a tome from his storage ring and tossed it to Wang Yuxuan. She caught it solemnly and saw that the cover bore the ancient characters, "Xingyu sword technique." Yi Zhiga had long forgotten the origins of this manual, which had been sitting in his storage ring for ages. Since Wang Yuxuan expressed a desire to learn, he decided it might as well be hers. If she could truly cultivate a sense of the sword, it would prove her to be a rare talent and would be considered a good deed. Thank you, Master Yi, Wang Yuxuan said, smiling and thanking Yi Zhiga. No need, he replied casually. Keep that body movement martial arts manual as well, you might want to study it too. He didn't take back the first manual he had given her, it was of no use to him anyway, just something to amuse a child with. Chen Xining and Chu Jiang stood there dumbfounded, hardly believing she had actually managed to swap her manual. They exchanged glances, considering whether they should also try their luck in requesting a new one. As they hesitated, Yi Zhiga's voice rang out, the three of you take your time to understand it, I'm leaving now. As they looked up, Yi Zhiga had already disappeared from the office. Just after he left the sealed gate, Yi Zhiga received a call from an unknown number. Who is this? He asked. Upon answering, the voice on the other end was somewhat cold yet magnetic. I am Zhao Shiyu. Where are you? Zhao Shiyu continued. Yi Zhiga was not surprised that Zhao had obtained his number. Given the Zhao family's capabilities, such a trivial matter was not a problem at all. At the sealed gate. What's up? Yi Zhiga casually replied. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After a voice came through the other end of the phone, there was the busy tone of a hang-up, clearly indicating the call had ended. Yi Zhiga couldn't help but smile wryly. This was indeed her style, concise and swift in everything she did. Soon after, a red Ferrari approached from a distance, its engine roaring continuously. The Ferrari came to a smooth stop in front of Yi Zhiga, and as the window rolled down halfway, Zhao Shiyu's voice came from inside. Get in. Yi Zhiga didn't dawdle and hopped in, then teased. What, missed me? Shameless, Zhao Shiyu spat out, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. The car started and headed towards the city center, suddenly asking to see me. What's up? Yi Zhiga turned to look at her. About that matter at Forbidden Area 703, you helped me retrieve the spiritual medicine. My family wants to thank you, so they sent me to pick you up, Zhao Shiyu said calmly. Yi Zhiga laughed. That quick to take me to meet the parents' hut? Go to hell, Zhao Shiyu replied irritably, though with a laugh. She knew Yi Zhiga was always like this. No matter how old he got, he never seemed serious. What was most frustrating was that she couldn't really do anything about him. Back in their university days when they were dating, Yi Zhiga always managed to say the most shameless things with utter confidence. Thus, Zhao Shiyu often found herself infuriated yet unable to argue, simply feeling that he was a complete jerk. However, Zhao Shiyu didn't really dislike this trait of his. On the contrary, she found that it made their interactions quite enjoyable and filled their lives with plenty of laughter. What are you doing at Fengmen? Zhao Shiyu suddenly asked, curiosity in her tone. Being a teacher, Yi Zhiga responded with a smile. Zhao Shiyu looked at him skeptically and even joked, a crooked beam leads to crooked rafters. I bet the students you teach will all turn out to be jerks. The two of them chatted intermittently, and soon they arrived at the Zhao family estate, brightly lit yet quiet. After getting out of the car, Zhao Shiyu led Yi Zhiga straight to a villa. At the front of the villa, a couple came out to greet them. They were smiling, dressed casually but exuding a sense of nobility. They bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Shiyu. It was clear they were her parents, Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan. Zhiga is here, come on in, Zhao Qinghe said politely. Yi Zhiga nodded and greeted, good evening, uncle and auntie. As the four of them entered the house, they saw an old man with white hair and beard sitting in the main seat, wearing a Sun-Yat-sen suit, exuding an aura of authority. Behind the elder stood a middle-aged man with a crew cut, his sharp gaze suggesting a military background. Zhao Shiyu whispered to Yi Zhiga, this is my grandfather, the head of the Zhao family. Yi Zhiga nodded subtly. The Zhao family was vast, with many branches among the collateral and direct lines, and Zhao Shiyu's family was just one of the direct branches. This old guy really knows how to multiply, Yi Zhiga muttered to himself. Glancing around the room, Yi Zhiga noticed that both the head of the Zhao family and the crewcut man were masters of the King realm, especially the crewcut man, who was at the peak of the King realm, just a step away from the Danwul realm. From the moment Yi Zhiga stepped into the villa, their gazes had been fixed on him. Yi, my friend, please take a seat. The head of the Zhao family beckoned to Yi Zhiga from the main seat. There's no need for formalities, Master Zhao, Yi Zhiga responded with a cheerful smile. Bring the dishes. Zhao Qinghe turned and instructed the servants. Soon after, the Zhao family also took their seats. Quickly, several servants hurried in with dishes, respectfully placing them on the table until it was completely full. The aroma was enticing, and the dishes had spiritual energy flowing through them, clearly not ordinary ingredients. These are the spiritual vegetables and exotic beasts bred by our Zhao family, specially prepared for dining. Please, Yi, give them a try, the head of the Zhao family said with a warm smile. Ordinary superhumans would avoid exotic beasts at all costs, let alone eat them, yet the Zhao family had begun to cultivate these beasts, indicating their formidable strength and financial power. Yi Zhiga glanced at the exotic beast meat on the table and took a piece to taste. The flavor is alright, although the texture and richness of the spiritual energy are far from the Beast King meat I brought back from the forbidden area last time. You're too kind, Master Zhao, Yi Zhiga said politely, not wanting to offend his host. The flavor is indeed excellent. The head of the Zhao family laughed heartily and then said, Yi, you are so young yet so powerful, truly a formidable young man. We owe you a great deal for your help with the issue in Forbidden Area number 703. You're overstating it, Master Zhao. I have a good relationship with Shiryu. Helping was no trouble at all, Yi Zhiga casually replied. Oh, however, the head of the Zhao family seemed intrigued and asked further, does young friend Yi have a marriage arrangement yet? He had already sent people to investigate. He knew that his granddaughter and Yi Zhiga had dated in college, but after graduation they broke up since Yi Zhiga's family was just an ordinary one, far different from the Zhao family. Aware of the old fox's schemes, Yi Zhiga immediately said, no marriage arrangements yet, but my family is arranging some blind dates recently. Zhao Shiryu paused with her chopsticks, her cool eyes looking over, wondering something. The head of the Zhao family, still wore a smile, saying, I heard that you and Shiryu once dated. Since you two understand each other well, perhaps you could try again. Hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Zhao Shiryu's cheeks. Indeed, Yi Zhiga knew this crafty old man was up to no good. Back then, they looked down on him and his family, but now that he had shown a bit of his strength, they were suddenly cozying up, blatantly using his granddaughter to win him over. There is no need for Master Zhao to trouble himself over this matter. After all, Shiryu and I come from different worlds, and this requires careful consideration, Yi Zhiga calmly stated. His words were straightforward yet subtly highlighted the past disdain from the Zhao family. He implied, would the Zhao family still treat me the same if I were still an ordinary person? Master Zhao naturally understood the underlying message, his expression changing slightly. Shiryu, holding his chopsticks, inadvertently gripped them tighter and stole glances at Yi Zhiga, hesitating to speak. Since young Master Yi has put it this way, I shall not meddle too much in the affairs of you young people. Master Zhao quickly changed the topic. In Area 703, young Master Yi slaughtered the Beast King and helped our Zhao family obtain the spiritual medicine. This favor is deeply engraved in our hearts. Should you have any requests in the future, feel free to speak up. As long as it's within our capabilities, the Zhao family will certainly offer our full support. As he spoke, Master Zhao handed over a black bank card. Yi Zhiga accepted it without a word and casually slipped it into his pocket. Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan's mouths twitched slightly. This young man was indeed unreserved, not even pretending to decline. Master Zhao, however, burst into laughter. Young Master Yi is truly straightforward, exactly to my liking. Soon the dinner was drawing to a close. Master Zhao, his cheeks flushed, raised his wine glass and toasted Yi Zhiga, asking young Master Yi with such prowess at a young age, may I ask who taught you? Hearing this, Yi Zhiga was drawn into a distant memory. When he first entered the cultivation world, naive and ignorant, he accidentally took a nascent soul stage cultivator as his chief master, thinking his fortunes were set to rise. Only later did he discover that his master's vitality was depleted, and taking a disciple was merely to find a suitable body for possession when the time was ripe. Fortunately, Yi Zhiga was lucky enough to notice in advance and took protective measures. Even so, it was a close call as the possession attempt lasted for decades, but ultimately Yi Zhiga managed to outlast him and literally starved him to death. Since then, he had never taken another master and cultivated to the great vehicle stage as an independent cultivator. Coming back to the present, he said, you wouldn't know them, better left unmentioned. You sure are bold. Just then, a crew-cut man standing behind Master Zhao couldn't help but speak up, clearly displeased. Master Zhao still smiled and introduced him to Yi Zhiga. This is Fong Ping, at the pinnacle of the King realm, who has been with me since retiring from the military. Fong Ping, prideful, gave Yi Zhiga a sideways glance, quite dissatisfied with the young man's apparent arrogance. Young man, do not become arrogant just because you possess some strength. Remember, there is always someone stronger, and there are heavens beyond our own. Seeing the tension, Shiryu quietly tugged at Yi Zhiga's clothes, signaling him not to act rashly. Yi Zhiga turned his head and blinked at her, completely disregarding her warning. Seeing that he was ignoring her and flirting with Zhao Shiyu instead, Fong Ping felt a surge of nameless anger boiling within him. As Fong Ping seemed to be getting angry, Zhao Shiyu became anxious and quickly lowered her voice. Don't mess around, he's very strong. She couldn't help but worry as the tension was becoming palpable. It doesn't matter, he's just a jester, Yi Zhiga responded softly. However, their conversation could not escape the keen hearing of someone at the Wang realm. Both Zhao's family head and Fong Ping clearly heard what Yi Zhiga said, and their faces immediately darkened. Fong Ping in particular looked so grim that he seemed almost to drip water. Fong Ping's gaze turned fierce, with spiritual energy coursing over his body like streaks of electricity intertwining and crackling. The oppressive aura of a peak Wang realm instantly filled the entire villa. At that moment, Zhao Xiyu and her family felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, rendering their bodies immobile and even making breathing difficult. Young man, arrogance comes at a price. I want to see what you're relying on, Fong Ping said. Next moment he moved his speed so fast that he left an afterimage in his original spot, charging directly at Yi Zhiga, his fist hardened by a layer of spiritual energy aimed straight for Yi Zhiga's face. Snap! However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Zhiga simply extended his hand casually and effortlessly caught Fong Ping's fist. What do you count as to measure me? Yi Zhiga spoke indifferently, his eyes filled with disdain. At such a close distance, Fong Ping's body experienced a sensation it had never felt before, like a rabbit facing a lion, with a primal fear uncontrollably spreading within him. At that moment Fong Ping felt like that rabbit, even though the opponent had not displayed any fluctuation of spiritual energy, yet he felt his soul trembling. The next second Yi Zhiga's slightly clenched fingers exerted force. Crack crack. The sound of bones breaking continuously echoed as Fong Ping's hand, which had struck, was shattered at the bones. The intense pain made Fong Ping scream out loud. But it was far from over. The sound of bones breaking continued. Fong Ping's fist was just the starting point, as the damage began to inch upward, his arm, shoulder, and then his spine. As his bones shattered, his body went limp instantly. Had it not been for his skin holding him together, he would have fallen apart. In just a few moments, all of Fong Ping's bones were shattered. Yi Zhiga slowly released his hand and Fong Ping collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, enduring extreme pain, unable to make a sound, yet still alive. Trash, Yi Zhiga said, looking at him with indifferent eyes. Due to Yi Zhiga's deliberate action, Fong Ping, whose bones were all crushed, was still alive, but in extreme pain. He lay there like a puddle of mud, every inch of his body screaming in heart-wrenching pain, hanging onto his life by a mere breath. Seeing this, the head of the Zhao family could not sit still any longer, and he abruptly stood up from his seat, his aged face filled with horror. Yi Xiaoyu, you. Fong Ping, at the pinnacle of the king's realm, was disabled without even causing a ripple. Moreover, throughout the entire event, there was not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Zhiga. His movements were casual, which was utterly baffling. With Fong Ping disabled, the terrifying pressure of the king's realm that had been present also dissipated. Zhao Xiyu and her parents finally regained their composure, their faces flushed as they breathed in the fresh air. Deeply, Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan looked at Yi Zhiga with eyes filled with terror. To utterly defeat someone at the pinnacle of the king's realm, one must possess at least the strength of the Danluan realm, right? A Danluan realm practitioner in their 20s, are you joking? In the entire villa, only Zhao Xiyu seemed somewhat calm. Head of the Zhao family, you invited me to the banquet only to set someone on me as a show of power. Is this how the Zhao family treats its guests? Yi Zhiga sat in his chair, his voice calm and not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Especially the head of the Zhao family, who was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand steady. Yi Xiaoyu. The head of the Zhao family smiled bitterly, not daring to meet Yi Zhiga's gaze directly. He had indeed discussed with Fong Ping about making a move during the banquet to intimidate Yi Zhiga and then extend an olive branch using both kindness and power, but the outcome was, the Zhao family is significant, and I think you do not wish to see the efforts of generations hastily destroyed by your hands, do you? Yi Zhiga's voice remained calm, but it was this very tranquility that made everyone present feel a palpitation. It was presumptuous of me. If Yi Xiaoyu is offended, I hope you will not take it out on others. I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. Having lived so long, the head of the Zhao family could clearly understand the implication in Yi Zhiga's words and quickly took all the responsibility upon himself. From the fate of Fong Ping, it was evident that even the peak of the king's realm could not stand a chance in front of this person. The head of the Zhao family was genuinely afraid that Yi Zhiga would become angry and wipe out the entire Zhao estate with a slap. At this moment, he believed that the young man in front of him definitely had the capability to do so. Bang! Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out from outside, extremely abrupt in the quiet night. It was followed by the sound of something tearing through the air rapidly towards the villa. Large caliber bullets targeting the people inside the villa. Everyone looked shocked, turning their heads toward the outside of the Villa. However, just as the bullets entered the room, time seemed to slow down, everyone's movements became sluggish, even simple finger movements took a long time, including the high-speed bullet which now moved extremely slowly through the air, rotating gently as it flew. Yi Zhiga stepped forward leisurely and caught the large caliber bullet in his hand. The people inside felt a chill. Was he not affected at all? Yi Zhiga looked at the bullet in his hand, large enough to be called an explosive round, which would cause a violent explosion upon hitting its target with tremendous lethality. This was aimed at killing everyone present. Yi Zhiga, expressionless, lightly snapped his fingers, and immediately the flow of time inside the room returned to normal. Suddenly, everything returned to normal, and everyone looked at Yi Zhiga with even more shock in their eyes. What kind of ability was this? Could he manipulate time? Just as everyone regained their composure, they realized that Yi Zhiga, who had been standing in front of them just a second ago, had vanished. They hurriedly chased out of the villa, only to see Yi Zhiga on the rooftop of a distant villa, holding a woman by the neck, lifting her high into the air. "You really are bold," Yi Zhiga said, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the woman in his hand. On the ground nearby lay a black gun. It was clear that she had been the one who fired the shot moments ago. She appeared to be in her 20s, quite young, with short hair and a strikingly beautiful face, especially her light red eyes that faintly glowed in the darkness. Now, gripped tightly by Yi Zhiga, her face turned red, her head felt heavy, and she was on the verge of suffocation, yet she continued to resist desperately. A short dagger powered by spiritual energy appeared in her hand and she swiftly slashed at Yi Zhiga's throat. Yi Zhiga did not dodge, allowing the dagger to strike. The dagger, forged from alloy and enhanced by spiritual power, could penetrate even steel. However, it caused no harm to Yi Zhiga's throat, not even leaving a scratch. The woman's beautiful face showed shock, her light red eyes filled with disbelief. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yi Zhiga smashed his hand down on her neck and the woman fell to the ground with a painful groan. Then with a step he crushed her head with a loud thump. Just then a large number of patrol personnel arrived at the estate, quickly surrounding the area. Zhao Shiyu, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to disperse them. Yi Zhiga, seeing the situation, leaped down from the rooftop to where Zhao Shiyu was. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Yi Zhiga shook his head and said, "The person is dead." "A woman with red eyes, red eyes?" Zhao Shiyu was initially shocked, then seemed to realize something and said with sudden understanding, "It must be Fang Ping's daughter. That explains it. She must have seen her father being tortured." By Yi Zhiga, and stricken with grief, picked up a gun to shoot. She even chose a large caliber explosive bullet, hoping to take us down with her. Unfortunately for her, she met Yi Zhiga. Not even a nuclear bomb would be a match for him if he decided to strike it down with his sword. She and Fang Ping come from the number 2 megacity, apparently from a family that reveres ancient martial arts. My grandfather owed Fang Ping a favor, which is why he stayed with the Zhao family. Zhao Shiyu gently swept her windblown hair aside as she softly explained. However, Yi Zhiga seemed indifferent, not taking it to heart at all. Checking the time with a smile, he said, "It's quite late, Miss Zhao. Would you mind giving me a ride back?" Zhao Shiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, yet she picked up her car keys and headed to the garage. The head of the Zhao family and Zhao Shiyu's parents, witnessing this scene from a distance, breathed a sigh of relief as if a great burden was about to be lifted from their shoulders. Soon, the two left the Zhao family estate and sped off, reaching Yi Zhiga's apartment building in less than half an hour. "Won't you come up for a bit?" Yi Zhiga asked with a smile. Zhao Shiyu shook her head in refusal. "No, the mess you caused today still needs cleaning up at home," she said, glaring at Yi Zhiga. He laughed heartily and turned to go upstairs. "Oh, and be careful lately," Zhao Shiyu added. "You've killed Fang Ping and his daughter. Watch out for their family seeking revenge." Yi Zhiga looked back at her, his eyes playful. "Don't worry, with you bringing me good fortune, I'll be fine." "Huh?" Zhao Shiyu was momentarily stunned, then blushed and muttered jerk under her breath before quickly driving away. Watching the taillights disappear into the distance, Yi Zhiga didn't linger and casually walked up to his apartment. Upon arriving home, he found his mother, Su Jing, still awake, sitting on the living room sofa as if waiting for him. "Aren't you sleeping, Mom?" Yi Zhiga asked offhandedly. However, he was met with Su Jing's peculiar expression and a faint smile. Yi Zhiga had a bad feeling. "Why are you staring at me like that? This afternoon, that girl Shiyu came looking for you at home. You weren't there, so she asked for your phone number from me." Su Jing observed her son with a look that seemed both approving and as if she had seen through everything. "Come clean, have you two rekindled your old flame? Coming home this late, were you out on a date? Here I am worried about setting you up on blind dates and you've already moved so quickly." Su Jing's eyes sparkled with the flames of gossip. Yi Zhiga suddenly felt overwhelmed. He finally understood that his love for juicy stories was inherited from Su Jing. Staying up late waiting in the living room just to gossip, there was no one else like her. How far have things developed? Su Jing pressed on, her eyes burning with an even stronger gossip fire. Mom, I'm really tired, I'm going to sleep now, we can talk tomorrow, okay? Yi Zhiga felt immense pressure and hurriedly fled the living room, rushing into his room and quickly locking the door behind him. Perhaps Su Jing was the only person who could make him, a cultivator at the peak of the Great Vehicle period, flee without a fight. The next morning Yi Zhiga got up and skipped breakfast at home, rushing out the door. The house was just too frightening to stay in. Remembering Su Jing's gossipy gaze sent shivers down his spine. Arriving at his office just as Li Datong had said, his data had been processed smoothly. Settling into his own office, Yi Zhiga relaxed into his chair and began reading a novel on his phone. When he arrived, he had already heard that Wang Yuxuan, Chen Qiming and Chu Jiang had entered the special training chamber, probably to delve into the martial arts techniques he had taught them. Usually, those who entered the chamber would not emerge for several days. This was fine by him, it meant no one would disturb him. Thus Yi Zhiga enjoyed 5 leisurely and pleasant days. During these days, he followed a simple routine, fishing at the sealed gate in the morning and returning home in the evening. He rarely had such leisurely times. On the afternoon of the 6th day, a familiar face entered his office. It was Su Gao, whom he had slapped into serious injury a few days earlier. Su's face looked unnatural. If one looked closely, it was asymmetrical and slightly crooked. He was holding some documents to hand over to Yi Zhiga. Teacher Yi, here are the reports transferred to you from Wang Yuxuan and the others, please sign them, Su Gao said, avoiding eye contact, his voice timid. Clearly, the slap had deeply traumatized him both physically and mentally. Yi Zhiga couldn't help but laugh. Are your injuries all healed? I still have to thank Teacher Yi for showing mercy back then, Su Gao responded, his arrogance now gone. He had suffered a lot these past few days, but fortunately, the sealed gate had special medicinal agents that greatly helped the recovery of extraordinary beings. However, his jaw and half of his face were completely ruined beyond repair, filled in with bionic human bone, giving his speech a strange quality which he evidently had not yet adjusted to. Yi Zhiga signed the necessary documents without giving him a hard time and let him leave. After Su Gao left, Yi Zhiga resumed his leisurely activities and started reading a novel. Not long after, he heard faint footsteps outside his door. A young girl sneakily appeared at the doorway, peeking inside. Whose child is sneaking around outside my door? Yi Zhiga asked without lifting his head, clearly aware of her presence. The girl was surprised. The man was engrossed in his phone. How had he noticed her? But she didn't shy away. Instead, she boldly walked in after being spotted. Yi Zhiga put down his phone and looked up at that moment. The girl, about 12 years old, was dressed in a white and blue JK outfit, her delicate face framed by 2 ponytails of black, shiny hair, and she was holding a book, looking lively. Their gazes met. The girl seemed to have done something guilty, for she appeared somewhat sheepish upon seeing Yi Zhiga's face. Yi Zhiga frowned slightly, sensing that this sudden visitor was up to something. Little sister, what do you need? He asked. The young girl was bold and showed no signs of stage fright. Any hint of nervousness she had displayed earlier was quickly concealed. With a bounce in her step, she approached Yi Zhiga, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Are you my sister's new teacher? You look so young, she said, her voice still carrying a touch of childishness. Is your sister Wang Yuxuan? Yi Zhiga quickly guessed her identity. Very smart. The girl's eyes squinted into crescent moons as she leaned in closer and whispered, my name is Wang Yunhua and I want to make a deal with you. Looking at the spirited young girl in front of him, Yi Zhiga was amused and lowered his voice to ask, a deal? What kind of deal? Wang Yunhua spoke mysteriously. I don't want to do homework and I want you to teach me martial arts. I'll trade you something nice for it. She then proudly held up a book in her hand. Hearing this, Yi Zhiga realized that the Wang family must also be paying attention to the sealed door, obviously aware of Wang Yuxuan's entry into the secret chamber. However, he didn't mind as long as they didn't trouble him. You want to trade martial arts for a plain book? Do you think I'm a fool? Yi Zhiga teased. Wang Yunhua pouted, clearly not pleased. I'm telling you, there's something good inside, something no boy could resist. Oh, let me see it first then, Yi Zhiga said, finding the girl quite amusing and deciding to play along since he was free anyway. Wang Yunhua looked at him warily. No, you must agree to teach me martial arts first. Let me see the book first, and if I think it's worthwhile, I'll agree. Yi Zhiga replied, trust me, it's worth it. Wang Yunhua patted her chest confidently. Well then, show me first, Yi Zhiga continued to tease. Wang Yunhua eyed him suspiciously, hesitant but confident in her book, and after a moment she handed it over. Here, but you can't go back on your word after seeing it. Yi Zhiga smiled broadly, taking the book and flipping it open. At first it seemed normal, filled with math problems, but as he flipped through more pages the content became increasingly sensational. Each page was replaced with photos glued on. The photos featured his sister Wang Yuxuan in various attires, swimsuits, thin summer nightgowns, and even just a thin towel after a shower. The variety was endless, each photo unique and visually pleasing. Moreover, from the angle, it was clear these were candid shots, and the girl had a knack for taking attractive photos. No wonder she had said no boy could refuse this book. Now he understood why. See, I didn't lie, did I? These are all exclusive, and I've never shown them to anyone else, just you. Wang Yunhua stood with her hands on her hips, somewhat proud. Yi Zhiga couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, marveling at how skillfully this young girl could trap her sister. Hey, Yunhua, what are you doing here? Just then a voice came from outside the door. Following that, a puzzled Wang Yuxuan walked in. Tall and slender, Wang Yuxuan was dressed in a white undershirt with a red jacket over it and slim-fitting trousers that highlighted her long, straight legs. She still sported a high ponytail, walking with a breeze, exuding a cool aura. Having just finished a 5-day intensive training, she had emerged significantly stronger, advancing to the 8th tier of awakening, and she couldn't wait to share the good news with Yi Zhiga. However, her face was marked with confusion as she strode into the office, not understanding why her own little sister was there. Seeing her sister suddenly appear, Wang Yunhua shrank back, her little face filled with nervousness. She had specifically chosen the time while Wang Yuxuan was in retreat to meet with Yi Zhiga, hoping to make a deal, but now the situation was spiraling out of control. Wang Yunhua's eyes stealthily glanced at Yi Zhiga, who was still engrossed in reading a book, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. She felt today might just be the day she gets into trouble. Sister, long time no see. Wang Yunhua greeted her, her voice sweet as she silently prayed for Yi Zhiga to close his book. She kept blinking, trying to signal something to Yi Zhiga. However, he didn't even look up, absorbed in his book. What brings you here? Wang Yuxuan, who naturally adored her little sister, came over and ruffled her hair. Soon she sensed something was off. The girl seemed distracted, her eyes occasionally darting towards Yi Zhiga and making faces. At that moment, Wang Yuxuan also noticed the book in Yi Zhiga's hands. Upon closer inspection, it was Wang Yunhua's homework. Well taken, nice looking, I appreciate it, Yi Zhiga commented, giving Wang Yunhua a thumbs up. Wang Yunhua's face turned pale, nearly on the verge of tears, thinking, brother, please don't mess with me, just close the book. Wang Yuxuan grew more suspicious, feeling there was something amiss with the homework book. What is it? Let me see too. She tilted her head, her gaze falling on the contents of the book. The next moment she froze like a statue. The book was filled with her pictures, including swimsuit photos and summer nightwear. Wang Yuxuan lost her composure, her beautiful eyes seemingly shooting flames, her gaze locked on Wang Yunhua. Sister! Wang Yunhua, drenched in cold sweat, dared not move, slightly tilting her head up, showing a smile uglier than crying, trying to invoke their sisterly bond. Wang Yunhua. Wang Yuxuan bit her teeth, each word deliberate, pronouncing her sister's name. Instantly Wang Yunhua felt an intense panic, her small body shivering uncontrollably as she felt suffocated. It was over, her face expressed utter despair, and then she was caught and severely scolded by her own sister. At last Wang Yuxuan snatched the book from Yi Zhiga's hands, her earlobes turning a bright red. She felt utterly humiliated, thinking it was bad enough her younger sister was misbehaving, but Yi Zhiga, a grown man, was also acting out of line. One dared to give and the other dared to look. Not only did he look, but he also had the audacity to comment on it, saying things like it was interesting or enjoyable to watch. The more Wang Yuxuan thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but give Wang Yunhua another thorough scolding. Unable to stand it anymore, Yi Zhiga intervened, saying, she's just a child, her mischief is understandable, a little reprimand should suffice. Besides, your sister is genuinely talented, her photography skills are comparable to those of the masters. Hearing this only infuriated Wang Yuxuan further, realizing all those photos were taken by her sister. She lashed out even more fiercely. Wang Yunhua couldn't hold back her tears, thinking to herself, big brother, please stop talking or it might end up costing a life. After a while Wang Yuxuan calmed down and, holding the inappropriate book, questioned her sister about what she was trying to achieve. A subdued Wang Yunhua, with a woeful face, confessed her desire to have Yi Zhiga teach her martial arts. After hearing this, Wang Yuxuan felt both angry and amused, remarking, at such a young age you've learned to bribe, who taught you that? Scolded thoroughly, Wang Yunhua shrank into a corner, not daring to make a sound. Why aren't you staying at home? How did you end up at Fengmen? Wang Yuxuan continued questioning, fidgeting with her skirt. Wang Yunhua stammered, Wang Jing Tian, our cousin came to Fengmen to handle some matters and I followed him here. Seeing the siblings discussing family affairs, Yi Zhiga found it unnecessary to listen any further and excused himself to leave. Wang Yunhuan, noticing his departure, instantly became anxious again, frantically signaling with her eyebrows and eyes at Yi Zhiga, hinting that now was the time for him to teach her the martial arts as he had seen the items she provided. Yi Zhiga pretended not to notice anything and left straight away. Wang Yunhua was absolutely furious, feeling like an irritated little cat, thinking that Yi Zhiga was being too harsh, deceiving a child and causing her to be beaten for nothing. Just as Yi Zhiga stepped out of the office, he saw a car drive in downstairs surrounded by medical staff. The car door opened and a large number of injured were carried out, handed over to the medical personnel. The injuries were quite severe, with missing arms and legs, and the air was filled with cries of pain, drawing many onlookers. Yi Zhiga noticed among these injured were 1 king level and 3 near king level superhumans. Mr. Yi, what brings you here as well? At that moment a voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Zhiga turned around to see that it was Li Datong approaching with a worried expression on his face. Clearly having noticed the injured below as well, Yi Zhiga glanced at him, then shifted his gaze back downward and asked, tell me what happened to those people? Li Datong let out a deep sigh and said, they were attacked while out on a mission. The attackers included more than 1 king-level beast. Oh, Yi Zhiga expressed slight surprise. Someone dares to target the military? Li Datong's face was very solemn, evidently finding the situation quite peculiar. Even the financial tycoons in the megacities, who have always maintained a neutral stance towards the military forces, had never instigated such incidents before. It was highly likely that several beast kings had teamed up specifically to target them. After some thought, Li Datong ventured a bold guess. Master Li, where did the attack happen? Asked Wang Yuxuan, who had just walked over after sending Wang Yunhua away, clearly already briefed on some of the details. The land of Jingchu, Li Datong replied thoughtfully. Jingchu, a region filled with plateaus and primal jungles, continuous mountains, and even before the resurgence of spiritual energy had always been shrouded in mystery and was a must-visit for many adventurers. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it was undoubtedly extremely perilous, with a very high danger coefficient. Are there many beast kings in that place? Yi Zhiga suddenly asked. Li Datong didn't understand why Yi Zhiga would ask such a question suddenly, but answered honestly nonetheless, more than many. The higher-ups had explored there before, and even a founder of the sealed door had been injured. There might be creatures even more terrifying than beast kings there. The personnel were merely passing through the outskirts of Jingchu and yet were attacked, almost annihilated, Li Datong said gravely, clearly very wary of the place. However, Yi Zhiga seemed intrigued, mainly because it had been so long since he returned from Forbidden Area 703, and the meat of that beast king he had then was nearly all consumed. He had been pondering when to hunt a couple more, and now it seemed the opportunity had presented itself. Do you want to check it out? Yi Zhiga looked at Wang Yuxuan and asked with a smile. To hunt a few beast kings for a feast and also to test out your recent training achievements. Wang Yuxuan was initially stunned, then showed a surprised expression and asked, go where? To Jingchu? Yi Zhiga nodded with a smile. Wang Yuxuan felt a bit intimidated. She had just witnessed the terrible state of those injured. Going there, a slight mistake could be fatal, yet she believed in Yi Zhiga's strength. Since he had brought it up, it indicated that he was fully confident of a safe return. Alright, when do we go? Wang Yuxuan immediately agreed. Li Datong, who was listening by the side, was terrified by their conversation. Just a moment ago he had been discussing the extreme dangers of Jingchu, and here they were planning to head there. It's too dangerous, Mr. Yi, please reconsider, Li Datong hurriedly advised. He knew Yi Zhiga was strong, which is exactly why he didn't want any mishaps, especially since even the founders of the sealed door were wary of that place. No worries. I can bring back some beast king blood for you to study, Yi Zhiga said calmly. This revelation shook Li Datong to his core. The blood of the beast king, a substance coveted by powers far and wide, something many would dream of possessing. When combined with certain potions, it could enhance bodily functions and even aid in the supernatural strengthening of its users. Tempted as he was, Li Datong still did not want to risk their lives. I'm just informing you, not consulting you, Yi Zhiga said, indifferently, giving him a glance before turning to walk into his office. Watching Yi Zhiga's departing figure, Li Datong felt a mix of emotions. he truly couldn't control this formidable figure and could only respond with a wry smile. Wang Yuxuan standing beside him offered comfort. "Don't worry Mr. Li, I trust that Master Yi knows what he's doing." After saying this, she hurried to catch up with Yi Zhiga. "Master Yi, when do we leave?" she asked eagerly, a thrill coursing through her. "Right now," Yi Zhiga answered casually. Initially Yi Zhiga had planned to bring Chen Qiming and Chu Jiang along, but since they were still in seclusion he abandoned the idea. Half an hour later they set off with Wang Yuxuan piloting an armed helicopter heading south. Li Datong was uneasy and wanted to send more people with them, but Yi Zhiga refused, not wanting to be burdened with too many companions. 7 hours later, as evening approached, the sky turned a bloody red with the setting sun. After such a long journey, they were nearing the Jingchu region, a land of vast mountains stretching thousands of miles, seemingly endless, like a wild prehistoric world with trees hundreds of meters tall. The armed helicopter flying here seemed as trivial as a fly entering a thicket, completely disproportionate in size. Although the sunset still illuminated the horizon, it was dark under the giant trees and the temperature was extremely low, chilling them to the bone. They continued flying for about another half hour in these conditions. "Master Yi, there's a ruined city up ahead," Wang Yuxuan suddenly spoke. Looking through the glass, indeed there stood a ruined city, its dilapidated tall buildings covered with vegetation, vines from the giant trees hanging down draped over the surfaces of the buildings. It was dark, damp, like entering a ghost town. Yi Zhiga put down his phone, looked up, and with just one glance sensed something was amiss. "Find a place to land. We'll rest here for the night," Yi Zhiga said calmly. "Okay." Wang Yuxuan nodded and then began to pilot the helicopter in search of a suitable landing spot. Eventually, they found a relatively spacious area, apparently the former square of the ruined city. As soon as they disembarked from the helicopter, Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but shiver from the cold. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, which she had acquired from somewhere after Yi Zhiga had given her a sword manual. She had kept it with her ever since. She looked around at the surroundings. The damaged houses were leaning in all directions, doors and walls entwined with complex vines like tentacles. The city was steeped in a deathly stillness, every corner exuding darkness. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but move closer to Yi Zhiga. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from him, Yi Zhiga couldn't help but smile and asked, "What, are you scared?" As a staunch materialist warrior, there shouldn't be anything to fear. Wang Yuxuan spoke defiantly. Though she put on a brave front, she still kept very close to Yi Zhiga. As they walked further in, the scenery turned bleak. The desolation of the abandoned city, coupled with an oppressive atmosphere, made it quite uncomfortable. "Do you know why I had you land here?" Yi Zhiga suddenly spoke, startling Wang Yuxuan. She shook her head, clearly unaware of what Yi Zhiga was plotting. "This deserted city is not right." Yi Zhiga's voice lowered. "There are people here, and many of them." Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan felt a chill run down her spine. The dark and oppressive environment was already unnerving, and now with Yi Zhiga's words it reminded her of scenes from horror films. "Professor Yi, please don't scare me." Wang Yuxuan cowered, her face turning pale. Yi Zhiga glanced at her, surprised that this tomboy who could shoulder a bazooka to hunt beast kings could also feel fear. He shrugged his shoulders and pointed towards a building not far away. "See there is someone inside watching us right now." Following the direction pointed out by Yi Zhiga, Wang Yuxuan saw nothing but a pitch-black window. "No, there's nothing there, Professor Yi, please stop scaring me," Wang Yuxuan said with a forced smile. Yi Zhiga smiled, said nothing, and formed a sword finger with his right hand. Suddenly a stream of sword chi converged and shot out, piercing the window of the nearby building. Thump! Soon after, a sound of something falling from a height echoed clearly in the silent, deserted city. Startled by the sudden noise, Wang Yuxuan nearly jumped up, almost clinging onto Yi Zhiga. Her eyebrows furrowed. Was there really something there? They continued forward and soon reached the spot where the noise had come from. On the ground lay a person, his clothes tattered, body emaciated and pale, devoid of any blood color. A small hole was visible on his forehead, clearly made by Yi Zhiga's sword chi. What surprised Wang Yuxuan was the green blood flowing from the forehead wound. The sword chi had struck right through the forehead and the thick green blood continuously oozed out. Why is his blood green? Could it be a mutation? Wang Yuxuan was astonished, her eyes fixed on the corpse. This isolated city, overshadowed by towering trees, where a single leaf could cover an adult, blocked even the daylight from penetrating. Therefore, the corpse was ghastly pale all over. She had some doubts that this person had lived here for years and his body might have already mutated. After all, with the resurgence of spiritual energy nowadays, many things, no matter how absurd, have indeed truly happened. Yi Zhiga was unconvinced and did not bother with Wang Yuxuan, who seemed lost in thought. He stepped over the corpse in front of him and walked into the dilapidated building. By the time Wang Yuxuan came to his senses, Yi Zhiga had already completely disappeared. Teacher Yi, Wang Yuxuan called out softly and hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered the building, a strong musty smell hit him. Not just outside the room, but even inside it was covered with vines and ferns. The ground was damp and made a sizzling sound when stepped on. Yi Zhiga moved through the darkness as if on flat ground, quickly reaching the 5th floor, which was the spot where the pale human had spied on them earlier. He found a relatively clean spot, sat down and started a fire. It was then that Wang Yuxuan finally caught up, holding a lighting device and consciously sitting down in front of Yi Zhiga. Teacher Yi, you mentioned earlier that there are many people in this abandoned city. I suspect that the others are like the one we just saw, already mutated, Wang Yuxuan said. Yi Zhiga, holding a stick, poked the burning fire and said, "It's not mutation, it's parasitism." Parasitism? Wang Yuxuan was somewhat puzzled. There's something here that has become sentient. Originally, all the people in this city were dead, but that sentient being planted its offspring inside these corpses, which is why you think those people are still alive. In fact, they've long been dead, and what's wrapped under the human skin is nothing more than other creatures, Yi Zhiga explained calmly. In fact, this is nothing. In the world of cultivation, there are even more outrageous things. In his memory, there was a powerful demon that slaughtered millions in a country overnight, turning them all into his puppets, Yi Zhiga continued. After listening to the explanation, Wang Yuxuan nodded as if he understood. You watch the fire, I'll go out and get some game, Yi Zhiga said as he stood up. Wang Yuxuan was startled, leaving her alone in this eerie place. She was just about to speak when she found that Yi Zhiga had already disappeared. Teacher Yi, Wang Yuxuan tentatively called out a few times, but heard no response, only her own voice echoing through the floors. She involuntarily shrank her neck and moved closer to the fire. Just then a cold wind blew in from the window, causing the flames to flicker violently. The flickering light reflected on Wang Yuxuan's pretty face, and she couldn't help feeling a bit creepy. However, she remembered Yi Zhiga's words and took great care of the fire, not letting it go out. Snap! Suddenly, there was a noise from the next room, like someone clapping, very clear. Wang Yuxuan immediately became alert, grabbed the long sword beside her, and her spiritual power started to circulate, ready to deal with any sudden situations. However, she remained on high alert for a long time but heard no further rustling. Just as she was about to lower her sword, a disturbance came from behind her and she distinctly felt something brushing against her hair. Who's there? Wang Yuxuan quickly stood up, drew her sword, and slashed behind her decisively, yet her strike hit nothing. There was emptiness behind her, nothing there at all. She frowned deeply. Was she just too nervous and mistaken? At that moment, Wang Yuxuan's body suddenly stiffened slightly, followed by a chilling sensation on her neck as something moist touched it. Instantly, goosebumps covered her body, but her reaction was swift. She spun around and slashed with her sword. Whoosh! The blade stirred a fierce wind in the air, yet behind her all was still silent with nothing in sight, but she had clearly felt a touch on her neck just moments ago. She reached out and touched her neck, finding it wet and sticky, which was disgusting. What is this? Playing tricks? If you dare come out and I'll split you with one stroke. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but shout, trying to embolden herself. It was too creepy. Something was seriously wrong with this building. Sudden clapping from next door, the brushing against her hair, the unknown object on her neck. How could these not make one's skin crawl? Wang Yuxuan scanned her surroundings warily. She was not afraid of visible opponents, but she was very wary of such unknown entities. The building was eerily empty. No one responded to her, and the silence was like that of the grave. The fire in the room flickered, and suddenly 2 drops of water fell, landing precisely on the fire, making a sizzling sound. Wang Yuxuan looked up immediately, then her hair stood on end and a chill spread over her entire body, feeling utterly horrified. On the ceiling, a ghastly pale figure hung hairless with its eyes wide open as if bulging out. It stared intently at Wang Yuxuan below with a smile so exaggerated that its mouth was grotesquely twisted, covering almost half of its face. Wang Yuxuan felt utterly disgusted and even more creeped out, seeing that it had been discovered that the creature on the ceiling no longer hid its presence and lunged straight down. Yi Zhiga had said that these were human corpses, merely hosting some parasitic life form. Realizing she had been toyed with by such a creature, Wang Yuxuan was furious. She didn't hold back, slashing her sword directly. With a crunch, one of the creature's legs was chopped off and a green viscous fluid like blood spurted out. However, the creature seemed not to feel any pain and immediately rolled over. With one leg gone, it couldn't move properly, so it used its hands to crawl rapidly on the ground. This monster was not very strong, probably only about the 4th stage of the awakening realm, and Wang Yuxuan could handle it easily. Even crawling on just 2 hands, the monster moved swiftly, quickly closing the distance to her. It then raised its arms high, seemingly aiming to grasp Wang Yuxuan's thighs. Its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth ready to bite. With a swift motion, Wang Yuxuan's sword came down and a head rolled away. She had decapitated the monster with a single strike. Wang Yuxuan felt a wave of nausea. Just moments ago, the creature had touched her hair and neck. Out of sight, out of mind, she grabbed the monster's corpse and dragged it to the window, tossing it out without hesitation. As her gaze inadvertently swept downward, she froze. Below, the ground was crowded with people, hundreds of pale figures looking up with gaping eyes and eerie smiles, staring intently at Wang Yuxuan standing by the window. Their ghastly pale faces looked up, their vacant eyes fixated on her like predators that had spotted their prey after a long wait. The ground was almost completely filled with these terrifying creatures, densely packed and chilling. Wang Yuxuan hastily retreated, hiding her body behind the window as cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Suddenly, the previously silent city was filled with loud noises. The building she was in began to shake. What was that noise? Anxious Wang Yuxuan peeked out the window again. The monsters gathered below were surging wildly, scrambling towards the building as if they were a rising tide. It was then that Wang Yuxuan realized why the building was shaking. Countless monsters had invaded and were climbing up. It was too late to run. The ground floor was overrun with creatures, and jumping down would only lead to a quicker death. Sensing the gravity of the situation, she quickly grabbed her sword and ran towards the staircase. No, she had to hold this position. If all the monsters made it up, it would be the end. Despite her panic, she quickly made a decision. The building in the deserted city was already in ruins, and now with such a number of monsters pouring in, it was trembling and might collapse soon. All Wang Yuxuan could do was pray silently, hoping to hold out until Yi Zhiga returned. She gripped her sword handle tightly, her spiritual energy overflowing, enveloping her body as she focused intently on the stairwell. Roars, countless roaring sounds accompanied by the noise of climbing grew louder and closer. Soon a group of monsters rushed up, using their hands and feet in a bizarre manner. Seeing Wang Yuxuan, they became even more frenzied, recklessly charging forward. However, due to the narrowness of the staircase, many were trampled underfoot and died at the hands of their kin. But this did not stop them from continuing their charge upwards. Wang Yuxuan gripped her long sword tightly, her arm suddenly exerting force, and the blade gleamed with a piercing cold light. Empowered by spiritual energy, her sword cut through iron as if it were mud, instantly beheading 3 monsters. Plop, plop, plop. Immediately green pus blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of the momentum, Wang Yuxuan kicked out, causing the 3 headless bodies to tumble down the stairs and crash into the group of monsters behind them. Many monsters were hit, causing a chain reaction of falling bodies, leading to even more monsters tumbling to the ground. However, this was only a brief delay. Wang Yuxuan dared not slacken her efforts. Sure enough, just a few breaths later, the monsters from below charged up again. Holding her long sword, she continuously swung, each strike capable of killing 2 to 3 monsters. Green viscous blood flowed in the stairwell, with limbs and severed parts everywhere. She exploited the narrowness of the stairwell, where the monsters could not swarm all at once, and kept fighting relentlessly. But there were simply too many monsters, continuously charging up as if they were inexhaustible. They opened their mouths wide, almost to the roots of their ears, recklessly advancing. Panting heavily, Wang Yuxuan was covered in green blood stains, with hundreds of monsters already slain by her sword, and the stairwell increasingly piled with corpses. Yet more and more monsters clambered over the bodies to continue their advance, and she dared not stop, desperately swinging her long sword. But just then Wang Yuxuan suddenly smelled the aroma of roasted meat. She instinctively turned her head and was surprised to find that Yi Zhiga had returned at some unknown time, sitting by the fire holding a deer leg, grilling it. He poked the fire with a stick, then examined the deer leg, feeling that it was about cooked, and casually tore off a small piece to taste, appearing very relaxed. Wang Yuxuan almost burst into tears, feeling that Yi Zhiga was mischievously bad, not even announcing his return, leaving her to fight desperately alone in the stairwell. Teacher Yi, there are many monsters downstairs, all trying to come up, Wang Yuxuan said anxiously. While speaking, she did not forget to swing her long sword, slaying several monsters that had already reached her. However, Yi Zhiga appeared indifferent. I know, I saw them when I came back. Wang Yuxuan was almost in tears, thinking, if you knew, why didn't you come to help? I'm almost exhausted. Teacher Yi, I can't hold on much longer. Wang Yuxuan clenched her teeth, having defended the entrance of the stairwell continuously without a moment's rest. She was nearly depleted of strength. You have to believe in yourself. This deer leg is quite fresh. The taste of the exotic beasts from Jingchu region is truly unique. Yi Zhiga tore off another piece of meat, showing a look of enjoyment, then took out a bottle of wine from his storage ring and took several big swigs. As for Wang Yuxuan, he had no immediate plans to help. After all, she was his student and it was normal to push her a bit. This was also a good opportunity to temper her and to verify how much her strength had improved. Hearing Yi Zhiga's words, Wang Yuxuan felt overwhelmed, gasping for air, her body aching intensely. As I desperately fought at the front, you sat back and enjoyed yourself as if on a vacation, feasting on roasted meat and sipping wine. What a great teacher you are. Despite her jest, Wang Yuxuan was aware that Yi Zhiga wanted to toughen her up, so she stopped talking and focused on the monsters that kept rushing at them. The sounds of creatures scaling the building were relentless. Wang Yuxuan's spiritual energy was now much thinner than before and her physical strength was rapidly depleting. Clenching her teeth, ignoring the insufficient supply of spiritual power and the pain in her body, she continued to fight, constantly changing her sword techniques. She was using the Qingyu sword technique taught by Yi Zhiga, and although she had only practiced it for less than a week, she had grasped the basics. This was also why Wang Yuxuan had been able to hold her ground at the stairwell for so long. However, she was reaching her limit. Her body was nearly exhausted and even swinging her sword felt incredibly strenuous. With a thrust, she beheaded an approaching monster, causing her to stagger back 2 steps, her footing unstable. The monsters in the stairwell roared, sensing her weakening state, and surged forward excitedly. Wang Yuxuan had given her all and was utterly drained, unable to even lift her sword. She could only watch helplessly as the monsters drew closer. Suddenly, a sword she shot through, carrying a fierce and unmatched force, instantly piercing through the monsters approaching her. After piercing them, the sword she didn't dissipate but seemed to have its own consciousness, continuing to shoot downward in the stairwell. The sounds of a sharp weapon piercing flesh were incessant and swathes of monsters fell continuously. Wang Yuxuan sighed in relief. She knew it must have been Yi Zhiga who acted. Breathing heavily, she stood trembling slightly, not from fear but from sheer exhaustion. She listened to the sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh below, full of longing. Wondering when she would possess such strength, seeing her standing there lost in thought, Yi Zhiga chuckled and said, "What are you standing there for? Come over and rest a bit." The deer leg in his hand was well roasted, sizzling with oil and sprinkled with spices taken from a storage ring, emitting an appetizing fragrance. Dragging her tired body, Wang Yuxuan sat down by the fire. Right now she didn't want to move at all and just wished for a hot bath followed by a good sleep. A sword is not to be wielded like that, Yi Zhiga said as he tore off a large piece of deer meat and handed it to her. Wang Yuxuan took the meat and instantly felt awake, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Zhiga. He ate his meat unhurriedly and took a sip of wine before slowly starting to speak. Using a sword to kill enemies mainly relies on skill and techniques, and also on using your heart, not like how you were just using brute force. That will only waste your energy unnecessarily. Having said that, he added, however, it's still too early to discuss all this now. You'll understand once you get more familiar with it all. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but give a wry smile, thinking to herself that he was just speaking to the wind. But she wasn't in a hurry either. After all, she had only started sword training a few days ago, and she understood the folly of aiming too high too soon. At that moment, Yi Zhiga took out a cup from his storage ring, filled it with wine and handed it over to her. "This is wine I brewed myself, care to try?" Wang Yuxuan was somewhat surprised, as she hadn't expected her makeshift teacher to also be skilled in brewing wine. She took the cup with both hands, and immediately a strong aroma of alcohol mixed with medicinal herbs hit her nose. "This is a medicinal wine I brewed when I had nothing else to do," Yi Zhiga explained. "This wine has been stored in my ring for at least 100 years. When I brewed it, I used the finest spirit wine and medicinal herbs from the cultivation world, a real tonic for cultivators." Wang Yuxuan wasn't a drinker, but since it was Yi Zhiga who offered it, she brought the cup to her lips and took a small sip. As soon as the wine entered her mouth, a spicy sensation overwhelmed her, followed by a feeling as if a fire was burning in her chest, the spiritual power within traveling through her limbs and bones. Suddenly blood trickled from her nostrils, and with her eyes closing, Wang Yuxuan fainted. "Oh no, I forgot that ordinary people can't handle the medicinal strength of this wine. I should have diluted it first." Yi Zhiga slapped his forehead in frustration. The ingredients he used for his wine were all top-grade materials from the cultivation world. In simple terms, Wang Yuxuan had been overwhelmed by an excess of tonic and her body couldn't handle it. Yi Zhiga let out a helpless chuckle, straightened Wang Yuxuan's slumped body and then continued to drink alone. The next morning, as the sun rose, the city remained dim, the sunlight unable to pierce through the thick branches and leaves of the giant trees. Wang Yuxuan slowly woke up, her eyes full of confusion. How had she fallen asleep last night? She held her head, suddenly remembering the cup of wine Yi Zhiga had handed her. Could it be that there was something in the wine? Alarmed, she hastily checked her body and found no signs of her clothes being torn, which relieved her. Yi Zhiga saw her actions and couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking, what does she take me for? Master Yi, how did you brew that wine? It's so potent, just one sip and I was out, Wang Yuxuan murmured. Watching her, Yi Zhiga said gruffly, that's a top-quality medicinal wine worth a fortune and a real tonic. Whether you're injured or ill, one sip is guaranteed to cure, no to heal. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan was stunned, realizing she had been knocked out by the tonic. But she indeed felt a change in her body. The soreness from the night before was gone and the spiritual energy inside her flowed more smoothly than before. She could also feel a significant improvement in her physical strength. If she were to face the situation from last night in her current state, she was confident that she wouldn't exhaust so quickly. It was as if she had unlocked the vital energy channels within her body. Who would believe, she mused, that such a transformation was all due to a sip of wine? Thud, thud, thud. Just then, amidst the silence of the abandoned city, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The ground trembled and numerous buildings began to shake. Wang Yuxuan quickly looked outside and saw an enormous tree with its roots moving, stepping into the desolate city. The thick roots, like tentacles, touched the ground for a moment, causing earth and rocks to shatter and dust to fill the air. What was even more shocking was that the tree's trunk bore a human face, with eyes glowing green like two giant lanterns in the dark city. Chilling to the bone, those gigantic eyes moved and soon noticed the bodies of pale monsters scattered throughout the city. The next moment it began to cry out in agony, its voice piercingly sharp. Buildings close to it shattered from the vibration, with blocks of concrete and steel bars flying through the air. My children, who did this? The tree's human voice echoed throughout the city, its power immense, causing Wang Yuxuan to grimace in pain and cover her ears. She was certain that this tree's cultivation had reached the royal realm, possibly even higher. From the tree's words, she also gathered additional information. The monsters slain last night were its offspring. When Yi Zhiga had mentioned upon entering the city that something had become a spirit here, he was undoubtedly referring to this giant tree, and the human bodies harboring those small tree spirits that explained why their blood was green. Wang Yuxuan suddenly realized. By then Yi Zhiga was also awake, stretching lazily before casually glancing at the distant tree spirit. With just one look he knew it was at the pinnacle of the royal realm. The tree spirit sensed the presence of living people in a nearby building and realized that this place had the most bodies of its offspring. It understood immediately, it was the people in that building who had killed all its children. Die, all of you die. The tree spirit, nearly frenzied, suddenly shook its massive body and dozens of leaves fell, each large enough to easily envelop an adult human. As it spoke, the massive leaves, imbued with tremendous energy, shot out. With the help of spiritual power, dozens of large leaves spun at high speeds, creating sonic booms targeting the building where Yi Zhiga and another were located. Disturbing one's peaceful morning sleep. Begone. Yi Zhiga casually slapped his hand out. Instantly, a gigantic palm imprint appeared in the sky above the abandoned city, collapsing the void and interweaving thousands of winds and thunders, covering the sun and bringing boundless pressure down. High above, the enormous palm imprint almost covered the entire city, pressing down with endless majesty. The dozens of leaves shot out by the tree spirit were instantly ground to dust under this terrifying pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The abandoned city continued to sink, numerous skyscrapers shattered, and the ground collapsed. The terrifying palm imprint, growing ever larger above the tree spirit's head, seemed unstoppable. At this moment, the tree spirit felt its soul trembling, wanting to flee, yet it was horrified to find itself completely immobilized, as if bound by invisible shackles. It could only watch helplessly as the boundless palm imprint fell, crushing it alive. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire abandoned city collapsed and was obliterated, and the tree spirit, under the devastating palm imprint, turned into a mist of blood. Until its death, the tree spirit could not understand how, with its peak king-level cultivation, it failed to make even a slight ripple before being abruptly terminated. With the death of the tree spirit, the terrifying palm imprint also disappeared. Vanishing along with the imprint were the entire abandoned city and the enormous trees that blocked out the sun around the city. This dark, sunless place welcomed its first ray of sunlight. Wang Yuxuan standing beside Yi Zhiga was thus unharmed, her face showing an extremely shocked expression. The oppressive feeling of the sky-covering palm imprint had a huge impact on her heart. A single palm had flattened a city, instantly killing a creature at the peak of king level. Even a nuclear bomb wouldn't be this fierce, right? Wang Yuxuan saw it clearly. This was just a casual palm strike from Yi Zhiga. Initially, she thought that Yi Zhiga was only highly skilled in swordsmanship, but she realized her vision had been too narrow. While she was still stunned, Yi Zhiga's voice faintly rang out, "Stop daydreaming, let's go, I'll take you to a fun place." With that, Wang Yuxuan felt a hand grab her wrist, and then the scenery around her rapidly receded. By the time she reacted, they had already left the abandoned city and arrived at the foot of a majestic mountain. This mountain was brimming with auspicious energy, and spiritual energy flowed around it. It was clearly no ordinary place. Wang Yuxuan straightened her wind-blown hair and asked, "Master Yi, where is this?" "The old lair of that tree spirit just now," Yi Zhiga replied. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but be stunned. Not only had they killed it, but now they were also poking around its lair. Was this a push for total annihilation? The two then began to ascend the mountain. As soon as they set foot within the mountain's range, they could feel a strong life force flowing, making them feel relaxed and happy. Ahead, a powerful surge of spiritual power spouted from a huge ancient cave. That tree spirit really knew how to pick a spot. Yi Zhiga chuckled lightly. This mountain range, where spiritual and life energies intertwine, is indeed a treasure land. Wang Yuxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as she continued to survey the area. "Let's go in and take a look," Yi Zhiga suggested. Just as they approached the cave entrance, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! A beastly roar came from within, followed by a huge head poking out of the cave, its gaze icy, its body shimmering with a ghostly light. Since when did humans dare to set foot in the lands of Jingqiu, let alone come here to offend? The massive head of the lizard spoke, its voice shaking the entire forest and causing leaves to flutter down. This was a lizard of royal stature, its body covered in scales that shimmered with a cold light, measuring over 30 meters in length. Its huge mouth opened and closed, revealing terrifying fangs. "Your master is dead, and yet you as watchdog remain so loyal and dutiful?" Yi Zhiga mockingly stared at it. The lizard was not very strong, probably having just advanced to the royal realm, otherwise it wouldn't have been enslaved by that tree spirit. "Stop your deceitful words," the lizard roared, its royal aura bursting forth, causing many strange beasts across the mountains to tremble. It opened its mouth wide, ejecting a thick white liquid that thundered towards them, its venomous saliva highly corrosive. Child's play. Yi Zhiga, carrying Wang Yuxuan, moved forward undisturbed by the incoming venom. With a flick of his finger, flames roared, turning the ancient cave into a field of fire for hundreds of meters, melting the ground and evaporating the venom before it could even land. "You!" The lizard was horrified. It was a beast king, and its venom was almost unstoppable, yet the man before it seemed utterly unaffected, not to mention the blazing flames which it feared would end its life. It quickly realized that this human was not to be provoked. Instantly, the lizard submitted, laying its massive body on the ground as a sign of fealty. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I am willing to serve as your mount. Just spare my life and everything in this cave is yours." Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Weren't beast kings supposed to be proud creatures that rarely bowed their heads? It seemed that wasn't entirely the case now. "A mount, you think you qualify?" Yi Zhiga's gaze was indifferent as he continued, "As for the things in this cave, they will be mine whether you live or die." With those words, he flicked his finger, releasing a burst of sword energy that instantly pierced the lizard's head, ending its life. At that moment, the cave bustled as several small tree spirits emerged. They were about the size of an average human, with human-like faces on their trunks now showing expressions of terror. Yi Zhiga clenched his hand, and the group of little tree spirits burst apart, turning into a mist of blood. The two then stepped into the ancient cave, ready to plunder. Inside, the cave was littered with the skeletons of humans and strange beasts entwined with vines. Clearly, the tree spirits had captured them for parasitism, but failing, the flesh had been consumed by the vines. "These creatures deserve to die," remarked Wang Yuxuan, clenching his sword as he observed the scene. Yi Zhiga remained unaffected. What does it matter? In the world of cultivation, it is truly the survival of the fittest. As long as one is powerful enough, they transcend all rules. Take whatever you want by force, kill what displeases you, even if it means slaughtering an entire nation. No one will dare to interfere with you. As I ventured deeper, the temperature inside the cave dropped, yet the concentration of spiritual energy increased the further I went, deep within the ancient cave. There was a small pool spanning a few square meters, its waters blue and shimmering with light emitting a cold aura. In the center of the pool bloomed a lotus flower, blue and white, unfazed by the chilly waters, blossoming and releasing bursts of refreshing fragrance. This was a spiritual medicine. Wang Yuxuan's face showed astonishment. No wonder such immense spiritual energy filled this ancient cave. Hidden deep inside was a celestial-like realm where a tree spirit had planted this spiritual medicine. Around the pool grew several peculiar herbs, also glowing, though not as magnificent as the lotus in the pool, but still quite extraordinary, showing signs of evolving into spiritual medicine. As for Yi Zhiga, he merely glanced at them before turning his attention away. These low-level herbs could not capture his interest. He continued searching and found a fist-sized glowing crystal in a corner, a spirit stone. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting to find such a mineral here. Spirit stones are widely used in the cultivation world. They contain high-purity spiritual energy that can be absorbed for cultivation, used as currency, or even crafted into storage rings. The trip was worth it after all. Yi Zhiga weighed the spirit stone in his hand and then began to split it into 3 parts, infusing his spiritual power to refine it. Moments later, the impurities from the divided spirit stones fell away, transforming into 3 storage rings floating in the air. Looking at the 3 storage rings floating before him, Yi Zhiga was satisfied and grasped them in his hand. Wang Yuxuan also cast a curious glance. Yi Zhiga casually tossed one of the storage rings to her. "Teacher Yi, what is this?" Wang Yuxuan asked seriously as she caught it and examined it in her palm. The storage ring was cool to the touch and emitted a faint pulse of spiritual energy. "A storage ring," Yi Zhiga explained with a smile. "It uses spiritual power to store items, though it cannot hold living things." Wang Yuxuan looked surprised. She had only read about such things in novels and never expected they could actually be crafted in reality. No wonder Yi Zhiga always seemed to have whatever he needed despite carrying nothing. It was because he had a storage ring. She slipped it onto her finger, examining it back and forth, clearly very pleased with it. "Thank you, Teacher Yi," Wang Yuxuan exclaimed happily, no longer worried about how much luggage to carry when traveling. Yi Zhiga nonchalantly waved his hand, collecting the remaining 2 storage rings, planning to give one to each of his parents when he returned home. Wang Yuxuan activated her spiritual powers, storing her long sword in the storage ring and then retrieving it, repeating the process several times, growing more delighted each time. Watching her, Yi Zhiga shook his head disapprovingly at her naivety. Then he focused his attention on the lotus in the distant pool, reached out his hand and immediately drew it towards him, grasping it in his hand. The lotus emitted a refreshing fragrance that was heart-stirring, its petals trembling slightly. Evidently possessing some degree of sentience and now feeling fear, activating his spiritual power, a halo of light appeared, fully stimulating the medicinal properties of the lotus, its fragrance penetrating outward, enticing the myriad exotic beasts lurking outside the ancient cave. Yi Zhiga naturally sensed it and released a wisp of oppressive aura, immediately causing the exotic beasts within dozens of miles to shiver with fear. He gently clenched the lotus in his hand, and the halo around it instantly retracted. The lotus was quickly refined by him into a blue and white pill. He then casually tossed the pill to Wang Yuxuan. "You're in luck, eat this, and you should be able to break through right here and ascend to the rank of king," Yi Zhiga said indifferently. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan was almost moved to tears. This was a spiritual medicine coveted by many great forces, and now it was simply handed to her. Seeing her touched expression, Yi Zhiga quickly spoke. "Hold back those tears, eat the pill and soak in that pool over there." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan rolled her eyes, thinking Yi Zhiga really had no sense of romance. Just when the mood was getting emotional, he broke it with a single sentence. However, she obediently swallowed the pill, and a gentle spiritual force began surging within her, nourishing her meridians. The effects of spiritual medicine could be intense for transcendence, and consuming it was risky as it might cause their bodies to burst, but the pill refined by Yi Zhiga was surprisingly mild. Wang Yuxuan gave him a deep look, her eyes filled with admiration. Feeling her gaze, Yi Zhiga felt goosebumps all over and turned his back to avoid further discomfort. Without further delay, Wang Yuxuan leaped into the pool to refine the pill within her body. The chill from the pool clung to her skin like a thin veil of silk. This was the birthplace of the lotus, and now in conjunction it could maximize the medicinal properties of the pill. Her breakthrough would take some time, Yi Zhiga murmured to himself, feeling it was time to attend to other matters. He then left the ancient cave, setting up a barrier at the entrance to ward off exotic beasts, and left with peace of mind. Scene shift, Yi Zhiga had now arrived at a mountain range stretching thousands of miles, resembling a giant dragon lying on the earth, rich in spiritual energy no less than the territory occupied by the tree spirits. Boom! In the mountain range, two colossal beasts were fighting, shaking the ground and sending rocks flying. These were two beast kings. One resembled a lion with three heads, its golden fur shimmering in the sunlight as it spat flames that could melt mountains and refine stones. The other was like a pangolin, its back covered in dark green scales, its powerful forelimbs could shake the mountains with a mere pat. Yi Zhiga had been drawn here by these two battling beast kings. He stood midair, quietly watching. Suddenly he noticed a young man lying in wait in the mountains below, also observing the battling beast kings. Interesting, Yi Zhiga couldn't help but smile. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the young man, an aura that belonged to the realm of cultivators. Could it be that this person had also breached the barriers from the cultivators' realm to Earth? But how did he know the coordinates of Earth? A series of questions emerged in Yi Zhiga's mind, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Amidst the mountains, two beast kings continued their fierce battle there. Roars shaking the heavens and earth. The three-headed Lion King with a powerful pounce slammed its hefty forelimbs onto the back of the pangolin, causing a loud thud as the pangolin's tough and massive shell caved in. This was undoubtedly a severe blow, and the pangolin let out a pained roar. Knowing it was outmatched, it swiftly swung its sharp claws, attempting to burrow away. However, the three-headed Lion King would not allow it any escape, spewing flames from its mouth to block any retreat before lunging forward to bite. Through the pangolin's neck, roar! The Lion King stood over the body of the pangolin, letting out a roar that echoed through the mountains as if declaring its sovereignty. Yet at that moment a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing firmly before it. It was Yi Zhiga, who watched the three-headed Lion King with interest, showing a satisfied expression. The sudden appearance of this human startled the Lion King. It was unheard of for a human to dare enter this territory of Jingchu unafraid. Moreover, the way this human looked at it somehow sent a chill down its spine. Little lion, I'll be borrowing something from you. Yi Zhiga spoke, pleased with this lion, its robust physique suggesting it would be delicious. Human, you've got some nerve. The Lion King regained its senses, flames rising in its eyes and its fur bristling like steel needles. It snapped its massive jaws at Yi Zhiga. Unperturbed, Yi Zhiga activated his sword energy and met the attack head-on. Crack! The sword energy, vibrant as a rainbow, instantly severed all three heads, which heavily thudded to the ground. This scene was witnessed by a young man hiding in the mountains. Master, that man is very strong, the young man whispered, his eyes filled with wariness. As he spoke, the pendant on his chest flickered slightly, followed by a melodious female voice in his ear. This person's silhouette seems familiar, but it must be a coincidence. Do not panic, there's no one in this world who can defeat your master, just go ahead, I've got your back. Hearing the voice from the pendant, excitement surged across the young man's face, and he no longer held back, rising to hurry towards the scene below. The young man, named Wang Feng, was an orphan abandoned from childhood, but fortunately his natural strength was extraordinary, which led to his adoption. 3 years ago, when the spiritual energy revived, he was abandoned again due to his inability to afford the residence rights in a giant city, forcing him to make his stand in a scavenger camp. To survive, he worked from dawn till dusk every day. Just 3 months ago, he stumbled upon a pendant in a forbidden area which contained a soul body, marking the beginning of his turnaround. With the help of a soul entity he had cultivated to the quasi-king realm in 3 months, and his status in the scavenger camp had risen significantly, Wang Feng entered the Jingchu region with the intention of hunting a king-tier beast, hoping to consume its blood for another evolution and to break through to the king realm. Just as he entered the mountain range, he encountered two beast kings in battle. Thinking he could take advantage of the situation, only to have Yi Zhiga suddenly appear, Wang Feng tumbled through the mountains, his blood and chi surging, making no effort to conceal his presence as he quickly approached Yi Zhiga below. Seconds later, he arrived behind Yi Zhiga. Yi Zhiga had already sensed the other's presence but paid no heed, focusing instead on cleaning the beast king's corpses. Hey, I found these two beast kings first. Shouldn't there be a rule of first come, first served? Wang Feng spoke arrogantly, his voice filled with defiance. These past 3 months had been nothing but victorious, and whenever he faced an opponent he couldn't defeat, his master would assist him, causing his suppressed heart from the past decade to twist and swell rapidly. He felt he had undergone a transformation, possessing the capital to be arrogant. Yi Zhiga turned around and glanced at him, his eyes briefly lingering on the pendant on his chest, instantly discerning everything about him. I originally thought I had encountered a fellow Taoist from the cultivation world only to find it's just a soul housed in a pendant. Little boy, I killed this beast king. Do you think it belongs to you just because you saw it first? Yi Zhiga's gaze was mocking. Little boy, I think you're courting death. Without any hesitation, Wang Feng activated his spiritual power and the bones in his flesh crackled loudly. His body instantly grew larger, like a small mountain. I can't see through this person's strength, and there's a familiar feeling about him. Don't be rash, the female voice in the pendant suddenly echoed in Wang Feng's mind. Wang Feng, however, scoffed dismissively. Master, didn't you say there were no opponents for you on earth? Why fear him? Just kill him. With a thud, he took a step forward and the ground trembled slightly, showing the immense power contained in his body. Wang Feng fiercely threw a punch, his fist as large as a clay pot hurtling towards Yi Zhiga's head. Bang! However, the scene Wang Feng envisioned of his opponent's head exploding did not occur. Instead, he felt the world spinning around him, and then inexplicably he found himself lying on the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his bones nearly dislocated from the impact. Yi Zhiga stepped forward and kicked Wang Feng in the chest, instantly causing his chest to cave in and burst open, with scalding blood spraying out and his beating organs faintly visible. The excruciating pain turned Wang Feng's face deathly pale. His body shrank back to its normal size, shaking and convulsing. Fellow Taoist, why not come out for a meeting? Yi Zhiga looked directly at the pendant on his chest, calling it out clearly. It's him. How could it be him? At that moment the female voice in Wang Feng's mind echoed again, this time filled with horror, as if she had seen something terrifying. Wang Feng was in so much pain he nearly passed out. If not for his strong physique, he might have already died. He heard the fearful voice in his mind, tinged with dissatisfaction. Master, why didn't you take action just now? His kick almost killed me. Why him? It's over, it's all over. Hurry Xiaofeng, give me control of your body, quick. The anxious female voice echoed again in his mind. All right. Wang Feng thought she was about to intervene, so he replied mentally and relaxed his body, allowing the power from the pendant on his chest to seep through. His weak gaze mocked Yi Zhiga, as if to say, you're finished, not even the gods can save you now. Nascent soul stage. Yi Zhiga chuckled lightly, not bothering to stop him, but instead watched with a playful look as Wang Feng's nascent soul power surged, his bones and flesh glowing and regenerating, his injuries healing rapidly. His eyes shifted from black to red and his aura exploded around him. With a swoosh he soared into the sky, turning into a streak of light that fled into the distance. Yi Zhiga watched the direction of his escape with a smile, not chasing immediately but instead stowing the prepared beast king meat into his storage ring. Master, why run away? Wouldn't it be better to just slap him dead? Wang Feng's voice sounded. He was puzzled. His usually domineering master chose to flee today, and he even felt that she seemed afraid. Shut up, you have no idea how terrifying he is. We're in trouble now. How did he also come to this world? The female voice sounded full of anxiety and fear, frantically pushing her spiritual power to its limits to increase her speed. She couldn't help but recall the scene from years ago, when many sects besieged one man. The man in the blue robe moved as if he was in an uninhabited territory, his sword energy sweeping through, causing many sects to fall into disarray, blood flowing into rivers, and yet he emerged unscathed. She too was suppressed by his sword energy in that battle, her nascent soul drifting in the chaotic flows of the realm for hundreds of years, only by chance arriving on Earth. She had hoped that, with the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, she could condense a complete nascent soul and return to her peak or even surpass it. But today she had once again seen that man in the blue robe. We can't stay here, we must find a safe place to hide, the female voice sounded, but remembering his terrifying strength, she wasn't even sure she could escape, her mood instantly plunging into despair. They fled relentlessly all afternoon, not daring to stop for a moment until the sun set and their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Only then did they find a mountain top to hide in. Master, where have we ended up? Wang Feng asked, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, his voice weak. Already gravely injured, the crazy expenditure during their escape had left his energy utterly depleted. At that moment the pendant on his chest flashed and a ghostly figure of a woman floated out. She had silver white hair, red eyes, and was dressed in a purple robe, her skin like porcelain, her beauty striking. Due to the severe depletion of her spiritual power, her already fragmented soul became even more ethereal. Although Wang Feng knew his master was a woman, this was the first time he had seen her reveal herself, and he couldn't help but stare, silently swallowing. He truly hadn't expected his master to be so beautiful. I don't know where this is either, but with my speed I must have already left the borders of China, the woman said. Master, who exactly is that person? He seems to make even you wary. Wang Feng grimaced, his injuries making him uncomfortable. Knowing won't help you, just focus on your training. When you've grown stronger, I'll tell you then. The woman sighed, looking around uneasily. She saw potential in Wang Feng and intended to nurture him, hoping that once he matured, she could reconstitute her complete primordial spirit and look for an opportunity to return to the cultivation world. She hadn't expected such a drastic change to occur now. She was well aware of Yi Ziji's terror and felt that the path ahead would be exceptionally difficult. Fellow Taoist, why leave in such a hurry? Just then, a gentle male voice sounded. Hearing this, both Wang Feng and the woman's faces showed a look of terror, and they involuntarily turned towards the source of the voice. On a huge rock not far away, a man in a green robe sat cross-legged. The wind blew through the mountains, waving his long hair and deep eyes, his hand propping his chin, a smile on his face as he looked at the master and disciple. It was Yi Zhige, now appearing as he had when he first returned from the cultivation world. Seeing the true form of Yi Zhige, the fear in the woman's eyes surged. She had held onto a sliver of hope, but with Yi Zhige's arrival it completely dissipated. So it's the Fairy Qing Luan from the Jade Pond, unseen for hundreds of years. I didn't expect you were still alive. Yi Zhigu expressed his surprise, recognizing the familiar aura as an enemy who had once died under his sword. He had thought to spare a fellow cultivator from the same realm, but now it seemed unnecessary. His words pierced Qing Luan's heart like a sharp sword, the immense humiliation and deep shadows lingering. Qing Luan glanced at Wang Feng, a decisive look in her eyes, and then erupted the last of her primordial spirit's power and swiftly fled. She felt an overwhelming pressure from Yi Zhigu, who sat there leisurely, making her feel as if the sky was crashing down. Watching Qing Luan flee, Yi Zhigu's eyes filled with a mocking glee, glancing at Wang Feng and laughing. It seems your master no longer wants you. Wang Feng's expression turned extremely ugly at this moment, never expecting Qing Luan to abandon him so decisively, but he was incredibly loyal and roared at Yi Zhigu. If you have an issue, take it up with me. What kind of man bullies a woman? Such deep bond between master and disciple. Yi Zhigu couldn't help but laugh, his gaze intensifying. Bang! The next second, Wang Feng exploded like an overinflated balloon, bursting into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind. Don't worry, your master will soon join you. Qing Luan desperately pushed her spiritual power, frantically fleeing, making her already soul-like form even more ethereal, as if she would dissipate in the next moment. But she had no choice. Only by desperately fighting could there be a sliver of hope for survival. Fellow Taoist, please halt. Suddenly Yi Zhiga's voice came again. He stood in the air ahead of Qing Luan, as if he knew her escape route, specifically waiting there for her. Next to Yi Zhiga stood an item. It was a soul banner similar to those used at funerals, over 3 meters tall, with a black pole engraved with mysterious runes, its purple banner fluttering in the wind, continuously emitting endless grievances and wails. The banner of 1,000 souls. Qing Luan screamed, her face filled with terror, and she turned to flee. Fairy Qing Luan, escape is futile. The seat within the banner has long been prepared for you. Yi Zhiga reached out and grabbed the banner of 1,000 souls, and immediately a massive surge of dark energy burst forth, covering the sky and bringing forth countless ghostly shadows mixed with endless grievances. The swirling dark energy in the sky gradually formed a vortex, its terrifying suction force rendering Qing Luan immobile, her form involuntarily flying towards the banner. No, no, Qing Luan cried in agony, feeling the endless chill emanating from within the banner, struggling desperately. Suddenly, she noticed a human city below her, tens of thousands of meters in the air, and a spark of light flashed in her eyes. Ye the old demon, even if my soul shatters, I won't let you benefit. With those words, Qing Luan slammed her hand onto her crown, causing her soul-like body to disintegrate instantly, turning into countless specks of light rain scattering over the city below. The city, home to hundreds of thousands, was now covered by more than half in this light rain. Basking in it, Yi Zhiga swept his spiritual sense and found that the city below did not belong to Huaxia, an island country. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Earth's surface had expanded dozens of times, and it was for this reason that the originally tiny island nation's territory had also greatly expanded. Qing Luan, you really are a good person, contributing hundreds of thousands of souls to me even in death. Yi Zhiga laughed heartily, feeling nuclearly good, and upon realizing that the area below was under the jurisdiction of the island country, he immediately took action. In the city below, countless people were bathing in the light rain from Qing Luan's disintegration, enjoying the sensation. Many of them were extraordinary beings, feeling as if they were being sublimated, their bodies relaxed and comfortable. Amazing! I feel like I am evolving again. Heaven bless the island nation, this is a miracle granting us fortune, haha, I feel like I am about to ascend. Numerous people excitedly shouted, arms spread wide, eyes closed in enjoyment, letting the light rain fall on them. More than half of the city's population were cheering and leaping for joy, and after bathing in the light rain, many extraordinary beings even felt their limitations loosening, sensing an imminent breakthrough. But suddenly, the scene changed dramatically. Boom! The clear sky suddenly shook. A fierce thunderbolt flashed across, followed by endless dark mist sweeping over everything, shrouding the entire city in just moments. Countless people in the city stood frozen, looking up, startled by this abrupt change. Ghostly shadows flitted through the air, and an eerie, sinister feeling descended instantly. Wails and cries filled every corner of the city with endless resentment. This terrifying sight instantly sparked panic among many. The city that had been orderly just moments ago now descended into chaos. Yet, some believed this was a divine sign that the gods were bestowing new powers upon them. Whoosh! The wind howled as if 1,000 ghosts were wailing in unison. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of people within the city suddenly became expressionless, their translucent souls drawn out of their bodies, following the black winds upwards. Looking at their bodies now lifeless on the ground, everyone realized this was no miracle, it was a harvesting of their lives. No, let me go back. Is this a soul? Am I dead? So cold, I don't want to die. Ghosts, I see so many ghosts. Countless people wailed, their souls trapped in a dark vortex, merging with the drifting shadows in the air. In an instant, the souls of hundreds of thousands were detached from their bodies, drawn into the pitch-black whirl in the sky, a tremendous suction locking them firmly in place. They struggled desperately to break free and return to their own bodies, but all efforts were in vain. Everyone was locked down, invisible hooks piercing through them, dragging them step by step deeper into the vortex. At that moment, Xinghuan, who had just shattered her own soul, reappeared, extremely weak, her body wrapped in dark mists. Yi Lama, your heart is so cruel, treating the lives of hundreds of thousands as nothing. Xinghuan's eyes were filled with rage, staring fixedly at Yi Zhiga in the high skies. Human lives? Are the beasts of this island country also considered human? Yi Zhiga laughed, holding the banner of 1,000 souls, his entire being enveloped by countless wronged souls, his long black hair wildly fluttering, his gaze piercing. Being taken into my banner, they die without regrets. Yi Zhiga's voice echoed in the heavens, towering above all, looking disdainfully down at the hundreds of thousands of souls. Hearing his commanding voice, like the rumbling of thunder, all the souls trembled. In fact, Yi Zhiga's target had always been only Qinghuan. The hundreds of thousands in this city under Island Nation's jurisdiction were merely collateral. Boom! Thunder flashed, the wind howled fiercely, and silver-white lightning pierced through the clouds, continuously striking the city below. In an instant, buildings crumbled, blood splattered, and the bodies of hundreds of thousands were struck by the lightning, instantly annihilated, whimpering. The souls shackled by the invisible hooks wept at this sight, their cries merging with the myriad drifting shadows continuously pulled into the banner of 1,000 souls. Among them was also Qinghuan, a key focus of Yi Zhiga, who naturally would not let her escape. With a wave of his hand, Yi Zhiga seized her soul. Did she really think that by disintegrating her spirit and hiding in a mortal's body she could escape doom? The soul of someone at the nascent soul stage, even if dispersed and absorbed by another, would give rise to traces of nascent soul power as the absorber's strength increased. Although it was just a trace, it was enough for resurrection. It was only a matter of time, perhaps decades or even hundreds of years, before a thread of the nascent soul could be condensed, but that was sufficient. Do not think she was trying to benefit the mortals just now. There are no such altruistic cultivators in the world. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, this is the mainstream of cultivation. What Qinghuan did, had it been another cultivator, might indeed have caused a headache, but unfortunately for her, she encountered Yi Zhiga, who simply took everything as it was. Yi the demon, you. Qinghuan wanted to say something more, but Yi Zhiga did not want to listen anymore, directly stuffing her into the banner of 1,000 souls. The air was still filled with dark mist, the banner of 1,000 souls like a bottomless pit, swallowing the souls of hundreds of thousands of islanders in just a moment. Yi Zhiga was ruthless, leaving no life in the city below, not even stray dogs, as their souls were also pulled out and swallowed by the banner. As all souls were consumed, the wandering shadows gradually dissipated, the dark mist slowly fading until everything returned to normal. Everything reverted to the clear skies as before. Only now, the city below had turned into ruins, a desolate dead city, a sight of utter devastation. It's been a while since you were last fed. You must be full now, right? Yi Zhiga muttered to himself, looking at the banner of 1,000 souls in his hand. The purple banner fluttered, brushing lightly over Yi Zhiga's fingers, as if actively responding. Now that you're full, let's go back, Yi Zhiga whispered, storing the banner of 1,000 souls, and stepped forward, his figure disappearing from the spot as if he had never been there. Soon, the upper echelons of the island nation realized something was amiss when one of their giant cities lost contact and quickly sent people to investigate. However, those who came to inspect were so shaken by the sight of the city's transformation that they were speechless. At the same time, the news leaked and many journalists went to the city the same day, some even daring to enter, reporting the current state of the city. That day, the international community was shaken. A giant city in the island nation was mysteriously destroyed and hundreds of thousands died inexplicably. This was a shocking headline. Everyone who saw the news was utterly astounded. The scene was too horrifying. Such grand buildings in the city were destroyed. Everyone had perished. There were no survivors. Someone commented online, "What exactly happened to that city? It was destroyed silently." Others felt a chill. The news spread extraordinarily fast. It didn't take long before many countries were aware of the disastrous situation that had struck the island nation. The impact of the event was massive, truly shocking. Some speculated whether it might be fake news, as the scale of the disaster seemed unbelievable. A giant city just obliterated. However, it was soon confirmed by insiders that the situation was indeed real, validating the authenticity of the reports that had been circulated. The entire population of the island nation was engulfed in a wave of panic, fearing that their city might be next. The leaders of the island were overwhelmed, unable to breathe under the immense pressure of public opinion. Moreover, they were terrified. The city had been in regular contact just the day before, only to be struck by a catastrophic disaster today, leaving no survivors. Despite racking their brains, the leaders could not provide a satisfactory explanation to their people and could only try to soothe them continuously. Meanwhile, other nations remained watchful, sensing something amiss in the incident. A nuclear strike that seemed improbable, as the evidence from videos and photos from the scene did not support this theory. An attack by a horde of beasts? That too seemed unlikely, because it would not lead to such a quick downfall, especially given the presence of extraordinary beings in such a large city. Ensuring that not a single survivor would remain was implausible. While some were grieving and others were worried, naturally there were also those who rejoiced. Upon hearing the news of the devastation of a giant city in the island nation with hundreds of thousands of lives hanging in balance, the nation of Huaxia was in a state of celebration. Why has this good news only just arrived? Let's have an extra meal to celebrate today, a splendid feast, they exclaimed. Brothers, let's push forward and trample the island nation's cherry blossoms. Many rejoiced, not knowing which power had orchestrated the event, but praising them as models for their generation. On various social platforms and short video apps, it was like a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck, sparking intense discussions and excitement. Many even hoped that such good fortune would continue. After leaving the island nation, Yi Zhigu retraced his steps back to Huaxia. As for the international shock caused by the obliteration of the city, he did not concern himself with it. He never bothered to hide his presence. Using Earth's technology, it was impossible to capture his movements. Even if discovered, it was of no concern to Yi Zhigu. For him, dealing with such matters was as simple as lifting a hand. A flick of a finger was all it would take. If truly cornered, he was ready to sink the whole island nation, considering it merely a speck of dust. Once back in Huaxia, Yi Zhigu did not rush to return to the Jingchu area, but instead turned towards a mountain range. After all, he hadn't stocked up enough king beast meat, and he didn't want to have to venture out again soon. Although he had long since reached a stage where he didn't need food, he couldn't help his cravings, and the only type of food that Yi Zhigu found satisfactory was the flesh and blood of king-level creatures. As he passed through a deserted city, Yi Zhigu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Below in the ruins, there were still humans living, not the parasitized kind he had encountered last time in the region of Jingchu, but real living people. His spiritual sense swept over the area and discovered that there were over 1,000 humans residing below. Yi Zhigu walked into the city. The air was thick with the stench of decay. The city was full of broken walls and collapsed houses, the once bustling streets now reduced to rubble. It was clear that a beast tide had caused this devastation, and only the giant cities of today could withstand their onslaught. In the shattered city, many people rummaged through the chaotic ruins, hoping to find something of value. Some missing limbs lay by the roadside, eagerly watching the passers-by, hoping for Yi Zhiga scanned these people with his gaze, walking past calmly. When he first entered the city, he had used his spiritual sense to check and found no extraordinary beings here, which made him wonder how these people had survived the beast tide. Big brother, did you come from outside? Suddenly, a crisp voice called out from behind him. Yi Zhiga turned to look towards the source of the voice. Not far behind him, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old was waving at him. She had a ponytail and delicate features like a doll, but her complexion was pale, a sign of prolonged malnutrition. Yes, what is it, little sister? Yi Zhiga responded with a smile. At his words, the little girl's face lit up with surprise and anticipation, and she spoke with a hopeful smile. Big brother, I can show you around the city. I know it well, you just need to give me a little food. Yi Zhiga stroked his chin, contemplating. From the extent of the city's devastation, it was clear it had faced more than one beast tide. He was indeed curious how these people, isolated and without any extraordinary individuals, had managed to survive the beast tides. Seeing him ponder, the little girl thought he was hesitating and quickly added, Big brother, I don't eat much, just a little bit of food will do. Alright, then show me around. Yi Zhiga patted her head. What's your name? The little girl beamed with joy. You can call me Chen Chen. Where's your family? Why are you out here alone? Yi Zhiga asked casually. Hearing this, Chen Chen's face showed a trace of fear, and she spoke softly, An uncle came to see my mom, so she asked me to come out first. As she spoke, she extended her small hand, pointing towards a dilapidated house in the distance. Oh! Yi Zhiga looked in that direction, seeing the door of the house tightly closed, guessing what might have happened. Just then the door to Chen Chen's house opened and a bald man with his zipper undone walked out. Following him was a woman with a wooden expression, appearing to be in her 30s, still quite attractive. Next time, remember to take a bath beforehand. Don't freaking wait for me to show up still stinking like this, the bald man cursed as he pulled out a small bag of jerky and threw it at the woman. Thank you, the woman said numbly, her face devoid of any expression. Shanxian, still young, naturally couldn't understand all this. This was the plight of a helpless woman in the wasteland city. A few dozen yuan or some food could make them forsake their dignity to serve others. Mommy, seeing her mother come out, Shanxian ran over with a smile. Oh, this little girl is quite pretty. How come I never noticed before? I didn't expect you, you wretch, to have such a beautiful daughter. The bald man glanced at Qianxian, his face revealing a sleazy expression. No, the woman quickly stepped forward, holding Qianxian tightly in her arms, her numb expression now mixed with unease and tension. TSK, a real beauty in the making. I think you could train her well, she could join you in your trade in the future, the bald man mocked. Shut your mouth. The woman, unable to restrain herself any longer, burst into tears. She could endure humiliation for survival, but she could never tolerate her daughter becoming like her. From somewhere she found the courage to push the bald man away. Enraged by the push, the bald man brutally kicked the woman in the stomach, the force knocking her to the ground. Not stopping there, he grabbed the woman's hair, his face showing his viciousness. You wretched woman, daring to lay hands on me. If it weren't for my regular business, you and your daughter would have starved to death by now. Saying this, he pulled out another small bag of jerky and smashed it on the woman's face. I'm taking your daughter to train her well. No, don't mess around, she's just a child. Shanxian's mother, enduring the pain in her abdomen, clung desperately to the bald man's legs. Get off. The disparity in strength between them was too great. The bald man easily shook her off, then slapped her face hard, causing it to swell up instantly. Shanxian, run. Shanxian's mother cried heartbreakingly. Watching the bald man, who wore a sinister smile and kept closing in, Shanxian trembled with fear and hid behind Yi Zhiga, too scared to speak. Kid, who the hell are you? If you don't want to die, get lost. The bald man glared at Yi Zhiga threateningly. Yi Zhiga's expression remained indifferent, standing quietly in his place. You can't take this little girl, she's already agreed to show me the way. You can leave now. Yi Zhiga's voice rose slowly. Show the way? Damn your granny's leg, it looks like you're tired of living. The bald man, enraged and humiliated, swung his arm and threw a fierce punch. However, in the next second a breeze swept by and the bald man felt a chill on his neck before losing all consciousness. His head and headless body fell to the ground in succession. Behind Yi Zhiga, Qianxian, who was trembling with her frail body, witnessed this bloody scene, including Qianxian's mother, who was not far away with tears on her face, and many onlookers around. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden event that they hardly dared to breathe. A grown man had died just like that. At this moment, their gaze towards Yi Zhiga was filled with awe. Even though they did not know exactly how the bald man had died, they knew it must have been the young man who had acted. I told you that you could have just left, why bother? Yi Zhiga shook his head, then squatted down and began searching the headless body. Soon he found several bags of dried meat. He hadn't expected this thug to be so rich, no wonder he was out soliciting. The commotion attracted more and more people. They looked at the headless body on the ground, their eyes flashing with intent. Let's go, Yi Zhiga stood up and signaled. Shanshan's mother snapped out of it and quickly pulled Shanshan to follow him. Seeing Yi Zhiga leave, the crowd that had gathered to watch the excitement swarmed over, rifling through the headless body so thoroughly that in the blink of an eye they stripped it bare. Eventually, someone even came forward with a rusty kitchen knife. The trio entered Shanshan's home and locked the door behind them. The interior was simple, furnished with a bed layered with worn cotton, a stone-built hearth and a rusty pot placed on top. There was also an old square table and 2 wooden stools. The house contained only these few pieces of simple furniture, and even the roof was somewhat leaky, allowing light to stream through the cracks. The floor inside was damp, probably due to rainwater leaking through holes in the roof. Little brother, thank you. Shanshan's mother, her face dirty and tear-stained, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Zhiga. If it hadn't been for him stepping in to help today, the bald man would have taken Shanshan away, and she dared not think what might have happened. Shanshan, mimicking her mother, also knelt down and timidly said, "Thank you, big brother." Although she was a child with simple thoughts, she was not foolish and knew that Yi Zhiga had saved her. It was nothing. Get up, Yi Zhiga casually responded, helping them to their feet. If it weren't for you, young man, I really wouldn't know what to do today. Shanshan's mother recalled the menacing look of the bald man and shuddered with fear. It has been 3 years since the spiritual revival, and this abandoned city has been cut off from the world. The former order and laws have all turned to dust, and the people living here have nothing to restrain them, hence why vicious incidents frequently occur. At times of extreme food shortage, there have even been cases of cannibalism, so every time her mother had clients over, she would hide Shanshan away to prevent exactly what happened today. This place was too oppressive. Many people's characters had become twisted, like the bald man earlier, who didn't even want to spare a child. Today, due to a moment of negligence, Shanshan had run outside, leading to the events that had just unfolded. Thinking of this, her mother was filled with guilt. Big brother, have some water. At that moment, Shanshan came over with a cup filled with water, carefully handing it to Yi Zhiha. Thank you. Yi Zhiha took the cup, gently patted her head, and drank the water in one gulp. Seeing this, Shanshan smiled happily. Then, somewhat proudly, she spoke to her mother. Mom, big brother is from outside. He doesn't know the roads in the city. I will show him around later and he will give me some food. You won't need to go out and pick wild vegetables today. Hearing this, tears glittered in her mother's eyes. Feeling useless, unable to even secure food for her daughter, she said with a heavy heart, really, my Shanshan is truly amazing. Yi Zhiha placed some dried meat and money he had taken from the bald man on the table, and also took out a chunk of Beast King meat from his storage ring, placing it on the old square table. This was cut from a 3-headed lion king not long ago. The meat quality is excellent, infused with spiritual energy, and it weighs over 100 pounds, filling the entire table. Shanshan, consider this meat as an advance payment. Is it enough? Yi Zhiha asked with a smile, giving off a refreshing aura. Shanshan, who had never seen such a large piece of meat, was shocked and stood there not knowing what to do. This, little brother, we can't accept this. Shanshan's mother was also startled and quickly refused. Honestly, her heart yearned for it. Such a large piece of meat would sustain them for a long time. But she thought since Yi Zhiha had already helped by saving Shanshan, she couldn't accept more from him now. It's alright, I actually have something to ask you. Consider it my payment, Yi Zhiha said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Shanshan's mother was slightly dazed, realizing from his attire and manner of speaking that he must be from a giant city, and she couldn't think of what such a person would want to ask a wilderness dweller like herself. Little brother, just ask away and I'll tell you everything I know, she replied very politely, though she thought differently. Yi Zhiha sat down on a chair which creaked under his weight. He spoke softly, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, have you always lived here? When I entered the city, I noticed it has survived more than one beast tide. I want to know how you have managed to survive them. You should know that the mythical beasts hold a deep animosity towards humans. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, humans treated these creatures as slaves and food, killing them at will. Thus, after the resurgence, these beasts initiated waves of attacks aiming for revenge against humanity. Since then, too many humans have perished at their hands, with virtually no survivors in any city that has faced such a beast wave. However, Yi Zhiga was surprised to find that thousands had survived in this ruined city after multiple beast waves, prompting him to investigate further. Upon hearing this, Qianqian and her mother couldn't help but recall the terrifying scenes of the beast waves, a look of dread momentarily crossing their faces. Qianqian's father had died in one of these waves. After a moment of silence, Qianqian's mother took a deep breath and revealed, "Truth be told, we were protected by some beast kings." Protected by beast kings? Yi Zhiga was taken aback. There were royal beasts within the beast clans that protected humans? Even in the world of cultivators, relations between humans and beasts were tense, held in check only by the powers of great beings on both sides, thus maintaining a delicate peace, they say. They do not wish to start a war and even want to coexist peacefully with humans. Qianqian's mother continued, a beast king wanting peace with humans? This was indeed a rarity. Since his return, Yi Zhiga had encountered numerous mythical beasts harboring animosity towards humans, even sentient plants were no exception. Therefore, the words of Qianqian's mother took him by surprise. They are very powerful, having defended us against 3 beast waves, she added. She informed Yi Zhiga that the leader among them was a crane king whose power was formidable, its wingspan vast enough to darken the skies, and all peace-advocating beast kings obeyed it. At this point, admiration and gratitude filled the eyes and words of Qianqian and her mother. Beast kings stopping beast waves, was this a case of the thief crying stop thief? Yi Zhiga mused internally after learning the truth. However, the world was vast and full of wonders. This could indeed be true, but it was of little consequence to him. Initially driven by mere curiosity, he didn't plan on intervening. After understanding the situation, he would simply report back to Giant City number 5 and inform Li Di about what he learned here. Suddenly Yi Zhiga's attention shifted towards the door, sensing something amiss. Bang bang bang. As expected, a loud knocking soon resonated from outside. The old wooden door trembled, as if it might shatter at any moment. Startled by this sudden noise, Qianqian and her mother shivered. Instinctively, Qianqian's mother shielded her daughter behind her, then offered an apologetic smile to Yi Zhiga. Young man, let me go check the door, someone's come. Qianqian's mother hurried forward, worried the visitors might break the door. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and upon seeing who stood outside, her body stiffened. There a large crowd gathered. Leading them were several elderly figures dressed in tattered clothes, their skin exposed and dry as ancient bark, their bodies emaciated from long-term malnutrition. Qianqian's mother couldn't help but close the door slightly, using her body to block the gap. After all, there was such a large piece of meat lying on the table inside the house. If these people discovered it, who knows what crazy things they might do. Qianqian's mom, I heard that a young man from a huge city is staying at your place, is that true? An elderly man hunched over revealed his yellowed and blackened teeth as he spoke weakly. Uncle, you must be mistaken. It's just my daughter and me at home, no one else, Qianqian's mother asserted, standing in front of the door. She knew all too well what these people were like. If they discovered Yi Zhiga inside, they would definitely exploit him ruthlessly. A similar incident had occurred a few months ago when a stranger came to town and was discovered by these people. At first, they begged humbly, but their demands soon escalated. In the end, not even the stranger's bones were left behind. Yi Zhiga had shown her kindness, and she didn't want the same to happen to him. Stop lying, I saw it myself. That man entered your house with you, a grimy woman shouted as she pushed through the crowd. Qianqian's mom, just hand him over. That man killed someone in our town, we can't just let him go, the old man continued. These two were playing good cop bad cop, putting pressure on her. Yi Zhiga, sitting in the house, listened quietly to everything happening outside. Right, he killed someone, after all there should be compensation. Let him compensate each of us with a pound of meat and we can let this go, another voice suggested. With these words, the crowd grew even more agitated, pushing and shoving to get closer. Despite her disdain, Qianqian's mother stood firmly in front of the door, preventing them from getting inside. He just left, go look for him somewhere else. Bullshit, I've been watching near your house the whole time. He hasn't come out since he entered, someone bellowed, spitting as he spoke with a menacing look in his eyes. Suddenly, someone pushed Qianqian's mother hard, causing her to stagger backward, and the door swung wide open. Everything inside the house was exposed in an instant. There sat Yi Zhiga, his face indifferent, and a piece of meat that covered the entire table. The crowd's attention immediately shifted to the meat. Oh, so that's why you've been guarding the door. To think you and your daughter have been eating so well behind our backs. Share some with us, we're all neighbors here, they clamored. Yes, share a bit with everyone and we won't bother you about hiding someone. The mob surged towards the shabby house, all eyes fixed greedily on the meat on the table. Stop, don't do this. Qianqian's mother cried out guiltily, having failed to keep the secret from these people. She desperately tried to block them. But the frenzied crowd wouldn't stop for her. Someone kicked her fiercely, knocking her to the ground. "Mom!" Xianxian cried out, rushing forward to check on her. The crowd was shoving, desperate to squeeze into the house. Just then a chilling voice rang out. Troublesome folk indeed emerge from poor mountains and bad waters, as the saying goes. Those of you who want meat come forth, but think about this. You might have the life to take it, but do you have the life to enjoy it? Yi Zhiga sat on a stool, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone. All present were momentarily stunned, and those who met his eyes involuntarily shivered, feeling a chill down their spine. "Damn it, there are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him?" someone in the crowd yelled, inciting further unrest. Then a man charged in, wielding a wooden stick and striking at Yi Zhiga, attempting to knock him to the ground. Very well, Yi Zhiga acted immediately, his hand gripping like iron tongs, firmly seizing the man's neck before lifting him up and, with a crisp snap, breaking his neck in front of everyone. The scene unfolded so suddenly that everyone present was unable to react for several seconds before they realized what had happened. However, instead of retreating, they became even more frenzied, screaming loudly, "You've killed a man! What right do you have to kill? Since you've killed, you'll stay here and pay with your life. Your tender flesh might taste good in a braised dish. Let's all go at him together. I refuse to believe that so many of us can't handle him." The crowd surged like ravenous wolves eyeing a lamb, their eyes filled with a desperate hunger as they pounced toward Yi Zhiga. "How interesting!" Yi Zhiga laughed, throwing the corpse he was holding into the crowd, causing several people to be struck and disoriented. At the same time, he released a strand of imposing aura. Everyone felt as if a massive mountain was weighing on their shoulders, their bodies uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, trembling, their bones cracking under the immense pressure. The excruciating pain made them want to scream, but no sound came from their mouths. When they looked at Yi Zhiga again, they saw a handsome young man with a towering demonic shadow emerging behind him, looking down upon them from on high. "I've already warned you, but alas, none of you listened. Well, better luck in your next life." Yi Zhiga spoke slowly, his voice calm, but to everyone else it sounded like the whisper of a demon. They struggled desperately to run away, but their bodies were completely numb, unresponsive to their commands. Yi Zhiga glanced indifferently. Bang! Suddenly a person burst open without warning, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Bang! Soon another explosion sounded, and another person burst open like fireworks. Yi Zhiga did not grant these people a quick death, but instead let them die one by one, allowing those behind to fully experience the agony of being tormented. The sounds of explosions were incessant like fireworks, and every few seconds someone would burst into a cloud of blood mist. In just half a minute, more than a dozen people had lost their lives. Those who remained felt a tremendous shadow over their hearts pounded violently, and the taste of death filled their nostrils. They couldn't move or speak, only kneel on the ground in despair, waiting. Many, despite their fear, lifted their heads to look at Yi Zhiga with tears shimmering in their eyes, trying to plead with their gaze, hoping for mercy. However, what greeted them was just more explosions. Inside the house, Xian and her mother had never witnessed such a scene. People were bursting just like balloons, which terrified them to pale. Xian's mother quickly held her daughter tightly in her arms, shielding her from the gruesome scene, while she glanced at Yi Zhiga with the corners of her eyes. At this moment he was sitting on a chair with his arms crossed over his chest, watching those exploding one by one with a mocking look in his eyes, as if he were watching a play. Xian's mother swallowed hard, feeling a chill in her heart, unable to perceive how this young man, who appeared so refined and handsome, could act so brutally. Moreover, his actions were lethal, sparing no one. However, in her eyes these people deserved no sympathy, as they had often harmed others in groups for various reasons. Today was merely a repayment for their past deeds. The explosive feast lasted several minutes, and the scene was attended by hundreds of people, including men, women, elderly and children, none of whom survived. Yi Zhiga, unbothered by their identities or status, believed in being thorough. Even infants in swaddling clothes would not be spared. When the explosion ceased, the small house where Xian and her mother lived and the area around it was filled with a thick scent of blood, which worried Xian's mother about attracting wild beasts. Yi Zhiga saw everything, and with a wave of his hand a breeze swept through, instantly clearing the blood scent from the air. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened, and the air became refreshingly clean. Xian's mother was profoundly shocked and looked at Yi Zhiga with immense gratitude. Holding Xian, she knelt down and thanked him deeply, as he had helped them significantly today. However, feeling unable to repay him, all she could do was kneel and express her thanks. "All is done according to one's will, no need for such courtesy." Yi Zhiga's voice came. When Xian's mother looked up, she found that he had already disappeared. She felt as if everything that had happened today was too surreal, like a dream, but the pain in her abdomen from being kicked earlier and the plate of Beast King meat still on the table were all too real. Everything told her that this was not a dream. At that moment Xianxian, who was in her arms, lifted her head and continuously scanned the shabby room as if searching for something. "Mom, where is Big Brother? I haven't shown him the way yet." After leaving the abandoned city, Yi Zhiga rushed directly into the distant mountains. He hadn't forgotten that the main purpose of this trip was to hunt for the flesh of Beast Kings, and what lay in his storage ring was far from sufficient. Hovering mid-air, his spiritual sense swept the area locating a Beast King's lair, and he charged in directly. With a loud boom, the entire mountain trembled violently as if it was about to disintegrate. The battle ended quickly. It was a yak, massive in size, weighing thousands of pounds. It was napping in its lair when it felt the earth shake and then lost consciousness. After processing the meat, Yi Zhiga moved again, setting his sights on another mountain range in the distance. These Beast Kings all liked to dwell in lairs, having a sense of ruling over the mountain, so Yi Zhiga found them with precision. In just 10 minutes 5 Beast Kings were slain, 4 of which became provisions stored away in his ring. As for the 5th, a skunk, Yi Zhiga disliked it and casually discarded it in the mountains. During this time, various other mystical beasts within the mountains lay hidden, daring not to show themselves, all deterred by the aura naturally emanating from Yi Zhiga's actions. This should be enough food for a while. Yi Zhiga looked at the mountain of Beast King meat piled in his storage ring and nodded in satisfaction. His ring also circulated with powerful spiritual energy, ensuring the freshness of the contents, so there was no worry of spoilage. Just then Yi Zhiga suddenly sensed that the barrier he had set up at the entrance of Wang Yuxuan's retreat in the Jingchu region had been triggered. Has she broken through already? Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised. The scene shifted. By now Wang Yuxuan had successfully advanced to the king realm. Due to her evolution, her demeanor had greatly improved. She still wore a high ponytail, her hair seemingly glowing, her figure tall and slender, her eyes more commanding than before. Her beauty was captivating to both men and women. She stood at the entrance with a transparent membrane in front of her. The barrier Yi Zhiga had set up served as an effective protection, preventing anything from outside from entering. And of course she could not leave either. She stretched out her hand, continuously striking, but even when she mobilized all her spiritual power to attack, it was to no avail. All of it was absorbed by the membrane. "Master Yi, where have you gone?" Wang Yuxuan called out weakly. Although she had broken through and her body had evolved, she felt an unprecedented hunger. The sense of hunger emitting from her was overwhelmingly strong. She felt she could eat an entire cow. Wang Yuxuan looked out at the grassland where several rabbits were running by, and she swallowed her saliva, her eyes glowing green. But because of the barrier Yi Zhiga had set up, she couldn't get out and could only watch helplessly as the rabbits disappeared into the distance. "I'm so hungry." Wang Yuxuan leaned against the stone wall, sitting on the ground, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. Back when she was sealed in Fengmen, she had heard the transcendent beings of the royal realm talk about the intense hunger that comes after a breakthrough. At the time, she didn't take it seriously, thinking that if she got hungry, she would just eat her fill. But now, trapped in this ancient pit, what was there to eat? Gnaw on rocks? Surely she wouldn't become the first royal realm creature in history to die of starvation. Wang Yuxuan was somewhat afraid. Just as she was about to despair, the prohibition suddenly lifted. It was Yi Zhiga returning. He immediately saw Wang Yuxuan, who was slumped on the ground, and asked, "What are you doing sitting here?" Startled by his sudden voice, Wang Yuxuan, her eyes sparkling with vigor, lunged at him. "Teacher Yi, I'm so hungry." Yi Zhiga, looking disgusted, pushed her away, quickly understanding the situation. The cultivation methods on Earth post-spiritual revival differed from those in the cultivation worlds. The former required the intake of substantial energy after a breakthrough, whereas the latter emphasized fasting and absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. "Hold on," Yi Zhiga said as he pulled out a piece of Beast King meat from his storage ring and started a fire to roast it. Upon seeing the meat, Wang Yuxuan's eyes lit up green and saliva almost dripped from her mouth. Soon the Beast King meat was ready and Yi Zhiga handed it to Wang Yuxuan. She grabbed it and gnawed on it without any of the restraint and elegance she usually had at meals. "Not bad, keep it up," Yi Zhiga said with a smile, taking out his phone to snap a few pictures. Wang Yuxuan rolled her eyes at him but didn't stop, continuing to focus on her meal. "Want some more?" Yi Zhiga asked, taking out a bottle of wine from his storage ring and gesturing towards Wang Yuxuan. with a look of disdain. She swallowed the meat in her mouth and responded, "Bring it on." She had drunk this wine a few days ago and had felt dizzy afterward, but now that she had broken through to the royal realm, she had undergone a complete transformation and wasn't afraid of not being able to handle a mere bottle of wine. Wang Yuxuan boldly took a swig from the bottle. "That's nothing," she said, chin up, her delicate collarbones showing. Then she grabbed the Beast King meat and started gnawing on it again, but as she did, she suddenly noticed Yi Zhiga swaying beside her. "Huh," she voiced her confusion, and then to her dismay blood trickled from her nose and she fainted, falling to the ground. It wasn't until the next morning that Wang Yuxuan woke up. Hunger had awakened her. She had fainted last night without having her fill. Supporting her head, she still felt somewhat dizzy. She even began to doubt herself, having broken through to the royal realm and yet unable to withstand the medicinal properties of the wine. What exactly was this wine made from? Awake, Yi Zhiga's voice came from not far away where he sat by a fire roasting more Beast King meat. Seeing the meat over the fire, Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but salivate. "I knew you didn't eat enough last night," Yi Zhiga said with a smile, then handed her a piece of the roasted meat. "Thank you, teacher," Wang Yuxuan said, taking the roasted meat and starting to eat. Her hunger now was much more manageable compared to last night, so her manner of eating was more restrained, not as wild as before. "Teacher Yi, what kind of meat is this? It tastes different from the usual exotic beast meat," Wang Yuxuan asked, her cheeks bulging as she ate. "Oh, this is just some Beast King meat I randomly took out from my storage ring. I'm not exactly sure which Beast King it came from," Yi Zhiga said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened. The meat in her hands was from a Beast King? No wonder she had never tasted such delicious meat before. Moreover, from Teacher Ye's tone it seemed that his storage ring still contained a lot of meat from various Beast Kings. What on earth happened while I was secluded in meditation? Wang Yuxuan shook her head, deciding not to dwell on these thoughts and instead focused entirely on the grilled meat. She knew full well the terror of a Beast King. Even most extraordinary beings at the King realm would avoid them, yet now she was eating their meat. Was this also a benefit of being under her teacher's tutelage? Seeing Wang Yuxuan focused on eating, Yi Zhiga teased, "How about some wine to moisten your throat?" Wang Yuxuan's expression changed drastically, her mouth stuffed with meat. She shook her head vigorously. Half an hour later, having nearly finished her meal, Wang Yuxuan burped satisfyingly and gently patted her stomach. "Teacher Yi, where shall we go next?" she asked. Yi Zhiga poked the fire in front of him with a stick. He had originally come out to hunt for Beast King meat, and since his storage ring was almost full, there was no point in staying any longer. "Let's pack up and head back to Mega City number 5 in," she said. "All right." Wang Yuxuan nodded, then ran towards the depths of the ancient cave. Earlier she had noticed 3 medicinal herbs growing beside a small pond, evolving towards becoming spirit medicines. She crouched down, carefully dug them out and prepared to take them back to the sect to nurture, hoping they might truly evolve into spirit medicines. "All right, Teacher Yi, we can depart." After packing the 3 herbs, Wang Yuxuan approached Yi Zhiga. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she slapped her forehead. "Oh no, we've lost the armed helicopter, we can't get back." Seeing her like this, Yi Zhiga couldn't help but laugh. "What do you need a helicopter for? It's not that complicated." With that, he flipped his hand and a gust of wind swept up Wang Yuxuan. In the next moment, her surroundings shifted dramatically, and before she could react, she was already above Mega City number 5, right over the sect. Looking down at the familiar scenery below, Wang Yuxuan was completely petrified. This fast? She was speechless, 1,000 expletives running through her mind. "Come on, let's go down," Yi Zhiga said calmly. After returning to the sect, it didn't take long for Li Datong to receive the news, and he rushed to Yi Zhiga's office in a flurry. When he discovered that Wang Yuxuan had already broken through to the King realm, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. How many days had it been? When she left, she had just broken through to the 8th level of the Awakening realm, and now she had already advanced to a higher realm in such a short time. He had been stuck at the edge of the King realm for a long time without any signs of breakthrough, and now even his junior had surpassed him in strength. You can imagine how that tasted. Li Datong knew this must have something to do with Yi Zhiga, so he looked at him with even greater fervor, almost kneeling to ask for mentorship if not for the sake of pride. "Master Li, these are the herbs we found in Jingchu, which are about to evolve into spiritual herbs," Wang Yuxuan said as she brought out 3 wrapped herbs, instantly filling the office with a lush spiritual energy. "What?" Li Datong nearly lost his balance, his heart thumping wildly. He hurried over to examine them closely, and upon confirming that these were indeed herbs on the verge of becoming spiritual herbs, he quickly called someone to take them to the cultivation laboratory. This was a big deal. The birth of spiritual herbs in Forbidden Area 703 had once sparked a frenzy among major forces, even irresistible to mythical beasts who didn't hesitate to unleash a beast tide. But now to suddenly have 3 such herbs, how could he not be thrilled? Suppressing his excitement, he turned to Yi Zhiga and Wang Yuxuan and said, "You two have done a great service this time." Yi Zhiga just grinned, clearly not taking his words to heart, then pulled out a bottle from his storage ring and tossed it to Li Datong. This was what Yi Zhiga had promised him. After going to Jingchu, he would bring back some Beast King blood. Li Datong knew what was in the bottle with this Beast King blood. After analysis, he had a great chance of breaking through to the King realm. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Li Datong's mouth almost twisted with joy, his hands trembling as he held the bottle. All right, cut it out. You're too old for that," Yi Zhiga said. Li Datong stayed a bit longer in the office, then left joyfully with the bottle of Beast King blood. As for Wang Yuxuan, Yi Zhiga was content to just let her be. The office quieted down again, and Yi Zhiga stretched lazily, ready to slack off. But just as he sat down, he felt a surge of spiritual energy within him. The sword energy left on his parents had been triggered. Someone had attacked his parents, and it was a lethal blow. Yi Zhiga abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing with almost tangible murderous intent, and he vanished from the office. By the time he reached home, he found 5 bodies lying inside, their chests pierced by sword energy, lifeless. Yi Guanqi and Su Jing were hiding in the kitchen, looking pale and clearly shaken. "Dad, Mom, are you alright?" Yi Zhiga's heart sank as he stepped over the bodies and rushed forward. "We don't know who they were. Your father and I were just cooking when they broke in and tried to commit murder. Later, a few streaks of white light suddenly appeared on the accessories you gave us, and then they all died." Su Jing's eyes were filled with tears, clearly unaware that the white light was the sword energy stored by Yi Zhiga. She was extremely emotional, truly frightened. Yi Guanqi firmly protected Su Jing with one hand, his expression trying to remain calm, but it was evident that he too was in great panic. After hearing Su Jing, Yi Zhiga's eyes turned icy cold to the extreme. If he had not left sword energy on his parents for protection, they would have likely faced grave danger today. "I'm back now, let me handle everything, it will all be alright," Yi Zhiga comforted her. A murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Someone had targeted his parents, and this had touched his bottom line. Anger surged in Yi Zhiga's heart. Although the assailants were already dead, he knew there were others behind them. He was determined to investigate thoroughly and eradicate the mastermind behind this. "Dad, Mom, please go back to your room, I'll handle things here." Yi Zhiga helped his elders up, quietly channeling his spiritual power into their bodies, calming their agitated emotions and putting them into a deep sleep. After sending them to their room, Yi Zhiga took out his phone, called Li Datong, informed him of the situation at home and asked him to come over quickly to deal with the bodies. After hanging up, Yi Zhiga approached the 5 corpses. Although these people were already dead, he had ways to make them talk. Yi Zhiga reached out, and a pulling force emerged, directly dragging out the soul of one of them. Initially confused, the soul then saw its own body on the ground, remembered the burst of sword energy, and realized it was dead. Terrified, it looked at Yi Zhiga, clearly unaware of how he could extract its soul so effortlessly. Without giving it any chance to resist or speak, Yi Zhiga spread his fingers and covered its crown. A terrifying force invaded, and in just a moment, all the information in the person's mind was extracted by Yi Zhiga. The soul was then completely annihilated, turning into a shower of light and dissipating completely. Yi Zhiga had used a soul-searching technique, easily learning everything. These individuals were strong superhumans from the giant city number 2, hired by the Fong family with a hefty sum specifically to eliminate Yi Zhiga's parents, the Fong family. Yi Zhiga murmured, recalling that he had killed Fong Ping and her father while at the Zhao family's place, and clearly this was an act of revenge. Later, Zhao Shiyu had told him that Fong Ping's family was not simple, belonging to an ancient martial family with significant prestige in city number 2. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. Yi Zhiga had realized when he was still very weak, having killed others, he was always ready to be killed in turn. Thus, when Zhao Shiyu warned Yi Zhiga to be wary of the Fong family seeking revenge, he didn't take it to heart. However, they cunningly bypassed him and targeted his parents instead. At that moment, the Fong family was marked for death in Yi Zhiga's mind. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from afar and a bullet sped towards Yi Zhiga's head. With a sharp glance and lightning-fast reflexes, Yi Zhiga reached out and caught the bullet in midair. Were there others? He looked up, spotting a woman lying on the rooftop of a distant building, clutching a high-precision sniper rifle. Her face showed panic as she witnessed the unbelievable scene. This young man had just caught a bullet with his bare hands. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly got up, intending to flee the rooftop. However, she had barely stood when she found someone already standing behind her. It was the very target she had attempted to kill. "You?" She stammered in shock, doubting her own eyes. "How could anyone move so fast? You're also hired by the Fong family, aren't you?" The cold wind blew, making Ijiga's clothes flutter, his gaze piercing as he stared down the woman. Without answering, the woman resolutely raised her gun and fired again, clearly well trained. Bang! As the gun fired, a bullet shot out, striking Ijiga directly between the eyebrows. When the woman thought she had succeeded, a more horrifying scene unfolded. The bullet, upon hitting Ijiga's forehead, seemed like cotton hitting steel, causing him no harm whatsoever. Clatter! The twisted bullet fell to the ground, and the woman's heart raced with fear. In the next instant, she saw the young man gently extend his hand towards her. Her body uncontrollably flew towards him. It all happened too swiftly for her to react. In a flash, Ijiga had seized the woman by the neck, his terrifying grip suffocating her. Her face turned red, the feeling of suffocation darkening her vision, cold sweat soaking her back. She struggled to speak. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Her heart was filled with panic, regretting her decision to shoot. The man's strength was far beyond her imagination. The bullets she used were specially crafted, capable of injuring even the most skilled warriors, yet he remained unscathed. "Now you speak." Too late, Ijiga's voice was icy as he swiftly twisted and snapped her neck. Her eyes widened in sheer terror as she died. Ijiga didn't release her, instead pulling out her soul. "No, spare me, I'll tell you anything." Once again facing Ijiga, the woman broke down, her cries of agony echoing the traumatic events. But before she could finish her plea, Ijiga's hand was already on her crown. Moments later, her soul was shattered. To his surprise, there was a second wave of attackers. Ijiga gave a cold laugh. Through a soul search, he learned that there were two groups of assassins sent from the second megacity to kill his parents. The first group was to test the waters, and the second group was to ensure success, ready to step in should the first group fail. The first group consisted of 5 individuals, and the second group had 10, all of them extraordinary beings. Unaware of the second group, the first batch didn't reveal this information during Ijiga's soul search. Such meticulous planning. Fong family, I hope you can bear the consequences. The night was cool, and as the breeze swept over, Ijiga stood on the rooftop of a tall building. His clothes fluttered as he stared into the distance with fierce, icy eyes. In the next moment, he leaped from the building, transforming into a fierce wind that vanished silently. Using his soul-searching technique, he had already obtained the precise location of the remaining assassins from a woman. Soon after he arrived at his destination. This place was on the outskirts of Megacity number 5. Looming city walls that reached into the clouds could be seen upon looking up. It was very quiet here, almost like a suburb engulfed in darkness. A few scattered houses, which looked more like warehouses, dotted the area, overgrown with weeds and devoid of human activity. Ijiga merged with the night, arriving silently. His gaze quickly focused on a dilapidated small Western-style house. According to the information obtained through soul searching, the remaining assassins were inside. They were cautious, having set up many cameras around. But such tricks were trivial for Ijiga. Silently he approached while extending his spiritual sense, discovering there were 9 people inside. They were drinking and playing cards, with many weapons placed around them, including cold weapons and firearms. All 9 were extraordinary beings too, and one of them even possessed the cultivation of a king. "It's been so long, why hasn't Xiaoyu come back yet? I wonder if she succeeded." "Don't worry, we've all seen Xiaoyu's shooting skills. Besides, the 2 targets are just ordinary people, they won't cause any trouble. Maybe she's already finished the job and has gone off to have fun on her own, or she gets distracted by handsome guys." I checked, the 2 targets have a son who is also an extraordinary being, very powerful, and works in the enforcement. We shouldn't stay here too long. To avoid unnecessary complications. Scared of what? We are not weak either. A royal flush, pay up. The men were quite relaxed, chatting briefly before returning to their card game. However, at that moment, the door they were behind suddenly exploded, sending splinters flying everywhere. The sudden noise startled everyone inside. "Who are they?" They all stood up, their expressions grave and alert. Ijiga slowly walked in from outside, stepping on the shattered door, carrying an undeniable intent to kill. How is it possible? The surveillance system installed outside had no reaction at all. When did this man arrive? Someone exclaimed in shock. Bang! Ijiga moved incredibly fast, taking just one step to approach them, as if he could shrink the distance with a single stride. With one kick he sent one of them flying, who then disintegrated in midair, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. I heard you guys are tough. Yi Zhiga's gaze was icy cold, the nearly tangible murderous aura made everyone's scalp tingle, a chill running from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. This terrifying scene shocked everyone present, sobering them up immediately. With just a casual kick, he shattered a powerful superhuman into pieces like a porcelain doll exploding. Where did this ruthless man come from? He is the son of the two people you were sent to assassinate. Someone spoke up, having seen a family photo of Yi Zhiga during the mission briefing at the Feng family's home. These people, all professionally trained, realized something was wrong and immediately initiated their countermeasures. They acted swiftly, their bodies flowing with spiritual energy. Some wielded cold weapons charging forward, while others took up firearms aiming directly at Yi Zhiga. Everything was executed in an extremely short time with clear rolls. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment the room was filled with gunfire, bullets densely flying out, all targeting Yi Zhiga. Mere chickens and dogs, Yi Zhiga sneered, stepping forward, letting the bullets pour over him, and in an instant he was close enough to slap one across the face. The man's cheek was hit, instantly deforming his face, his skull cracking open, then his entire head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. How is this possible? Someone screamed in terror. The scene was horrifying. Ignoring the firearms, a casual slap had taken another life. If Yi Zhiga wished, he could have dealt with everyone in a moment, but he chose not to, not wishing to grant them a quick end. In the blink of an eye he was close again, appearing abruptly in front of someone as if teleporting. The man was so frightened that he almost dropped his weapon. Yi Zhiga mercilessly reached out, grabbed him, and then threw him at several others. As he hit the others, a vast force of spiritual energy burst forth from within him. Bang! Several people died on the spot, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no corpses behind. With each swing of his fist, Yi Zhiga's terrifying power mixed with endless spiritual energy brought death with every strike, leaving no one intact. In just a short moment, only one of the several assassins remained alive. He was the leader of these assassins, and the only one among them who was a superhuman of the King realm. This person was now terrified, cursing the Feng family in his heart for sending them on this assassination mission. Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? He was decisive, enhancing his transcendent speed to the extreme. With a powerful leap, he burst through the rooftop and fled into the distance, his only thought being survival. Whoosh! Suddenly a gust of wind swept through the night, carrying with it terrifying spiritual ripples. Yi Zhiga blinked and caught up, positioning himself above the man. The assassin leader's face drastically changed, and he instinctively wanted to plead for mercy. However, Yi Zhiga gave him no chance, stomping down heavily on his chest and plummeting downwards. Thud! The ground trembled, emitting a dull sound. The moment they hit the ground, the assassin leader's body burst apart from the chest and then exploded with a loud bang. With that, all the assassins hired by the Feng family were dead. Feng family, you are next. I will take the heads of everyone in your clan. Yi Zhiga turned and left, his figure disappearing into the tranquil night. Soon he returned home. Li Datong arrived with people at this time. Mr. Yi, are your parents unharmed? He had rushed over non-stop after receiving the call, not daring to slack off. Yi Zhiga shook his head and pointed to the 5 bodies still lying in the house, saying, take care of these people. Li Datong nodded, quickly instructing his men to carry away the bodies and clean the house. Yi Zhiga glanced at the staff vigorously cleaning the bloodstains, feeling it was time to get a new house for his parents. This incident would likely leave a shadow in their hearts, however, that would have to wait, as he had more pressing matters to attend to now. He looked at Li Datong and said, Feng family in the second giant city, tell me everything you know. The Feng family. Li Datong looked confused, but quickly realized that these assassins were sent by the Feng family. As a member of an ancient martial family, Li Datong naturally knew about them. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Feng family members practiced ancient martial arts from a young age, their combat power far surpassing ordinary people, although they remained hidden from the world until they emerged prominently after the resurgence. Nearly all their descendants were transcendent beings, their strength far surpassing that of financial tycoons and other forces in the giant city. Thus, in the second giant city, the only force that could counterbalance the Feng family was the military force of Feng men. Even so, Feng men was reluctant to offend them, indicating the deep roots of the Feng family. Having spent some time together, Li Datong knew that once Yi Zhiga decided on something, he couldn't be persuaded to stop. So he sought a compromise, saying, Mr. Yi, why don't I contact Feng men in the second giant city to help mediate? Mediate? Yi Zhiga's eyes filled with fierceness, killing them is the best mediation. Li Datong dared not look directly at Yi Zhiga's murderous aura. He hesitated for a moment, then finally said, Mr. Yi, actually Feng Man also finds the Feng family quite troublesome. This ancient martial family holds unparalleled influence in Mega City Number 2, boasting a terrifying number of extraordinary disciples and increasingly aggressive actions, even frequently challenging the authority of the Seal Gate. The Seal Gate belongs to the military forces, and the Feng family's challenges to its authority are tantamount to slapping the military's face, a scenario no country would tolerate. Li Datong shook his head in resignation and continued. The higher-ups had already issued orders some time ago to rectify the Feng family, however, due to various reasons, there hasn't been much progress. Yi Zhiga scoffed disdainfully, that's perfect, I'll just take care of the Feng family for you. Li Datong was overwhelmed. His intent in speaking was to caution Yi Zhiga about the formidable Feng family and to think carefully before acting. However, Yi Zhiga openly spoke of annihilating the Feng family, making Li Datong feel his words had fallen on deaf ears. Frustrated, he thought, who can possibly reign in such a ruthless man? At a loss for words, Li Datong could only remain silent. Just ensure my parents are safe, leave the rest to me, Yi Zhiga said coldly, leaving those words behind before he set off. Tonight, even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, he couldn't protect the Feng family. Li Datong, startled, tried to speak, but Yi Zhiga was too fast and vanished in the blink of an eye. Hurry! Contact the Sealgate Division in Mega City Number 2 immediately. Send reinforcements to assist Mr. Yi. Yes, Mega City Number 5 is far from Mega City Number 2. Even the fastest aircraft would need 2 days to reach it. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the land has become vast, and navigating around forbidden mountain ranges naturally takes a long time. However, this distance was nothing more than a warm-up for Yi Zhiga. After leaving his home, he tore through the void, creating a dense web of spatial cracks around him. A spatial tunnel appeared before him, and Yi Zhiga stepped through it. In the next instant, a similar spatial crack appeared above Mega City Number 2. Yi Zhiga emerged, calm and composed. Having used a soul-searching technique earlier, he had already obtained the precise coordinates of Mega City Number 2 and the Feng family, making his search straightforward. Hovering thousands of meters above, Yi Zhiga surveyed the entire Mega City Number 2. The city was brightly lit with skyscrapers and neon lights everywhere, bustling with traffic and just as prosperous as Mega City Number 5. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Zhiga dived down rapidly. Soon after, he arrived at his destination, the Feng family. The estate was vast, rivaling the Sealgate in size, surrounded by a quiet area with clusters of white birch trees. The architecture was ancient, built like traditional courtyards, with a gigantic door standing 20 meters tall, guarded by 2 extraordinary individuals wielding thermal weapons. Above the door, a large character was engraved in a style of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. Feng, with a murderous intent, Yi Zhiga marched forward with the power and grace of a dragon and a tiger, heading straight for the kill. The 2 guards stationed at the gate immediately noticed someone approaching and shouted in warning, "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Feng residence uninvited? Get out now!" But in the next moment, 2 dull thuds were heard as Yi Zhiga merely fixed his gaze, causing the guards' heads to burst open instantly. He then kicked the front gate with a loud bang, and the massive door, over 20 meters tall, crumbled to the ground under the force. Yi Zhiga looked ahead into the long corridor stretching hundreds of meters before him, ending with another closed door. Well hidden indeed, he sneered, knowing that behind that door at the end of the corridor lay the real heart of the Feng family. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Suddenly, the corridor was filled with the sharp sounds of mechanical movements as walls on all sides opened like traps, revealing countless firearms, all aiming at him, their myriad infrared sights targeting him directly. At the same time, a commanding voice echoed from the end of the corridor, "Who is this insignificant creature daring to break into the Feng residence at night?" A transcendent being of royal stature stood at the end of the corridor, glaring sideways at Yi Zhiga. "I have no interest in playing games with mere watchdogs like you." Yi Zhiga showed no concern for the firearms pointed at him, his killing intent rising as a terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from him. With a series of clicks, the firearms and the entire corridor itself suddenly shattered, bursting into pieces that fell to the ground. The transcendent being at the end of the corridor was instantly torn apart by the overwhelming force, his body distorted beyond human recognition. After clearing his immediate path, Yi Zhiga activated his spiritual power, enveloping the entire Feng residence. From that moment on, no one could enter or leave the Feng family without his permission. Tonight, the Feng residence would become Yi Zhiga's personal slaughterhouse. At that moment, Yi Zhiga's terrifying presence swept through, causing everyone to feel their souls tremble. Tonight, not even the chickens and dogs of the Fong family will be spared. Yi Zhiga's voice resonated clearly into the ears of everyone in the Fong residence. Most of the people in the Fong family were transcendent beings themselves. When Yi Zhiga sealed off the Fong residence with his spiritual power, they all felt a vast aura locking onto them. Facing this aura, they trembled instinctively, their souls crying out in intense fear. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiga stepped forward, officially entering the Fong family. The space around his body shimmered as white flying swords slowly appeared around him. With each step he took, a flying sword shot out with the sound of a dragon's chant, the air booming as if having its own consciousness, piercing into a courtyard. Immediately, the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh rang out and blood splattered. With each step, a life was claimed. Run, child, my child, please open your eyes and look at your mother. In a moment, the entire Fong family was thrown into chaos, everyone panicking and fleeing in all directions. Some extraordinary beings with remarkable power shot up into the sky, carrying terrifying spiritual power, intending to directly shatter the barrier that enveloped the Fong family. However, as soon as they touched the barrier, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, it suddenly emitted black flames. The screams were continuous as the black flames swiftly engulfed everyone, burning their spiritual power along with their bodies, reducing them to ashes in an instant. The Yin fire, the true spirit of fire, touches and ignites, burns and exhausts completely. Yi Zhiga muttered, this was a type of flame from the forbidden zones of the cultivation world, extremely dangerous. Once touched, it could not be extinguished, and even isolating it with spiritual power was useless. It would burn the spiritual power as well until the target was completely dissipated. Initially, to tame the Yin fire, Yi Zhiga had paid a great price and had almost been burned to death several times. Since then, the Yin fire had become his tool for silencing others, as those entangled by this flame would be left without even ashes. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Zhiga continued forward with the sound of his sword chiming. Each step he took resulted in someone bleeding to death on the spot. Please show mercy, friends, let's talk, please show mercy. At this moment, an old voice emerged from the depths of the Fong family estate, followed by an elderly man who quickly approached, using the air for leverage to land smoothly in front of Yi Zhiga. He was dressed in a tang suit, his hair white and his face wrinkled, but his movements were extremely agile, like a young man. I am Fong Tianhua, the head of the Fong family. I am not sure where my family has offended you to warrant such slaughter here. Fong Tianhua was also greatly shocked when he first saw Yi Zhiga, not expecting him to be so young yet so terrifyingly powerful. Behind Fong Tianhua, several people followed, clearly all high-ranking members of the Fong family. Yi Zhiga did not respond but instead swept his gaze towards the people behind Fong Tianhua. Among them, a woman was particularly conspicuous. She had a pair of light red eyes that faintly glowed in the dark night, giving off a demonic feel. She was Fong Ping's wife, Li Wan. Seeing Yi Zhiga, Li Wan trembled, her beautiful face filled with resentment, her fists clenched. She knew that it was this man in front of her who had killed her husband and daughter. Why I came, you might want to ask her, Yi Zhiga slowly said. Oh, Fong Tianhua was startled, then immediately looked back at Li Wan and asked, Wan, what's going on? Under pressure, Li Wan, her light red eyes full of resentment, could only explain the whole story truthfully. After listening, Fong Tianhua's expression became somewhat stiff. He had been unaware of Fong Ping's death and Li Wan's orders to assassinate Yi Zhiga's parents. Ridiculous, why did you not discuss this with me? Fong Tianhua raised his hand and slapped Li Wan across the face. His voice filled with anger. He then managed to squeeze out a smile, addressing Yi Zhiga, friend, could you do me a favor and let me handle this matter? I assure you a satisfactory outcome. A favor? How significant is your face, really? Yi Zhiga reached out and grabbed him, pulling him over effortlessly. Fong Tianhua instinctively resisted, but no matter how much he struggled, it was in vain. He simply couldn't break free. He was a transcendent of the Danluan realm, yet the fact that his opponent could suppress him so easily meant that their realm was far superior to his own. Fong Tianhua's heart was pounding wildly. The man appeared to be in his early 20s. How could he possess such high cultivation? I've told you, tonight, not a single soul from the Fong family will be spared, Yi Zhiga declared, his grip tightening around Fong Tianhua's neck, causing his face to turn red. Friend, let's talk this over. I'll hand over Li Wan for you to deal with. The ignorant are not guilty. The assassination of your parents was solely planned by Li Wan. We had no knowledge of it. Yi Zhiga turned a deaf ear, his sword energy swirling behind him, and with a swish it struck directly through the brow. Thump! The body hit the ground. The remaining senior members of the Fong family felt their scalps tingle and immediately scattered in all directions. The master of the Donluan realm hadn't even made a splash before he died. Staying would only result in their demise. Yi Zhiga did not bother to stop them. He had set a barrier around the Fong family. Where could these people possibly escape to? Soon only Li Wan remained at the scene, watching the people desperately fleeing into the distance. She couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. What clan members? When disaster strikes, everyone looks out only for themselves. Aren't you running? Yi Zhiga asked her mockingly. Run? I wish I could flay you alive and tear you limb from limb. Give me back my husband and daughter. Li Wan charged at Yi Zhiga. Instead of retreating, she carried 2 grenades, having quietly pulled the pins as she ran. Foolishly hoping to perish together with him, Yi Zhiga saw everything, and it had to be said the woman did have some courage, but that didn't mean he would show mercy. With ferocious sword energy at his back and a flash of white light, Li Wan's neck felt cold and her head flew into the air. Boom! Just then the grenades went off, blasting her headless body into pieces. He never struck without reason, but when he did, he made sure to eliminate the problem completely. Yi Zhiga walked through the explosion and scathed his sword energy, continuing its brutal assault. The entire Fong family estate echoed with screams as one after another fell into pools of blood. Whether ordinary people or transcendents, Yi Zhiga spared none, executing all. Moments later, the Fong family was utterly silent, strewn with corpses and flowing blood, with no one left alive. Thus, the Fong family was annihilated. After the massacre, Yi Zhiga was not in a hurry to leave. Every prominent family had significant resources, and the Fong family was no exception. He walked towards the inner parts, heading straight for the Fong family's treasury. With everyone dead, the spoils laid before him were his for the taking. Meanwhile, outside the Fong family estate, upon receiving the message from Li Datong, the team from Megacity No. 2 was promptly mobilized and had now arrived at the outskirts of the Fong family's residence. From a distance, they could see the damaged gate, and as they approached, a strong scent of blood assaulted their nostrils. Everyone paused, overwhelmed by the visual and olfactory assault. Many extraordinary beings among them had heard rumors that a ruthless figure from Megacity No. 5 had proclaimed their intent to annihilate the Fong family. Could it be that this fearsome person had already infiltrated the premises? Considering the vast distance between Megacity No. 2 and Megacity No. 5, inch travel alone would take at least 2 days. How could this person have arrived so swiftly? Captain, should we go in? Someone asked. At his words, all eyes turned towards the front of the group. Standing there was a woman dressed in white with gray trousers. Her pale skin and height of around 17 meters, along with her neatly arranged hair draping down to her delicate neck, rendered her both sweet-looking and radiant. She carried a broadsword taller than herself, which starkly contrasted with her gentle appearance and physique. Her name was Su Jieth, the captain of this team of extraordinary beings. Despite her girl-next-door appearance, she was well known for her ferocity. Su Jieth's bright eyes surveyed the interior of the Fong residence, feeling uneasy about the eerie silence. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air not far from them. The team turned to see one of their members enveloped in black flames. Desperately, he tried to use his spiritual power to resist, but to his horror, he discovered that the black flames could even consume spiritual power. The team was horrified and quickly tried to douse the flames with water, only to find that it exacerbated the blaze, as if they were pouring gasoline instead of water. Help me, I don't want to die, the afflicted team member struggled briefly before falling still, the black flames consuming him completely, leaving nothing behind. Frowning, Su Jieth's beautiful eyes remained composed as she carefully observed her surroundings. After a long contemplation, she picked up a branch from the ground and threw it towards the Fong family's mansion. The branch traced an arc in the air and was about to reach the building when suddenly it was repelled by a barrier that then emitted black flames, incinerating the branch. Instantly, everyone witnessed this and felt a surge of fear, grateful that they hadn't approached any closer. It seemed that the Fong family was trapped, with no one able to enter or exit. Everyone retreat 30 meters and do not get any closer, Su Jieth ordered, having witnessed the devastating power of the black flames and knowing well that her abilities were not sufficient to contend with them. This must have been arranged by that ruthless person from the 5th megacity as set up to prevent the Fong family from escaping. It seems impossible now to enter the Fong household, so I might as well stay on the perimeter. I'm curious though to see who would dare to venture alone into the Fong family's domain. Inside the Fong family's storeroom, Yi Zhiga strolled leisurely, his gaze somewhat nonchalant. So-called ancient martial family, but that's about it, Yi Zhiga muttered to himself. The room was filled with antiques and some martial arts techniques which, if released to the market, could certainly cause a sensation, yet they failed to catch his eye. At the very back of the storeroom were various precious medicinal herbs, including several ginseng roots over 1,000 years old. Better than nothing, he thought, deciding to take them home to make soup for his parents. Yi Zhiga casually collected the items and continued his exploration. Suddenly he stopped in a corner, his eyes fixed on a wall. Yi Zhiga reached out, touched the wall, and with a slight exertion of force, boom! The wall collapsed instantly. A dark passage appeared before him. Interesting, Yi Zhiga chuckled lightly and stepped into the passage. The tunnel wasn't long and soon he reached the end. Exiting the tunnel, a laboratory appeared before his eyes, as large as a soccer field, with a faint medicinal smell lingering in the air. Around him were massive shelves filled with jars and bottles, all containing organs preserved in formalin: hearts, kidneys, eyes, countless in number and unmistakably human. Some large jars even contained full-grown adults, so secretive and engaging in such unspeakable acts. Yi Zhiga stroked his chin and walked calmly past. A quick glance revealed that the organs in these jars came from at least 100 people. He walked about 10 meters further and noticed that the jars used to preserve the organs were significantly larger. The organs inside were also much larger than those of an ordinary human. Beasts. Yi Zhiga recognized instantly that these organs were harvested from mythical creatures. Not far away, a report on an experiment table caught his attention. Yi Zhiga walked over and picked it up, and a few words appeared before his eyes. Human transplantation of mythical beast organs experiment report. He glanced through it briefly. The report detailed every step of the Fong family's experimental personnel transplanting beast organs into human bodies. Plainly speaking, it was vivisection. The Fong family really has some nerve to conduct such experiments in secret, thought Yi Zhiga. No wonder Mr. Li Daton said he could no longer tolerate the Fong family, even though spiritual energy is resurging and times have changed. Such experiments would outrage the public in any era. With a heart as calm as still water, Yi Zhiga casually tossed the report aside. He continued walking around the laboratory and eventually stopped in front of a huge machine. Behind the machine was a large transparent storage room. Inside were several humans, lifeless, their limbs replaced with those of mythical beasts and their heads and limbs fully grafted, a sight of staggering visual impact. The chest and abdomen still bore noticeable sutures, clearly showing that the organs inside had been removed and replaced. Describing this experiment as diabolical would not be an overstatement. Most ordinary people would shudder at the sight. Yi Zhiga, however, felt no discomfort. He wandered around the laboratory a few times and, finding it uninteresting, decided to leave. Initially he had wanted to flatten the laboratory with a single slap, but after a moment's thought he decided against it. It was better to leave this mess for the authorities of Mega City Number 2 to handle. With that thought, Yi Zhiga slowly exited the Fong family's storeroom. He had wiped out the entire Fong family, only uncertainty remained if someone had coincidentally been out for the night and missed this calamity. Yi Zhiga would not allow any oversight. If he was to kill, he must eliminate them all. He planned to visit the authorities of Mega City Number 2 to check for any that might have slipped through the net. Outside the Fong family compound, members of Mega City Number 2's enforcement hadn't left and were still stationed there. How come there's been no movement for so long? Could it be that the tough guy from Mega City Number 5 got taken down inside? It was said that the head of the Fong family was a transcendental being of the Donluan realm, and the tough visitor from Mega City Number 5 would surely not be inferior in skill. I dunno, but battles between Donluan realm fighters shouldn't be this quiet, the team members muttered to one another as they occasionally glanced towards the Fong residence. Look, someone's coming out. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. This instantly drew everyone's attention towards the Fong residence. Su Jie, who had been resting with her eyes closed, also opened her eyes and looked over. The evening breeze tousled her hair, accentuating her voluptuously crossed arms and her strikingly pure and beautiful face combined with her impressive figure. However, the large broadsword taller than her own height on her back somewhat disrupted this image, creating a strong contrast. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Zhiga strolled out from the Fong residence leisurely. Is that the tough guy from Mega City Number 5? Must be. Wow, he's so young and handsome. Girl, don't even think about it, you can't handle him, murmured someone. As Yi Zhiga walked out from the Fong residence, he casually dismantled the barrier that had been enveloping it, unsurprised by the enforcement team waiting outside. He knew that, typical of old man Li Daton, he would have arranged for someone to meet him. You must be colleagues from Mega City Number 2, having to come all this way in the middle of the night. My apologies for the trouble, Yi Zhiga said, showing a gentle smile to everyone. Are you Yi Zhiga, Su Jie approached her beautiful eyes, sizing him up. Truthfully, she was shocked. She had expected someone much older, not someone so youthful. Yes, I am. Yi Zhiga nodded, his gaze lingering on Su Jie, not out of attraction to her beauty but intrigued by the contrast her broadsword presented. I am Su Jie, the captain of the 1st Division of the Mega City No. 2 Enforcement Team. Su Jie flashed a smile sweet like the girl next door in her pure innocence. The captain seemed smitten. Had I ever seen her smile like this before? I wasn't sure, but it frankly gave me the creeps. Imagine a violent enthusiast giving you a ladylike smile, how would you react? The team discussed in hushed tones, but everyone present was a superhuman with heightened senses. Su Jie, upon hearing them, immediately had veins popping on her pale forehead. Clang! She pulled the broadsword from behind her back, thrusting its handle into the ground, cracking the stone slab beneath with its weight. Her gaze swept across, locking onto the ones who had been talking. Who said I'm a violent freak? You lot, register your names. You'll be my sparring partners for a week when we get back. Upon hearing this, the group visibly wilted. The last person to spar with her hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet. After intimidating her subordinates, Su Jie offered another sweet smile. Mr. Yi, you must find this amusing. Yi Zhiga barely suppressed a chuckle, waving it off nonchalantly. They exchanged a few more words before Su Jie led her team to clean up the Fong family's mess and also sent someone to escort Yi Zhiga to Gate 2. After nearly an hour's drive, Yi Zhiga arrived at his destination. The place was strikingly similar to Gate 5 and City 5, as if carved from the same mold. Everything had been arranged by the organization and the personnel directly took him to his accommodation, a large private room fully equipped with various appliances. Yi Zhiga, not one to fuss, entered and immediately went to bed to meditate. The next day Yi Zhiga was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Zhao Xiyu. He was surprised but quickly realized that with the fall of the Fong family, the Zhaos must have got the news. Are you hurt? Zhao Xiyu's voice came through the phone, cold yet tinged with concern. She had only learned today that Yi Zhiga's parents had been assassinated, prompting him to storm into the massive City 2 in a rage. Knowing the strength of the Fong family, she had been worried for him. The Fong family is no more, Yi Zhiga said calmly. There was a pause on the other end, clearly shocked by the news. When will you be back? Zhao Xiyu's voice came after a moment. Yi Zhiga, barely serious for 3 seconds, joked, what, miss me? Click. The call ended as Zhao Xiyu hung up. Despite her icy demeanor and goddess-like aura, she had always been exasperated yet amused by Yi Zhiga ever since she met him. Just after hanging up, there was a knock at the door. Yi Zhiga opened it to find Su Jie standing there, still in her white shirt and gray pants, but today without her broadsword. Her hair was loosely draped, her lips red and teeth white, wearing a bright smile, perfectly embodying the girl next door vibe. Mr. Yi, after investigation it was found that there were still 5 direct members of the Fong family who were not at home last night due to business trips, but now they have all been captured, Su Jie said. Last night, when she led her team to handle the scene, she also noticed that laboratory and discovered the horrifying deeds the Fong family was conducting in secret. After reporting the situation, it alarmed many people. Her visit this time was to hope that Mr. Yi Zhiga would temporarily spare these people, as the authorities wanted to hold a public trial before executing them publicly. No problem. This request was not excessive and Yi Zhiga readily agreed. Mr. Yi, actually, I have another matter to discuss. Su Jie's bright eyes twinkled, making her seem like a completely different person from the intimidating figure she was last night. But speak freely, Yi Zhiga responded casually. Su Jie revealed a sweet smile. On behalf of the high-ranking officials of City No. 2, we hope that Mr. Yi can stay with us. We will provide you with the best treatment. Feel free to state any conditions you might have. Last night, City No. 2 held a meeting concerning Yi Zhiga. They harbored the ulterior motive of trying to poach him. However, doing such would somewhat disrespect City No. 5, so they sent Su Jie to gauge Yi Zhiga's interest first. Yi Zhiga, who was drinking water, almost choked. He hadn't expected that even the military-controlled sectors would engage in such underhanded tactics. Su Jie, girl, what do you mean by poaching? Just then Li Detong's angry voice suddenly came from outside the door, following which he stormed in with Wang Yixin trailing behind him. Mr. Yi. After entering, Li Detong first greeted Yi Zhiga, then he frowned, his mustache bristling with irritation, and said to Su Jie, this is really low of you, even coming here to poach. Su Jie was unfazed and playfully blinked. Oldly, Mr. Yi hasn't agreed yet. Why are you in such a rush? I still don't know what schemes you're playing at. Li Detong snorted coldly. He had guessed it already. After Yi Zhiga took down the Fong family, City No. 2 would definitely attempt such a move. therefore his main reason for coming was to prevent his corner from being poached. Yi Zhige was too strong a master to lose. If he were poached, whom could Li Detong turn to? Although on normal days he treated him reverently like an ancestor, Li Detong was willing as long as Yi Zhige was willing to stay. He glared fiercely at Su Jie, feeling that despite her beautiful appearance she was quite cunning at heart. Knowing she was at a disadvantage, Su Jie, seeing Li Detong about to lose his temper, could only leave resentfully. However, before she left she turned back to Yi Zhige and said, "Mr. Yi, I hope you will consider it." Seeing her attitude, Li Detong was livid with rage, feeling utterly disregarded by the young woman. He immediately chased after her, threatening to go to city number 2 and have a serious talk inside their territory. Yi Zhige sat on the sofa, amused by the sight of Li Datong's flushed, furious face as he watched the drama unfold. "Why did you come along too?" he asked with a chuckle, turning his gaze to Wang Yuxuan, dressed in a black jacket and loose cargo pants. Her high ponytail and tall figure made her a striking presence, appealing to both men and women. She sighed resignedly. "My family is pushing for a marriage alliance with the Zhang family. I came here to lay low for a while." She was strongly opposed to marriages filled with mercenary intentions, which was why she hardly ever returned to the Wang family and stayed within the sealed doors of her own faction. Moreover, Wang Yuxuan's intended partner in the alliance was someone Yi Zhige knew well, Zhang Yan, the man whose arm he had severed during a forced blind date arranged by Su Jing. Wang Yuxuan thought Zhang Yan was even more feminine than she was, recalling his middle-part hairstyle and makeup thicker than most women's, which made her feel nauseous. She would rather die than marry such a man. "We're quite alike. My family has been pushing for marriage too." Yi Zhige suddenly felt a kinship with her, patting her shoulder with a sympathetic look. "Similar, also being pushed into marriage." Wang Yuxuan paused, contemplating Yi Zhige's words. Alone with a man in a room could lead to misunderstandings, and she couldn't help but wonder if Yi Zhige was hinting at something. With this thought, she shyly lowered her head, her face heating up. "What's wrong?" Yi Zhige noticed her odd behavior and asked. "No. Nothing." Wang Yuxuan's face grew even hotter and she lowered her head further, cheeks flushing red. Yi Zhige was puzzled but didn't press further. "How shameless, trying to steal from under my nose. Do they think I'm a vegetarian?" he thought. Just then Li Datong came back, cursing after having gone to confront the higher-ups at Seal Gate number 2, where he had verbally dominated the group, leaving them speechless. Upon entering, he noticed Wang Yuxuan sitting shyly on the sofa, unable to raise her head. A glint of intrigue flashed through his eyes, sensing a story brewing between the teacher and student. "Mr. Yi, when shall we return to Mega City number 5? he asked, pretending to have noticed nothing. "No rush, we have another drama to watch this afternoon," Yi Zhige replied. That afternoon the remaining 5 direct descendants of the Feng family were sent to the center of Mega City number 2 for a public trial. The Feng family's secret live experiments had been exposed, causing a huge uproar and attracting widespread attention. Not only in Mega City number 2 but other cities were also shocked. The Feng family, a venerable martial arts family with profound heritage and influence, had been conducting such inhumane experiments in secret. "Despicable. I knew there was a reason for the recent disappearances in Mega City number 2. It was the Feng family's doing all along. Death is too kind for them." Fortunately, the plot was uncovered in time, or who knows how many more would have suffered. Online, there was an uproar of discussions related to the Feng family, all of which were filled with criticisms and condemnations. At the public execution site in Mega City number 2, thousands had gathered, eager to witness the execution of the direct descendants of the Feng family. Amidst this tense atmosphere, an explosive piece of news was released by the authorities of City number 2. The downfall of the Feng family was not their doing, but the work of a single young man. This revelation immediately caused a sensation. Although the Feng family was widely criticized for their actions, no one dared to question their formidable power. Their ranks were filled with extraordinary individuals, and the family head had even reached the advanced Danluan stage. Such a foundation was formidable by any measure, yet this powerhouse had been toppled by one young man alone. The news seemed like a fantasy, dropping many jaws in disbelief, yet no one questioned its validity given that it came from the military, an entity without any need to deceive the public. The public execution lasted an entire afternoon and was broadcast live. Yi Zhige, lounging on a couch, chose not to attend in person but watched the broadcast from City number 2's secure facilities. After a while he turned off the live feed, confident that with such a spectacle the remaining Feng family members wouldn't survive much longer, thus perfectly resolving the matter. That night Yi Zhiga along with Wang Yuxuan and Li Datong boarded a plane back to Mega City number 5, primarily because Li Datong, ever the suspicious one, feared that the officials from City number 2 might attempt to poach Yi Zhiga. As they departed, the high-ranking officials from City number 2 bid them farewell with eyes fixed keenly on Yi Zhiga, clearly wishing he would stay. Their regard for such a young expert with boundless potential was evident. Li Datong, nearly fuming with protective jealousy, vigilantly scanned the crowd until they were safely on the plane. Mr. Yi, rest assured, whatever City number 2 can offer, we in City number 5 can match, and we will not be outdone, Li Datong declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Yi Zhiga, slightly annoyed, spared him a glance but decided not to argue, instead choosing to rest with his eyes closed. Beside him, Wang Yuxuan sat quietly, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Zhiga, lost in thought. The next morning, as the plane roared toward Mega City number 5, they landed at the bustling airport where a crowd had gathered to welcome them. It's much more comfortable staying in City number 5, far fewer intrigues and conflicts. Li Datong sighed with relief, still subtly denouncing City number 2. He then opened the cabin door. Mr. Yi, let's head out. Okay. Yi Zhiga opened his eyes and rose, accompanied by Wang Yuxuan. As they disembarked, Yi Zhiga spotted a familiar face among the crowd welcoming them, Zhao Shiyu, followed by his female bodyguard Zhang Lan, who was dressed in a simple white long dress that showcased her fair shoulders and delicate collarbones. The morning breeze fluttered her dress, revealing glimpses of her long, fair legs. She stood silently in the crowd, her aura ethereal, seemingly out of place among those around her, exuding an air of detachment and coolness. Upon seeing Yi Zhiga descend from the plane, Zhao Shiyu's usually cold face briefly softened into a faint smile. However, that smile faded the next second when she noticed Wang Yuxuan closely following behind Yi Zhiga. You're here too? Yi Zhiga greeted with a smile. I visited your parents yesterday, and when they knew you were coming back today, they asked me to pick you up, Zhao Shiyu replied, her voice still chilly but with a noticeably firmer tone, as if making a point to someone else. Yi Zhiga nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's eyebrows slightly raised, sensing the underlying message in Zhao Shiyu's words. Being from the prestigious Wang family, she knew Zhao Shiyu well, but she was surprised to learn about her close relationship with Yi Zhiga's parents. This realization sparked a bit of irritation in her. Wang Yuxuan's long eyelashes fluttered, feeling a sense of threat from Zhao Shiyu, who in terms of background and beauty was a worthy rival. Zhao Shiyu felt a similar sense of crisis, and she could tell that Wang Yuxuan harbored special feelings for Yi Zhiga. Thus, her gaze hardened, wary and slightly hostile, as she looked at Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan, unfazed, met her gaze head-on, her presence commanding. Isn't this Miss Yuxuan? I heard the Wang family is planning a marriage alliance with the Zhang family. I didn't expect you to have the leisure to roam around, Zhao Shiyu said coolly, her words tinged with provocation. Wang Yuxuan, not one to back down, snorted coldly. I will decide my own marriage, Miss Zhao, you need not worry. For a moment, the air between the two women crackled with tension. Meanwhile, the cunning old Li Deshang stayed quietly on the sidelines, his eyes darting back and forth between them, the very picture of a gossiping onlooker. It's a common trait among the elderly to love a good gossip. Give them a stool and they could spend an afternoon in the park chatting. He had sensed something off about Wang Yuxuan in the giant city on the second, and today his suspicions were confirmed. Yi Zhiga, oblivious to the subtle friction between the two women, was preoccupied with other thoughts, feeling it most urgent to visit his parents first. Zhiga, let's head out, Zhao Shiyu suggested, signaling Zhang Lan to open the car door. Nodding, Yi Zhiga got into the car without further thought. Zhao Shiyu followed, but as she closed the door, her gaze fleetingly swept over Wang Yuxuan, her lips curling into a slight provocative smile. The car started and drove away from the scene. Watching the tail of the car getting farther and farther away, Li Datong clearly perceived that Wang Yuxuan, who was beside him, was getting colder and colder in expression, her eyes almost spitting fire. He truly had not expected that Wang Yuxuan, this girl, would turn out to be so defiant and rebellious. However, he didn't feel it was his place to say much, so he just chuckled awkwardly and said, all right, let's head back too. Wang Yuxuan, without uttering a word, turned around with a dark face and left in a huff. Zhao Shiyu didn't go upstairs with Yi Zhiga but left directly after dropping him off. She was a very astute woman, aware that this moment was meant for Yi Zhiga and his parents. It was not her place to intrude. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Yi Zhiga called out upon arriving home. his parents quickly emerged from their bedroom. "Jiga, are you hurt?" Su Jing stepped forward, looking him over with concern. Over the past few days, they had come to understand the whole story and also learned that their son had dealt with the Fong family decisively. They had watched the live broadcast of the public trial of the Fong family's direct descendants, though they felt a sense of relief as parents. Their foremost concern was always their child's safety. After all, such violent confrontations could lead to serious injuries. "I'm fine, really good actually," Yi Zhiga allowed Su Jing to check him over, responding with a smile. "Good boy, truly worthy of the Yi family." Yi Guanqi patted Yi Zhiga's shoulder, feeling very reassured to have such a son. Soon the family moved to the living room, where Yi Zhiga noticed it was filled with gifts. The dining and coffee tables were nearly overflowing. Yi Guanqi chuckled and said, "These past few days, we've had quite a few visitors. The Zhao Wang and Feng families all sent people over. It's been unusually lively at home. Thanks to you, we wouldn't normally have the chance to meet such important figures." Su Jing spoke up, her eyes twinkling with joy. Which parents wouldn't want their children to succeed? They clearly understood that these visits and gifts were all because of Yi Zhiga. Yi Zhiga, keeping his smile, spoke in simple yet profound terms. "No matter where one is, the only condition that ensures respect and gifts is one's own strength. Son, be honest with us. The white light that saved us during the assassination attempt the other day, was that because of you?" Yi Guanqi asked. During the assassination, he clearly saw the white light that killed the assailant emanate from the ornament Yi Zhiga had given them. They didn't know it was sword energy, so they referred to it simply as white light. "It was me," Yi Zhiga admitted. There was nothing to hide. Then he asked his parents to sit on the sofa and spoke very seriously. "Dad, Mom, would you like to cultivate?" Although he could protect them, he still wanted to ask for their opinion. "Cultivate, like those extraordinary beings?" Su Jing was very surprised. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, becoming an extraordinary being had been a dream for many. Yi Guanqi was also quite shocked. His heart stirred, but his expression soon faded. They were of an age that couldn't endure such rigors. It was clear that both parents were very tempted. Who wouldn't yearn for great power? But alas, they were already up in age and could only bury that flicker of excitement deep inside. "Extraordinary beings? No." Yi Zhiga shook his head, smiling gently as he continued. "Even stronger than the extraordinaries." He had already made up his mind to transfer spiritual energy to his parents soon, to remodel their sinews and bones, directly helping them to establish their foundation. He didn't care much for merely being extraordinary. Wasn't cultivating immortality far better? Upon hearing this, both elders were shocked. Stronger than the extraordinaries? They couldn't quite grasp what Yi Zhiga was trying to convey and were utterly confused. "Zhiga, your mom and I are old now. Don't waste resources on us unnecessarily." Yi Guanqi spoke after a moment of thought. He believed that Yi Zhiga must possess some rare treasure capable of transforming one's physique, and he didn't want his son to waste such precious resources on them. Su Jing also nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's the thought that counts." Yi Zhiga simply smiled, touched by his parents' constant consideration for him. "Don't worry, it won't be a waste of resources and it won't take much time. It will be over soon. Give me your hands." Yi Zhiga crouched in front of his parents. Yi Guanqi and Su Jing exchanged a glance, feeling nervous and hesitant, but seeing their son's serious expression, they finally each stretched out a hand. Yi Zhiga grasped their hands, and the majestic spiritual power within him immediately began to circulate, transferring slowly and gently through the touch of their palms into his parents' bodies. Instantly, the elders felt a warm sensation sweeping through their bodies, as if they were aging in reverse. Every pore on their bodies opened, and they could feel a shimmering light around them, with each pore seeming to breathe. Their bones made cracking sounds, yet they felt no discomfort. Instead, they felt extremely comfortable. Soon, a lot of dark impurities began to be expelled from their bodies, accumulating on their skin. This was a further enhancement after their physiques had already been slightly improved by consuming the meat of the Beast King. A few minutes later, Yi Zhiga released their hands, his parents' bodies now significantly improved. "What is this stuff on me? It's dark and smells awful." Su Jing noted, slightly disgusted by the impurities she found on herself. Yi Guanqi also frowned, troubled by the stench. Both elders were usually very clean, and now they were covered in sticky black impurities, which was very upsetting for them. Su Jing got up and went straight into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, an astonished voice came from the bathroom. "Ah, is this really me?" Soon after, she came out in clean clothes, her face still wearing an expression of disbelief. After washing off the impurities, Su Jing looked radiant. Her skin was fair, and all the wrinkles on her face had disappeared, making her look years younger. This was no illusion, it was as real as could be. Although she was already over 50, her body seemed to rejuvenate, returning her to her youthful days. Su Jing in her youth was quite beautiful, a true beauty indeed. Wow, where did this beautiful lady come from? Yi Zhiga joked with a smile. Hearing this, Su Jing was overjoyed, though she pretended to rebuke him. How can you speak like that? Show some respect. It was clear that Su Jing was delighted, her spirit revitalized. After all, which woman doesn't love to feel beautiful? Especially for someone like her who had lived half a lifetime and then suddenly regained her youth, her heart was incredibly joyful. Is this real? Yi Guanqi, standing nearby, was stunned, as if he had traveled back several decades to the first time he met Su Jing. Su Jing, feeling his intense gaze, suddenly became a bit shy. Truth be told, Yi Guanqi was also curious if he could experience a return to youth like Su Jing. With an excited heart, he stepped into the bathroom to wash off the black impurities covering his body. Soon after Yi Guanqi emerged, his posture was erect. He had returned to his robust middle age, his eyes bright and lively, his spirit vibrant, and his skin smooth. The long troubling dark circles under his eyes had completely vanished. It must be said the young Yi Guanqi was quite handsome, sharing several facial features with Yi Zhiga. I feel so energetic now, like I have endless strength, Yi Guanqi said as he reached out with one hand and effortlessly lifted a tea table weighing over 100 kilograms, shocking even himself with his newfound strength. Su Jing was also curious to see if her strength had changed. Unsurprisingly, she too easily lifted the heavy tea table with one hand without any effort. This was no longer within the realm of ordinary human strength. Moreover, both felt very relaxed, sensing that lifting over 100 kilograms with one hand was far from their limit. They were both excited about their regained youth and extraordinary strength. You know, this is just the physical enhancement. I haven't even started the foundation building process, Yi Zhiga chuckled mischievously. Imagine, when we go out, people might think you're my older brother and sister, you cheeky kid. Always joking around. Yi Guanqi laughed heartily. Su Jing also smiled. She didn't care about having great strength, being young again was more than enough for her. Now that you two are young again, you better hold back or I might end up with another little brother or sister. Yi Zhiga teased shamelessly, immediately feeling the death glare from his parents. Pretending to see nothing, he bravely changed the subject. But it's not over yet, the real show is about to start. He then took out 2 green pills from his storage ring. As soon as he did, the room filled with a strong fragrance of the pills, even a whiff of which was refreshing. These are foundation building pills. Consuming these can enable those in the chi refining stage to build their foundation directly. Although my parents don't have a foundation in cultivation with me here, even without a foundation, they can successfully build theirs. Here, take this and swallow it. Yi Zhiga handed over the elixir to his parents. Without any hesitation, the elderly couple took the elixir and consumed it. The elixir melted instantly upon entering their mouths, and a powerful surge of medicinal strength coursed through their limbs and bones. Yi Zhiga, with his fingers shaped like a sword, pressed them against his parents' foreheads. Spiritual power flowed into them, instantly neutralizing the wild effects of the medicine and forming a sea of chi inside their bodies. This state lasted for about half an hour. By then their foundation was successfully built. Feeling the spiritual energy circulating around their bodies and the seemingly inexhaustible strength within, Yi Guanqi and Su Jing's faces were filled with immense joy. From today onwards, they no longer had to envy those so-called transcendent beings. Are we transcendent beings now? Yi Guanqi and Su Jing looked at each other, feeling the continuous flow of spiritual power within, almost murmuring in unison. The couple felt an unreal sensation. As if everything was too easy, like a fantastical tale from a distant dream. Seeing the expressions of surprise, astonishment, and joy on his parents' faces, Yi Zhiga smiled. Although he had forcefully elevated his parents to the foundation building stage, the spiritual power within them was genuine and formidable. If they were to really unleash their power, ordinary transcendent beings wouldn't even know how they died. With the revival of spiritual energy on Earth, although being at the foundation building stage might not make one invincible, self-protection was absolutely no issue. Then Yi Zhiga took out the storage rings he had crafted in the region of Jingchu. Originally he made 3 rings, gave one to Wang Yuxuan and kept 2. He now handed these 2 to his parents. Now that they had spiritual energy within them, Yi Zhiga explained how to use the rings and his parents quickly adapted, able to use them effortlessly. This is really a great item, no need to carry groceries by hand anymore. Su Jing was delighted, constantly examining the storage ring on her finger. Yi Guanqi glanced at her and couldn't help but say, "You're using such a fantastic item just to buy groceries, such a woman's perspective." Su Jing heard this and immediately became displeased, glaring at Yi Guanqi. Unable to withstand the pressure, it wasn't long before Yi Guanqi admitted defeat. Yi Zhiga chuckled on the side. His family had always been like this over the years, with his parents often bickering, but each time Su Jing overwhelmingly emerged victorious. Alright, Dad, Mom, I'll teach you some offensive techniques now. Yi Zhiga spoke again. Now that his parents had built their foundation, it was essential to pass on spells and cultivation techniques, otherwise they'd be like vases, beautiful but useless. Offensive techniques. Zhiga, your dad and I are old now, we can't handle all this fighting and killing, Su Jing said. Yi Guanqi nodded in agreement. Yes indeed, we're not really suited for this at our age. Yi Zhiga was momentarily speechless, wanting to say, at your age you're still considered greenhorns in the world of cultivation. With me around, there's no need for you to go through any violent struggles. However, Yi Zhiga added, but you can't skimp on the essentials of learning. Eventually he managed to persuade his parents to learn the cultivation techniques and a few offensive spells. The techniques he taught were relatively simple. As long as his parents practiced daily, they would see significant improvements. In the following days, his parents didn't go to work, nor did Yi Zhiga seal the doors. Instead, he stayed home to guide his parents in their cultivation practices. Before they knew it, a week had passed and both Yi Guanqi and Su Jing had mastered the basics of the offensive spells. It must be said his parents did have some talent for cultivation. This leisurely life continued for another 3 days. That day, as usual, Yi Zhiga was at home when he suddenly received a call from Li Datong. Mr. Yi, something big has happened. Li Datong's voice came through tinged with excitement. He informed Yi Zhiga that several powerful beast kings were planning to enter the gigantic city number 5-inch supposedly for peace talks. In the 3 years since the resurgence of spiritual energy, human and mystical beast conflicts had become frequent, often resulting in bloodshed. However, the sudden entrance of several beast kings into the city to discuss peace was truly astonishing and could easily be suspected as a plot by the mystical beasts. Hearing this, Yi Zhiga was momentarily stunned, reminded of Qianqian whom he had met in the ruined city. That city still harbored many survivors, protected against numerous beast waves by a beast king from a pacifist faction. He had forgotten to mention this to Li Datong after returning home last time due to his parents being attacked. Now Li Datong's call served as a reminder, prompting Yi Zhiga to share the details about the ruined city where Qianqian resided. What, there's such a thing? Li Datong responded in surprise, truly shaken by the news. He felt overwhelmed, initially suspecting the beast king's intent to enter the city as a smokescreen for a deeper scheme. But now hearing from Yi Zhiga about a faction of peace-seeking beast kings, these pieces of information exploded in his mind like a bomb, leaving him buzzing and unsure how to process it all. When are these beast kings entering the city? Yi Zhiga casually inquired. Li Datong quickly replied, probably in the next couple of days. The 4 founders involved in constructing the gigantic city number 9 are taking this very seriously. One of them is already on his way back. More than one beast king entering the city is too significant. A single misstep could result in a catastrophe affecting millions. Thus, the higher-ups are extremely anxious. Mr. Yi, I have a request, if you don't mind. Over the phone, Li Datong's voice came through again. He spoke earnestly, hoping that when the Beast King approaches, Yi Zhiga would make an appearance as well, just in case the Beast King turns ferocious and immediate remediation is needed. Alright, send someone to pick me up when the time comes. Yi Zhiga felt it was no big deal, so he agreed. After finishing the conversation, he hung up the phone. 2 days later, a military jeep stopped downstairs at Yi Zhiga's house. Li Datong came personally to fetch Yi Zhiga. He had not slept well for several days, bearing huge dark circles under his eyes, looking quite worn out. Mr. Yi, you don't know, these past few nights I've been reviewing documents non-stop and the higher-ups have been pressuring me, all waiting for today. Li Datong sighed deeply. As for the matter of the Beast King's negotiation, the secrecy measures were well maintained, so far no public has been aware of this matter. Yi Zhiga looked out the window and casually asked, has the location for the negotiations been set? Upon hearing this, Li Datong nodded. It's all set at the sealed gate. The Beast Kings have transformed into human forms and have already entered the city, now on their way to the sealed gate. Li Datong gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression stern, clearly very tense at the moment. Before long, the vehicle entered the sealed gate. Inside, it was very quiet. The weaker superhumans had already evacuated in advance, leaving only the elites. Many heavy weapons were also in readiness. Should anything go awry, they would open fire immediately and the superhumans inside the sealed gate would directly intervene. After getting out of the car, looking at the well-prepared members of the sealed gate, Yi Zhiga smiled lightly. Just a few beast kings, this seems a bit of an overreaction. Mr. Yi Just then a joyful voice called out. Yi Zhiga turned to look and saw Wang Yuxuan standing on tiptoes waving at him from a distance in the crowd. Like the other members of the sealed gate, she wore a black combat suit, clearly indicating the importance the sealed gate placed on this negotiation. Yi Zhiga nodded at Wang Yuxuan in response, then entered the office building with Li Datong. Mr. Yi, let me first take you to meet one of the founders of the sealed gate, who specially came from the giant city number 9, Li Datong said. Okay, Yi Zhiga replied casually, following him to a conference room. Standing in front of the conference room door, Li Datong straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, then extended his hand to knock. Come in, a woman's voice soon came from inside. Mr. Yi, please. Li Datong opened the door. As Yi Zhiga walked into the conference room, he found the large room was almost filled with people, yet it was very quiet. As the door opened, everyone's gaze turned towards them. These were all high-ranking members of the sealed gate, each dressed in formal attire, their expressions solemn and meticulous. At the head of the room, a woman sat quietly, appearing to be in her late 20s with fair skin and dressed in a simple yet elegant women's suit. Her hair was neatly tied up at the back, leaving only a fringe in the front, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses which added a touch of cool and ascetic charm to her demeanor. At just one glance, it was clear that she was the type of person who handled matters decisively without dragging her feet. Upon seeing Yi Zhiga enter, she revealed a smile and said, "You must be Yi Zhiga. I've long heard of your great reputation. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 4 founders of the Seal Gate. You can call me Vermilion Bird." As she spoke, Vermilion Bird realized that she was unable to see through the other's strength. No matter how she tried to probe with her spiritual power, it was to no avail. She felt a bit alarmed, as there were only 2 reasons for this situation. 1, the person was just an ordinary human. 2, the person's power far exceeded her own. But according to the information from Sealgate, Yi Zhiga was definitely not the first kind. Therefore, Vermilion Bird maintained a calm facade, but her heart trembled fiercely. Yi Zhiga was slightly stunned by her name, Vermilion Bird. Then the other 3 founders of Sealgate must be called Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. However, this name did fit well with the Chinese civilization. I've heard about you from Li Datong. Seeing is truly believing, Yi Zhiga spoke. When he first joined the Seal Gate, Li Datong indeed mentioned that the leader of Gate number 5 was a great beauty, and it seemed that the old fellow hadn't lied. Her strength is also passable. At the Donluan realm, she indeed has the capability to establish a school on Earth. The Beast King should also be arriving soon. Please take a seat, Vermilion Bird said politely with a smile. Yi Zhiga, however, shook his head and said, I'd rather go outside. I'm not used to staying here. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Yi Zhiga agreed to come to Sealgate only to prevent those Beast Kings from rioting, but that did not mean he wanted to become a member of the negotiating table. Having now met one of the so-called founders of Sealgate, Vermilion Bird, he didn't want to stay any longer. Sitting down to discuss matters was indeed not suitable for Yi Zhiga, who was accustomed to a lax lifestyle. If he really had to sit down and talk, it probably wouldn't be long before he would fall asleep. Although the conference room was serious, it felt like playing house to him, and the highest cultivation was only at the Donluan realm, a level of meeting he disdained to participate in. Watching Yi Zhiga's departing figure, many in the conference room raised their eyebrows slightly, feeling that this young man was somewhat obstinate. However, Vermilion Bird gently tapped on the table a few times and warned everyone, although he has a strange temperament, his strength is above mine. I cannot see through him, so do not gossip recklessly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. Even Vermilion Bird at the Donluan realm could not see through him. How strong must he be? Could it be the immortal realm? Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, there seemed to be no such level of beings on Earth yet. With this thought, everyone present felt a chill down their spine, including Li Datong, who knew Yi Zhiga was strong but had not realized he was this powerful. After leaving the conference room, Yi Zhiga found a chair and sat under a willow tree, opening his phone to read a novel. Not long after, a roaring sound came from afar. Several Beast Kings arrived together at lightning speed, almost as if they had teleported, and in the blink of an eye, they were at the base of the office building, stirring up a fierce gale. At this moment, they had transformed into human forms, 4 men and 1 woman, the men tall and imposing, the woman soft and enchanting. It was at this time that Zhu Kei, accompanied by the senior executives of Feng Men, came forward to greet them. After a brief exchange of words, they all proceeded into the office building. Members of Feng Men, watching from a distance, secretly swallowed their saliva, many of whom had never seen a Beast King and wore nervous expressions on their faces. Wang Yuxuan, seeing everyone's inexperienced demeanor, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. A few minutes later, the roar of vehicles approached and several large transport vehicles drove up. Yi Zhiga put down his phone and looked towards the arriving vehicles, sensing a familiar presence inside one of them. Shen Shen? He soon realized that the Beast Kings had come to negotiate and naturally needed to show sincerity, and the humans still alive in the abandoned city were the best gesture of goodwill. Thus, they also brought the surviving humans from that city. The vehicles finally stopped at the base of the office building. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan immediately led her team forward. Her main task today was to handle these refugees. Under her organization, the refugees quickly disembarked from the vehicles and neatly lined up together. Among them was Qian Shen, wearing ill-fitting patched clothes and holding a repeatedly mended tattered doll. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, her small body trembled slightly. From a distance, Yi Zhiga watched intently. He noticed that only Qian Shen was there. Her mother was not among the crowd. Moreover, Qian Shen seemed very weak, her face pale, her body bearing many bruises and unhealed wounds. Yi Zhiga's gaze fell on the other refugees, thinking perhaps. He immediately stood up and walked towards the refugees, who were arranged in a square formation. Damn it, don't block me, move aside. In the line, a refugee accidentally tripped and kicked Qian Shen. The kick sent Qian Shen's small body tumbling to the ground, her little face filled with fear, enduring the pain as she clutched the worn doll tightly to her chest, her body curled into a ball. This little nuisance really gets in the way. The refugee seemed not yet appeased, lifting his foot again and kicking down hard on Qian Shen's back. Feeling the sharp pain in her back, tears swirled in Qian Shen's eyes, but she endured and did not let them fall. Wang Yuxuan, noticing the commotion in the crowd, shouted, "What are you doing?" The refugee, ready to vent further, hurriedly hid among the crowd. She sensed something amiss, walked into the crowd, and soon found Qian Shen curled up on the ground, her small body trembling continuously. Wang Yuxuan's face immediately showed pity and distress. Just as she was about to pick her up, she found that someone had already stepped forward to lift her. Seeing the figure who picked up Qian Shen, Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Professor Yi, Qian Shen, it's been a long time." Yi Zhiga held Qian Shen in his arms, softly speaking. Qian Shen was momentarily stunned. The voice sounded familiar. She slowly lifted her head and found herself in the arms of the older brother she had met in the ruined city some time ago. "Big brother," she exclaimed in surprise, her face breaking into a smile. Wang Yuxuan, standing beside her, couldn't help but show a puzzled expression, not expecting that Yi Zhiga actually knew this little refugee girl. "Shanshan, where is your mother?" Yi Zhiga gently activated his spiritual power to heal Shanshan's wounded body and asked softly. Shanshan was very weak, her face pale as a ghost. She could feel a warm current flowing through her body, which was very comforting. However, upon hearing Yi Zhiga ask about her mother, the smile on her face instantly faded and her mood plummeted. She hadn't cried when she was beaten by other refugees earlier, but now she couldn't hold back the tears anymore, which started falling down her cheeks. Mom, she's dead," Shanshan said, heartbroken as a flood of negative emotions overwhelmed her. And she began to cry loudly in Yi Zhiga's arms. Yi Zhiga looked down, recalling that when he had left enough meat for the mother and daughter to live on for a long time, but now Shanshan seemed so weak she could faint at any moment, and her mother had died. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Yi Zhiga asked softly, wiping her tears away with his hand. Choking and trembling, Shanshan seemed somewhat frightened and hesitant to speak, but her gaze involuntarily glanced towards the other refugees present. Yi Zhiga immediately guessed everything, his gaze turning icy as he scanned the refugees, who shivered under his look, feeling as though they were being targeted by a fierce ancient beast, their breathing quickening. "Don't be afraid, tell me what happened and I will take care of it for you," Yi Zhiga reassured her. Shanshan, looking at Yi Zhiga's serious expression, clutched the worn doll in her arms tightly, unable to hold back her grievances and sadness anymore. "It was them, they found the neat big brother left for me and my mom, and they took it away. They beat my mom so badly she couldn't get out of bed. Later they ate my mom." As Qianshan spoke, she burst into loud tears, her little face streaked with tears, utterly heartbroken. Wang Yuxuan, who stood nearby, felt a thunderous shock inside her. She looked around at the neatly arranged refugees, horrified that these people had resorted to cannibalism. Living in a huge city where she never had to worry about survival, this was a profound shock to her. She looked deeply at Qianshan, her emotions complex. Yi Zhiga wiped the tears from Qianshan's face and whispered to Wang Yuxuan, "Leave these people to me to deal with. in this world everything has a cause and effect. Yi Zhiga had gone to that ruined city and given Xianxian and her mother a piece of Beast King meat, and now the meat had been stolen and her mother had been eaten. Today he was determined to personally put an end to this matter, to conclude the cause and effect. Just follow the teacher's advice. Wang Yuxuan nodded heavily. She knew the methods of Yi Zhiga. Today these refugees would likely not survive, yet somehow Wang Yuxuan felt no guilt in her heart. Instead, a feeling of exhilaration surged within her. My lord, please do not just listen to that little wretch's side of the story. Yes, she's just spouting nonsense, clearly framing us. Many of the refugees began to speak up, all in cahoots with one another. You call her a little wretch? Truly you do not see me at all. Yi Zhiga's gaze sharpened, a flash of white light followed, and then with a snap, the head of one refugee flew into the air, his body separated from his head. The sudden bloody scene startled everyone present. The refugee line that had been neatly arranged instantaneously descended into chaos. Wrongly accused, just one side of the story. Then open your dog eyes and see well. Yi Zhiga urged his spiritual energy, lightly hooked his forefinger in Xianxian, felt her head floating lightly. Immediately after, a light screen formed by spiritual power appeared. In the image, the refugees were seen breaking into the door, forcefully taking the Beast King meat from Xianxian's home. Xianxian's mother attempted to stop them but was pinned to the ground and beaten by a group, quickly covered in bruises and barely breathing. The large piece of Beast King meat on the table was also cleanly divided among them. After everyone left, Xianxian moved her barely alive mother to the bed, but by then her mother was already breathing more out than in. Distraught, Xianxian wept bitterly by the bedside. Then the scene shifted. Xianxian's mother died, lying on the bed. Xianxian, with her eyes swollen from crying, carried her mother's body on her frail frame, struggling to find a quiet place for burial. The scene shifted again. Xianxian, battered and lying in the muddy ground, cried aloud. In front of her, a group of refugees holding knives encircled and divided up her mother's body. Xianxian tried to get up, but her bruised body could not muster any strength. She could only watch in agony as her mother was dismembered, her mournful cries overlapping with the excited laughter of the mob. The scene shifted yet again. The same group of refugees holding knives approached Xianxian, who was curled up in a corner, their eyes gleaming with intense desire, as if looking at meat on a chopping board. However, this time they did not succeed, because the Beast King arrived, taking all of them away to negotiate in the giant city. The scene ended there. Folks, do you still think it's a wrongful accusation? Is it still just one side of the story? Yi Zhiga held Xianxian, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. The scene just now was seen by everyone present. At this moment, the faces of these refugees finally showed panic. They had not expected that Yi Zhiga could display Xianxian's memories in such a manner. Around them, there were also many extraordinary beings from closed sects who naturally saw everything on the light screen too. Everyone was filled with righteous anger, involuntarily clenching their fists, their eyes filled with fury as they stared at the refugees present. At first, they were pleased, knowing that some of their compatriots could escape the bitter sea of suffering and return to modern society. However, they hadn't anticipated the sheer malice of these people, especially Wang Yuxuan, a woman who, being naturally emotional, had her eyes redden after seeing all the images. She tenderly reached out to caress the face of Qianqian, the little girl whose tragic experiences resonated deeply with her heart. Exhausted from crying and weakened from injuries and hunger, Qianqian had already reached her limit and fell into unconsciousness. But just before she did, she heard Yi Zhiga's voice promising revenge. As she slipped into unconsciousness, she vaguely heard Yi Zhiga's words, bringing a slight smile to her lips. Yi Zhiga wiped a tear from her eyes and then turned his cold gaze towards the group of refugees not far away. Feeling the icy stare of Yi Zhiga, all the refugees trembled with inexplicable fear, wanting to flee, but they were surrounded by powerful beings, leaving no way out. Yi Zhiga's expression was stoic as he flicked his finger. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, carrying sand and stones, forcing everyone to shut their eyes and their clothes to flutter loudly. Moreover, they felt the wind was incredibly sharp, like countless blades whirling towards them in the blink of an eye. The powerful members present felt an imminent threat and quickly retreated. Even at a safe distance, they still felt their skin sting as if it were about to tear. Screams followed. Dozens of refugees cried out in agony. As soon as they touched the fierce wind, their bodies vanished, consumed and obliterated. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Please spare our lives. We don't want to die. Please show mercy and let us live. Groups of refugees knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing to Yi Zhiga, continuing even as their heads bled, their hearts beat violently, fear and unrest intertwining as the scent of death drew near. yet Yi Zhiga paid them no heed and instead turned to Wang Yuxuan. Did you notice anything? Wang Yuxuan, with eyes slightly reddened and no trace of pity, clenched her teeth. The little girl Qianqian might have once begged like them, hoping to keep her mother's body intact, but did they feel remorse? No, they are only scared now, she said. Yi Zhiga looked at her approvingly. Well said, this girl is indeed teachable. The fierce wind continued to rage, the ground shaking violently. More and more refugees were swept up into it, instantly turning into piles of mangled flesh with blood flying about, raining down like a gruesome downpour. The surrounding ground and houses were drenched in this rain of blood. Standing beside Yi Zhiga, the blood rain seemed almost conscious, deliberately avoiding the two of them. In just an instant, the hundreds of refugees present were swept up into the air by the ferocious wind, as if thrown into a meat grinder. The next second, the screams vanished, and so did the refugees. All that was left was the blood raining down from the sky. The extraordinary beings there shuddered uncontrollably at this horrific scene. Such an attack could kill even a king level. Extraordinary being, in a blink, leaving no trace behind. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. Yi Zhiga had merely flicked his fingers to unleash such a terrifying move. It was unimaginable that such a formidable force was serving as a teacher at the Seal Gate. Just then, the high-level executives of the Seal Gate and the Beast Kings who had been negotiating inside the office building rushed out. As soon as they stepped outside, they were greeted by the blood-filled sky and Yi Zhiga in the center of the field holding Qianqian. 600 refugees, all killed. Suzaku stared blankly at the scene, instantly guessing everything. The high-level executives of the Seal Gate and the Beast Kings were all stunned. They had felt an extremely terrifying energy wreaking havoc, and even though they sensed that this energy bore them no malice, it still left their hearts pounding and their minds unable to calm down for a long time. Finally, it was Li Datong whose lips trembled as he softly called out, Mr. Yi. Suzaku, with a shocked expression, could no longer maintain her composure. Mr. Yi, why did you kill these refugees? She didn't know the reason and asked out of confusion. These were 600 lives gone just like that. Not just her, even the Beast Kings were stunned. With just a blink, hundreds of people were slain more brutally than even their mythical beasts. Mainly, these 600-plus refugees were their sincerity in coming to negotiate, and just after arriving at the Seal Gate they were all gone. Suzaku, what do you mean? They mistakenly thought that the Seal Gate did not wish to negotiate, and their faces darkened immediately. The atmosphere became tense in an instant, with spiritual energy flowing around the Beast Kings, who eyed the Seal Gate's executives warily. Explain yourselves. The Beast Kings looked hostile, their aura out in the open, ready to fight at any moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down, there must be some misunderstanding here. Suzaku tried to calm herself, not intimidated by the aura emanating from the Beast Kings. Have you all argued enough? At that moment, Yi Zhiga's cold voice rang out. Boom! A majestic aura surged to the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Thousands of ghostly shadows appeared, carrying endless wails and moans. At the same time, a terrifying pressure naturally emanated from Yi Zhiga's body. In just a moment, everyone present was forced to the ground, their bones cracking, their bodies almost bursting. They had no strength left to resist, their bodies glued to the ground, a fear emanating from the depths of their souls. It was like a mayfly staring at the sky, a profound sense of powerlessness. Do I need to explain myself when I kill? Yi Zhiga's voice came again, his eyes electric, his vitality overwhelming. Just the natural release of a hint of his pressure was almost bursting everyone present. Having said that, he carried the unconscious Qianqian and slowly walked away into the distance. It wasn't until Yi Zhiga's figure had completely vanished that the terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. Everyone present was left disheveled and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their hearts still pounding as they watched the direction in which Yi Zhiga had departed. They knew that if Yi Zhiga had wished, he could have killed them all with a mere thought. The Beast Kings were especially terrified, wondering when such a formidable human had emerged among them. The vermilion bird was also somewhat disheveled, feeling as though her bones were about to fall apart. Is this the pressure from an immortal realm? It's truly terrifying, she murmured to herself. Rising to her feet with a somewhat apologetic expression, she said, Sorry, the person who just left is our sect's master, and he has a bit of a quirky temper. Please don't take it to heart. Our sect doesn't mean to refuse dialogue. Shall we continue our discussion in the meeting room? Hearing this, the Beast Kings dared not refuse. Remembering Yi Zhiga's oppressive aura, they were filled with dread. Negotiations were a must today. If they didn't negotiate and that fearsome man came to attack the beast race someday, they would be too late even to cry. as for those 600 lives, who would dare to meddle if it meant risking their own lives? After leaving the conference building, Yi Zhiga carried Xianxian to his office. Throughout, he was using his spiritual power to nourish her body, restoring some color to her pale, weakened face. However, due to her overwhelming grief, she remained unconscious. Yi Zhiga opened a reclining chair to use as a temporary bed and gently placed Xianxian on it. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. It was Wang Yuxuan. "I knew you would be in your office, teacher," she said with a smile as she entered, her gaze landing on the unconscious Xianxian. "This poor little girl." Yi Zhiga didn't respond but glanced at her and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be maintaining order in the sect? Why have you come here?" Wang Yuxuan, somewhat amused, replied, "I was in charge of accommodating the refugees brought back by the Beast Kings, but now that you've killed them all, I naturally find myself idle." She squatted in front of the reclining chair, resting her chin on her hands, and continued, "Besides, I'm not worried about those Beast Kings going berserk. You didn't see it, teacher, but after you left, those Beast Kings became as docile as can be, clear-eyed like huskies." Yi Zhiga was amused by her words. He had just wanted to quiet them down a bit by scaring them. Sometimes, without showing some strength, people don't realize their place, and at least now there would be some peace. While they were talking, Xianxian, lying on the chair, had woken up at some point, quietly observing the conversation. "Little sister, you're awake," Wang Yuxuan noticed first, reaching out to gently rub her head. Xianxian didn't speak, her eyes carrying a mix of timidity and wariness as she looked at her. "Since we're free anyway, go get some food from the cafeteria," Yi Zhiga instructed. Given the prolonged hunger, it was best to start with some porridge to condition the body, as eating solid food directly could lead to a rejection reaction. However, Yi Zhiga had already used his spiritual energy to nourish and mitigate most adverse effects. Upon receiving the instructions, Wang Yuxuan let out a sound of acknowledgement and headed to the cafeteria. Before long, she returned carrying a tray of food. "Little sister, your name is Xianxian, right? Come have something to eat first," Wang Yuxuan said softly. Xianxian's eyes brightened at the sight of the appetizing food on the tray, and she swallowed quietly, showing her interest. Yet she did not start eating immediately but instead looked towards Yi Zhiga, her eyes seeming to ask for permission. Yi Zhiga did not speak but simply nodded lightly. With permission granted, Xianxian then began to eat from the tray. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan felt a pang in her heart, finding Xianxian's understanding nature rather heart-wrenching. "Teacher Yi, according to the original plans by the authorities, she will be placed in an orphanage in the megacity," Wang Yuxuan whispered to Yi Zhiga. Yi Zhiga nodded, feeling that the arrangement was acceptable as it at least ensured basic life necessities. "I thought you liked her so much that you might adopt her and keep her by your side," Wang Yuxuan commented with a light laugh. Noticing Yi Zhiga's silence, Yi Zhiga had considered this option, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Having lived for so long, he had never taken care of a child before. Such matters, he thought, are better left to professionals. "But I do have a better suggestion," Wang Yuxuan said mysteriously. "Oh?" Yi Zhiga looked at her, prompting her to continue. "Do you remember my sister?" Wang Yuxuan began, her cheeks reddening. The last incident had been quite embarrassing. Unbeknownst to her, her sister had taken many photos of her and even compiled them into a book to sell to Yi Zhiga to plead for academic guidance. "Mainly those photos." She trailed off, finding it hard to continue. "I remember she has a good eye for photography," Yi Zhiga chuckled. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's face grew even redder, feeling that Yi Zhiga was bringing up an awkward subject. "I could adopt Xianxian under the Wang family name. My sister needs a playmate and I think she would be suitable," Wang Yuxuan suggested. "That's not a bad idea," Yi Zhiga responded, recalling his brief interaction with Wang Yunhua, who he found to be clever and whimsical. Xianxian's current situation would probably improve if she stayed with a lively and cheerful child. "Xianxian, what do you think?" Yi Zhiga turned to ask her, knowing well that she must have overheard their conversation. Xianxian fidgeted slightly with her hands, thought for a moment, and then said, "I will listen to Big Brother." "Alright, then it's settled. You'll go home with this sister later, how about that?" Yi Zhiga concluded. "Okay." Megacity number 5 Fuya building. After deciding to adopt Xianxian, Wang Yuxuan, accompanied by Yi Zhiga and Xianxian, went to a shopping mall to buy some clothes for her. Wang Yuxuan was well acquainted with the area and led them straight into a high-end clothing store. With her meticulous selection, she bought many fitting outfits for Xianxian. After a series of changes, Xianxian was transformed, her refugee status completely unrecognizable. The store clerk standing by ingratiatedly commented, "Miss, your daughter truly takes after both of you. Just a simple dress up and her charisma shines through, so beautiful." Clearly, the clerk mistook them for a family of 3. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. She stole a glance at Yizhiga nearby and, noticing he seemed not to have heard, chose not to correct the misunderstanding. Truth be told, she quite liked this mistake and silently applauded the clerk in her mind. Shanshan, do you like dolls? How about we get you a new one? Wang Yuxuan, in high spirits, squatted down and asked Shanshan. Since stepping into the mall, she noticed Shanshan had been clinging to a worn doll, never putting it down no matter the activity. The doll looked grimy and had been stitched up repeatedly, so Wang Yuxuan thought of replacing it with a new one. No, Shanshan decisively refused. Showing strong resistance, Wang Yuxuan was puzzled. It was just a worn-out toy. Why such a strong reaction? This is the last thing my mom left me, Shanshan explained softly. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan fell silent, gently stroking her hair, her gaze growing tender. From today onwards you are my second little sister. In the time that followed, Wang Yuxuan bought many more items for Shanshan until the sky darkened, signaling it was time to head home. Downstairs at the mall, she cheerfully asked, Yi Zhiga, Mr. Yi, would you like to visit the Wang residence? Yi Zhiga, not in the mood for chatter, quickly excused himself and left. Sister, is Big Brother your teacher? Shanshan curiously asked. Yes, why? Wang Yuxuan replied. I thought you were boyfriend and girlfriend, Shanshan remarked. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan felt a surge of delight and grew even fonder of Shanshan. Watching Yi Zhiga walk away, she whispered to herself, audible only to her ears, there's the name of teacher and student, but not the reality. It's not impossible. The next day, the giant city number 5 released shocking news. A beast king had entered the city, representing it and many other beast kings to negotiate peace with humanity, reaching a consensus. From now on, most mythical beasts would coexist peacefully with humans. This announcement caused a sensation. What does it mean that most mythical beasts will coexist peacefully with humans? Does that mean some still hold hostility towards us? Some immediately discerned the underlying implications. Feeling uneasy, it's certainly a lot better than the frequent brawls of the past, isn't it? Over the past 3 years, too many people have lived in dire straits. Some have voiced their opinions, thinking this is a good thing. A week later, after the Beast King came to discuss peace and signed the relevant agreements with the Sealgate, he left the massive city number 5. The high-level executives of the Sealgate confirmed and announced to the outside world that the agreement had taken effect. From today onwards, most of the exotic beasts will coexist peacefully with humans. Moreover, those exotic beasts that have reached the king realm and can transform after signing the Sealgate safety agreements can even enter human cities to live. After this news was released, there were those who were delighted and those who were worried. What, the Beast King will be able to come to the city and live with us? Isn't this chaos? After transformation, the Beast King looks almost exactly like us. How can we differentiate? We should also look on the bright side. What if you're lucky and a female Beast King takes a fancy to you? Then you're set for life. Just imagine those beast-eared girls, Can you be serious upstairs, For a time, the whole outside world was boiling over and everywhere there were discussions related to the exotic beasts. As for Yi Zhiga, he hadn't gone anywhere these days, staying at home guiding his parents in their cultivation. Over this period he found that his parents were very proficient in the use of spiritual energy and had even mastered quite a few of the combat techniques he had taught them. It's no exaggeration to say that now if the old couple encountered an average strength Beast King, they wouldn't necessarily kill it, but escaping unscathed would be more than possible. Time quickly passed another half-month. During this period Yi Zhiga almost always stayed at home, oblivious to outside affairs. His parents too, due to their cultivation, had no mind to push him into matchmaking, which gave him a particularly leisurely time, thoroughly enjoying himself. I heard there's an exotic exhibition at the South City Square today. Those transformed Beast Kings have brought some rare items from the mountains into the city, and they said interested people could go there to visit and exchange, Su Jing said with a smile, putting away the groceries she had bought into the refrigerator. So, do you want to check it out? Yi Guanqi put down his phone and asked. Su Jing nodded. I heard it's especially lively in South City today. A lot of people went there early in the morning. It's been a long while since we went out for a stroll. Hearing this, Yi Guanqi nodded, looked at Yi Zhiga sitting on the sofa reading a novel and said, then after lunch today our family of 3 will also go join the crowd. You guys go ahead, I still prefer staying at home. Yi Zhiga didn't even lift his head. Su Jing frowned, issuing an order. You lazy boy, staying at home all day and I still don't have a daughter-in-law. You must go out today. Here we go again, using this to pressure me. Yi Zhiga could only smile wryly in compromise. That afternoon after lunch the family set out together heading for South City. The destination was a large square already crowded with people and quite dense, creating a lively atmosphere. In the center of the square there were many glass showcases filled with a variety of rare items, medicinal herbs, unusual stones and more, a feast for the eyes. In the crowd there were extraordinary beings and ordinary people mingling endlessly in harmony, with laughter occasionally filling the air. Among them were transformed beast kings, the males tall and handsome, surrounded by numerous adoring fans snapping pictures with their phones. The female beast kings, transformed, were strikingly beautiful with graceful figures as if they had stepped right out of a comic book, drawing the attention of many men. Smiles graced their faces as they enjoyed the adulation of being the center of attention. It had been a long time since such a lively scene had been witnessed. Su Jing looked at the plaza, which could only be described as packed with people, and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go, let's also take a look, Yi Guanxi said, taking Su Jing by the hand and moving forward. After undergoing a rejuvenation that restored their youth and beauty, they looked just like a couple in love. Yi Zhiga sighed and followed his parents toward the plaza. Hey, Mr. Yi, what brings you here? I thought you weren't interested in this kind of event. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted by as Wang Yuxuan ran up from the crowd, greeting them enthusiastically. She wore a white t-shirt with a purple jacket and jeans, her long shapely legs catching the eye. Her hair was casually tied back and her stunningly natural beauty stood out in the crowd. Yi Zhiga felt a headache coming on, wondering how he always seemed to run into this girl. Zhiga, who is this young lady? Su Jing, hearing this, turned with interest, finding the girl quite appealing and pretty. Wang Yuxuan also looked curiously at Yi Guanxi and Su Jing, surprised to find that they bore a resemblance to Yi Zhiga, especially around the eyes. It was almost as if they were cast from the same mold. Scratching her head a bit confused, she wondered if these two were perhaps Yi Zhiga's older siblings. Hello brother and sister, I am a member of the Seal Gate and Yi Zhiga is my teacher. After a moment Wang Yuxuan concluded that they must be Yi Zhiga's siblings, considering they looked too young, hardly older than herself. Hearing her address them this way, the older couple couldn't help but smile, pleased by the greeting. Don't get it wrong, these are my parents, Yi Zhiga corrected with a twitch of his mouth, pulling Wang Yuxuan forward to explain. What? Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? They're too young. She was skeptical, wondering if Yi Zhiga was just joking around, as he sometimes wasn't very serious. However, in the next second Wang Yuxuan was almost petrified on the spot as both Su Jing and Yi Guanxi nodded, confirming they were indeed Yi Zhiga's parents. Oh, uncle and auntie, I'm sorry you look so young, almost like you're not much older than me. Wang Yuxuan quickly apologized. She then moved closer and affectionately linked arms with Su Jing, inquiring about their secret to maintaining such youthful appearances. Su Jing and Yi Guanxi didn't reveal the truth, simply brushing it off with excuses. The trio was chatting amicably, especially Su Jing, whose smile never left her face, clearly taking a liking to Wang Yuxuan. Every now and then she would cast a glance at Yi Zhiga, her eyes seeming to tease, not bad kid, you've got good taste. Witnessing this scene, Yi Zhiga was overwhelmed. Ever since Wang Yuxuan appeared, Su Jing had seemingly abandoned both Yi Zhiga and his father Yi Guanxi. The two women were enjoying their delightful conversation, walking arm in arm, occasionally letting out giggles. Helplessly, Yi Zhiga and his father followed behind the two women, effectively becoming mere background figures. Kid, how come everywhere you go you seem to charm someone? Didn't your mom say you got back together with Shiryu? Yi Guanxi whispered with a lowered voice. Yi Zhiga was exasperated. Don't believe in rumors nor spread them. However, Yi Guanxi gave a knowing smile, one that all men understand. Nice one, son, you've got some charm reminiscent of my younger days. With a youthful smirk, Yi Guanxi indeed looked very handsome and mature, his demeanor seasoned with experience. While the father and son were conversing quietly, a young man with long purple hair approached, stopping in front of Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan. Tall and dressed in a gray leather jacket, his piercing eyes were sharp and spirited. His distinctive purple hair turned heads, especially among the ladies. It was hard not to notice him. Hello beautiful ladies, my name is Ma Tiancheng. Meeting his fate, how about we become friends? He proposed with a charming smile, his intense gaze betraying his extraordinary nature. Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan were momentarily taken aback, not knowing how to react to this sudden encounter. However, Yi Guanxi's expression darkened as he saw his wife being approached by another man in public, sparking a flicker of anger within him. Yi Zhiga calmly looked up, his gaze briefly scanning the young man named Ma Tiancheng. Just one look was enough to discern everything. The newcomer was a transformed beast king, his true form being a horse. You are not human. Wang Yuxuan, with her keen perception, quickly recognized his identity. She promptly pulled Su Jing back a step, her beautiful eyes flashing with caution. Hearing this, Su Jing's expression stiffened. Although there was a peaceful coexistence between the two species, many still harbored prejudices, thinking that the other kind was ultimately different and that frictions are inevitable. Yes, I am not a human but a transformed beast king, and I bear you no malice. I truly wish to be friends with you both, Ma Tiancheng responded openly and honestly. He had come to the gigantic city numbered 5, seeking a human female partner, preferably a superhuman, as only such a union could produce offspring with strong talents. When he first arrived in the gigantic city number 5, many girls had taken the initiative to show their interest in him, but none caught his eye. Now, however, he had found not just one but 2 women who met his criteria, and he boldly approached them to strike up a conversation. Sorry, we're not interested, Wang Yuxuan said firmly without fear of rejection, and grabbed Su Jing to walk around him. She was not intimidated by this so-called Beast King. It was only because there were too many ordinary people around that she preferred not to cause a scene. Hearing this, the smile gradually faded from Ma Tiancheng's face, his expression stiffening slightly. Since entering city number 5, many girls had been proactive with him, which had inflated his ego, making him think that human girls were easy to manipulate. But now to be rejected publicly was a blow to his pride, yet he was not ready to give up and followed them, his gaze intense and fixed on Wang Yuxuan and Su Jing. Ladies, I hope you will reconsider. I think the 3 of us would make a great match, Ma Tiancheng said, reaching out to drape his arms over Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan's shoulders. Seeing this, Yi Guanqi could no longer hold back and rushed forward. With incredible speed, almost like teleportation, he appeared right in front of them and grabbed Ma Tiancheng's outstretched hand. Yi Guanqi's expression was icy, a brilliant light flickering in his eyes as he stared down Ma Tiancheng. You may be a beast king, but this is a human city. Don't overstep your bounds. Ma Tiancheng's smile froze, his pupils constricted, and his face turned ugly. It was bad enough to be rejected, but now to be openly warned was a hit to his dignity. Yi Zhiga quietly observed everything. Just a few days ago he had been considering arranging a real battle for his parents, and now it seemed the opportunity had come to him. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the surrounding people, all of whom looked on with curious expressions, including several other beast kings in the distance. Feeling the gaze of many, including those of his own kind, Ma Tiancheng felt a burning shame. What of it if this is a human city? A guest is a guest, and since we coexist peacefully, I naturally have the right to pursue human women, Ma Tiancheng said in a low voice, anger brewing within him, his eyes coldly fixed on Yi Guanqi. At the same time, he subtly released a pressurizing force, targeting Yi Guanqi alone, hoping to embarrass him in front of everyone. Wang Yuxuan, being a transcendent being of the king realm, instantly sensed something amiss and prepared to step forward to help. But Yi Guanqi and Ma Tiancheng were too close. It was almost too late. The Beast King's pressuring force had already reached Yi Guanqi. However, nothing happened to Yi Guanqi. He easily withstood the pressure, standing upright and continuing to stare directly at Ma Tiancheng. Wang Yuxuan was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at Yi Guanqi in shock. He was unassuming, much like an ordinary person, yet he stood unaffected in the face of the Beast King's daunting presence. How could this be? Wang Yuxuan's expression changed with surprise. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she glanced again at Su Jing standing beside her. Both she and Yi Guanqi had been around for at least 50 years, yet they looked so young, a feat not achievable by mere skin care. Then the only explanation left was that they too must be supernaturals, and exceptionally powerful ones at that. Could it be that the entire Yi family were supernaturals? This thought astounded Wang Yuxuan. It was simply preposterous. She wasn't the only one shocked. Ma Tiancheng was too. He frowned deeply, his eyes emitting a sharp light. The man before him had withstood his imposing aura without flinching. His instincts told him that this human male was no ordinary person. However, as the Beast King, he couldn't afford to lose face. Thus Ma Tiancheng spoke. Let's just forget this matter. But you owe me an apology from me. Isn't that quite the reversal? Yi Guanqi scoffed, looking down upon him. You? Ma Tiancheng's face darkened, his expression becoming so grim it was almost dripping with gloom. He stepped forward, glaring angrily at Yi Guanqi. Unintimidated, Yi Guanqi stood his ground. It was bad enough that this man had tried to flirt with Su Jing and was stopped by him, but now he had the audacity to demand an apology in return. As a man, such humiliation was intolerable, at least to Yi Guanqi. Human, do not continue to test my patience, Ma Tiancheng said, his eyes scornful, his tone icy, as he moved threateningly closer. Patience, I've lived long enough and haven't seen anyone as shameless as you, Yi Guanqi retorted coldly. The tension between the two was palpable, making many onlookers gape, feeling the intensity of their confrontation. Was this going to escalate into a fight? More and more spectators gathered, sensing the imminence of a significant conflict. Not only humans but even distant beast kings were drawn by the commotion. What should we do, Zago? Su Jing approached Yi Zago, visibly worried as the atmosphere grew tenser. She was concerned for Yi Guanqi's safety. Yi Zago gently patted her hand, signaling her not to worry, assuring her it was nothing serious. Dad, just go all out, I'm here, you don't need to worry about anything. At the same time, he secretly communicated with Yi Guanqi through a mental message, eager for his parents to experience real combat. Today was an excellent opportunity, one not to be missed. Upon hearing his son's words, any last reservations Yi Guanqi had were dispelled, a fierce light shining in his eyes. Kneel, Ma Tiancheng commanded, his eyes full of disdain, unleashing the full force of the Beast King's oppressive might directed solely at Yi Guanqi. He was convinced that the other could not possibly withstand it this time. Though the pressure was targeted only at Yi Guanqi, even the ordinary onlookers around felt their legs weakened, nearly driven to kneel. But Yi Guanqi did not kneel. Around him a barrier of light emerged, spiritual energy circulating, effectively countering the overwhelming pressure. Boom! In the next moment, with a whoosh breaking through the air, Yi Guanqi suddenly moved, as quick as lightning, leaving behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Ma Tiancheng, throwing a punch directly. What? Ma Tiancheng was horrified, not expecting his opponent to break free so quickly. His pupils shrank violently. Yi Guanqi's speed was too fast, he couldn't dodge in time. Bang! Yi Guanqi's fist heavily smashed onto his face, instantly breaking his nose. The whole face slightly caved in. Teeth and blood flew as Ma Tiancheng was sent flying backwards. Swoosh! Yi Guanqi pursued his advantage, leaping forward, soaring into the air, and in an instant he was close to Ma Tiancheng, who was still in mid-air. Then he thrust out a foot, stomping on his chest. Bang! Ma Tiancheng's chest collapsed, his breastbone cracking loudly, fracturing at that moment. Ah! Hitting the ground, Ma Tiancheng screamed in agony, the severe pain unbearable, his originally handsome face now disfigured. Continuously bleeding, looking particularly ghastly, Yi Guanqi, still not appeased, decisively approached and delivered a barrage of punches to Ma Tiancheng on the ground, falling like raindrops. Everyone present was shocked that was a transformed Beast King, and yet he was so miserably beaten without any power to retaliate. All eyes were on Yi Guanqi, thinking he was too ruthless. When did such a master appear in city number 5? They had never seen him before. Some whispered, the scene of Yi Guanqi dominating the Beast King boiling their blood. Su Jing also showed a look of utter surprise, feeling her husband was a bit too fierce. I knew it. Wang Yuxuan thought to herself, her guess was indeed correct. Even Yi Zhiga was surprised, not expecting his father's first real combat to be so overwhelmingly victorious without any pressure. In the arena, Yi Guanqi was still swinging his fists, crazily smashing into Ma Tiancheng, the sound of breaking bones constantly resounding, twisting and deforming his body. The onlookers felt a shiver down their spines. Stop hitting me, I was wrong, Ma Tiancheng yelled, the intense pain forcing him to submit. If the beating continued, he was sure he would definitely die here today. Scram! Yi Guanqi coldly watched him, snorted, and then swept out another kick, sending him flying, his spine directly breaking, collapsing like a mud doll in the distance. Only then did he completely stop, blood continuously flowing down his fists. Are you hurt? Su Jing asked worriedly, rushing forward to check. Yi Guanqi shook his head, saying, this is the blood of that Beast King. During the fight, I was too heated to feel fear. Now that it's over, I realize my heart is racing, my face looks a bit unnatural, feeling a bit lightheaded. Of course, this was a normal physiological reaction. Yi Guanqi took a deep breath, looking at his own blood-stained hands with a sense of surrealism. He turned to Yi Zhiga and spoke through a secret communication. Son, I felt like my whole body was on fire just now. Do you think I might be a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy who has just fully awakened today? Yi Zhiga couldn't help but laugh. Martial arts prodigy? It's clearly just an adrenaline overload. Of course, the most shocked person at the scene was Wang Yuxuan. She was almost dumbfounded. No wonder Yi Zhiga was so formidable. It seemed like fierceness ran in the family, with an equally fierce father above him. My friend, don't you think you went a bit too hard? Just then a woman approached, gracefully clad in a wine-red cheongsam that accentuated her curvaceous figure and slender waist, her posture swaying seductively, revealing a vast expanse of pale skin. Clearly she was a female Beast King standing up for Ma Tiancheng. She was followed by a group of young people, both men and women numbering in the dozens. He brought this upon himself. Wang Yuxuan stepped forward, staring directly at the female Beast King. The Beast King's beauty was almost excessive, her eyes flickering with a gentle luminescence that seemed to captivate souls. "This is too much, you almost killed someone. We just signed a peace treaty between humans and beasts not long ago, and now our own people have gone and broken it." Behind the female Beast King, the group of young men and women began to speak up, clearly upset, each adding their grievances, trying to escalate the conflict. "You all," Wang Yuxuan's chest heaved with anger, shocked that her own compatriots were defending a foreign race. "Breaking the peace treaty is no small crime, especially since it was signed not long ago. We are in a critical period. The first to stick their neck out is the first to rot. And anyone who dares to cross this red line will be severely dealt with." The female Beast King smiled seductively, her enchanting eyes filled with a provocative glint as she threw a flirtatious look at Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan clenched her teeth in anger, wishing she could tear this seductress apart. "Corrupting the minds of ordinary people, you've got some nerve." At this moment Yi Zhiga stepped forward, speaking calmly, his demeanor still but his eyes as sharp as drawn swords. "Corrupting the minds of ordinary people?" The onlookers showed surprise, looking at the female Beast King, whose eyes shimmered mysteriously, a mere glance causing mental turmoil and clouded thoughts. Even some of the more formidable supernaturals felt their wills waver, tempted to fall at her feet. From the men and women following the female Beast King, it was clear her methods spared no one, affecting both genders equally. "You violate the safety regulations agreed upon by the Beast Kings when entering the city, and you still have the audacity to stir up trouble," Wang Yuxuan rebuked coldly. At that moment Yi Zhiga's thoughts shifted, and a surge of powerful mental force suddenly emerged, forcibly severing the connection between the female Beast King and those she had enchanted. Instantly, everyone came to their senses, touching their foreheads, feeling a sharp pain in their heads and a heaviness, oblivious to what had just transpired. "No, my slaves, all come back to me." The female Beast King's mental power surged, her eyes glowing brightly as she once again enveloped those people. However, in the next moment she suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on her. Under this aura, her mental strength instantly crumbled. The female Beast King abruptly turned towards Yi Zhiga, her face filled with horror, her mouth opening as if she wanted to say something, but it was all too late. Bang! The next moment, her head, unable to withstand the pressure of the aura, burst open like a rotten watermelon. The square fell silent. Both Beast Kings and humans alike were stunned. A powerful Beast King had died so inexplicably. Exhilarating, Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but cheer, feeling a surge of relief. She wasn't the only one, many in the crowd also felt a thrill of satisfaction. This was a human city after all, and even formidable aliens had to abide by the rules. Everyone turned their gaze towards the direction where Yi Zhiga and his companions were standing, their faces filled with excitement. These two masters were incredibly powerful. One brutally beat the Beast King, while the other killed instantly, so fast that no one saw the move clearly. Both so young and similar looking, they must be brothers. I think so too. Look at the temperament in their eyes, as if carved from the same mold. Undoubtedly brothers, the crowd murmured among themselves. Yi Guanqi's expression turned interesting upon hearing these comments. "My son and I are now brothers." Wang Yuxuan and Su Jing couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. At this moment Yi Zhiga stepped forward and patted his father's shoulder, jokingly saying, "Big brother." Yi Guanqi glared, feeling that this boy was indeed drifting away, and his belt buckle of the seven wolves seemed eager to move. At this time, the Beast Kings who had been watching from a distance were also deeply shaken. Previously, a Beast King who had come to negotiate with the high-level officials of the giant city number 5 had brought back news that there was an ultimate master among humans whose natural aura almost caused their bodies to burst. These Beast Kings' hearts pounded as they looked towards Yi Zhiga. They too had felt something when the female Beast King died. A very strong aura had pressed down on them. Could that ultimate master be him? Several Beast Kings communicated secretly, feeling extremely unlucky to encounter such an incident on their first visit to the giant city. Just then Yi Zhiga glanced up in their direction. This immediately caused the Beast King's hair to stand on end and cold sweat to stream down their backs. They felt that their secret communications were unsafe, unable to hide from that master, and indeed he had heard everything. The Beast Kings were terrified, feeling that Yi Zhiga's gaze was a warning. If they overstepped the rules in the giant city, they would die a miserable death. The entire square remained tumultuous until now, when some officials finally came out, carrying a stretcher to take away the seriously injured Ma Tianchang. When he arrived he was spirited and dashing, but now he was carried away on a stretcher, a picture of misery with no tears left to cry, his face a testament to utter humiliation. There was no doubt that news of his debacle would spread far and wide, diminishing his standing among both humans and beasts alike, a truly embarrassing fall from grace. As for the body of the female beast king, it was taken away by the guards to be returned to the beasts on another day. In the past it would have been sent to a lab, but these were extraordinary times. The commotion brought this unusual exhibition to an end and many people dispersed, no longer wishing to stay. "Let's go," said Yi Zhiga, who had never wanted to come in the first place and now had even less reason to stay. His family followed the crowd out towards the plaza. As they were about to part ways, Su Jing tightly gripped Wang Yuxuan's hand, her face radiant with a smile. After their brief interaction she had taken a liking to the young woman and said, "Come visit anytime, dear. I'll cook something delicious for you." She was quite pleased with Wang Yuxuan, finding both her looks and her character appealing, and hoped to groom her as a future daughter-in-law. Wang Yuxuan, beaming with joy, was taken aback by Su Jing's enthusiasm. Initially she had felt uneasy knowing that Zhao Shiyu had close relations with Yi Zhiga's parents, but now she felt a surge of competitive spirit, confident she could outshine her rival. "Of course, Auntie, I'll definitely come visit," Wang Yuxuan replied with a polite smile before they parted ways. Su Jing watched her leave with a smile, thinking to herself that the girl had a good figure, perfect for bearing a healthy child. She spoke up, her words subtly nudging Yi Zhiga. Used to her ways, Yi Zhiga pretended not to hear and changed the subject. "You don't need to worry about me so much, or before you know it I'll be snatched away." "Huh?" Su Jing, reminded by Yi Zhiga's comment, suddenly noticed that Yi Guanqi, not far away, was completely surrounded by a crowd. Many were excited, asking for photos with him, especially several young girls who were charmed by the handsome older man and were pestering him for his contact details. Yi Guanqi, now the center of attention, had left a deep impression on everyone with his earlier confrontation with the Beast King. Seeing this, Su Jing's face darkened instantly, her aura flaring as she strode over quickly. Yi Guanqi, oblivious to the brewing storm, continued greeting the crowd warmly. The next second a pale hand reached out and precisely pinched his ear. His heart skipped a beat as he saw Su Jing's furious expression and his face paled. "Look at you getting all important and starting to flirt," Su Jing scolded, pulling him back by his ear. The surrounding crowd was stunned, no one daring to intervene, especially the few young girls who, after one stern look from Su Jing, hurriedly ran off. "It's a misunderstanding. I was just cooperating with their photo requests. I didn't give out any contact details," Yi Guanqi protested, grimacing in pain. The internet went wild. Someone had captured the exploits of Yi Zhiga and his son at the plaza and uploaded it online, instantly causing a huge sensation. No one expected that after signing a peace treaty with the Beast Clan, a bloody incident would occur so soon. Particularly, the scene where Yi Guanqi brutally beat Ma Tiancheng spread far and wide. "This is a serious matter. One Beast King was severely injured and another died outright. It's uncertain whether the newly signed treaty will be nullified because of this. It's such a shame. I had something else to do today and couldn't be at the scene. It would have been something to witness this event with my own eyes." Online, everyone has something to say about it. Of course, many people are worried that the Beast Clan might retaliate against humans, especially since peace had only just begun to settle. However, the authorities quickly stepped in, revealing the causes and consequences of the incident to the public. Once the details were known, many people felt relieved and even thrilled, thinking that this battle was well fought and very satisfying. That Beast King Ma Tiancheng, who had been in the giant city for 3 days, had harmed no less than 10 girls. Truly he deserved to die. And that female Beast King, who used her psychic powers to turn many people into puppets. When related individuals spoke out online, public opinion overwhelmingly supported beating Ma Tiancheng. The Yi Zhiga family has now truly become famous. During this time, Yi Zhiga's phone kept ringing with many people looking for him. When he checked his phone, he saw messages from old friends and classmates who hadn't been in touch for years, all full of flattery and sycophancy. Not just him, but also Yi Guanqi and Su Jing experienced the same. Relatives who hadn't contacted them for years were suddenly full of warm inquiries, a stark contrast to their previous indifference. Su Jing and Yi Guanqi remained cool, knowing that these people weren't sincere. As night fell, a roar echoed thousands of kilometers away from Giant City Number 5. Countless mountain ranges shook and rocks flew. It was a giant wolf, tens of meters tall, with a strange glow shimmering over its body. Standing on the peak of a mountain, it howled mournfully at the moon. News from the giant city revealed that its fiancée had died, slain by a human warrior within the city, who killed her. A cold voice echoed through the mountains, causing countless beings to tremble and cower on the ground, afraid to move. Without a doubt, this giant wolf was terrifyingly powerful, so much so that even king-level creatures feared its roar. You must stay calm. We just signed a peace treaty with the humans. You must not act rashly. In the darkness, a voice as powerful as the giant wolf spoke, trying to calm it. Act rashly? All I know is that my fiancé is dead. Lightning flashed in the giant wolf's enormous eyes as it gazed towards giant city number 5, its heart filled with immense rage, tempted to slaughter the city. What nonsense peace treaty? I only know that power determines who has the right to speak. The voice of the giant wolf was chilling and white smoke billowed from its nostrils. Belligerence exists among all races. Among the humans, many believed that they should fight the beast clans to the very end. The beast clans harbored similar sentiments, with some creatures refusing to coexist peacefully. Clearly, this giant wolf was one of them. However, a treaty had been signed, and any creature from either side who initiated conflict would face joint retribution from both races. Regarding the incident that occurred in the giant city today, the two beast kings were at fault, first having violated the regulations. Even executing them would not be considered excessive. The message went out: the giant wolf wanted a duel with that human expert to avenge his slain wife. His voice thundered, causing the mountains themselves to tremble. He cared not for any treaty and was determined to strike, but caution was advised, for that man was immensely powerful. Reports had come in claiming that he could suppress king-level creatures with his mere presence alone. The voice in the darkness spoke again. So what? Humans have always been weak. It does not matter. I will personally cleanse all disgrace from the beast clan. The giant wolf roared furiously, swiping a paw that shattered a mountain peak into a cloud of rubble. The next day, the internet was abuzz once more. As soon as news of the giant wolf's challenge spread, it was as shocking as an earthquake, quickly becoming common knowledge. How shameless to issue a challenge after what their kind did in the city. Public outrage was intense, with many condemning the beast clan, pointing out that it was they who had proposed the peace treaty, yet now another of their kind stood up to challenge. The pressure from public opinion was immense. Even the governing authorities felt the headache. High-ranking officials immediately contacted the beast clan to resolve the issue. However, the beast clan was also helpless, claiming that the challenger was uncontrollable due to his immense strength. Yet, they assured that should the rogue beast act recklessly, they would join forces with the humans to suppress him. The Yi family, Yi Zhiga and his parents, were naturally aware of the beast's challenge. Non-clan members had different hearts, an ancient saying that had proven true once more so soon after the last incident. Yi Guanqi, holding his smartphone, spoke after viewing the online situation. Su Jing nodded, her worry evident given the recent surge of major events. The couple was deeply concerned, knowing that the challenger was targeting none other than their son Yi Zhiga. How could they not be worried about their child's safety? This incident had invisibly touched many hearts, yet Yi Zhiga himself seemed to hardly care, even finding it somewhat amusing. Challenge me? Was this just an eager rush to be defeated? Later that day, Li Datong called him. Mr. Yi, have you seen the news online? He was following instructions from the high-ranking officials to gauge Yi Zhiga's thoughts. Honestly, if a fight were to break out, the situation would be grim for both humans and beasts. I've seen it. And Yi Zhiga was unconcerned. He felt it was no big deal, merely a matter of lifting a hand. According to the beast clan, the challenger was at least at the Donluan stage in cultivation. They hoped to resolve the matter peacefully. Li Datong was rather helpless, feeling a surge of frustration. He felt that the beast clan had gone too far. They had just signed a peace treaty and then this happened. Were they planning to renege on their agreement? Was there still a chance for a peaceful resolution? This was clearly a mockery, implying that humans were easy to bully and manipulate. Do you want to eat meat? Suddenly, amidst his anger, Li Datong heard Yi Zhiga's frivolous voice over the phone, which confused him, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. What did you say, Mr. Yi? Li Datong asked. What, Mr. Yi? I didn't catch that. On the other end of the line, Li Datong repeated himself. His mind had wandered, filled with thoughts, and his anger intensifying, feeling that the beast clan was not trustworthy. I said, do you want to eat meat? Yi Zhiga spoke calmly. Huh? Li Datong was befuddled and asked, eat meat? What meat? Just after he finished speaking, a light went on in Li Datong's eyes, as if he suddenly realized something. His voice trembled slightly. Mr. Yi, do you mean to fight? They're already parading around on our necks. Don't tell me you can still tolerate this. If that's the case, you might as well seal the door and rename it Coward's Gate. Hearing Yi Zhiga's words, Li Datong clenched his fists. He too wanted to vent his anger, even shivering with rage at times. Alright, I'll spread the word right now. Fight until the sky turns dark. After hanging up the phone, Li Datong's eyes burned with a fierce fire, his heart surging with excitement. He quickly gathered the intelligence personnel from his clan and ordered them to spread the news far and wide. Tell the world we choose battle, to hell with a peaceful resolution. By noon today, I want to see this news on all the major headlines. Li Datong, usually jovial, was very decisive when making a tough decision. That morning, the internet was abuzz again. The upper echelons of the sect released the latest news stating that they would accept this challenge from the strange creatures and would not opt for a peaceful solution. Once the news was released, it was as if a bomb had dropped. Everyone felt their blood boiling, their fighting spirit ignited. This was the spirit that Huaxia should exhibit. Fight, let the strange beasts see just how hard our fists are. Countless people left messages, their emotions running high, wishing they could personally go to the battlefield. People discussed heatedly, fervently forwarding the message, which quickly dominated the headlines, bringing immense satisfaction to many. At the same time, the Beast Clan also became aware of the news. The issue had blown up, too big to ignore. Songyu, that idiot, had just signed a treaty and had messed everything up. The supreme experts among the strange beasts were furious, their immense beastly aura spreading far and wide, causing countless mountains to tremble and rocks to shatter, and many weaker strange beasts died from the sheer force. Humans have accepted the battle. What do we do now? How can we proceed when it has come to this? Humans have shown their spirit. Do we not have any fight? The pinnacle masters among the mythical beasts gathered together, also in discussion. Songyu was truly impulsive this time, and the relationship that had finally begun to ease became tense again, possibly deteriorating further in the future. A supreme beast king spoke up. It was a white crane perched atop a mountain peak, its body snow white, radiating a blinding light. Things have come to this point. Talking is futile. Let's fight it out. Once enough is enough, things will naturally calm down. The terrifying beastly might spread, and the supreme beast kings each had their opinions, but ultimately they acquiesced to battle because the situation had already spiraled out of control. Back at the Yi household, Yi Guanqi and Su Jing were constantly monitoring the internet, quickly becoming aware of everything. Be careful and stay safe, Su Jing voiced her concern. Though she tried to sound casual, she knew that it was no use trying to persuade otherwise, and all her words ultimately condensed into that simple phrase. Yi Zhiga nodded, saying, "Don't worry, when I return I'll cook the freshest Beast King soup for you." Yi Guanqi patted Yi Zhiga's shoulder and exchanged a smile with him. Between father and son, no more words were needed. Just then the phone rang. It was a message from Li Dia, who had already arrived downstairs at Yi Zhiga's home. "I'm leaving now, Dad." "Mom, wait for the good news at home." With that, Yi Zhiga headed straight out the door. Soon he arrived at the sealed gate. All the superhumans were ready for battle, each equipped with sophisticated firearms. Of course, some still favored cold weapons like large knives and long swords, countless in number, all made from alloy and exceptionally sharp. The missile silos inside the gate were also activated, ready to deploy a full assault with a single command. The fighter jets and armed helicopters on the airfield were also ready for battle, prepared to take off at any moment. Why muster such a huge force? Seeing this scene, Yi Zhiga couldn't help but speak. Just a few mythical beasts, easy to eliminate with a snap. Hearing this, Li Da's heart raced with fear. The situation was out of control, and a war might erupt between humans and beasts during this time. But in Yi Zhiga's eyes, why did everything seem so calm and collected? "Mr. Yi, our main reason for doing this is to ensure the safety of Mega City number 5. In case the beast sees this opportunity to initiate a beast tide, we need to be prepared." Li Di explained his confidence in Yi Zhiga, absolute certain they would win this challenge. As for the heightened security at the gate, it was for the sake of the lives of the millions of people in the city. During this period, the entire city was on alert, and the members of the sealed gate entered a state of readiness, prepared to defend every entrance of Mega City number 5. "And the location for the challenge, has it been set?" Yi Zhiga inquired. Li Di nodded, his expression growing solemn. "It's set 500 kilometers west of Mega City number 5 in the Hengduan Mountains." Hearing this, Yi Zhiga nodded. During their conversation, 5 king-level superhumans approached, stopping in front of the two men dressed in uniform black combat suits, saluting and then standing at attention. "Mr. Yi, these are 5 elites we've selected who will accompany you to the Hengduan Mountains. Additionally, all types of weapons in the sealed gate are at your disposal today. You can choose any you need," Li Di explained, pointing towards a distant colossal weapon storage. "No need, I'm enough on my "Own, you all better stay and guard the city," Yi Zhiga declined. Bringing these people along, although not harmful, seemed to him an unnecessary burden, useless even if they did manage to stick together. Upon hearing this, Li Datong opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately he remained silent. Trusting in Yi Zhiga's capabilities, he waved his hand, signaling the 5 extraordinary beings to step back. "Master Yi, I wish you a triumphant return." Just then a voice echoed from afar. It was Wang Yuxuan standing alongside Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming. "Mr. Yi, I wish you victory." Simultaneously, numerous extraordinary beings inside the sealed gate, ready for battle, spoke in unison, their voices thunderous. Yi Zhiga glanced at the assembled extraordinaries, smiled faintly, and remained silent. "Mr. Yi, the plane is ready. When would you like to depart?" Li Datong stepped forward to ask. "A plane?" Yi Zhiga shook his head. "No need for such hassle." With those words, Yi Zhiga turned around and took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, he vanished without a trace. The scene fell silent, everyone too stunned to react. Seconds later, Li Datong, invigorated, waved his hand emphatically. "Quick, activate the satellite, get the real-time imagery of the Hengduan Mountains back here, comma. There's another chapter coming later." I type slowly, so I ask for the reader's patience. The Hengduan Mountains, the longest and widest north-south mountain range in China, was a paradise for off-road enthusiasts before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Now, with the spiritual revival, the mountains have become more majestic and boundless. The continuous peaks, sharp as blades, are daunting at just a glance. At one of these peaks, the space twisted and tore open a huge rift, from which Yi Zhiga emerged. The cold wind blew against his face, his hair fluttering, his clothes flapping loudly. Yi Zhiga released his spiritual awareness. There were many strange beasts around, but none were strong, clearly not the tribal beast leaders he was meant to meet. "Not here yet," he murmured. He then started a fire on the mountaintop and took out a piece of beast king meat from his storage ring to roast. Soon the meat sizzled and emitted a tantalizing aroma. Meanwhile, inside the giant city number 5, in the base sealed by the gate, several staff members were constantly adjusting the satellite to search within the Hengduan Mountains. "Found him on a mountain peak!" someone exclaimed, and the image was switched, projected live onto a huge screen. The next moment, the scene of Yi Zhiga roasting beast king meat appeared before everyone. The extraordinaries watching were dumbfounded, not expecting such a dramatic scene. In the image, Yi Zhiga appeared as if he were casually enjoying a picnic, completely undisturbed by the upcoming battle. Li Datong's heart surged with emotion, reminiscent of the scene at Forbidden Area 703 where sword energies fiercely swirled. "Broadcast this live, let more people see this." Yes, the sun was setting in the west. Crossing the mountain range, Yi Zhiga consumed meat and wine, enjoying the surrounding mountain scenery. He was aware of being watched, knowing that the Phone Clan was monitoring him through satellites, but he chose to ignore it. Suddenly, a lightning bolt streaked across the distance, and amidst swirling dark clouds, a gigantic wolf approached slowly. Its size was so massive that some mountain peaks seemed small in comparison, and the ground trembled with each step it took. The wolf raised its proud head, staring intently. Upon seeing Yi Zhiga atop the mountain peak, a compelling glint shone in the wolf's eyes, dazzlingly bright. Then, astonishingly, it transformed into a human form, a man of striking appearance, standing on another peak hundreds of meters away, looking in this direction. Beast King meat. Songyu, belonging to the wolf clan with an extremely sensitive sense of smell, could detect even from such a distance that the meat Yi Zhiga was consuming originated from a beast king. Unbelievable. Eating the flesh of a beast clan in front of its member was undoubtedly a provocation. With a thunderous roar, Songyu burst into radiant light, unleashing a formidable beastly aura that rippled out from him, creating terrifying waves. Instantly, countless plants shattered, forming a fearsome storm that whirled madly through the mountains. The surrounding wild beasts fled in terror. Enraged, Songyu launched a deadly attack towards Yi Zhiga, the howl resonating, causing the mountains to tremble. Rocks exploded, the storm spread, and the massive Hengduan mountain range shook violently. An endless intent to kill swept over the area. However, Yi Zhiga didn't even lift his head, his gaze fixed on the distant sunset. In the next moment, he flicked his fingers lightly. The rampant storm in the mountains vanished instantly, and calm returned as if nothing had ever happened. At the same moment, above in the heavens, clouds churned and the entire sky darkened. The void crumbled, and a gigantic finger emerged, surrounded by flashing laws, thundering down as if to crush the entire sky. With a flick, Songyu's spirit shattered at the appearance of the finger that dominated the sky. The finger descended, the land trembled and cracks spread. Countless mountains exploded upon contact with the finger. the entire region sank. Within hundreds of miles, the area instantly turned into a basin. The void storm continued to rage and pale lightning flashed through the ink-like clouds. Those watching the live broadcast from outside were stunned, speechless. They watched the scene with mouths agape. This was terrifying. A single flick had sunk an entire region. People discussed fervently, spreading the news wildly, feeling exhilarated. This live broadcast by the Phone Clan was beyond questioning. Everyone was so thrilled they trembled. The entire network was abuzz, with countless viewers watching the live scene spreading like a storm. If the Beast Clan wanted to fight, who could withstand this single flick? Countless people watched with their hearts pounding, trembling with excitement and roaring out loud. Wang Yuxuan, Zhao Xiu and the parents of Yi Zhiga, as well as those familiar to him, were all watching the screen with emotions surging and eyes fixed. It wasn't just the fifth megacity, this broadcast spread far and wide, reaching the other megacities as well. Undoubtedly, the entire outside world was in complete uproar. In the Hangduan Mountains, the finger that once pressed against the heavens had now vanished. However, the surrounding void storm continued its rampage, spreading countless terrifying spatial rifts. This world could hardly bear such power. If Yi Zhiga had fully unleashed this finger, the entire planet might have shattered. He still sat there quietly watching everything, then his gaze intensified. The raging spatial storm abruptly stopped, then dissipated. The swirling dark clouds in the sky also gradually vanished, and the setting sun on the horizon reappeared. A vast basin replaced the mountain range. As for the giant wolf San Yu, it had long been dead, its spirit completely shattered. Yi Zhiga using this finger against it was purely an overkill, akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. The main purpose was to deter the beast clans. This battle was meant to crush their spirits. At this moment, Yi Zhiga had just finished eating the roasted beast king meat. He took a sip of wine, slowly stood up, and his powerful divine sense explored outwards, leaving no place for anything to hide. Since the trouble had already started, killing just one seemed insufficient, Yi Zhiga muttered to himself, then his figure vanished from the spot. In an instant, he appeared hundreds of kilometers away on a mountain peak. Boom! With one step, the entire mountain collapsed, directly shattering, and rocks flew about, exploding into powder. The terrifying aura made countless creatures prostrate, their spirits trembling. Where is the Beast King? Come out and face your death. Back in the outside world, the excitement was palpable. The footage broadcasted live via satellite was truly shocking. With one finger, he sank an entire region, killing the Beast King. Everyone's eyes were glued to Yi Zhiga's figure, afraid to blink lest they miss an even more thrilling scene. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. They saw Yi Zhiga step forward, his figure flickered, and he completely disappeared from the screen. Suddenly, there was silence and everyone quieted down. Where did he go? How could he suddenly disappear? Wasn't this footage being transmitted by satellite? Where are the technicians? Quickly adjust it. Many shouted, leaving messages on the internet. The great battle in the Hangduan Mountains was undoubtedly a major event, and the attention it drew was immense. But now, the protagonist of the footage had suddenly vanished, causing countless hearts to fluctuate wildly. It was like a person climbing a mountain, almost reaching the peak, but suddenly finding themselves back at the foot of the mountain, their spirits plummeting instantly. In fact, not only the crowd watching the live broadcast felt this way, but also the sealed gate that could see the real-time images via satellite shared the sentiment. Many extraordinary individuals gathered in front of the big screen, their emotions fluctuating wildly. What's going on? Why has the person suddenly disappeared? Li Datong slammed his hand on the table, causing the water in his teacup to splash high. He turned to the staff responsible for the satellite images. The staff members were also baffled. We don't know, the images from the satellite are fine. It's possible that the person has left the area monitored by the satellite. Hearing this, Li Datong calmed down. Considering Yi Zhiga's terrifying speed, he felt everything was normal. Mr. Yi, where have you gone? Yi Zhiga stood in the void, his gaze icy with dense and intricate runes swirling around him, his wide robe fluttering in the wind. Below him, a large mountain collapsed the moment he arrived, a terrifying aura pervading the air, and numerous exotic beasts burst apart, unable to flee in time. At the base of the mountain, a different creature shivered, hiding among the broken rocks and vegetation, daring not to make a sound. It was a white fox, elegant and long-bodied, with pure white fur and 5 tails. It possessed a bloodline of high purity and had the cultivation of a peak king realm reigning over this region. Yi Zhiga's arrival was too sudden. The fox's den collapsed instantly, and it was fortunate not to be inside at the time, thus escaping disaster. However, under the terrifying aura, the spiritual energy inside the fox was suppressed, unable to circulate, leaving it no chance to flee, only to hide and pray. That the human would not discover it. Above in the sky, Yi Zhiga's eyes slightly lowered, casting his gaze towards the hiding place of the white fox. With the divine consciousness of the Mahayana phase, no creature on earth could escape detection. Come out, his voice echoed through the mountains, his aura already locking onto the white fox. The white fox panicked inside, eventually being discovered. It felt as if struck by lightning, its fur bristling pure white and standing on end, its heart filled with immense fear. But it had no other choice, just feeling the terrifying aura around it. The fox knew it was no match for the human above. It had to bravely step out from among the rocks, head bowed, not daring to look directly at Yi Zhiga. Then it transformed into a human form, enchantingly attractive, wearing only a thin white gauze dress that barely covered its perfect curves, the outlines of its full breast, slender waist and ample hips faintly visible beneath the thin gauze, behind it 5 fluffy white tails, its true essence. The fox woman knelt tremblingly on the ground, a picture of vulnerability. "Senior, may I know why you have called me out?" As she spoke, her voice trembled, aware of the recent friction between her beast clan and humans. At this moment, she had none of the pride she once held as a beast king, thus she displayed her nearly perfect body as much as possible, hoping to please the formidable human above. Nothing more, just to survive. Yi Zhiga descended, positioning himself in front of the fox woman. At such close proximity, her flawless and delicate body was fully exposed, a sight that could inflame the desire of any man. He slowly extended his hand. The fox woman closed her eyes tightly, resigned to being used as a tool for pleasure, and dutifully shed her veil. However, the scene she had braced herself for did not unfold. Instead, Yi Zhiga's hand came to rest on the crown of her head. The next moment, the soul-searching technique was activated. Terrifying soul energy surged into her mind like a breached dam, seizing all her memories in an instant. With a scream, the fox woman collapsed to the ground, her seductive eyes now cloudy and vacant, her mind gone. Yi Zhiga hadn't killed the fox woman immediately only because he needed information. After the soul search, he had gleaned all known details about the most powerful mythical beast in the beast clan. Now it was time for slaughter. With a casual push of his palm, a loud bang resounded as the fox woman's delicate body exploded into a mist of blood scattering into the air. He then soared up and vanished from the spot, heading south in an instant. Yi Zhiga soon arrived at the first lair of a supreme beast king. It was located in a towering mountain range, surrounded by a tumult of spiritual energy and inhabited by various mythical beasts. Yi Zhiga immediately targeted a cave dwelling within the mountains, home to a mythical beast at the level of the Danluan realm. In the next second, he simply raised his hand and crushed it down. Boom! The mountain range shattered, sending a terrifying blast of air in all directions. The Danluan realm beast inside the cave had no time to react and was obliterated. Without pausing, Yi Zhiga struck with his palm and moved on. In a blink, he appeared 1,000 kilometers away in another large mountain. As before, after identifying the strongest beast, he struck down with his hand. Another thunderous explosion followed, and the mountain beast, along with the entire mountain, was annihilated. Yi Zhiga, like the king of hell, checking off names, appeared in each territory, and with each appearance, a supreme beast king was slain efficiently and swiftly, leaving immediately after each strike. In just 5 minutes, 15 supreme beast kings had met inexplicable deaths. The night wind howled as Yi Zhiga returned to the gigantic city numbered 5. He didn't go home immediately but instead headed to the command center. "Have you found any trace of Mr. Yi yet?" Li Datong was frantic, frequently inquiring, the satellite operators scanning the broadcast images. After Yi Zhiga had disappeared from the screens, he had ordered the satellites to search hundreds of kilometers around the Hongduan mountains. "Mr. Li, we've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of Mr. Yi," the operators replied helplessly. Just then the door opened, all eyes turned toward the sound. The man entering was none other than Yi Zhiga himself. "Mr. Yi," Li Datong was overjoyed, having received no news for so long. He hadn't expected him to return to the command center already. Many supernatural beings also turned their gaze towards him, their eyes filled with awe. His achievements in the transverse mountain range had subdued everyone. It was truly dazzling. With a mere gesture, he had sunk an entire region, creating an uproar too vast to ignore. At the main seat, Vermilion Bird also directed her gaze towards him. Days ago, she had already made a rough estimate of Yi Zhiga's strength, supposing him to be at the immortal realm. However, after watching today's satellite broadcast, she felt she had underestimated him. The power Yi Zhiga displayed in the transverse mountain range seemed to exceed the immortal realm. It was almost beyond her. Comprehension, the 10 Directions realm, she dared not even consider it. Vermilion Bird stood up, suppressing the shock in her heart. Yi Zhiga nodded at her, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and he spoke calmly. There's no need for heightened defenses at the gate anymore. In the next few days, the Beast Clan will likely send emissaries to renegotiate peace. He had just annihilated so many of the Beast Clan's powerhouses it was inconceivable for them to continue clashing with humanity. His statement immediately caught the attention of many gate members who looked at him with puzzled expressions. Li Datong stepped forward, asking Mr. Yi, "What do you mean by that?" "After leaving the Transverse Mountain Range, I took care of some matters." Yi Zhiga did not hide the truth and shared the details of his slaughter of the Beast Clan's elites. This news struck like thunder, astonishing all the supernatural beings present. Their looks towards Yi Zhiga were filled with awe. They had thought the events at the Transverse Mountain Range were shocking enough, yet this fierce man had turned around and struck at the heart of the Beast Clan. Vermilion Bird remained silent, though her mind was already in turmoil. "Mr. Yi, you're not joking, right?" Li Datong's face stiffened, nearly dumbfounded by the news. "How long has it been?" The entire ordeal didn't last more than 10 minutes, yet 15 top-tier beast kings of the Danwell realm were casually slain. "Believe it or not, I'm heading back." Yi Zhiga glanced at him and didn't elaborate further, leaving behind a piece of Beast King meat. He departed. He was a man of his word, after all, having promised Li Datong to treat him to Beast King meat. The many supernatural beings present stared at the huge piece of Beast King meat on the ground, stunned. The next day, just as Yi Zhiga had said, the Beast Clan sent emissaries. Their demeanor was extremely humble, bringing 10 spiritual medicines and countless rare treasures. They wanted to discuss peace once again and assured the gate's upper echelons that the past incidents would not recur. This event naturally spread to the outside world, shocking everyone. Indeed, as it turned out, truth always prevails through the sword. After the battle at the Transverse Mountain Range, who wouldn't be fearful? We have finally stood up after 3 years. The incident of the Beast King entering the city became a hot topic discussed by countless people. At the same time, Fengmen released a more shocking piece of news. After leaving the Hengduan Mountains, Yi Zhiga went on a spree, slaughtering 15 Supreme Beast Kings. Photos were also circulated, taken from satellite imagery, and everyone was stunned. There were piles of exotic beast corpses, and the mountains themselves were blasted flat, leaving only a gigantic palm print, accompanied by the pictures. This news was even more heart-stopping. I remember wondering why the feed suddenly went dead. Turns out he was off dealing with other Supreme Beast Kings. One might ask if the Beast Clans were scared to death, slaying kings as if they were mere chickens. Truly ferocious, many felt a refreshing sense of satisfaction, as since the resurgence of spiritual energy, exotic beasts had repeatedly clashed fiercely with humans. Now subdued, this brought laughter to many. Now any exotic beast thinking of stirring up trouble would need to think twice, not only among humans, but this incident also caused a tsunami within the beast clans, striking a heavy blow to them. The death of 15 Supreme Beast Kings posed a huge threat to all exotic beasts, sending chills down their spines. From now on, should there be another beast tide pillaging cities, severe consequences would follow. A Supreme Beast King spoke out, thoroughly intimidated. Meanwhile, at the Zhao household, the head of the Zhao family was seated in the main seat, with a man and a woman kneeling before him. They were a middle-aged couple, the parents of Zhao Xiyu, Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan. When Xiyu was still in university, wasn't she dating Yi Zhiga? It was said that you two forcibly separated them, which was foolish and infuriating. The face of the Zhao family had flushed slightly as he glared at the kneeling couple. Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan also regretted deeply, who knew that after Yi Zhiga disappeared for 3 years he would return with such earth-shattering power. "Dead, please calm down. From what I know, Xiyu and Yi Zhiga are still on good terms. Perhaps there's still a chance to mend things." Zhao Qinghe spoke softly, kneeling on the ground. At the same time, at the Wang household, the head of the Wang family also called over Wang Yuxuan's parents. He began, "I heard Yuxuan has a teacher at Fengmen, the young man from the Hengduan Mountains battle." Wang Yuxuan's parents did not dare lie and nodded in acknowledgement. After stroking his beard and pondering for a moment, the Wang family head continued, "Then let's cancel the arranged marriage with the Zhang family. Yuxuan always says she should decide her own marriage, let her handle it this time." "Very well, I'll have someone explain the situation to the Zhang family shortly," Wang Yuxuan's father respectfully replied. "Also, didn't Yuxuan bring home an orphan some time ago named Xianxian? From today onwards, treat her as our own." The Wang family head continued, his voice carrying absolute authority. Little did he know, outside the door 2 little girls were eavesdropping, ears perked up. Wang Yunhua seemed to have heard some explosive news, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she whispered softly, "My sister is currently dating her teacher, and under pressure the Wang family had no choice but to dissolve the arranged marriage with the Zhang family." With just a slight twist, this could be a headline, right? True to my style, you lied to me before promising to teach me martial arts and then not following through and even caused me to get beaten up by my sister. Today I'm going to get my revenge. After saying this, she stretched out her little hand and patted Shanshan beside her, saying, "From today onward you're my little sister, and as your big sister I must uphold justice. Let's go back to the room, I have a big piece of news to release. You must keep it a secret for me." Watching Wang Yunhua, who looked rather sneaky, Shanshan felt a bad premonition. The outside world was in an uproar dominated by discussions related to the battle at the Hangduan Mountains in Yizhiga. On that day, the threshold of the sealed gate was almost broken down by various forces. All of them were influential figures. Naturally, they had found out the location of Yi Zhiga's house but didn't dare to visit, fearing to provoke his displeasure. Instead, they opted for the next best thing and came to the sealed gate. Li Datong was almost at his limit, overwhelmed by the various parties. Yi Zhiga was like a hands-off shopkeeper, not bothering about these trivial matters, leaving him to silently bear the burden alone. He didn't dare to disturb Yi Zhiga, and within just one day his office was already piled up with gifts from those people. The battle at the Hangduan Mountains had a huge impact. Those who came to visit did not seek to form ties but only to make their presence felt and express goodwill. Who among today's extraordinary beings could achieve the feat of single-handedly defeating the entire Beast clan? The incident continued to ferment, and the broadcasted video was edited and uploaded online, instantly going viral and even spreading overseas. Many foreign extraordinaries were terrified by the horrifying battle achievements. Is this for real? My God, does China actually have such a terrifyingly powerful super being? Of course, a larger portion of the extraordinaries believed that this was China deliberately hyping it up, using high-tech special effects to create the footage aimed at intimidating other countries. They thought that such a level of extraordinary creatures couldn't possibly exist in the world today. It was too exaggerated. I'm dying of laughter. This video was clearly made with special effects, bragging without drafting. Extraordinaries from the island nation scoffed at this, their words laden with deep disdain. "And you're laughing? I remember the last time a giant city in your country mysteriously perished. Watch out, kid, I think your island nation won't last much longer." Someone couldn't stand it anymore and directly hit back, poking the sore spot without any mercy. "I think we shouldn't overly mythologize things. The world is vast and there are too many variables now. Extraordinary creatures will only increase in number and strength." Some Western extraordinaries also commented, appearing peaceful and fair in their words but actually implying sarcasm, subtly suggesting that the video spreading wasn't real. At the same time, some powerful foreign beasts were very well informed and also knew quite a bit of the inside story. Is the Beast clan in China so weak? To be subdued by one human is truly laughable and a shame for the Beast clan. A supreme beast king has spoken. Its appearance resembles that of a western dragon with vertical pupils, its body covered in hard scales and a pair of gigantic wings on its back. It stands atop a high tower in the city. The Beast clans of Huaxia are frail, yet they occupy such a vast territory which seems rather neglected. This land lacks a true king, and perhaps this presents an opportunity for us. Many beast kings, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but harbor ulterior motives, lifting their massive heads and casting their gaze toward the distant east. There's no doubt that the events at the Hangduan Mountains have spread far and wide, stirring up storms from all directions, signaling an impending storm. Despite the various comments from other countries, the official response from Huaxia has been non-existent. They remain calm and composed no matter what is said, much like a lion that does not pay mind to the flies buzzing around it. Meanwhile, in the giant city number 5, a rumor is circulating and has quickly topped all major news lists. The latest news is that the Wang and the Zhang families have officially called off their engagement. Reliable sources say that Wang Yuxuan, a direct descendant of the Wang family, is now in a romantic relationship with Yi Zhiga, who is also his teacher. This piece of gossip, which emerged out of nowhere like a landslide, has instantly captured everyone's attention. Netizens who were just debating with foreign extraordinaries were stunned, glued to the text flashing on their screens. What a shocking revelation! It's my brother Yi, bold indeed. Moreover, the news includes a photo featuring 4 individuals: Yi Zhiga, Yi Guanqi, Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan. In the photo, Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan are hand in hand, displaying a close posture, both smiling. The photo was taken at a recent exhibition hosted by the aliens. It seems like they've already met the parents, proof indeed. I didn't expect my brother Yi to have such good taste. Wang Yuxuan is from a prominent line of the Wang family. How enviable. His parents also look so young and they're said to be among the top extraordinaries. Wow, a family of strong characters. This news has sparked widespread discussion and has become even more sensational, dominating the charts. At the same time, another heavy-hitting piece of news was released. Zhao Shiyu, another direct descendant from the Zhao family, seems to have an unclear and perhaps secretive relationship with Yi Zhiga. Accompanying this news is a photo showing Yi Zhiga and Zhao Shiyu in a sports car. Though taken from a distance and somewhat blurry, it's still possible to recognize the two. Experts specifically rushed to verify the photo and confirmed that it hasn't been photoshopped. This revelation has caused an even greater uproar online, leaving countless people astounded. Incredible. As for Wang Yuxuan and Zhao Shiyu, pick either one and they could dazzle everyone here with their charm. Yet here I am Yi Go, boldly playing the field with both, proving that a fierce life needs no explanation. Although it smacks of scandal, this juicy story is truly delicious. Remember to kick me when the author updates. Many responded, their eyes ablaze with the fire of gossip, and these brief articles have already captured countless people's attention. From 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the result is a brewing storm with scandals flying everywhere. At the same time, many are analyzing, feeling that the author who published these articles is no ordinary writer. I remember after the incident at Forbidden Zone 703-inch, there were also news about Ji Gu and Zhao Shiyu, and looking closely, the source of this news is the same author as before. Wow, indeed, this author is something else, unexpectedly unleashing such sensational news. Many were bamboozled and they promptly followed the author to keep up with further updates. Haha, I knew it. I Wang Yunhua am a genius. With just a slight effort, I can stir up a storm online. At this moment, in the Wang residence, Wang Yunhua stands on the bed holding her phone, her face showing a look as if saying, when it comes to heroes of this world, look no further than us, her delicate face full of pride. Sister, you're so amazing. At the other end of the bed, Chanxian is nearly corrupted by her, showing an admiring expression. The scandal is flying high, especially as the two main women involved are direct descendants of the Zhao and Wang families, which only adds fuel to the fire, drawing even more attention. However, the person at the center of the scandal, Yi Zhiga, is currently nestled at home, dozing on a lounge chair on the balcony. The warm sunlight bathes him, making his whole body feel cozy. He had thrown his phone in the bedroom since last night, thus he is completely unaware of the online buzz. Zhiga. Suddenly, a voice from the living room, Su Jing, his mother. Then she bursts onto the balcony and grabs Yi Zhiga by the ear. You little rascal, what have you done? She glares and interrogates. Yi Zhiga looks utterly bewildered, grimacing as he tries to free himself from Su Jing's clutches, his face full of confusion. Mom, what are you on about? Su Jing is not easily pacified, especially after she just saw those trending scandalous news items. Initially she was thrilled, thinking her son had finally become wise in seeking a wife, but the more she read, the more she felt something was off. Her son seemed to have picked two wives. You're quite greedy, aiming to take both Shiyu and Yuxuan. Seeing his puzzled face, she hands him the phone. As Yi Zhiga looks at the top-scoring scandalous news, his expression becomes quite a sight, and then he feels speechless. Who wrote this? Even with photos, he sighs, quickly turning off the phone. After a brief look, Mom, you should ignore these, they're just fake, chasing clout. Yi Zhiga tries to explain. However, Su Jing is not convinced, suspecting there must be more to it, as such rumors don't arise from nothing, and she proceeds to voice her relentless opinions. Let me tell you, if it really comes to that, don't be half-hearted. This morning, Yi Zhiga wasn't the only one feeling out of sorts. Zhao Shiyu got up very early and went straight to the training room for her morning practice. During this time her strength had significantly improved, and she was already on the verge of entering the king's realm, just one step away from a breakthrough. This made her very happy. However, while having breakfast, she picked up her phone and saw two scandalous headlines dominating the news. An underground affair. Two women sharing one husband? What was going on? The article had a frighteningly high number of likes and was widely circulated, causing a layer of frost to form on her usually calm face. When she saw the article, her vision darkened and she felt like cursing. Who was the shameless person who wrote this? It was outrageous. Her delicate fingers scrolled through the screen, reading the article from start to finish. It was infuriating. Zhao Shiyu was so angry she nearly threw her phone away. The next moment she heard the sound of high heels clacking outside, followed by the door being pushed open. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Zhao Xiyu quickly hid her anger when she saw who it was. Li Lan had a warm smile on her face as she approached Zhao Xiyu and asked, "Why are you getting angry so early in the morning, Zhao?" Xiyu found it hard to explain. Was she supposed to mention the two scandalous headlines spreading like wildfire online? Just thinking about it made her angry. Li Lan noticed everything and spoke softly, "I saw the rumors online too." Hearing this, Zhao Xiyu wished she could just find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. "When you just graduated, your father and I forced you to break up with Yi Zhiga and we were wrong. You've been single since then. If you're willing, maybe you could try being with him again," Li Lan said with a smile. Zhao Xiyu remained silent, knowing very well that if Yi Zhiga hadn't shown his impressive abilities, Li Lan probably wouldn't have come to say these things. "Mom, please go back. I know what I'm doing," she said after a moment of silence. Coincidentally, the other woman mentioned in the scandal upon reading the article nearly passed out. Wang Yuxuan's mood was utterly ruined. She, who was usually so low-key, had been slandered, along with Zhao Xiyu becoming one of the two main women involved in the scandal. To date her teacher and go against the Zhang family to break off an engagement. She clenched her teeth, her beautiful face dark and stormy. She admitted she had feelings for Yi Zhiga, but the article was written in such an outrageous manner. "Who is this goddamn writer of the article? If I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Wang Yuxuan yelled in anger, her voice carrying far the oppressive aura of a king realm creature, causing many ordinary members of the Wang family to break out in cold sweat. This naturally included Wang Yunhua, who was the instigator of the whole affair. She listened to the sounds coming from her sister's room, feeling somewhat uneasy, but she quickly regained her composure. The internet has no memory. As long as she disguised herself well enough, she would be safe once this storm passed. "Sister Yunhua, what should we do if we get caught?" Shanshan whispered, feeling inexplicably anxious. "Don't worry, I've done plenty of such unscrupulous things before. We just need to do nothing now and wait for a while to be safe," Wang Yunhua reassured with confidence, only tense for a few seconds before returning to her usual self. She patted Shanshan on the shoulder, appearing to have everything under control. Shanshan was somewhat skeptical of Wang Yunhua's assurances but could only nod hesitantly. That day the internet was abuzz with scandal, becoming a popular topic of post-dinner conversation for many. The individuals involved were quite upset, yet Yi Zhiga was the only one who remained calm. After dealing with Su Jing, he reclined back in his chair, closed his eyes and took a nap. Although aware of the scandal, it did not disturb his peace of mind. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had encountered numerous bizarre and extraordinary events. This was nothing in comparison. Meanwhile, in the sealed door, Li Datong enjoyed a rare moment of peace as he sat in his office browsing the viral scandals on his phone. "And these two articles are quite interesting. I wonder if Mr. Yu would explode if he saw them." He was thoroughly enjoying the read, believing that the author of these scandalous articles was a rare talent. Just then, the communicator on his office desk suddenly rang. This was the sealed door's internal emergency line, which was hardly ever used except in urgent situations. Li Datong immediately put away his amused expression, sat up straight and answered the communicator. "Mr. Li, something big has happened." "What's the matter? Why have you called me here?" In the sealed door office, Yi Zhiga sat in his recliner fiddling with a teacup. "Mr. Yi, indeed I seek your help," said Li Datong with a smile, carefully pouring tea for Yi Zhiga. "Let's hear it." Yi Zhiga's gaze lowered to the steaming cup of tea in front of him. Encouraged by Yi Zhiga's interest, Li Datong's eyes brightened, and he began to explain. "That morning I received a call on the sealed door's internal emergency line from number 2 sealed door. In the jurisdiction of the number 2 giant city, the military stationed at a forbidden site had lost all contact the day before. The extraordinary individuals dispatched by the number 2 sealed door to investigate also went missing and have not returned. As is well known, not only military forces are stationed around forbidden sites, but conglomerates from those giant cities also station personnel there to exploit the abundant resources. However, near the forbidden site in the jurisdiction of the number 2 giant city, not only have all the military personnel lost contact, but the extraordinary individuals stationed by the conglomerates have also done the same. In the past few days, both the military and the conglomerates have deployed numerous extraordinary teams to investigate, but just like before, all contact was lost once they entered the forbidden zone. Thus, the direct call Li Datong received was actually a plea for reinforcements. "You want me to take a trip there?" Yi Zhiga asked, setting down his teacup. Li Datong gave an embarrassed smile and said, "I didn't want to bother Mr. Yi, but the extraordinary individuals we sent from the Seal Gate proved ineffective. The 4 founders of the Seal Gate are also tied up in the 9th mega city, which is still under construction and near the border with too many issues. That's why Zhu Ke left the 5th mega city yesterday." Unable to think of any other solutions, Li Datong turned to Yi Zhiga for help, and the forbidden area under the jurisdiction of the 2nd megacity is Shenangjia, rank 005. Shenangjia, Yi Zhiga murmured thoughtfully, his interest peaked. Even before the resurgence of spiritual energy, that place was shrouded in mystery, notorious for its bizarre incidents. The most controversial of these were the sightings of the Yaren or wild man and the Giotto bird, with some claiming to have seen these creatures firsthand. Legend has it that Shenangjia was where the ancient emperor Shinnong tasted hundreds of herbs. Through dynastic changes and the passage of time, it has stood firm. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, it became even more enigmatic, to the point where even beast clans dare not trespass lightly. The military and corporations only dare to station themselves around the perimeter, Li Datong explained. He also mentioned that at the beginning of the resurgence, many saw mysterious halos and bursts of colorful clouds over Shenangjia. Some even witnessed strange flying objects unlike any earthly technology crashing fast towards the heart of Shenangjia. Back then, the military sent a large force to explore, but almost all were wiped out. The few survivors returned insane and soon passed away. Afterwards, the Seal Gate was established and Shenangjia was ranked as one of the top 1,000 forbidden zones, numbered 005, indicating its danger level. That interesting, Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised. Mysterious flying objects that don't belong to any earthly technology crashed in Shenangjia. Could they be extraterrestrial? It must be said Li Datong was a great storyteller. Even Yi Zhiga was drawn in. Is what you're saying true? Yi Zhiga raised an eyebrow. Li Datong patted his chest and assured, "Mr. Yi, do you think I would dare to deceive you?" "That's true, you wouldn't dare. From what you've said, it does sound quite interesting." Li Datong's story successfully sparked his curiosity. "Mr. Yi, does that mean?" A glint of hope shone in Li Datong's aged eyes. Yi Zhiga nodded. "Let's go have a look." Hearing this, Li Datong was overjoyed, feeling fortunate for his gift of gab, which had made convincing Yi Zhiga possible. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yi, I will arrange for manpower right away," Li Datong quickly responded. Just as Yi Zhiga was about to decline, he suddenly remembered that he still had 3 junior students. After a moment of thought, he said, "Let me have my 3 students tidy up and take them with me. That should be sufficient." "Great." Li Datong nodded, immediately setting off to deliver the message personally. Soon after, upon receiving the message, Wang Yuxuan, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming hurried to the office. All 3 were thrilled, as this was the first time Yi Zhiga would take them on an outing. Even though they knew the destination was the Forbidden Zone 005, Shenangjia, they agreed without any hesitation. With Yi Zhiga present, they felt at ease. "I heard that a couple of years ago an unidentified flying object crashed in Shenangjia. Do you think we might encounter aliens there?" "Aliens? Stop talking nonsense. I'm more curious about the wild man rumored to be covered in red hair." "Very ominous," discussed Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming, one chubby and the other slim, forming an oddly perfect duo as they conversed in hushed tones. Yi Zhiga had once given them a set of boxing and palm techniques. Having practiced them to this day, they had already advanced to the king realm and held a significant status within the sect. Wang Yuxuan, walking ahead, listened to their conversation. Her curiosity piqued, and looking forward to the journey. "Hey Sister Xian, there's something I want to ask you." Suddenly Chu Jiang approached, lowering his voice. "The internet is buzzing with rumors about you and Teacher Yi. Is it true?" Chu Jiang's chubby face brimmed with curiosity, and Chen Shiming, who had also leaned in, had the fire of gossip burning in his eyes. Wang Yuxuan's face darkened, the rumors causing her distress. The gossip had spread throughout the sect, and even her close colleagues had been asking if it was true. Not only that, but even her friends outside of work were constantly bombarding her phone with messages. Now, she was as famous as Zhao Shiyu online, the intensity of their popularity frightening. These days her mood was sour, her teeth clenched at the thought of the scandal, genuinely wishing she could tear the scandalmonger apart. Seeing Wang Yuxuan's face turn visibly darker, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming felt a chill down their spines and wisely shut their mouths. The trio soon arrived at Yi Zhiga's office. "Everyone is here, Mr. Yi. Time is pressing, let me take you to the airport," Li Datong suggested. "No need, planes are too slow." Yi Zhiga declined, stepping forward and sweeping his 3 students up with a wave of his hand. Then soaring into the sky, he crossed the void directly. Below, Li Datong watched in horror. In an instant Yi Zhiga and his 3 students had left the giant number 5 city. The trio felt darkness before their eyes, followed by a dizzying shift of stars. When they opened their eyes next, they had already arrived inside the sect of the giant number 2 city. Yi Zhiga had been here before when he eradicated the Fong family and hadn't forgotten the route. As soon as they landed, the 3 students immediately felt dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. Wang Yuxuan was somewhat better off. Yi Zhiga had previously taken her across the void, so the discomfort was not too severe. I feel like I can't hold it in anymore. Me too. Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming fared much worse, staggering and swaying their steps unsteady as they collapsed to the ground and began to vomit. Who's there? At that moment a voice shouted from a distance, and the extraordinary beings inside enclosure number 2 spotted the suddenly appearing group. We are here to investigate Forbidden Zone number 005 coming from enclosure number 5, explained Wang Yuxuan, stepping forward to talk to the others. After verifying their identities, several extraordinary beings led the way, guiding Yi Zhiga and his group of 4 into the interior of enclosure number 2. I didn't expect the architectural style of enclosure number 2 to be so similar to our enclosure number 5, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming murmured to themselves as they observed their surroundings. They were led directly to an office building. Outside the building, a middle-aged man with glasses stood waiting. His name was Zhang Xiu, the second in command within enclosure number 2, holding a position comparable to Li Datong. Zhang Xiu had just received a notification from enclosure number 5 that the team coming to investigate Forbidden Zone number 005 would soon arrive, so he had come downstairs to welcome them. Mr. Yi, long time no see. Zhang Xiu greeted him with a face full of reverence. He had seen Yi Zhiga before when they had annihilated the Fong family. Long time no see, Yi Zhiga politely responded. Wang Yuxuan meanwhile sneaked a few glances at Zhang Xiu, remembering that it was this middle-aged man's idea to try and poach from their team back then. Li Datong had even gone to argue fiercely over it, verbally sparring against a group of people on his own. Mr. Yi, let's go to the conference room to discuss the matter of Forbidden Zone number 005, Zhang Xiu suggested. Alright, the group entered the office building and approached a conference room door guarded by 2 fully armed extraordinary beings. Please, Zhang Xiu gestured as he opened the door. Upon entering the conference room, a putrid smell instantly hit them. On the large table, 2 specially treated corpses were placed. These bodies, wrapped in body bags showing only their heads, were both male with faces turned blue-black, cheeks sunken, eyes tightly shut, yet with smiles hanging on their lips. These 2 male corpses seemed to have felt no fear before death and appeared quite content. Are these transported out from Shenanjia? Wang Yuxuan frowned deeply, staring at the 2 male corpses on the table. Yes, for these 2 bodies we lost 5 king-level extraordinary beings. Standing before the table, Zhang Xiu's face was a mask of sorrow and anger as he stared at the 2 peculiar-looking corpses. It's almost like they died from pleasure, he muttered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Both of the dead men had smiles on their faces, a strange kind of smile that perhaps only another man could fully understand, I think. So too, Chen Shiming agreed, the 2 men nodding in unison, their expressions conveying mutual understanding. Wang Yuxuan, observing their expressions, couldn't help but spit in disgust, feeling a wave of revulsion. That's right, Zhang Xiu pushed up his glasses and continued. After the bodies were brought back and examined, it was found that they were in a state of extreme excitement before death. Xu Jiang and Chen Shiming exchanged a look of surprise. Really died from pleasure? They seemed to ask each other. Wang Yuxuan's mouth opened, slightly hesitant to speak. Zhang Xiu, unfazed, explained, humans are emotional beings capable of excitement from many things, but the excitement these victims experienced was of a carnal nature. They were extraordinary beings in life, yet after death, their bodies contained no trace of spiritual energy, as if it had been drained. This notion seemed far-fetched, but it was the result of thorough investigations. Drained, the word echoed in Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming's minds, their thoughts drifting. Wang Yuxuan turned his head, his cheeks flushing slightly. Yi Zhiga advanced towards the 2 corpses and unzipped the body bags, revealing their naked forms. The corpses were large in frame, which indicated they should have been muscular in life, but now they were nothing but skin and bones, their flesh shriveled like mummies, without a single wound on their bodies. This scene reminded Yi Zhiga of a type of demon known in the cultivation world, a charm demon, which feeds on a person's essence and soul, often seducing mortals. In his younger, more naïve days, Yi Zhiga had almost fallen victim to such a creature, nearly compromising his virtue. Strange, how could there be charm demons on earth? He muttered under his breath. The condition of the corpses was almost identical to those killed by charm demons. Charm demon? Wang Yuxuan and Zhang Xiu looked puzzled. What creature is that? However, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming appeared excited. Damn, a charm demon, is that a type of succubus? We've really hit the jackpot coming here, they whispered excitedly to each other, nearly drooling. Unbeknownst to them, their supposedly covert whispering was clearly audible to Yi Zhiga, who barely suppressed a smirk. Good grief, where are these two fools' minds wandering off to? Do you really think a charm demon can be linked with a succubus? There's a huge difference between the two. Even a somewhat experienced charm demon can't withstand the torment faced by a nascent soul stage cultivator. Both of you get out. Yi Zhiga glanced at them, suddenly regretting bringing these two fools along. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming shuddered, feeling as if all their secrets had been laid bare. Mr. Yi, the incident in Forbidden Area 005, was it caused by the charm demon you mentioned? Zhang Xiu was shocked, having never heard of such a creature. Could it be a bizarre species living deep in the mountains? The way this creature takes human lives is rather absurd, extracting the essence from people's bodies, somewhat similar to the fox spirits from mythological stories. It's uncertain what exactly the creature is. We can only decide after entering Shenangjia, Yi Zhiga speculated. After all, the world is full of wonders, and perhaps the creature in Forbidden Area 005 is just similar to a charm demon. But if it really is a charm demon, then things get interesting. The appearance of a demonic beast from the cultivation world on Earth signifies something self-evident. To be honest, Yi Zhiga was surprised. He thought returning to Earth would mean a relaxed daily life, but it turned out he was mistaken. First, there was the resurgence of spiritual energy, then the remnants of the nascent soul, and now a creature similar to those in the cultivation world has appeared. These events might be interconnected in some mysterious way. Collect these two corpses, they are of no use now, Yi Zhiga instructed. Zhang Xiu nodded, sealed the body bags, and prepared to have someone come and remove them immediately. Teacher Yi, when do we depart? Wang Yuxuan approached and asked quietly. Meanwhile, outside the office building, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming, after being driven out, didn't go far but casually sat on the stone steps outside the building. I feel like Teacher Yi just intercepted our telepathic communication, Chu Jiang said uncertainly. I think so too, Chen Shiming nodded, unconsciously wiping sweat, feeling that Yi Zhiga was eerily formidable, even able to intercept telepathic messages. We've really embarrassed ourselves today. Both blushed as they recalled the comments they had secretly exchanged, thinking their image was completely ruined. Just as these two fools were worrying, footsteps suddenly sounded not far ahead. Chu Jiang looked up nonchalantly, then froze. What a pure-looking girl! Chu Jiang clicked his tongue, his chubby face full of appreciation. Hearing this, Chen Shiming also couldn't help but look up, then froze as well, his gaze fixated. He gave a thumbs up, signaling his approval. Not far ahead of the two men, the woman approaching them was Su Jie, a supernatural being from within the confines of Zone 2, often referred to by her subordinates as the violence enthusiast. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, with a fair luminous face, long eyelashes, and captivating bright eyes that at first glance gave her the girl next door appeal. Dressed in her usual white shirt and gray trousers, her black hair casually draped to her waist, fluttering as she moved, her youthful beauty was undeniable. She would be even more devastating in a school uniform. However, her eyes were tinged red, as if she had just been crying. This sight did not escape Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming, who were even more enchanted, feeling a poignant sense of empathy. Just one glance at her, and they were hooked, unable to look away, their eyes fixated on Su Jie. Was there really such a beautiful girl in Zone 2? Chu Jiang straightened his clothes, quickly got up from the stone steps, the embarrassment of his intercepted telepathic message already forgotten. He hurried forward to meet Su Jie, flashing what he thought was a suave smile, and said, "Beautiful lady, seeing you brought back memories of my school days of running under the sunset. That's the youth I've lost." However, before he could finish, Chen Shiming pushed his way forward, shoving Chu Jiang aside. "Gorgeous, it was love at first sight with you. May I have the honor of your contact?" Chen Shiming was quite direct, his voice soft yet magnetic, not as poetic as Chu Jiang, going straight to the point. Chu Jiang pushed aside, saw Chen Shiming step forward to flirt, and immediately felt displeased. After steadying himself, he pushed back. "Why are you pushing me? I saw her first." He secretly sent a telepathic message to Chen Shiming, deeply resentful of his approach. "I think I'm falling in love. Don't stop me." Chen Shiming also communicated telepathically, informing Chu Jiang that love knows no order of appearance, and if he was so inclined, they should compete fairly. "Who's afraid?" Chu Jiang retorted with a snort, telepathically replying. Then, standing in front of Su Jie, the two men shamelessly vied for her attention with an array of cheesy lines. Su Jie was initially confused by the two strangers blocking her path, but as she heard their cringeworthy lines, she felt her skin crawl. Her expression immediately changed. Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming thought their love talk was working and spoke even more enthusiastically, bringing up every romantic line they had ever known. However, in the next second, a terrifying spiritual force exploded from Su Jia. She reached out, grabbing both Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming and started smashing them against the ground. Caught off guard, the two men were quickly dazed by the impact. Bang, bang, bang. The noise was relentless, the hard stone pavement cracking and spreading outwards. Many supernatural beings from Zone 2 watched the scene, sweating for Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming. They had picked the wrong person to mess with. The one-sided beating lasted for several minutes. Get lost. Having vented her anger, Su Jia threw the two men out far away, turned around with a cold face and walked towards the office building. Thanks to Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming having advanced to the realm of kings, they were tough-skinned and resilient, despite a fierce beating apart. From a swollen nose and bruised face, they had no other injuries and would recover quickly. Being beaten up so gracefully with such a pure and moving touch deeply imprinted in my heart. Is this what falling in love feels like? Chu Jiang muttered to himself, lying on the ground oblivious to his bruised face as he watched Su Jia's retreating figure. He chuckled softly. Chen Shiming also stared at Su Jia's back, laughing foolishly, his thoughts unknown. Both of them had fallen hard. They looked at each other and continued to giggle foolishly on the ground. Su Jia, on the other hand, was not concerned with the two lunatics outside. She entered the office building and headed straight for the conference room door. Captain Su, without Minister Zhang Xiu's orders you can't enter, stated two fully armed extraordinary beings stepping forward to block Su Jia's path. Into the conference room. I have no time to spar with you, forgive me. With her emotions running high, Su Jia released the oppressive aura of a king-level creature and swiftly knocked out the two extraordinary beings. She then pushed open the large doors of the conference room and barged in. Inside, Yi Zhigu and two others who were in the midst of a discussion naturally noticed the commotion outside. Their eyes involuntarily turned towards the door. Creak! In the next moment, a narrow sound rang out as the conference room door was pushed open and Su Jia walked in. Her emotions were turbulent and her eyes were somewhat red. Su, what's going on? Zhang Xiu started, surprise flashing across his eyes as he clearly didn't expect her to show up. From his expression, it wasn't hard to deduce that he knew why Su Jia had come. Minister Zhang, Mr. Yi, I hope to join the expedition into Forbidden Area 005, Su Jia said, her voice filled with determination and pleading. Yi Zhigu remained silent, turning instead to look at Zhang Xiu beside him. Zhang Xiu was silent for a moment before he began to explain. Su's parents also serve at the Seal Gate, stationed in Forbidden Area 005 like the main troops, and they too lost contact the day before yesterday, he sighed. After the incident at Forbidden Area 005, Su Jia had approached him more than once requesting to lead a team there for investigation, but Zhang Xiu had refused each time. After all, Su Jia, so young and already a king-level player within the Seal Gate, was considered a seed player and he couldn't let her take such a risk. These past few days, Seal Gate 2 had been keeping strict control over her, fearing she might sneak out and head to Forbidden Area 005 alone. Any mishap would be a significant loss for Seal Gate 2. What Zhang Xiu hadn't expected was that Su Jia, having somehow caught wind of something, had found her way to the conference room. Mr. Yi, please take me with you. Tears swirled in Su Jia's eyes, her mind made up, determined to make the journey to Forbidden Area 005 no matter what. She knew that the chances for her parents' survival were slim and she had prepared herself for the worst. Her wish was simple: to personally bring back the remains of her parents. When Su Jia made her request, Yi Zhiga did not immediately respond. To him, having one more or one less person didn't really matter. He turned to Zhang Xiu and said, Minister Zhang, you decide. After all, Su Jia was from Zone 2, and it seemed appropriate that Zhang Xiu have the final say. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu fell into deep thought. He was well aware of Yi Zhiga's capabilities, having witnessed his achievements in subduing the Beast Clan. Su Jia's safety was crucial to Zone 2, but with Yi Zhiga accompanying them, the dangers of heading to Forbidden Area 005 were significantly reduced. For a moment Zhang Xiu hesitated. Minister Zhang, if you don't approve, then I will leave Zone 2 today, Su Jia declared resolutely, playing her trump card. As expected, the statement made Zhang Xiu frown even more deeply. After a while he finally nodded and said, all right, go, but remember to listen to Mr. Yi and don't act recklessly. Su Jia breathed a sigh of relief, her heavy heart lightening slightly. Zhang Xiu, feeling somewhat helpless, gave Yi Zhiga a salute and said, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to trouble you. Yi Zhiga waved his hand indifferently as they walked out of the meeting room. Outside the office building, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming immediately approached them. "Mr. Yi, are you planning to depart now?" Noticing their bruised faces, Yi Zhiga paused. "What happened to you two?" Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming found it difficult to explain that they had been beaten up during a failed flirtation. "We just fell," they said, hurriedly laughing it off without revealing the truth. Yi Zhiga gave them a skeptical look but did not probe further. Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming also noticed Su Jia following behind Yi Zhiga. They were initially shocked but quickly realized that this innocent-looking girl would likely be joining them on their venture to Forbidden Area 005. The two fools exchanged glances, feeling an unspoken thrill. It was then that Su Jia realized that these two nuisances who had been harassing her were actually extraordinary individuals who had come from Zone 5 with Yi Zhiga for the investigation. And from their conversation it turned out that they were also Yi Zhiga's students. Su Jia was greatly puzzled, unable to understand why Yi Zhiga would take on these two dim-witted fellows. "Mr. Yi, the private plane is ready and can depart at any time." Zheng Xiu stepped forward and said. "No need, the plane is too slow." Yi Zhiga declined. Traveling by plane could cause delays they couldn't afford. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind rose, and by the time Zheng Xiu and the other superhumans of Zone 2 reacted, the group had already vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, the five of them had left the giant city of Zone 2. Yi Zhiga had checked the map in the meeting room and already knew the coordinates of Forbidden Area 005. They sped southwestward, arriving in an instant. After landing, the overwhelming spiritual energy hit them immediately. They were surrounded by towering peaks piercing the clouds, appearing as insurmountable trenches driven into the earth. The journey had been too swift, causing Wang Yuxuan, the other two, and Su Jie to suffer from pallor, dizziness and nausea. Yi Zhiga took a few steps forward, looking up. The colossal mountains of Shenangjia stood as if they were reaching beyond the heavens, with pure spiritual energy wandering out, spewing colorful clouds that interwove with the clouds above, creating a dreamlike scene. Soon he noticed something unusual. The mountains were not only emitting colorful clouds but also an invisible energy which seemed conscious, enveloping Shenangjia like a barrier. Yi Zhiga extended his spiritual sense and immediately detected that this energy was from the primal force. He was astonished to find such energy hidden within Shenangjia, a display of its self-protective capabilities. He realized that the barrier was created to prevent certain creatures from escaping. This primal force did not repel local wildlife, as evidenced by the fact that Transcendent Number 2 could bring out corpses from inside. The creatures trapped within Shenangjia were likely the culprits behind the incident at Forbidden Area Number 005. It seemed highly probable that these beings were extraterrestrial, at least not from Earth. Could they really be enchanting demons from the cultivation realms? Yi Zhiga was suspicious. If so, it meant there was a pathway to the cultivation realms inside Shenangjia. "Have you all recovered? I'm about to enter. Hurry and follow me," Yi Zhiga called out to the others behind him, then stepped forward, crossing the nearly imperceptible barrier. "Huh? Where did Teacher Yi go?" The group looked up, only to find that Yi Zhiga had vanished with a single step forward, their level of cultivation unable to detect the presence of the barrier. Crossing the barrier, Yi Zhiga officially entered the restricted zone number 005, Shenangjia. A fresh breeze greeted him, moist and refreshing. The spiritual energy inside was abundantly rich, invigorating and ideal for cultivation, certainly faster than in the outside world. He glanced back. The thin barrier was rippling, probably because Wang Yuxuan and the others had also entered. But they hadn't appeared directly behind him. Had they gone into another area? Yi Zhiga withdrew his gaze. It seemed the barrier of Shenangjia had an interesting feature. Unless entered at the same time, individuals would end up in different areas. It resembled the displacement tactics used by some cultivation sects, primarily designed to deter the unscrupulous. Yi Zhiga did not go looking for them but instead turned and walked toward the mountains. He wasn't worried about their safety. Even if they encountered dangers they couldn't handle, he could reach them in an instant with his speed. This was a good opportunity to test them. Yi Zhiga's pace was not fast, stepping forward lightly, yet it gave the impression that he was uncatchable, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ahead of him lay a dense forest with ancient trees soaring into the sky, shrouded in thick fog at their crowns. Within the forest, there was a dilapidated stone path, winding and intermittent, snaking deeper into the woods, clearly man-made. After all, before the resurgence of spiritual energy, Shenangjia was still a scenic area. However, it was notably too quiet in this endless forest. The mist swirled around, and not even ordinary birds were to be seen, let alone strange beasts. It seemed as though he had entered a desolate land. Following the barely passable stone path, Yi Zhiga continued deeper. Before long, he discovered a body lying under a tree clad in a black combat suit equipped with sophisticated thermal weaponry. This must have been a transcendent from Zone 2's seal. As Yi Zhiga approached, he activated his spiritual power to turn the body over. Its state of death was similar to those returned to Zone 2, body desiccated, flesh withered, resembling a dried corpse, with a smile on its face. It wasn't the work of a charm demon, but the method of killing was similar, Yi Zhiga murmured to himself. Since entering Shenangjia, he hadn't sensed any aura related to the cultivation world. He continued onward quickly, reaching a high ground where several tents were pitched. Bodies of men and women lay scattered on the ground, all intact without any signs of struggle. This meant that these people had died unawares without even time to react. Yi Zhiga crouched down, casually picking up a body to search its soul. A scene quickly unfolded before his eyes. It was a night when a group of people felt the cold, sitting around a campfire complaining about the sudden drop in temperature. The fog churned up, surpassing their waist, and the campfire flickered, swaying in the mist, giving everything a blurred appearance. Suddenly one of the individuals began to shake, then stiffly fell to the ground, emitting a joyful cry. As the group realized something was wrong, they hurriedly checked, but soon a second person fell, then a third. In a matter of seconds, all dozen people were on the ground, continuous moans of pleasure echoing. The scene ended there, providing no useful information. These people didn't even know how they had died. However, the examination of the bodies at the scene confirmed one thing for Yi Zhiga: the incident in Zone 005 had nothing to do with charm demons. Charm demons possess a female form extremely seductive, and their targets are only male creatures. Since no charm demon appeared in the soul-searching scene and there were female bodies at the scene, plus Yi Zhiga having not sensed any aura from the cultivation world since entering Shenangjia, he could make a definite conclusion. He had thought there might be a passage connecting to the cultivation world within Shenangjia, but it seems he was mistaken. Yi Zhiga casually tossed aside the corpse, and another question quickly emerged in his mind. If the barrier of Shenangjia had been activated, it surely meant there were extraterrestrial creatures within. Where did these alien beings come from? They belonged neither to the world of cultivation nor to Earth, which was intriguing. Yi Zhiga, who seldom exercised his wits, began to think deeply. As he was lost in thought, the mist around him surged turbulently from a distance, climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths it drew near. The mountainous forests were instantly engulfed in fog, visibility plummeted, and a damp, cold sensation surged from all directions. Had it arrived? Yi Zhiga sensed it. There were creatures approaching within the fog, and there were many of them. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the direction of the incoming mist. Curiously, as the fog neared Yi Zhiga, it churned violently and then quickly dispersed, lingering near him. Soon a peculiar scene unfolded, with Yi Zhiga at the center. The fog dared not approach within several meters, as if maintaining a safe distance. The mysterious fog seemed frightened, or rather, the creatures controlling the fog within were scared. At the same time, the fog behind him was parted by an unknown force, splitting to either side to reveal a path, the very path Yi Zhiga had taken earlier. Did they want him to return the same way he came? Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised. The creatures within the fog were quite intuitive. After failing to gauge his depth, they dared not initiate contact and even cleared the path he had originally taken, hoping he would leave. What if I don't go? Yi Zhiga spoke, his voice echoing through the mist-enshrouded forest. After speaking, he pressed forward, closing in on the fog ahead. The fog ahead churned as if boiling in fear, hastily dispersing in all directions, never daring to come within 5 meters of Yi Zhiga, always maintaining a safe distance. It seemed that the unknown creatures hidden in the fog also adhered to the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but the more it was so, the more curious Yi Zhiga became. After all, the creatures in the mist belonged neither to the realm of cultivation nor to Earth. When he left through Gate 5, Li Datong had mentioned that during the resurgence of spiritual energy, mysterious unidentified flying objects had crashed in Shenangjia, which made him wonder, could they truly be extraterrestrial life forms? Thinking this, Yi Zhiga made his move, reaching towards the fog ahead. His spiritual energy instantly locked onto a creature within the mist, firmly restraining it. His palm, ignoring the distance, captured the creature, a bug. After withdrawing his hand, Yi Zhiga looked at the trembling creature in his palm, feeling somewhat surprised. It was a beetle, entirely purple in color, the size of a bottle cap, resembling a purple crystal, translucent and sparkling. It had 6 legs, 2 pairs of wings, and a single horn. The purple insect struggled incessantly in his hand, desperately trying to escape. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shenanjia, Wang Yuxuan and his three companions also crossed the barrier. However, upon entering, they could not find Yi Zhiga. Where did Mr. Yi go? Why can't we see him as soon as we look up? Su Jia felt a faint dizziness and scanned her surroundings, unable to suppress her query. Wang Yuxuan, Xu Jiang and Chen Shiming were not faring much better. The crossing through the void had been too swift and they had yet to recover. He must have sensed something off and went ahead to scout, Wang Yuxuan replied, massaging his temples. Chen Shiming asked, so do we wait here or do we also move forward? If you feel it's too dangerous, you can stay here and wait for Mr. Yi to return. I'm going ahead, Su Jie declared, glancing at the others. She had come for her parents who might already be dead. How could she just stay put? With that, she moved forward. Xu Jiang and Chen Shiming exchanged looks and, without a word, followed her. They were well aware of the perilous nature of Shenanjia, ranked as Forbidden Area number 005. But driven by their pursuit of romance, they were prepared to risk it all. Watching the trio gradually move away, Wang Yuxuan had no choice but to follow. Beautiful lady, I admit it was presumptuous of me back at gate number 2, but could you now give me a chance to know your name? After walking a distance, Chu Jiang, thick-skinned, sidled up to Su Jie, sticking out his buttocks and trying to curry favor, his brain working overtime to concoct his lines. Su Jie, barely restraining herself from lashing out, found him incredibly annoying. She had already endured his harassment at the gate, and now this. With a look of disdain and without turning her head, she coldly responded, Su Jie. She responded to me. However, in Xu Zhang's eyes, this was a different picture. He felt his efforts had paid off and his heart bloomed with joy. Seeing this, Chen Shiming's eyes widened in alarm, realizing he had to step up his game or risk losing the girl to someone else. Clearing his throat, he too moved closer, winking and making eyes at Su Jie, his cheeky words non-stop. Miss Su Jie, do you believe in love at first sight? I didn't until I met you. With two fools constantly babbling beside her, Su Jie's expression visibly darkened. If it weren't for the fact that they were in Forbidden Area 005, she would have struck them already. Wang Yuxuan, seeing this, couldn't help but facepalm. He glanced at the increasingly grim-faced Su Jie, then at Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming's bruised faces, and suddenly it seemed clear why their faces had turned out that way. The group walked for a few more minutes. A muddy road appeared before them, marked by many footprints and the tracks of vehicle wheels. This road must be the one leading to the scavenger camp inside Shenanjia. Several people saw hope, which at the very least indicated that the path they had chosen was not mistaken. Although the Forbidden Area was seldom visited and far from human civilization, it was occupied by military forces and corporate powers, hence some roads had been developed for transporting supplies. All they needed to do was to follow these roads to reach their destination. So many corpses. After walking a bit further, the group involuntarily stopped in their tracks, shocked by the scene before them. The road ahead was densely packed with bodies lying on the ground and almost covering the entire road, leaving no space to step. The heads of these corpses were all facing the direction of the exit of the Shenanjia Forbidden Area, indicating that they had been trying to escape before their lives were abruptly taken. For a moment the group was at a loss for words. These bodies had belonged to extraordinary beings, and from the looks of the scene, there were no signs of battle suggesting that they had been killed in a very short time. This realization made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, Xu Jiang seemed to notice something peculiar, and he secretly communicated with Chen Shiming. Did you notice? There are women among these corpses, and not far away there are also the bodies of exotic beasts. Chen Shiming, puzzled, replied telepathically, I see them. What about it? Xu Jiang continued. Didn't they say the accidents in the Forbidden Area were caused by a charming demon that sucks the essence from people? Could it be that this demon also targets women and exotic beasts? Chen Shiming found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Right, the charming demon should be a type of succubus, and since when do succubi show interest in women and beasts? The more they discussed, the more they felt something was off, realizing it didn't quite match what they had read in books. Seeing these corpses had agitated Su Jie greatly. It was important to note that they were still only on the edge of the Forbidden Area. If even the extraordinary beings on the periphery had not survived, the fate of the members stationed deeper inside at the number 2 sealed gate could only be imagined. Initially she had harbored a sliver of hope, but now that hope had also shattered. Su Jie's face was pale, and even though she had mentally prepared herself, her heart still seized up when confronted with reality. Wang Yuxuan noticed her distress and approached softly, asking, Are you alright? Su Jie did not answer, her heaving chest betraying the turmoil inside her. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here too long. A moment later Sujie spoke up and took the lead. Wang Yuxuan and the other two followed quietly without further disturbing Sujie, recognizing the instability in her emotions. Half an hour later, the four of them approached the scavenger camp inside the Shenangjia forbidden area. Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of humans and strange beasts alike, all turned a dark bluish-black, shriveled with skin tightly clinging to their skeletons. Moreover, throughout their journey, they had not spotted a single bird, leading the group to suspect that perhaps all life within this forbidden zone had perished. The scene within the scavenger camp mirrored the outside world. Bodies lay everywhere. The group hesitated at the entrance of the camp, not stepping in. Right away, the camp was as large as a village, eerily quiet with no signs of life. Numerous corpses were strewn across the paths of the camp, and many wooden huts with their doors and windows wide open added to the gloomy, lifeless aura. "Hey, why is it getting foggy?" Chu Jiang suddenly spoke up, pointing towards the distance. The others also shifted their gaze in the direction Chu Jiang indicated. A thick white fog was rolling in from all directions, blurring everything it enveloped. The fog seemed almost sentient as it surged towards them rapidly from every direction. The dense mist rolled over the path they had taken, covering it completely, turning everything into a vast sea of clouds. "Something's not right." Wang Yuxuan frowned, surveying the surroundings. The speed of the white fog was unnaturally fast, and it seemed to be converging from all directions, subtly forming an encirclement. The entire scavenger camp was soon enveloped, trapping the four of them inside. "Holy crap, there's someone in the fog!" At that moment, Chen Qiming suddenly shouted. Staring in shock towards the distance, the other three quickly looked that way too, and indeed they could see figures moving within the mist, though their movements were stiff and unnatural. These figures, shrouded in the fog, moved with the rolling mist steadily approaching them. "Nope, they're not people, they're corpses." Su Jie's eyes sparkled, her vision far surpassing that of an ordinary person. She could see clearly as the fog rolled over the ground. The corpses were enveloped and then struggled to their feet. Hearing this, Chu Jiang was momentarily stunned, muttering, "Playing possum? Or is this some kind of biohazard? I don't care what it is, let's just do this." Chen Qiming fearless leaned forward, spewing a burst of flame from his mouth. The flames, extremely hot, instantly scorched the surrounding vegetation and continued into the distant mist. After his ascension to the King realm, his flames could refine metals and melt stones, more terrifying than magma. Any extraordinary being touched by it would at least shed a layer of skin, if not perish entirely. The flames engulfed a large swath of corpses in an instant. However, this only served to slow the advance. More corpses continuously surged forward from behind, the firelight illuminating their ghastly blue-black faces twisted into rigid smiles. "It's useless, these must be controlled puppets. Don't waste your energy," Wang Yuxuan advised. She had been observing closely. Although the corpses had come back to life, their bodies never left the mist, indicating that the continuously surging fog from all directions was the real threat. Attacking these corpses was futile. As soon as one wave fell, another would quickly take its place. Wang Yuxuan spoke calmly, "Staying here is not a solution. Let's retreat for now and head to the scavengers' camp." The three nodded in agreement with her proposal, and they decisively moved back into the scavengers' camp. Inside the camp, there were numerous bodies strewn haphazardly everywhere, but they had not yet been touched by the mist outside and showed no signs of reanimation, leaving them. "Here is a ticking time bomb, better burn them," said Chen Qiming decisively. He then spewed flames from his mouth, covering the bodies in the camp. Instantly, the smell of charred flesh filled the air as the bodies were consumed by the fire. Chu Jiang gritted his teeth as he stared at the fog that continued to pour in from outside the camp. What exactly is this fog? Before entering the forbidden area of Shenangjia, he had fantasies about encountering succubi, even vowing to guard the interests of countless otakus. But now, instead of succubi, all they got were nauseating corpses. From Chen Qiming's earlier attack, it was clear that while flames could destroy the bodies, they couldn't stop the spread of the mist. Wang Yuxuan spoke again, warily watching the approaching fog. Su Jie nodded. "The accident in the forbidden area is definitely related to this mist. Judging by the facial features of these bodies, I suspect the mist has hallucinogenic effects." Hearing the conversation between the two women, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming looked at each other, their spirits sinking. It seemed they had been hoping for too much. Seeing a succubus was probably out of the question now. As they spoke, the mist grew closer, having already spread into the scavengers' camp and was now only a few dozen meters away from them. In the mist, the reanimated corpses staggered towards them, their outlines becoming clearer. The group prepared for battle, channeling their spiritual power to create a barrier with a diameter of 10 meters around them. Soon, the mist hit their spiritual defense, hissing upon contact. It melted away rapidly like snow meeting fierce flames, thankfully slowing its advance temporarily. Meanwhile, the reanimated bodies were drawing near, their dry hands pounding and some using their bodies to ram, trying to break through. Damn, does it have to be this horrifying, like a zombie siege? Chu Jiang's face was a mix of fear and excitement, his adrenaline surging. This isn't a solution, it's only a matter of time before the mist and bodies get in. We need to think of a way to break out, said Su Jie. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming laughed bitterly, his laugh more sorrowful than crying. Break out? How can we break out? The fog is everywhere, even above us, he said, unable to see a way out of their predicament. Wang Yuxuan simply gave a wry smile, clearly also feeling the headache of their situation. Well, we can only wait for Teacher Yi to arrive. Chu Jiang said, his heart as clear as a mirror, knowing that it was impossible for them to get out safely by themselves. The only thing they could do was to buy time and wait for Yi Zhiga to come. The mist is coming in, Chen Qiming suddenly shouted. In the next second, everyone was horrified to find that the spiritual barrier they had constructed was no longer very effective. As the barrier came into contact with the mist, it reacted like fire meeting water, creating a strong repulsive effect, and strands of mist found their way through, drifting inside. Everyone was nervous, not knowing what would happen to a living person after coming into contact with the mist. They stood their ground with no place to retreat. Even though they were panicking inside, they dared not stop transmitting their spiritual power. The drifting mist was like a wisp of blue smoke, very thin, moving swiftly after it entered and directly lunged at them. Their pupils shrank sharply, and to them, the mist seemed as deadly as the Grim Reaper's death warrant. It's over, it's coming for me, Chu Jiang yelled, his face filled with despair. Under the nervous gaze of the others, the mist like gossamer landed on his face. The next second, Chu Jiang froze, his expression blank, staring ahead. Then he suddenly started laughing, a lecherous laugh, stretching out his hand and caressing the air in front of him as if there was an invisible creature before him. Indeed, the mist has hallucinogenic effects. Su Jie frowned deeply. Since Chu Jiang had fallen into an illusion, the spiritual barrier they had constructed diminished and more mist drifted in. The three had no escape, and seconds later, the invading mist finally settled on them too. Am I not in the forbidden area of Shenangjia? How did I get back home? Wang Yuxuan murmured softly, only to find herself in a familiar room. Strange, why is my room decorated so festively? She tilted her head to inspect, finding her room adorned with red decorations everywhere, red candles burning on the desk, and even the bedspread replaced with a bright red one embroidered with Mandarin ducks. Who has turned my room into a bridal chamber? Wang Yuxuan was puzzled, rising to inspect, and at that moment she saw herself in the mirror. She was dressed in a red Chinese bridal gown shimmering with golden threads embroidered with patterns of blessings, covered with a thin scarlet silk veil, and her waist cinched with a flowing phoenix belt, perfectly outlining her delicate figure. Her black hair was also styled up, adorned with golden hairpins on each side, with red gems gently swaying. How could I be dressed like this? Wang Yuxuan's lips parted slightly, completely bewildered. Just then the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A man entered wearing a broad red robe that fit snugly his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a jade pendant hanging at his waist, and his sharply contoured face mesmerizing. Teacher Yi, Wang Yuxuan, seeing clearly, stood frozen in place. Yuxuan, why did you take off your veil by yourself? Yi Zhiga smiled as he approached, wrapping his arms around her shapely body and whispering in her ear, Teacher, I am now your husband. Wang Yuxuan was incredulous, but soon became enchanted, her cheeks flushing as her delicate body softened into Yi Zhiga's embrace. Her gaze gradually became hazy, and Yi Zhiga lifted her by the waist. Soon garments were shed, and the white dress clung tightly to Wang Yuxuan's skin, outlining her enticing and graceful form, the perfect curves of her snowy peaks, and the faintly visible slender soft waist. Yi Zhiga turned off the lights and blew out the red candle, plunging the room into a romantic spring ambience. Xiao Jie, wake up, Xiao Jie. Both male and female voices rang out, calling her. Slowly, Su Jie opened her eyes to see two familiar faces before her. Dad, Mom, you. How come I'm at home? Su Jie couldn't believe it, her emotions complex as she looked around the familiar surroundings. Silly child, what are you talking about? You've been unconscious for so long, but you're finally awake, Su's mother said, gently stroking her head. Unconscious? What exactly happened? Su Jie's thoughts were in turmoil, unable to discern what was happening. Su's father then spoke. You were injured in the head during a mission and have been unconscious for half a month. Your mother and I were so worried that we took leave from Zone 005 to take care of you. Su Jie was stunned, feeling a sharp pain at the mention of Zone 005, her hands painfully covering her head. Dad, Mom, weren't you in an accident? Su Jie's tears flowed as she endured the pain in her head and asked, An accident? Xiao Jie, what are you thinking about? Your mom and I are fine, there hasn't been any accident, Su's father said. Su's mother, with a gentle smile on her face, said, You've been unconscious for so long, you must have had a nightmare. Don't worry, your parents are here, don't think too much. Su Jie was comforted and gradually stopped crying, her eyes red as she looked at her parents and hugged them tightly, a smile emerging on her face. Just a nightmare, that's good, my parents are fine, master, everything is cleaned up, but it's still not enough, let's do it again. Two sultry voices rang out in the dark room, their mere sound igniting desire. They were two female creatures, their charming cheeks dripping with allure, their eyes red vertical pupils, their chests heaving and snowy, their buttocks perky, their shapely voluptuous bodies, and the flirtation in their eyes and brows enough to intoxicate any man. The two women's eyebrows slightly raised, emanating a faint glow, irresistibly arousing a desire to conquer. Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming's eyes were filled with obsession and intoxication. I knew it, the accident in Zone 005 was definitely the work of a succubus. The two of us sacrificed our lives for the sake of future generations to find another way, and we will surely be remembered in history. Their voices rang out boldly. Meanwhile, someone crawled over in the darkness, gently entwining, the intoxicating softness coming forth. Two people could hardly withstand it, they instantly lost themselves. In the forbidden area number 005, a vast amount of fog surged wildly, blanketing everything in a dense white mist that stretched as far as the eye could see. In just a moment, the entire scavenger camp was covered. Within the camp, two men and two women stood motionlessly in the fog, their bodies completely relaxed, offering no resistance as the mist swirled around them. All four had their eyes closed, smiles involuntarily curling at the corners of their mouths, seemingly in great pleasure. In the mist, purple unknown creatures flew about, encircling, seemingly having found delicious prey, and hurriedly flew towards the four individuals. Buzz. However, at that moment a loud noise rang out. It was a deep red light shooting from afar, easily penetrating the fog and shining upon the four individuals. As soon as the light touched them, their bodies uncontrollably started trembling, their brows furrowed as if they were about to awaken. Meanwhile, a figure approached from the distance. The swirling fog parted from the middle to both sides, making way for this person. As the figure drew closer, the purple unknown creatures in the mist, terrified as if facing a great horror, scattered in all directions, not daring to linger. As the purple creatures fled, the thick fog enveloping the scavenger camp gradually dissipated and clarity returned. At the same time, bodies in the mist fell in heaps, succumbing to deathly stillness. A gentle breeze passed and Yi Zhiga approached, shortening the ground under his feet, striding from afar and appearing in front of the four with each step. Awake, he softly called out. Instantly Wang Yuxuan, Su Jie, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming awakened from the illusion, opening their eyes in succession. What happened? The four looked around in confusion, unclear about the situation. They soon noticed Yi Zhiga in front of them and gradually recalled that their spiritual defenses had been broken down and the mist had enveloped them. So everything that just happened was an illusion. Different expressions surfaced on their faces. Teacher Yi. After Wang Yuxuan awoke, her face flushed red and she lowered her head, unable to look directly at Yi Zhiga, feeling greatly ashamed. The events of the illusion were still vivid in her mind, and now seeing Yi Zhiga made her involuntarily remember everything. This is so embarrassing. Wang Yuxuan blushed, fearing to reveal any flaws, awkwardly standing aside. Yi Zhiga looked at her suspiciously, feeling that her gaze was somewhat strange. As for Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming, their faces bore a hint of lingering desire, bending their bodies, trying hard to cover certain noticeably raised areas. The two exchanged glances, their bond as brothers deepening in the illusion as they had fulfilled a long-held desire. The two fools smiled knowingly, saying everything without words. Su Jie alone stood dazedly in place, her eyes filled with desolation, a bitter smile hanging on her lips. After waking from the illusion, her heart felt profoundly empty. I've pretty much figured out the situation with forbidden area number 005. Yi Zhiga began, breaking the silence first. At his words, the four of them perked up and looked over in unison. Under their gaze, Yi Zhiga spread his palm open, revealing a small purple insect. This tiny creature was quite beautiful, crystal clear and the size of a bottle cap, resembling a purple gemstone. It struggled continuously in Yi Zhiga's hand, fluttering its wings, trying to escape. An insect? A big question mark appeared in everyone's minds. Yes, those mists are produced by this kind of insect and they have a strong hallucinogenic effect, Yi Zhiga explained. Using the mist to hallucinate their prey, these insects then emerge to feed on their essence. The four listeners showed expressions of disbelief. It turned out that the main culprit behind a series of tragedies in the Shenangjia area, ranked number 005 among the forbidden zones, was this kind of insect. Seeing their shocked faces, Yi Zhiga continued, there are many of these insects always hidden in the mist, appearing only when the prey is fully submerged in the illusion. Moreover, this species is not from Earth. The group listened intently, their expressions grave. Not of this Earth. Could they be alien? Being members of the sealed door, they naturally knew some secrets, for instance 3 years ago when spiritual energy began to resurface, an unidentified flying object had crashed in forbidden area number 005. At that time, the higher-ups of the sealed door had sent people to investigate, but they returned without success. The incident had since been quietly forgotten. Alien insects, these little things look harmless, but they're actually quite vicious, said Chu Jiang as he stepped forward and poked the purple insect trapped in Yi Zhiga's palm. The insect, very agile, flipped over and bit him. Ouch. Chu Jiang winced in pain, a small chunk of flesh missing from his finger, blood flowing freely. The purple insect stayed in Yi Zhiga's palm, warily watching Chu Jiang. Sheesh, this little one has quite the temper, Chu Jiang remarked, quickly channeling his spiritual power to heal the wound. Wang Yuxuan then spoke up, I wonder where their nest is. If they were to fly out into the world, who knows how many would die. We must eradicate them. Chu Jiang, still annoyed from being bitten, nodded in agreement. The purple insect in Yi Zhiga's hand, hearing this, calmed down and seemed to understand their conversation, its tiny eyes filled with rage. Then it turned to look at Yi Zhiga and shrank into a ball, seemingly frightened. Keeping it indeed is a menace, Yi Zhiga nodded, agreeing with them. The purple insect, hearing the entire conversation, became agitated. It knew that these four individuals were not strong enough to annihilate its kind, but the one who had captured it certainly had the power to do so. For a moment it was as if it had fire on its tail, frantically darting about in anxiety. This scene made the few onlookers barely suppress their laughter. Mr. Yi, before we proceed, I would like to collect my parents' bodies, said Su Jiet, who had been silent until now. Having personally experienced the terror of the mist, she harbored no illusions any longer. All right, Yi Zhiga agreed. Soon the group set off, leaving the scavengers' camp behind and heading deeper into the forbidden zone. Along the way, thick fog still swirled and flowed between the mountains like a vast sea of white clouds. Within the mist, countless eyes spied in the dark like predators lurking and ready to pounce. However, upon seeing Yi Zhiga at the front of the group, a deep sense of dread arose in them, as if encountering a natural predator hesitating to approach. Moreover, the fog that had previously covered the path ahead now actively surged to the sides, creating a clear path wide enough for everyone to pass. This spectacle invigorated those following behind Yi Zhiga. Was this the treatment of being with a powerful leader? Gone were the nerves they initially felt upon encountering the mist. The tense strings of their hearts relaxed and everyone eased up. The sense of security was just too strong. 10 minutes later, the number of bodies on the road increased, both humans and strange beasts. The human bodies were not clad in black combat suits, indicating that these were not people stationed in the Forbidden Zone by Gate 2. The group did not stop here and continued on. The mountain was littered with bodies, densely packed and strewn across the ground, creating a strong visual impact. Now, in the entirety of Area 005, aside from Yi Zhiga's group and the purple bugs in the mist, there were no other living creatures. It was often said that the Shenangjia area was home to wild men who would descend from the mountains to abduct women for breeding. There was no need to worry about that now. If there were any wild men, they were all dead. Chu Jiang spoke up, looking at the bodies scattered in all directions, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Shenangjia ranks among the top 5 of all forbidden zones, and it's not just for fun. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, this place is filled with deadly zones. And the number of strange beasts is too many to count. It is said that in the Shenangjia Forbidden Zone, some king-level strange beasts are only in the middle to lower tiers of the food chain. Chen Qiming chimed in, conversing with Chu Jiang. Yi Zhiga listened to everything without commenting. He looked down at the purple bug in his hand, which possessed the strength of about the 8th or 9th level of the awakening realm. Not very formidable, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In the distant mist, countless more purple bugs fluttered their wings, and coupled with the hallucinogenic effects of the mist, they undoubtedly formed a terrifying army. After several twists and turns, the group arrived at the station of Gate 2 in Area 005. there was a small valley with watchtowers constructed at the tops of both sides, and inside the valley there were several scattered wooden cabins. The cabin was small, even rudimentary, resembling something of a communal dormitory. At the very heart of the small valley, a flagpole stood erect with a flag fluttering in the breeze at its peak. Surrounding the cabin, hundreds of bodies lay on the ground there. Skin shriveled and bluish-black, limbs stiff, devoid of any signs of life. A gentle wind blew from afar, carrying with it a scattering of fallen leaves, painting a scene of desolation. Without a doubt, these were the bodies of the extraordinary beings from Sector 2. Wang Yuxuan and his companions couldn't help but feel uneasy as they gazed upon the hundreds of lifeless forms. Su Jie, seemingly in a trance, stepped forward, staring blankly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, she rushed forward, murmuring, "Dad, Mom, I've come to take you home." Yi Zhiga and the others stood outside the small valley, waiting quietly. Su Jie, as if driven mad, frantically searched through the sea of corpses, muttering, "No, not this one. Dad, Mom, where are you?" Her emotions, like a dam bursting, could no longer be contained as tears streamed down her face. She flipped over one body after another, repeating, "Not this one, not this one." Su Jie moved awkwardly among the corpses, falling clumsily to the ground several times, not caring about the mud covering her, rising each time to continue her search. Eventually, in a corner, she spotted two familiar figures. She dashed over, and upon recognizing the faces of the two bodies, Su Jie felt a heart-wrenching pain. "Dad, Mom, your daughter is here." She sat down disconsolately, pulling the two bodies into her embrace, crying uncontrollably. The bodies were stiff as statues, chillingly cold. "Dad, Mom, please wake up." Su Jie wept, calling out over and over again. The valley was quiet, the cold wind rustling the leaves. Holding the bodies, Su Jie sat alone, her face deathly pale as she caressed those familiar faces, feeling not a hint of warmth, her voice filled with sorrow. Watching this, I felt a pang of distress. Outside the valley, Wang Yuxuan turned his head away, directing his gaze elsewhere. Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming felt increasingly uncomfortable. They hadn't known that Su Jie's journey to the Shenangjia Forbidden Area was to find her parents. Along the way, they had even flirted with her, attempting to woo her. Reflecting on their actions, they were overwhelmed with guilt. "These people, perhaps they can still be saved." Suddenly, Yi Zhiga's calm voice echoed. His words resounded in the quiet valley, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around, especially Su Jie, who almost ran over, her voice trembling as she asked, "Mr. Yi, are you serious?" Yi Zhiga nodded, saying, "It's just their essence that has been devoured. If we can retrieve their essence, it should be possible to bring them back to life." Upon hearing this, Su Jie immediately knelt on the ground. "Mr. Yi, please save my parents." She cast aside all considerations of face and dignity. Her only thought was for her parents to be revived. "Get up first, I can try," Yi Zhiga responded. He glanced at the hundreds of corpses in the valley. These were all extraordinary beings belonging to the number 2 sealed gate, which was directly under military control. In a way, all these individuals had been soldiers in life. Yi Zhiga always maintained a friendly attitude towards such people. With a flip of his palm, a purple bug, previously restrained, reappeared in his hand. Simultaneously, a massive psychic force surged into its mind, causing the bug immense pain that made it jump and twitch uncontrollably. Moments later, Yi Zhiga withdrew his psychic force, and the purple bug in his palm went limp, lifeless. He casually threw it to the ground and looked towards the distant mountains, seemingly confirming something. "Let's go to capture the king." Capture the king? The four were confused. What king? And what about the purple bug that Yi Zhiga had discarded? There was no time for them to ponder as Yi Zhiga reached out, grabbed them, and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the depths of the Shenangjia Forbidden Area. In the blink of an eye, Yi Zhiga arrived at the location he had learned about through soul searching. This place was a dead end deep within the Forbidden Area, surrounded on all sides by peaks like swords thrusting into the clouds, with dark clouds swirling above and lightning darting across. Here, the fog was even denser, like being in a sea of clouds with very low visibility, and even snowflakes falling from the sky. As they entered, the temperature dropped sharply, and the vegetation on the ground was frosted, crunching and shattering into icy fragments underfoot. "Teacher Yi, where have we come?" Wang Yuxuan shivered, overwhelmed by the cold, unable to resist even with his spiritual power. As if he were in an icy wasteland. Su Jie, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming felt the same, as if plunged into an ice cave, their internal flow of spiritual power slowing down. Yi Zhiga remained silent, leading the way as the fog around them surged, parting to make way. He had learned from the soul searching that the purple bugs in the fog, after absorbing the essence of living beings, do not consume it directly but bring it back to their nest to feed the bug king, who was hidden in this dead land. the Bug King had chosen its lair well. Even a king-level extraordinary being would be unable to unleash their full power here, and staying too long could lead to freezing or death. Not just king level, even those at the Pilwell level couldn't make much of a splash here and couldn't stay long. Geez, I feel like my blood is about to freeze. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Chen Shiming shivered. Chu Jiang wiped his freezing nose. What did you think? That's why Shenanjia is ranked in the top 5 forbidden areas, seeing their condition. Yi Zhiga gently waved his hand and a wave of energy burst forth, enveloping the four, immediately dispelling the cold, leaving them warm all over. There seems to be something in the fog ahead, Su Jia suddenly spoke up, her eyesight far surpassing that of an ordinary person as she detected something unusual in the distance. As the group approached, a massive outline gradually emerged from the mist. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic frozen corpse that had lost all signs of life, resembling a tyrannosaurus and lying horizontally on the ground. Good heavens, what's this, a dinosaur? Chu Jiang exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. The corpse was enormous, over 100 meters in length, covered in scales, its time of death unknown. This is not a dinosaur, but a beast whose bloodline has reverted to its ancient form, Yi Zhiga explained. The group nodded in understanding. It would indeed be too absurd if it were an actual dinosaur. In this desolate land, there were many more beast corpses similar in size to the one they first encountered, strewn across the ground. The stiff bodies glistened coldly under the falling snowflakes, creating a visual impact as if the Jurassic era had been frozen in time. Even the weakest of these beasts was of king-tier strength and life, truly worthy of being called a forbidden land, Chu Jiang remarked, rubbing his hands together as his gaze continuously swept over the enormous carcasses around them. These beasts, in their lifetime, could have stirred up storms of bloodshed anywhere they went. Who could believe, without seeing with their own eyes, that so many colossal creatures had died here, as if they were mere foot soldiers? Chen Shiming nodded, though his attention was clearly not focused on the beast corpses. He had been observing the surrounding fog, which was churning violently and was much denser than on the outskirts of the Forbidden Land, almost becoming tangible. Chen Shiming voiced his concern. It's strange. With so many powerful beasts perishing here, why is there still such a dense accumulation of fog? Could it be that the purple insects within the fog are immune to the cold? The others also noticed this anomaly despite the harsh conditions within the Forbidden Land. The fog was not only present but growing thicker. Yi Zhiga focused ahead, then spoke. Who told you these beasts died because they wandered into the Forbidden Land? The group was startled by his implication. Their strength was decent, they were obviously used as high-grade food, brought here by the purple insects, used as food. The group was stunned by Yi Zhiga's words. This is the lair of those purple insects, Wang Yuxuan suddenly realized. Yi Zhiga glanced at her, responding, not so foolish after all. The group then understood that when Yi Zhiga had spoken earlier in the small valley about capturing a king, he meant the king of the insects. No wonder the fog here was several times denser than outside. They had entered the lair of the insects. Chu Jiang had an epiphany. As they delved deeper, the number of beast corpses diminished and the fog swirled intensely ahead, with snowflakes swirling around the world around them, a vast expanse of white. The further they walked, the more violently the fog churned, streaming in from all directions as if trying to halt their progress. As they approached, the natural aura of blood emanating from Yi Zhiga suppressed the small creatures, preventing them from acting rashly and forcing them to reluctantly clear a path. As they neared their lair, the creatures began to panic. This scene unfolded before the eyes of those following behind Yi Zhiga. The buzzing grew louder. As they ventured deeper, the purple bugs hidden in the mist became agitated and their forms started to emerge, swarming everywhere. The sound of their wings echoed throughout the desolate area. Driven by an instinctive urge to protect their nest, they opened their sharp mouthparts and swarmed forward, attempting to stop the group with their lives. Countless purple bugs surged forward like a purple waterfall, starkly visible against the barren white backdrop. Wang Yuxuan and the others, seeing this, all hid behind Yi Zhiga. They knew very well that facing such a horrifying number of bugs would only lead to their demise. Noticing their actions, Yi Zhiga said nothing. He lifted his head, looking at the sky filled with the purple bug tide, and softly chanted, "Scatter." As his word fell, an invisible ripple emerged, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling outward in all directions. In an instant, the overwhelming tide of bugs halted, then all the insects lost consciousness, their bodies severed in two. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a moment, all the bugs lost their life force and fell from the sky like rain, landing in the snowy ground. Those hiding behind watched in awe. Is this what it feels like to follow a powerful leader? Just watch the show from the side. Under the snowy landscape, countless bug corpses littered the ground. The mist also completely dissipated at this moment and everything around became clear. Not far ahead, piles of rubble were strewn about and the frozen soil was overturned, revealing a circular object slanted in the ground. The object wasn't very large, with a diameter of about 10 meters, made from an unknown metal. At the top of the circular object, there was a small oval protrusion made of a semi-transparent material, but it was shattered with a large hole in it. Is this a UFO? Those behind were stunned, finding it hard to believe what lay before them. The stuff of movies and TV shows was actually right in front of their eyes. Damn, what's going on? The records and the sealed gate are true. There really was an unknown flying object that crashed here, Chu Jiang exclaimed. Wang Yuxuan also stared intensely at the UFO, saying no wonder the people from the sealed gate came to investigate and returned without success. It turns out it crashed here in this desolate land. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the UFO ahead. They approached and observed, finding it too fantastical. A UFO, an object only seen in films, was now physically present before them. This UFO, made of some unknown metal, showed no signs of rust despite having crashed here so long ago, and even in the icy, snowy conditions, not even the surface was frosted. Chen Shiming reached out to touch it, his eyes filled with wonder. Considering this UFO the lair of those purple bugs? Could there really be aliens inside? Wang Yuxuan observed closely, her understanding being thoroughly challenged. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a bit uneasy. After all, flying saucers had appeared. Who knew if an alien might suddenly emerge? Even Yi Zhiga cast a curious glance. Let me see what an alien looks like. Do they have large heads, big eyes and slender limbs? Chu Jiang couldn't help but recall the images of aliens from movies and TV shows. Driven by curiosity, he climbed onto the flying saucer. Approaching a cracked window at the top to look inside. Be careful, don't mess around. If you trigger some kind of attack mechanism, you won't have time to dodge, Chen Shiming cautioned from below, feeling that Chu Jiang was being impulsive and reckless, lacking rationality and just climbing up to check. However, Chu Jiang didn't take it to heart. His hefty body was surprisingly agile as he leapt onto the damaged part of the spaceship. He gestured to Chen Shiming below with a non-existent chin, saying, "It's okay to be scared, but you've got to be bold." After that, he bent over, widened his eyes and peered into the interior of the flying saucer. Just then, a purple streak of light suddenly shot out from inside, moving at an incredibly fast speed and creating a sonic boom. Chen Shiming was stunned. Could it be that his warning had come true, triggering the spaceship's attack mechanism? The purple light hit Chu Jiang squarely in the face, catching him off guard. He was propelled into the air, and several of his teeth traced an arc through the sky. Bang! Ultimately, he plunged headfirst into the snow in a very embarrassing heap, struggling to get up with half of his face swollen. Damn, I was careless, didn't dodge in time, it hurts like hell. At this moment, everyone clearly saw what had attacked Chu Jiang. It was a large purple insect about the size of a basketball, resembling a tiger-headed wasp, its body radiating purple light. It stood upright like a human on top of the flying saucer, arrogantly watching the people below. In this icy, snowy wilderness atop the flying saucer, the purple tiger-headed wasp looked down haughtily, its eyes filled with pride as it stood upright, looming over everyone. "Who are you, and why do you not bow before your king?" The purple tiger-headed wasp spread its 6 legs, head held high and chest out, surprisingly speaking in human language, its presence commanding. Below, Wang Yuxuan, Su Jie and Chen Shiming were all dumbfounded. They had initially thought the earlier disturbance was an attack launched by the flying saucer, but after the purple light faded, what appeared was a tiger-headed wasp. This wasp was even larger than a basketball. They immediately realized that it was the king of the purple insects. Why is the king a tiger-headed wasp when the others look like beetles? Wang Yuxuan murmured, feeling that this was somewhat illogical. Su Jie shook her head. I don't know, maybe it's a genetic mutation. The purple tiger-headed wasp, seeing that the people below completely ignored it, felt its royal dignity challenged as its antennae twitched slightly. Just as it was about to speak again, a roar came from the distance. "I'll get you for this." Realizing who it was, Chu Jiang charged from afar. He was one to hold grudges, and the previous collision had left him with several broken teeth and half his face swollen beyond recognition. How could he face anyone now? In the blink of an eye, Chu Jiang leaped forward, raising his fist and violently smashing it towards the purple tiger-headed wasp, swearing to make it pay. "How dare you!" The purple tiger-headed wasp, undaunted by the danger, appeared very small compared to Chu Jiang's body. However, it simply extended a leg and effortlessly blocked his punch. then flapping its wings it quickly closed in and kicked out with another leg, striking Chu Jiang's other half of the face. With a loud bang, Chu Jiang was sent flying once again, just like before, his teeth scattering as he crashed into a distant snowdrift. When he managed to get up, both sides of his face were painfully swollen. "Arg, damn alien bug, I'll fight you to the end." Chu Jiang charged again, but the wasp specifically targeted his face, completely breaking his defenses. The purple tiger-headed wasp just shook its head, showing no concern for Chu Jiang at all. It sighed lightly. "Alas, there are always troublemakers who seek to harm me." With it, the purple tiger-headed wasp exhaled a puff of white mist which instantly enveloped Chu Jiang. The next moment Chu Jiang fell into an illusion, first standing dazed, then bursting into laughter, lying on the ground hugging and caressing a rock. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan and his two companions immediately became alert. This purple tiger-headed wasp, being a bug king, should not be underestimated. Quickly Chen Shiming launched an attack, spewing flames capable of melting stones which surged towards the purple tiger-headed wasp. Wang Yuxuan drew a long sword from his storage ring, and with a swing a burst of sword energy overflowed, creating several white sword blooms that joined Chen Shiming's flames in attacking the purple tiger-headed wasp. Su Jie also made her move, holding a broadsword taller than herself, its heavy blade not hindering her speed as she approached in the blink of an eye. The extremely high-temperature flames and sword energy struck simultaneously, hitting the purple tiger-headed wasp precisely. However, these attacks seemed to cause no harm to it at all, as it stood still unaffected by the onslaught. What? Wang Yuxuan and Chen Shiming were shocked. Their attacks had no effect and the opponent seemed indestructible, blocking everything with its mere body. Just then Su Jie's attack landed, the broadsword slashing through the air, generating a strong gust of wind and terrifying spiritual power, heavily chopping down on the purple tiger-headed wasp's head. Clang! The moment the blade touched its head, a terrifying blast spread outward, kicking up snowflakes all around, hinting at the immense force of the strike. Soon, the fluttering snowflakes settled. The purple tiger-headed wasp still stood proudly, its posture unaltered, and its head remained intact without any damage. Crack! Following that, the sound of metal breaking echoed as Su Jie's broadsword shattered, its blade breaking into pieces. Her hands trembled slightly and blood seeped from her palms. "Little lady, that strike of yours isn't even enough to tickle me," the purple tiger bee spoke up arrogantly, tilting its head and glancing at Su Jie from the corner of its eye, its gaze filled with a haughty air of self-importance. "You and that sword-wielding girl look quite nice. I've decided tonight you two will warm my bed." The purple tiger bee continued, defiant and unyielding, its eyes sweeping over Wang Yuxuan and Su Jie. However, as soon as it finished speaking, a large hand reached out, grasped its neck and lifted it like picking up a chicken. The purple tiger bee exclaimed in shock, struggling frantically as its 6 legs kicked and its wings on its back flapped vigorously, but it was to no effect. The moment the large hand held it, all the spiritual power inside it ceased to flow. The purple tiger bee turned its head, its gaze meeting with Yi Zhiga's. "Damn!" It shivered instantly, a voice deep within its soul warning it not to resist or it would meet a gruesome end. It had an intuition that the person in front of it could crush it at any moment if he wished, but, as the king of a myriad of insects with noble blood coursing through its veins, it could not easily bow to anyone. The purple tiger bee glared and cursed. "How dare you, release me at once." Yi Zhiga looked at it indifferently and chuckled. "Say that again." The purple tiger bee, realizing its predicament, quickly changed its tone. "Big brother, the moment I saw you, I was captivated by your dashing presence. I have decided from today onwards I will follow you, ready to serve." It quickly capitulated, its 6 slender legs still moving as it spoke with exaggerated emotion. Nearby Wang Yuxuan, Su Jie and Chen Shiming were all thunderstruck, feeling a mix of amusement and annoyance at the purple tiger bee's lack of dignity. Yi Zhiga was also somewhat surprised, having thought this alien species would have some mettle, but it turned out otherwise. "I ask you answer, understand?" Yi Zhiga spoke. The purple tiger bee nodded rapidly. "Big brother, just ask away, I will withhold nothing." "In this area, have you absorbed all the essence spirits?" Yi Zhiga inquired. Hearing this, Su Jie's pupils shrank and she clenched her fists tightly. The purple tiger bee continued, nodding. "They're still digesting in my belly." "What about it, big brother?" Its earlier defiant demeanor was gone, now looking as docile as could be. "Give back all the essence spirits," without caring about her bleeding hands. Su Jie rushed forward and grabbed the purple tiger bee's body. The latter, its spiritual powers sealed by Yi Zhiga, immediately began to howl in pain. "Little wench, I was talking to my big brother, what are you interrupting for?" The purple tiger bee in pain grimaced and snarled, "Just you wait, you'll have your comeuppance one day." Yi Zhiga glanced at the emotionally charged Su Jie. "Let go." Su Jie, biting her lip, hesitated for a few seconds before finally releasing her grip on the purple tiger bee and stepped aside. Yi Zhiga then turned his gaze back to the purple tiger bee, honestly a bit surprised by this alien species demeanor. It looked like a mutant beast from Earth, almost identical to a tiger-headed wasp but much larger and shimmering in purple like a chunk of amethyst. As Yi Zhiga stared at it, the purple tiger-headed wasp felt uneasy and trembled as it spoke, "Big brother, I am a male." Yi Zhiga was speechless, wondering what the creature was thinking. He didn't bother with small talk and directly probed into the wasp's mind with his psychic power, searching through all its memories. This wasn't a soul-searching technique. The psychic power entered gently within the limits the creature could withstand. For now, this alien species was still of some use, which is why Yi Zhiga didn't eliminate it immediately. The moment his immense psychic power entered the wasp's mind, the creature's body seemed paralyzed, trapped in a stupor, fully exposing everything to the psychic force. After a moment, Yi Zhiga withdrew his psychic power. He hadn't expected that this creature's mind would be completely void of useful information. It had no memory of where it came from or why it followed a UFO crash to Earth. All was blank. More importantly, it had spent the past few years in an egg and had only recently hatched, still in its juvenile phase. Its mind held nothing but the memories of the past week, which were only of it controlling little purple insects to devour spirits and strengthen itself in the Forbidden Land. There was nothing more. Yi Zhiga was disappointed, having hoped to learn of its origins and then visit its home planet, later vomit some of the spirits you consumed. I need them to save some people. Yi Zhiga released the purple tiger-headed wasp, not worried it would try to escape. Indeed, after being released, the wasp just fluttered its wings and hovered in the air, not daring to go anywhere. Realizing the gap in their strengths, it became very docile. However, upon hearing Yi Zhiga's request to return the spirits to save people, panic seeped into the wasp. "Big brother, I can return the spirits, but I'm not sure I can bring people back to life." It was still in its juvenile phase, not yet in full control of its abilities. Yi Zhiga looked at it. "If you can't bring them back, you die." Hearing this, the wasp staggered, almost falling from the air, its purple glow dimming significantly. Good news. It had found a protector after being born. Bad news. This protector was ready to kill it at any disagreement. The wasp looked around, wanting to flee but daring not to, and its whole body drooped in despair. However, there was one more thing to do. Before leaving, everyone's gaze turned to a nearby site. Xu Jiang, still trapped in an illusion, lay on the ground hugging a large rock, kissing and caressing it as if something not suitable for children was happening in his hallucination. Everyone tried hard to suppress their laughter at his appearance. Su Jie and Wang Yuxuan secretly spat in disgust, repulsed by the sleazy smile on his face. Chen Shiming was secretly delighted. "Brother, Su Meizi saw you in that embarrassing state, now you can't outdo me." Yi Zhiga felt somewhat helpless and cast a spell on Xu Jiang. The next moment, Xu Jiang opened his eyes, his consciousness still hazy. He saw the charming and soft demon girl in his arms gradually turning into a cold, hard stone. He immediately realized that he had fallen into an illusion again. Suddenly his body shuddered violently and he stiffly turned his head, only to meet Yi Zhiga and the others' gazes. At that moment Xu Jiang felt like dying, wondering what he had done in front of them all. His face was truly lost. His eyes instinctively sought Su Jie, only to find her holding back laughter, turning her head away, unwilling to look at him. Overwhelmed by an intense sense of shame, Xu Jiang felt utterly miserable, wishing he could just find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Both his dignity and his goddess were lost. Xu Jiang felt both angry and embarrassed. He suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at the purple tiger-headed bee, almost grinding his teeth to pieces, wishing he could skin it alive. "What are you looking at, little master? What kind of look is that? Believe it or not, next time I'll put 2 female pigs in your illusion." Facing Xu Jiang's murderous gaze, the purple tiger-headed bee was not intimidated at all. Flying in the air, it cocked its head and looked at him disdainfully with a pair of eyes full of contempt. "I'll kill you." Xu Jiang completely lost his composure, leaped up from the ground with all his might and swore to fight the purple tiger-headed bee to the death. "That's enough, we have serious matters to attend to." Yi Zhiga stretched out his hand and directly caught Xu Jiang. Xu Jiang was biting his teeth, furious especially at the purple tiger-headed bee's provocative gaze, which was simply too irritating. All right, it's okay. We've seen bigger storms, it's just face after all. We'll settle the score with that bug later." Chen Shiming patted Xu Jiang on the shoulder, comforting him. For a moment Xu Jiang was moved to tears. Brothers, true brothers at heart. Chen Shiming again patted Chu Jiang on the shoulder. We're all brothers here. However, the next second he changed his tone. Don't worry, once I've won Su Meizi's heart, I'll definitely thank you properly. Chu Jiang's eyes widened, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scene shifted, and the group had left the forbidden area, returning to the small valley outside where they were stationed. The leaves were desolate and fog rose again in the forbidden area, only this time it was a natural phenomenon and the sky was hazy, starting to drizzle. Just save them. If you can't bring them back, then go down and join them, Yi Zhiga said calmly to the purple tiger-headed bee. The purple tiger-headed bee, unsure inside but under pressure, fluttered its wings and slowly flew into the valley. The purple tiger-headed wasp felt utterly frustrated. Had it known earlier, it would have spent its early days developing its abilities. Staring at the hundreds of corpses on the ground, it was on the verge of tears, feeling as though its life was as precarious as being tied to a belt. Big brothers and sisters, it was wrong of me to absorb your essence. Please show some mercy and all wake up, it screamed inside. Taking a deep breath, the wasp exhaled energy, a bright purple glow enveloping the entire small valley. The winds howled fiercely as a purple moon appeared overhead, dripping strands of soul essence, its very origin. As the purple tiger-headed wasp manipulated the energy, translucent essences emerged from the purple moon. However, these essences were incomplete. Obviously on the brink of dissipation. Condense, the wasp shouted, desperately squeezing out its internal power, continuously drawing from the purple moon above. More and more essences were forced out, then merged together, gradually forming into adult human shapes, floating in the air like spectral bodies. Outside the valley, Su Jie watched the scene, clutching her clothes tightly, her expression tense. She cared more about what was happening in the valley than anyone else there. The revival of her parents depended on this moment. Reversing its abilities, the purple tiger-headed wasp's aura weakened significantly from the immense expenditure, yet it dared not relax. After all, its life was at stake. It was certain that if it failed to revive these people, Yi Zhiga would kill it without hesitation. Not enough, just a little more. The wasp's gaze hardened as it reversed its swallowing ability, the purple moon overhead trembling, the soul power falling, becoming purer. Return, it yelled, nearly exhausted, driving the nearly condensed soul bodies to plunge back into the corpses below. A surge of purple light covered the entire valley. As it desperately squeezed its origin, the essences belonging to the corpses emerged, returning to their original bodies. After completing this, the overexerted purple tiger-headed wasp spat out foam, its 6 legs twitching, and it fell from the sky fainting. For the love of God, please all wake up, my survival depends on you, it murmured before passing out. As it fell unconscious, the purple moon in the sky also transformed into a thin stream of light, returning to its body. The essences returned, and the hundreds of corpses originally having bluish-black skin gradually returned to normal. The shriveled flesh also regained vitality. However, no one woke up. Dad, Mom, Su Jie rushed in, coming to her parents' side, holding them up. Their previously cold and stiff bodies now warmed up, slowly showing signs of heartbeat and breathing. No matter how much Su Jie shouted, she couldn't wake them up. Even directing spiritual power into their bodies was futile. Teacher Yi, what's going on? Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but ask. The spirits have clearly been returned and they have regained vital signs, but why won't they wake up? They look like corpses at first glance, but now they seem like the living dead. Yi Zhiga glanced around and said, these people are missing a breath. Missing a breath? Wang Yuxuan was confused. Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming also looked curiously at Yi Zhiga, seeing this as a great learning opportunity. Yi Zhiga continued, a Buddha relies on a stick of incense, a person relies on a breath. There is a special breath inside a living body. Have you heard of the term returning light reflection? It's because the breath inside the body is about to dissipate, and in the final moments it bursts forth to nourish the body. This is why some people appear to recover significantly in spirit and health just before death. When that breath finally disperses, the returning light reflection ends and the person naturally dies. This breath is called the breath of life and death. Yi Zhiga explained in the simplest terms, leaving them stunned. This was the first time the 3 students heard such a profound explanation. Chu Jiang asked, does that mean these people won't come back to life? Not necessarily, Yi Zhiga said calmly. Initially, he told the purple tiger head bee that if it couldn't save the people he would kill it, but that was just to deceive it. The goal was to make it desperately extract the most intact spirits possible. If they were to truly awaken, Yi Zhiga would need to deliver the final push. Next, he slowly opened his mouth and exhaled lightly, a strong sense of life flowing around. The breath was like a gentle breeze, silently nourishing and softly sweeping into the small valley, landing on the hundreds of bodies on the ground. Those nearby were stunned by this action, looking at Yijiga in astonishment. They too felt it when the breeze passed, carrying a very active and refreshing special energy. Is this the breath of life and death? The three students were somewhat dazed, as the breath of life and death descended. The supernatural beings from Sector 2 and the valley gradually began to wake up, rubbing their groggy heads and sitting up from the ground, looking around blankly. What's going on? Why are we all sleeping on the ground? I feel like I had a dream where I got married. I also had a dream about my mother who passed away many years ago. What one thinks about during the day they dream of at night. The illusion created by the purple tiger had be developed according to what the person was thinking. For example, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming, these two fools were thinking about succubi before entering the forbidden area, so they ended up in a lustful dream. Su Jie, what are you doing here? In Su Jie's embrace, her parents awoke, lying in her arms with a look of confusion and bewilderment in their eyes. Dad, Mom, you're finally awake. Su Jie's face, still streaked with tears, was swiftly wiped as she revealed a radiant smile. Awake, truly all awake. Outside the small valley, Wang Yushuan and the others witnessed everything, their eyes filled with admiration towards Yijiga, who simply didn't mind and looked towards the horizon, signaling the nearing end of their journey to the forbidden Area 005. Within the confines of Area 005, numerous human corpses scattered the landscape, from scavenger camp natives to the personnel of conglomerates from Megacity 2. Yijiga had a favorable attitude towards most of these victims since they were mostly military personnel. However, he disregarded the corpses further away. Inside the sealed area of Megacity 5. Mr. Yi, are you saying that everything that happened in Area 005 was caused by this creature? Li Datong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the purple tiger-headed wasp fluttering its wings in the office. How could such a mutated insect be so dangerous? The old man, watch your gaze or believe me, I'll burst your eyes, threatened the purple tiger-headed wasp, clearly displeased by Li Datong's scrutinizing look. Besides being docile only in front of Yijiga, the wasp maintained a defiant demeanor towards everyone else. Li Datong's lips twitched slightly at the threat. Yijiga, sipping his tea, said, this creature is an alien species, don't underestimate it, it has bested all the other beasts in Area 005, an alien species? Li Datong's eyebrows raised in surprise, well aware of the unidentified flying object that had crashed into Area 005 3 years ago. Since he had joined the sealed area right after its establishment, he lowered his voice. Mr. Yi, which planet does this creature come from? This is a big deal. If there are alien species entering Earth, it means our planet's coordinates might have been exposed. I don't know, it was only born recently and knows nothing of its origins. Yijiga did not conceal anything. Hearing this, Li Datong frowned, realizing that without knowing its origins, even the most basic information couldn't be ascertained. If the civilization of the creature's planet surpasses that of Earth, we might be at a disadvantage in the future. I plan to keep this creature in the sealed area. You can study it if you wish, Yijiga stated emotionlessly. That had been his intention from the start, as he couldn't possibly take it home. Hearing Yijiga's words, both Li Datong and the purple tiger-headed wasp were stunned. Brother, aren't you keeping me? The wasp clung to Yijiga's leg, feigning tears while secretly almost laughing crookedly. Without Yijiga's restraint, who else could control me? However, Yiji's next words caused its expression to freeze instantly. Stay put at the sealed gate, go nowhere, and cooperate if they want to study you. If you harm anyone, I will personally take care of you. The purple tiger-headed wasp's mood plummeted instantly. It felt as if Li Datong was about to dissect it with his piercing gaze, and it even harbored thoughts of smashing its head in despair. Mr. Yi, rest assured I will definitely not let you down, Li Datong said with a smile, thrilled at the mere thought of studying an alien species. Alright, then I'll be off. Yijiga didn't linger and turned to leave directly. Now only Li Datong and the purple tiger-headed wasp remained in the office. The wasp released its psychic power, only relaxing its tense heart once it confirmed that Yijiga had truly left. It immediately flopped onto the chair, looking arrogantly at Li Datong. Old man, this young master is hungry. Hurry and bring some delicious food and drinks to me. Isn't it just about not harming anyone? I'll do just that, but letting these people study me, no way. However, just as the words left the wasp's mouth, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the office, striking it precisely. Ouch! the lightning left the purple tiger-headed wasp scorched and hopping in pain. At the same time Yeji Ge's voice rang in its ears, "I've placed a restriction on you, don't wish for death if you want to stay honest." The wasp wanted to cry without tears, its previously haughty demeanor disappearing instantly like a deflated balloon lying powerlessly on the floor. It mourned internally, the reign of this insect king has come to an end. Meanwhile Li Datong burst into laughter. He muttered to himself, "Let's draw a tube of blood first to see how it differs from the beasts on earth." After leaving the sealed gate, Yeji Gu started browsing real estate listings on his phone, planning to move his parents to a new place. This idea had occurred to him after the Fong family had hired assassins to kill his parents. Given that so many strangers had died in their home, although his parents didn't voice their discomfort, Yeji Gu knew they were somewhat disturbed. He personally didn't mind, even if he had to live among corpses, but he needed to consider his parents who hadn't experienced such bloodshed. However, after browsing around 15 listings, none satisfied him. Just as Yeji Gu was about to put away his phone, a fragrant breeze suddenly passed by. "Mr. Yi, what are you looking at so intently?" Wang Yuxuan approached, holding a bowl of spicy hot pot and eating as she walked. She had planned to return to the Wangs, but unexpectedly ran into Yeji Gu. Speaking, Wang Yuxuan subtly leaned closer, her large eyes sneakily glancing at Yeji Ge's phone, her facial expression resembling that of a girlfriend peeking at chat records. Yi Zhiga looked up and caught her sneaking a glance. He replied, "Looking for a house." Wang Yuxuan quickly diverted her gaze and stuffed a meatball into her mouth to cover her embarrassment. "Looking for a house?" She swallowed the meatball and asked, "Mr. Yi, are you planning to move?" Yi Zhiga simply nodded without saying much. "You should have told me, searching on your own is so troublesome." Wang Yuxuan blinked as she spoke. She pulled out her phone, opened an app and quickly brought up information on a villa complex, handing it over to him. "What do you think about these?" Yi Zhiga took the phone, glanced through it and felt they were decent, certainly much better than the ones he had just looked at. He noticed the price at the bottom right corner, even the cheapest was over 20 million. It was still acceptable. He remembered the last time the Zhang family visited his home to forge a connection, they had left a card worth 50 million. "Not bad. Do you have time to take me to the sales department to have a look?" Yi Zhiga handed back the phone. Wang Yuxuan popped another meatball into her mouth, her cheeks puffing slightly, and shook her head. "No need for that trouble. This villa complex belongs to the Wang family's properties. Since Mr. Yi likes it, consider one yours as a gift." Yi Zhiga almost forgot this girl was one of the direct descendants of the wealthy Wang family, for whom money was likely just a series of numbers. Casually offering a villa was something only someone of her background could do, however. Yi Zhiga still declined. Money was just a series of numbers to him too, and he could become the wealthiest man anytime he wanted. Knowing she couldn't persuade Yi Zhiga, Wang Yuxuan didn't insist further. "Let's settle it then, I'll find someone to help out tomorrow," she said. Yi Zhiga nodded. This time he didn't refuse. Afterward the two walked together for a while before parting ways. Wang Yuxuan watched his departing figure, a gentle smile playing at her lips, evidently harboring some sly thoughts. When Yi Zhiga got home, he mentioned the moving plans to his parents. "Move? But isn't it fine here?" Su Jing was initially opposed to the idea, seeing no need to waste money. Yi Zhiga laughed. "It's not a lot of money, and the house I looked at is quite nice." "Mom, don't pretend I don't know. Ever since those attackers died in our house, you've been afraid to stay alone." Hearing this, Su Jing frowned. "You little rascal, dare to tease me," and reached to tweak his ear. Yi Zhiga dodged and said seriously, "Anyway, where we live now is too remote, it's better to move." Seeing her son's serious expression, Su Jing stopped her hand, clearly weighing the matter. At that moment Yi Zhiga stealthily threw a look at Yi Guanqi. Understanding instantly, he spoke up, "Wife, since Zhiga has already found a good place, let's move. I've asked around and our current house still has some market value, we can sell it." Indeed, with another person persuading her, Su Jing seemed swayed. Soon after, she looked at the father and son sitting on the sofa and smiled. "Don't think I don't know you two are in cahoots." Seeing Su Jing's smile, Yi Zhiga knew the matter was settled. To be honest, Su Jing was actually just as Yi Zhiga had described. Ever since the tragic incident where many family members passed away, she had developed a reluctance, even fearing to stay at home alone. She didn't want to move, thinking it would be wasteful to spend more money. After dinner, the family began packing up, busying themselves until late into the night to get everything ready for the move. The next day, Wang Yuxuan arrived early in the morning with a dozen people to help. And by noon they had finally moved everything. By the afternoon, the new place was ready to move into. As Yi Guanqi and Su Jing approached the villa they were about to move into, both elders were visibly shocked. This is our new home." Su Jing said incredulously. She had thought they were just moving to another neighborhood, not expecting to be relocating to a villa in one of the famous top 5 affluent neighborhoods in Megacity 5. Yi Guanqi was also very surprised, clearly not anticipating this move. Uncle, auntie, everything inside has been set up, let's go, and Wang Yuxuan said affectionately, taking Su Jing by the hand and leading her inside. The first thing they saw was a small garden filled with expensive flowers and plants, and not far away a fish pond where various ornamental fish were leisurely swimming. Following the cobblestone path through the garden to the villa's front door, they opened it to see a luxurious hall with intricate lighting hanging from the ceiling and an interior design that was both classic and fashionable. How much money must have been spent to buy this place? Su Jing and Yi Guanqi stood with their mouths open, their faces a mix of shock and awe. It took them a full half-hour to gradually recover their composure. Auntie, you said last time that when I visit you'd cook something delicious for me. You better not go back on your word, Wang Yuxuan said with a smile. How could I possibly go back on my word? Stay for dinner later and you can taste my cooking, Su Jing replied, seeing his plan succeed. Wang Yuxuan's eyes curved into crescents of joy. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiga and Yi Guanqi went to the villa's garden where the faint scent of flowers was like a breath of spring. Son, how much did this villa cost? Yi Guanqi asked. He had never imagined that he would one day live in such a grand villa. Yi Zhiga just smiled and said, don't worry about it, just enjoy living here. From now on you and mom don't need to work. After eating you can go shopping, play cards and have a good time. Although the elders had returned to their youth, they had reached the age to enjoy their blessings. Yi Guanqi didn't speak, but his face showed a relieved smile. There is no parent under the sky who doesn't wish for their children's success, and he was no exception. Father and son sat in the garden chatting away. Soon night fell. The family of 3 and Wang Yuxuan gathered in the living room, the table laden with a dazzling array of dishes, the aroma enticing. Auntie's cooking is truly marvelous. Wang Yuxuan enjoyed the meal tremendously and praised it highly. Su Jing, flattered by the compliments, kept adding more dishes to Wang Yuxuan's bowl with a joyful smile. If you like it, eat more. Feel free to come over anytime, treat this place like your own home. Wang Yuxuan nodded in agreement, clearly fond of the warm and harmonious atmosphere at Yi Zhiga's home where the family gathered for meals daily. She rarely experienced such moments in her own family. The Wang family was too large with too many matters to attend to and endless meetings every day. I live just across the street, so I'll definitely come by often, Wang Yuxuan said, her cheeks puffed and eyes squinting with delight. Su Jing paused for a moment in surprise but quickly responded, what a coincidence, that's wonderful. Wang Yuxuan felt secretly thrilled after learning that Yi Zhiga was planning to move. She had recommended this villa complex to him and had also bought a house right across from his. She figured that winning over Yi Zhiga's parents would naturally pave the way for a closer relationship with him in the future. She had been scheming quietly for a long time. As she thought about her plans, images from the incidents that had occurred in Forbidden Area 005, where she had been trapped in an illusion, flashed through her mind, causing a faint blush to spread across her cheeks. Su Jing, keen-eyed, noticed her blushing and stealthily glanced at Yi Zhiga, who was drinking with Yi Guanqi. She smiled but said nothing. Oops, we're out of wine, suddenly exclaimed Yi Guanqi, his face slightly flushed though he seemed far from done, looking regretfully at the empty wine bottle. Su Jing glanced at him. That's enough, you sound like a drunkard, drink less. But I'm happy today, I should enjoy myself, Yi Guanqi retorted with a laugh. Yi Zhiga gave a knowing smile and then took a wine jug from his storage ring. Speaking of wine, I still have some here. Upon seeing the wine jug that Yi Zhiga brought out, Wang Yuxuan instantly remembered the embarrassing incident where she had a nosebleed after drinking it. This is a medicinal liquor I brewed, quite strong. Just 1 cup is enough, Yi Zhiga advised, then poured a small cup for Yi Guanqi. After Yi Zhiga had reconstructed his parents' bodies, allowing them to embark on the path of cultivation, this liquor could now be consumed without harm as long as it was in moderation. Yi Guanqi nodded, took a sip, and immediately felt its effects energizing his body, making him feel exceptionally refreshed. Good wine, you've had such great stuff and only bring it out now? He chided Yi Zhiga playfully. Yi Zhiga also poured himself a cup. Bringing it out now isn't too late. Throughout this time, Wang Yuxuan had been quietly observing Yi Guanqi, noting that he didn't experience a nosebleed or faint after drinking. She looked at the wine jug, wondering if its medicinal properties had been diluted. After a moment she spoke softly, I'd like to try a sip too. Yi Zhiga looked at her skeptically. Are you sure? Wang Yuxuan nodded. Yi Zhiga smirked silently, said nothing but quietly took a cup and poured her a drink. Wang Yuxuan took the cup, stood up and said to Yi Guanxi uncle, I toast to you, alright. Yi Guanxi also raised his glass, clinking it in the air. As the wine went down, Wang Yuxuan felt the medicine coursing through her body and something felt off. Why did it feel just like last time? Beside her, Su Jing was still piling food onto her plate. You child, why just make do with him and his father? Eat some more dishes to fill your stomach. Thank you, auntie. Wang Yuxuan politely responded, but as she spoke, she felt her head growing heavier and a warmth at her nose. Touching it, her fingertips came away covered in blood. Something was wrong. She froze, a bad premonition washing over her. Sure enough, in the next second her eyes closed and she collapsed onto the dining table. When Wang Yuxuan woke up, it was already the next morning. Rubbing her groggy head, she was filled with confusion. Why was it that Yi Zhige's father could drink the medicinal wine without issue, but she fainted after one sip? Could it be that her cultivation level couldn't withstand the potency of the medicine? What on earth is this wine made from? Wang Yuxuan muttered under her breath. Fainting in front of her uncle and aunt at the dining table was utterly embarrassing. Most importantly, it had been her who had insisted on drinking a bit the previous night. Thinking of this, Wang Yuxuan felt unbearably awkward. She took a deep breath, got out of bed, and after washing up, headed downstairs. Yuxuan, you're awake. Are you hungry? Breakfast is kept warm in the kitchen. I'll go get it for you, Su Jing said, rising from the sofa upon seeing her. Descend the stairs. Wang Yuxuan quickly waved her hand. Auntie, don't trouble yourself, I can get it myself. The breakfast at Yi Zhige's home was simple, a rice porridge with buns, all made by Su Jing herself. At the dining table, Wang Yuxuan ate her breakfast and looked around the living room, not seeing Yi Zhige or Yi Guanxi anywhere. She asked Su Jing, Auntie, where are Mr. Yi and Uncle? Putting down her phone, Su Jing looked toward the back of the villa. There's a plot of land behind the house. It was lying idle, so I had them go dig it up to plant some vegetables and such. Auntie, you really know how to live. Wang Yuxuan's flattery was loud and clear. Clearly pleased, Su Jing's face immediately brightened with a smile. You child, such a sweet talker, she said, walking over to sit at the dining table and whispering, there have been rumors online recently saying that you and Zhiga are dating, is that true? Her intentions were clear, her heart still set on the idea of grandchildren. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's ears turned red and she stammered, not yet. Not yet. Does that mean you are considering it? Su Jing, having been through this age herself, saw right through her. This girl definitely had feelings for Yi Zhige. Wang Yuxuan couldn't withstand Su Jing's relentless questioning and didn't know how to respond, so she just kept stuffing food into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. Upon seeing the situation, Su Jing couldn't help but feel amused. She hastily seized the opportunity to encourage further. There are many things about young people that I don't understand, but if you think it's suitable, you might as well give it a try. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's heart began to race. She looked at Su Jing, wondering, is auntie encouraging me? Initially, she had thought about winning over Yi Zhige's parents first, but now Su Jing seemed to be winning her over instead. This sudden turnaround caught her off guard, yet it delighted her immensely, feeling thoroughly nourished by the idea. I understand, auntie, Wang Yuxuan replied, her eyes brightening as she smiled at Su Jing. Just after she spoke, she suddenly remembered Zhao Xiyu. The relationship between him and Yi Zhige seemed quite delicate, and it appeared that both had a good relationship with Su Jing and Yi Guanxi. Thinking of this, Wang Yuxuan felt a peculiar emotion stir within her. As if possessed, she blurted out, Auntie, what is the relationship between Teacher Yi and Zhao Xiyu? Su Jing paused for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly realized that this girl was considering Zhao Xiyu a rival in love and had come to gather intelligence. To be honest, Su Jing genuinely liked Zhao Xiyu, even though she had to break up with Yi Zhige during college due to family reasons. After the spiritual revival, she had always taken good care of herself and Yi Guanxi. Yi Zhige had disappeared and then returned, and it seemed he was still in contact with her, but as for what their current relationship was exactly, Su Jing was unclear. If possible, she actually wouldn't mind having both Wang Yuxuan and Zhao Xiyu as her daughters-in-law. However, this seemed somewhat unrealistic, and moreover, it wasn't good to meddle too much in the affairs of young people. Faced with Wang Yuxuan's inquiry, Su Jing did not hide the truth. Xiyu, that girl is that stinky boy Zhige's ex-girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's heart clenched. She had imagined countless relationships but never expected Zhao Xiyu to be Yi Zhige's ex-girlfriend. Su Jing continued, back when they were both in college they broke up as graduation approached. Because Xiyu's family didn't approve of their relationship, Wang Yuxuan nodded, inwardly cursing the Zhao family for their lack of foresight. she guessed that the Zhao family would regret their decision once they saw Yi Zhiga's capabilities, likely turning their attitudes around by a full 180 degrees. She muttered to herself, the Zhao family's heritage is no less than the Wang's, and Zhao Shiyu's beauty is not inferior to mine, which is why I've always been particularly wary of her. But being closer to the water gives me the advantage. You definitely can't beat me. A sly gleam flickered in Wang Yuxuan's eyes. She had already bought the villa opposite Yi Zhiga's house and planned to visit frequently. Plus, with Su Jing also fond of her, she felt confident that, in the not-too-distant future, she could turn everything that happened in the number 005 Forbidden Area's illusion into reality. Thinking of this, a smile uncontrollably spread across Wang Yuxuan's lips. Su Jing, noticing Wang Yuxuan's absent-mindedness and now faint smile, looked at her suspiciously for a moment but quickly guessed what the other was thinking. Su Jing had a premonition that within the next couple of years she might finally be able to hold her grandchild. At the dining table, both the elderly and the young woman were lost in their thoughts about the future. Auntie, I'm full. I'll go wash the dishes, Wang Yuxuan announced after a while, standing up and carrying her bowl towards the kitchen. She wasn't going to miss an opportunity to make a good impression no matter how trivial the task. Just leave it, I'll wash it later, Su Jing hurriedly interjected, but her words fell on deaf ears as Wang Yuxuan had already started washing up in the kitchen. After finishing, Wang Yuxuan returned to the living room to chat with Su Jing again. Before they knew it, it was nearly noon. Auntie, I should get going now, I'll come to visit you again later, Wang Yuxuan said as she got up. She knew Su Jing liked her, but she couldn't just linger indefinitely. It was important to maintain some distance at this stage. Moreover, although she had bought the villa across the street, she hadn't moved anything in yet, and settling in would require some effort. As Wang Yuxuan prepared to leave, Su Jing tried to persuade her to stay for lunch. There's no rush, why don't you eat lunch before you go, girl? Su Jing suggested. No need, Auntie, we live so close anyway, there will be plenty more days for me to come over for meals. Wang Yuxuan politely declined and then left. Su Jing, seeing her determination, did not hold her back any longer and walked her to the door. In the backyard, Yi Zhigu and his father were busy clearing weeds. They had been tasked that morning to clean up the area by sundown. I really don't understand your mother sometimes taking this good piece of land to grow vegetables, Yi Guanqi muttered as he bent over cutting the weeds. Yi Zhiga, not far behind, was turning the soil with a small hoe. Stop complaining, if she hears us, we'll get an earful, he replied, though he personally didn't mind his parents' whims as long as he was there to help. As Yi Zhiga turned the soil, he thought of Su Jing's plan to plant vegetables in the backyard, which reminded him of the spiritual items from the cultivation world he had stored in his ring. They were of no use just sitting there. Perhaps planting them in the backyard for both decoration and consumption might be a good idea. What's this? Suddenly Yi Guanqi stopped his incessant mumbling. Using his weed cutter, he uncovered a scale lying quietly among the grass. The scale, the size of a palm, was jet black and emitted a faint, mysterious glow under the sunlight. Yi Guanqi picked it up and the cool touch of it struck him immediately. He examined it closely but couldn't identify the creature it came from. Yi Zhigu approached and looked at the black scale in his father's hand, frowning slightly. A snake scale. Reptiles are inherently cold, and the chill that wafted from the scale made him immediately recognize its origin. However, the scale was unusually large, about the size of a palm, far larger than any ordinary snake could grow. A snake scale? How big must the snake be? Yi Guanqi was astonished. Without hesitation, Yi Zhiga declared, it's probably a mythical serpent beast. That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Other than such creatures, what normal snake could grow so large? What? There's a mythical beast in this villa area? Yi Guanqi was dumbfounded. Yi Zhiga frowned, gauging from the lingering aura on the scale. The creature's cultivation level was likely at the Donluan realm. Such a supreme beast king would normally reside deep in the mountains far away from human cities. With this thought, Yi Zhiga decisively extended his spiritual sense, instantly enveloping the entire villa area, leaving no stone unturned. Soon he detected something amiss. About 200 meters from their home in another villa, a subtle cold aura seeped out. Although faint, it was unmistakably similar to the chill on the scale in Yi Guanqi's hand. The villa was eerily quiet, all curtains tightly shut, hiding any view of the inside from the outside world. Yi Zhiga sent his spiritual sense directly into the villa. Inside, it was dim with no signs of human habitation, but on the floor, the stairs, the sofa, the bed, snakes slithered in almost every corner. They were densely packed, intertwining together, a sight that would make anyone with claustrophobia faint. The smallest snake was about 5 meters long, and all were uniformly pitch black. Yi Zhiga had never seen such snakes before. They didn't seem like any local species. In the living room of the villa, at the very center, stood an altar surrounded by red talismans that looked as though they were painted with blood. In front of the altar were 3 sealed jars covered in talisman papers. As Yi Zhiga probed further, the contents of these jars came into view: female corpses. Judging by their forms, none were older than 15. All 4 limbs of these 3 young girls had been severed, twisted into a grotesque state with fierce expressions, likely tortured while still conscious before being sealed into the jars. Using humans for a sacrifice, particularly targeting underage girls, Yi Zhiga found it rather intriguing that someone in this villa area was conducting such dark activities secretly. He continued his investigation, discovering a room behind the altar that seemed to have been modified, quite large. The door to the room was tightly closed, and the majority of the cold aura in the villa emanated from there. His spiritual sense, ghost-like, passed through into the room. What he saw was a gigantic black snake coiled in a circle, filling nearly the entire space, silently lying in wait. Completely still. Surprisingly, this snake had 3 heads and 6 eyes that emitted a blood-red glow. If stretched out, this snake would measure around 70 to 80 meters in length. Although the room it occupied had been modified and expanded, it still seemed barely capable of containing its massive form. At this sight, Yi Zhiga was certain that the snake scale found in his backyard indeed came from this 3-headed serpent. The female corpses in the 3 sealed containers outside the room were probably offerings to it. What was the origin of this snake, and who had set up the altar outside the room? Yi Zhiga was puzzled, but he couldn't find any useful information inside the mansion. After searching the villa for a while longer, he withdrew his spiritual sense. Back in the yard, his father Yi Guanqi was still playing with the scale. He was surprised to find that no matter how long he held the scale, it remained cool to the touch, unaffected by the surrounding temperature. "Son, this scale is quite something. If we process it, it could be quite cooling to wear in the summer," Yi Guanqi said with a smile. Yi Zhiga just smiled faintly. He had not seen the scene in the villa 200 meters away. If he had, he certainly wouldn't have made such a comment. "Dad, this scale is unclean, don't touch it anymore." Yi Zhiga took the scale and, activating his spiritual power, crushed it into nothingness. Yi Guanqi, unable to stop him in time, exclaimed, "What are you doing, you rascal? That was such a good scale, why destroy it?" Yi Zhiga didn't answer, nor did he reveal what he had seen in the nearby villa. The reason the elders had agreed to move was because they felt the old house, where so many outsiders had died, was unclean. Now in the new house, their mood was still quite good. If he were to reveal what he saw, it might just make them uncomfortable again. Later, when he met Wang Yuxuan, he would ask her to look up the owner's information of that villa. Changing the subject, Yi Zhiga said, "Dad, hurry up and clear the weeds before Mom comes out and scolds you for slacking off." Hearing this, Yi Guanqi no longer dwelled on the black scale and turned back to his weeding. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiga, while hoeing the ground, took out spirit stones from his storage ring, crushed them into powder, and sprinkled it over the freshly tilled soil. The earth's soil was not capable of meeting the needs of spiritual plants from the cultivation world. This was his method of altering the soil. As the spirit stone powder mixed into the soil, the spiritual energy in the backyard immediately became dense. If one looked closely, they would see tiny lights emanating from the soil, a clear sign of its improved quality. "It seems to be missing something," Yi Zhiga mused, standing up straight and surveying the backyard's layout. He then took out 5 more spirit stones, and with his psychic power flowing like a carving knife, he engraved mysterious runes on them. Merely changing the soil quality was not enough to sustain the spiritual plants. He also had to create a simple spirit gathering array. 5 spiritual stones, each engraved with different runes derived from the 5 elements, shimmered with flowing light upon completion, indicating a transformation. With a mere thought from Yi Zhiga, the stones shot out like bullets, burying themselves in different positions beneath the ground of the backyard. In that moment, a simple spirit gathering array was formed. As the array activated, the spiritual energy from the entire villa district seemed to be drawn and rushing from all directions and converging near the home. Seeing this, Yi Zhiga nodded in satisfaction. Not only would the spirit gathering array provide the necessary nutrients for the spiritual plants he was cultivating, but it would also nourish his parents' health, a dual benefit. Yi Guanqi, who was weeding in the front yard, immediately noticed something unusual. A gentle breeze swept through, and taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed and invigorated, a comfortable sensation spreading throughout his body. "Huh? What's going on?" he wondered, slightly confused by the pleasurable feeling, as every cell seemed to rejoice. However, he didn't ponder it for long and soon returned to his weeding. Inside the house, Su Jing felt similarly unprecedented comfort and involuntarily stretched on the sofa. Soon after, the backyard was tidied up. Without delay, Yi Zhiga retrieved some spiritual plants from his storage ring and began transplanting them into the soil. These young plants, still in their seedling stage, looked strikingly different from Earth's vegetation, with a jade-like green and a halo emanating from their leaves. Observing these unfamiliar plants, Yi Guanqi approached with curiosity. "Son, what are these things you're planting?" he asked. Yi Zhiga smiled faintly. "Spiritual plants akin to the sacred herbs found in forbidden lands, but these are far more valuable. Once mature, they can even be consumed like vegetables and are quite nourishing." Hearing this, Yi Guanqi was momentarily lost for words. He was aware of the value of sacred herbs. A single one could drive countless extraordinary beings to frenzy. But according to his son, these seedlings were even more valuable than sacred herbs, and he had brought out a large bunch as if they cost nothing. If word got out, who knows how many would flock here. Considering this, Yi Guanqi furrowed his brow. "Son, if these are so valuable, isn't it unsafe to grow them at home?" In response, Yi Zhiga shook his head unconcernedly. "Don't worry, if I dare to grow them, I'm not afraid of them being coveted." The spirit-gathering array he had set up also served as a protective barrier. He could sense anyone entering the backyard immediately. If someone with ill intentions approached, a mere thought would convert the spirit-gathering array into a formidable 5 elements killing array. Although the array was hastily arranged, its power was sufficient to deter even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, let alone the extraordinary beings and beasts of Earth. Reassured by his son's confident words, Yi Guanqi finally nodded in relief. Just then, the sound of a car engine roared outside the villa. Father and son looked up to see an extended truck and a white sports car pulling up outside. Wang Yuxuan then stepped out of the white car. Quick, I'm moving in today, hurry up and move everything in," she said, leaning against the car door and gesturing to the extended truck. Following her command, a dozen movers began to orderly unload the furniture from the truck. "Didn't she say she was living right across the street last night? Why is she moving in today?" Yi Guanqi asked, puzzled. Yi Zhiga did not respond, continuing to tend to his spiritual plants. "The villa 200 meters away that houses all those snakes, it wouldn't hurt to have her check it out later," he thought. Meanwhile, Wang Yuxuan, leaning against her cart, tilted her head back, contemplating an excuse to continue freeloading meals at Yi Zhiga's house. As she worried about this, she glanced into the distance and suddenly noticed a flower bed. She murmured, walking towards the flower bed along the road. The flower bed was small, about 10 square meters, located outside a villa filled with unknown flowers with deep red, strikingly glamorous petals. The flowers, about half the height of a person, had bowl-sized blooms and leaves with peculiar patterns resembling neatly arranged scales thickly packed together. "What kind of flowers are these? I've never seen them before," Wang Yuxuan murmured, lifting her head to look into the villa, noticing that it seemed empty with all curtains tightly closed, obscuring any view inside. She moved closer to observe, and at that moment she suddenly smelled a faint fragrance from the flowers, barely noticeable unless closely inspected. This scent was very special, like a young girl's body scent. Flowers come in many varieties and scents, but this was Wang Yuxuan's first encounter with a flower emitting such an aroma, which piqued her curiosity. She carefully looked around to make sure no one was in the villa, then decided to try and stealthily pluck one to take home. As she pulled, the flower she grasped was quickly uprooted, its long roots dripping with a red liquid. Simultaneously, a strong foul smell emanated from the roots, causing Wang Yuxuan to frown. The flower smelled sweet, but the roots reeked of decay. She was baffled, wondering what kind of flower this was. Something seemed off. "Why does this smell feel familiar?" As she smelled the foul odor, Wang Yuxuan suddenly paused. As a member of the sealed door, encountering bloody scenes and dead bodies was common for her, and she was very familiar with the smell of decay. At that moment, the scent from the flower's roots was strikingly similar to that of a rotting corpse. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly began to dig through the soil in the flower bed. Alien soil. She discovered that the soil in the flower bed was not ordinary at all. The soil she referred to as exotic soil is typically found in forbidden lands, where it forms under rare conditions when the flesh and blood of royal beasts meld with the earth. This soil is highly nutritious for plants, but due to the stringent conditions of its genesis, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to possess it. No, this isn't pure exotic soil. As Wang Yuxuan dug deeper, she felt increasingly uneasy, suspecting something was wrong with the soil in the flower bed. As she continued to turn the soil over, she suddenly froze. She had unearthed a human finger. The finger was severely mutilated, as if chopped with a knife, and the flesh was beginning to rot. Wang Yuxuan recognized immediately that it was a human finger. Why would there be a human finger in this garden? A murder? A case of body dumping? Numerous thoughts flashed through her mind upon discovering the finger. However, she didn't panic. She remained calm, squatting silently in front of the flower bed. Who exactly lives in this villa? Wang Yuxuan muttered to herself, lifting her gaze once more towards the villa ahead. All the curtains were drawn during broad daylight. Was there something illicit going on? This was highly unusual. She strongly suspected that the human finger in the flower bed was connected to the owner of the villa. Could it be that they were hiding to evade crimes? But she quickly dismissed this thought for one reason only: the soil in the garden was beginning to evolve towards becoming exotic soil, clearly indicating deliberate cultivation, only this time using human flesh instead of that from mythical beasts. Exotic soil is incredibly valuable in the market, it's worth comparable even to magical herbs. Although the soil in the flower bed had not yet fully transformed into true exotic soil, it was close to forming, and she was certain the other party would not give up on it. Could it be that someone was hiding inside the villa all this time? Thinking this, Wang Yuxuan slowly rose from the ground, scrutinizing the villa ahead, contemplating sneaking in. But she quickly vetoed the idea. If the other party knew about exotic soil, they were undoubtedly extraordinary and knew how to cultivate it, suggesting formidable strength. Moreover, she was exposed while the other was concealed. Acting impulsively could ruin everything. Rushing in recklessly could very well lead to disaster, potentially endangering herself as well. With this in mind, Wang Yuxuan stepped back, feeling that the owner of the villa might be watching her from the shadows, waiting for her to enter. To be safe, she decided to consult Teacher Yi first. Wang Yuxuan made a decisive turn and quickly left the villa. Why bother acting recklessly when there were experts nearby to rely on? She mentally praised her own cleverness. After leaving, Wang Yuxuan went straight to Teacher Yi Ziji's house. She rang the doorbell, and Su Jing soon came out to greet her. Yuxuan, come in quickly. Su Jing pulled her inside warmly. Wang Yuxuan greeted with a smile. Auntie, I'm here to see Teacher Yi. I have something to discuss with him. Oh, no problem, Su Jing nodded. He's in the backyard. I'll call him over for you. No need, Auntie, I'll go there myself. Ultimately, under Su Jing's lead, Wang Yuxuan arrived at the backyard. As soon as she entered, she felt the spiritual energy within her flow more swiftly, the air filled with a special energy beneficial to the human body. Wang Yuxuan was extremely surprised. She hadn't felt this way yesterday, so why was it different today? However, when she saw the spiritual plants in the courtyard, her astonishment intensified. In the renovated soil, a type of emerald green plant she had never seen before was neatly arranged, and the circulating spiritual energy above them was breathtaking. Yi Zhiga and his son, each holding a sapling, were continuously planting them in the ground. Spiritual medicine, no, the contained spiritual energy seemed even denser than that of spiritual medicine. Although she did not recognize this plant, she could still distinguish the difference between the two. It seemed only Yi Zhiga would plant something even more precious than spiritual medicine, as if it were mere vegetables. Teacher Yi, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Wang Yuxuan suppressed her shock and called out softly. Hearing this, Yi Zhiga put down the remaining spiritual plants and walked over. Seeing this, Yi Guanqi did not interrupt and continued planting silently. You've come at the right time. I also have something to ask you, Yi Zhiga said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan nodded. Then you ask first, Teacher Yi. Yi Zhiga led her to the edge of the backyard, pointing to the villa he had just scanned with his divine sense, and asked who owns that villa. Wang Yuxuan followed his direction and was shocked. This was the very villa she had noticed earlier, especially noticeable for its garden planted with dark red glamorous flowers. Could it be that Teacher Yi had already discovered something? Although puzzled, Wang Yuxuan first answered Yi Zhiga's question. She shook her head. Although this villa area is owned by the Wang family, I'm not in charge of it, so I don't know the buyer's information. But if Teacher Yi wants to know, I can have someone check. After speaking, Wang Yuxuan took out her phone and sent a message to the person in charge of the villa area. While waiting for a reply, she told Yi Zhiga about the finger she had found in the garden. A finger. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiga immediately thought of the altar inside that villa. In front of the altar were 3 sealed jars, containing 3 tortured female bodies turned into human pigs. The finger in the garden must have come from one of them. Yezij thought for a moment and then gently tapped on Wang Yuxuan's forehead, transferring all the information he had just discovered with his divine sense into her mind. Initially Wang Yuxuan was confused, not understanding why Yezij suddenly touched her forehead, but in the next second all the scenes inside the villa emerged in her mind: the intertwining black snakes, the altar in the living room, and the three-headed giant snake occupying the enlarged room. Wang Yuxuan's pupils constricted, her heart violently shaken. She had never imagined such terrifying scenes within the villa. No wonder all the curtains were tightly closed. She had thought there were still humans living in the villa, but to her shock it was filled with snakes. Especially the three-headed giant snake in the last room, its 6 eyes emitting a crimson glow, gave an overwhelming oppressive feeling. Wang Yuxuan's chest heaved with emotion, her thoughts tumultuous. She silently breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she hadn't rashly entered earlier. Facing that three-headed giant snake, she would have likely faced grave danger. After seeing the scenes inside the villa, she now understood why there were human fingers in the garden. Who could be so bold? Wang Yuxuan's lips parted slightly, her emotions hard to calm. Just as she was enveloped in shock, her phone suddenly rang. It was a message from the property manager responsible for the villa area. Wang Yuxuan quickly checked it, her expression turning to anger. Yezij noticed the change in her expression and couldn't help asking what's wrong. Clenching her teeth, Wang Yuxuan replied, "I've got the villa owner's information. He's from the island nation, an islander." Yezij was surprised, not expecting this result, but quickly realized, no wonder I didn't recognize the species of snakes when I used my divine sense earlier. They must be mutant beasts from that pellet-sized land. Wang Yuxuan's face now showed an unprecedented anger. The islander named Masaki Shu was a biologist who had bought the villa last year. For over a year now, who knows how many innocent people have died there. Such audacity coming to Huaxia to commit crimes, he deserves death. Wang Yuxuan stared at the distant villa, enraged by the thought of the 3 female bodies inside. Her hands tightened involuntarily, a surge of fury rising within her, wanting to tear the enemy apart with her own hands. "Teacher Yi, I will immediately notify the authorities to seal the place and handle this matter," she said, picking up her phone to contact Li Datong. However, Yezij stopped her. "The giant snake in that villa has the cultivation of the Donluan realm. Calling people over would be sending them to their death." Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan was stunned. Donluan realm? No wonder she had felt such a strong oppressive force from the three-headed giant snake. It's not that there were no Donluan realm transcendents in the seal, but because of the situation in the giant city number 9, most had gone there to assist, and even if called back, it would take a few days. Wang Yuxuan felt unwilling to wait. Yezij, seeing her concerns, spoke in a calm voice, "Let's go in and check the situation ourselves first." He was curious to know why the islanders had bought a villa to raise snakes and use live sacrifices. What was the purpose behind this? Upon hearing that Yi Zhiga was ready to take action, Wang Yuxuan felt delighted and immediately nodded in agreement. "Let's do it," she said, and without hesitation Yi Zhiga reached out and grabbed Wang Yuxuan's wrist. With a thought, they both vanished from the spot. In the vegetable garden behind them, Yi Guanqi felt a breeze and looked up, only to find that Yi Zhiga and Wang Yuxuan had disappeared without a trace. Where did they go? Yi Guanqi muttered, somewhat confused as he scanned the yard. The scene shifted. Using a technique to shift his position, Yi Zhiga had transported himself and Wang Yuxuan directly into the villa. As soon as they materialized, a chilling aura rushed towards them and the air was filled with a strange secretion from the snakes. At the same time, the black snakes scattered throughout the villa became agitated. They writhed and slithered out from every corner of the villa with surprising speed, quickly spotting Yi Zhiga and Wang Yuxuan. The dense mass of black snakes surged forward, rearing their upper bodies as numerous crimson eyes lit up in the dim villa, seemingly scrutinizing the 2 intruders. "Mr. Yi," Wang Yuxuan called out softly, instinctively grabbing Yi Zhiga's arm and pressing her body close to his. The soft touch and a faint scent from Wang Yuxuan reached him. Yi Zhiga looked down at her and said, "It's okay." As his words fell, a terrifying psychic force suddenly erupted within the villa, crushing down like the sky itself was collapsing. In an instant, the numerous crimson eyes that had lit up around the villa vanished. Following this, Wang Yuxuan saw the black snakes that had reared up collapse like mud, lifeless on the ground. There was no doubt that all the snakes had lost their vital signs. Wang Yuxuan stood frozen for a moment. Just then Yi Zhiga's voice sounded next to her ear. "How much longer do you plan to hold on?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan realized their posture was somewhat intimate and her ears grew hot. However, she didn't immediately let go but instead held him even tighter, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she said, not entirely honestly, "I'm scared." Yi Zhiga's arm remained encircled in her embrace. he sighed, no longer speaking, and began walking forward, occasionally feeling the soft touch on his arm. Wang Yuxuan followed him, a slight triumph on her face as they stepped over the bodies of the snakes and soon arrived at the villa's living room. Ahead was an altar, the floor around it covered in runes drawn in fresh blood, twisted and difficult to decipher. In front of the altar were 3 sealed containers, neatly arranged, each holding a human body. The air was filled with a strange odor, a combination of blood and decay, extremely pungent. Yi Zhiga did not linger here, he walked straight towards the room behind the altar, which had been modified. Inside the room, the 3-headed serpent sensed someone sneaking in. Its 6 crimson eyes lit up, fixating on the direction of the door. It could feel that the person outside harbored ill intentions. It immediately twisted its massive body and the 6 crimson eyes glowed ominously. The entire villa trembled violently as the serpent moved, as if it would split apart at any moment. At the same time, a pressure belonging to a beast of the Donluan realm emanated from the room with a fierce gust, hitting everything around. Snake corpses within the villa were tossed about, curtains swayed continuously, and the clothes of Yi Zhiga and Wang Yuxuan fluttered wildly. Seeing this, Yi Zhiga's gaze sharpened and time within the villa seemed to pause. The terrifying wind vanished in an instant, and the villa returned to its usual silence. As the gust disappeared, a loud boom suddenly resonated from the room. The villa shook and the 3-headed serpent was suppressed by an invisible airflow, pinning it firmly to the ground, unable to move. It felt as if its body would burst under the immense pressure. Crack, crack. Following that, the sound of something breaking echoed. Its body, covered in tough scales, cracked open and blood gushed out, leaving it blood-soaked in an instant. Squeak! The door to the room was pushed open from the outside. A man and a woman then appeared in its view. Wang Yuxuan frowned as he looked at the 3-headed serpent, which was suppressed on the ground and unable to move. The altar outside was clearly meant for worshipping it. Although the creature was suppressed, it still looked ferocious and terrifying, emitting a strong scent of blood, truly the embodiment of a demonic beast. The serpent's 3 heads were tightly pressed against the ground. It ignored the woman, who looked at it with disgust, and instead focused on the man next to her. This man had an indifferent gaze and a calm expression, with no fluctuations of spiritual power around him, but just standing there casually, he brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to the serpent. The 3-headed serpent, unable to move or speak, looked at Yi Zhiga with great wariness. Its 6 crimson eyes met his and immediately shied away. It didn't understand why it felt fear. It was just an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy, yet why did it react so strongly just from one glance? Especially the invisible oppressive force was too strong. It found its breathing becoming more rapid unconsciously. Wang Yuxuan caught this action. She realized the demonic beast was scared. She then secretly glanced towards Yi Zhiga. Being so close, looking at his profile, she suddenly felt a bit nervous, as if a deer was pounding in her chest. Footsteps sounded. Yi Zhiga walked forward a few steps, coming face to face with the 3-headed serpent. 3 massive heads, each roughly the size of a car, were now twisted and the scales cracked, with blood continuously seeping out and dripping onto the floor. Island snakes sure are ugly, Yi Zhiga remarked out of the blue after observing them for a moment. His companion Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but smile at this comment. The 3-headed serpent, being a cultivator of the Donluan realm, understood human speech and was cursing inwardly. It hadn't expected the other party to just be critiquing its appearance. However, it dared not show any dissatisfaction and lay subdued on the ground. The next second, a telepathic message was broadcast in the room. "I mean, no offense, sir. I hope you can show mercy and spare my life." This message came from the 3-headed serpent, which could only communicate in this manner due to being suppressed. Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised. "Oh, it even speaks the native language of Huaxia." The serpent lay motionless on the ground, continuing to transmit its thoughts telepathically, asking where it had offended the other party and hoping for understanding. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's anger flared. She spoke coldly. "Coming to Huaxia to commit atrocities and now pretending to be innocent? Truly you are a beast from the islands, as shameless as the people there." The serpent was verbally battered and its eyes grew colder, but it dared not utter a word of rebuttal, merely memorizing Wang Yuxuan's features in its heart. "How do you explain the bodies outside?" Wang Yuxuan asked sharply, her eyes filled with anger. However, the serpent's next words were flippant, nearly causing her to explode on the spot. "Bodies? I was hungry, so naturally I had to eat. They were just ordinary humans. Huaxia is vast and rich, such a small number of lives should be inconsequential." Although it was a telepathic message, it was as if the serpent was speaking aloud with a tone that was dismissive, as if describing something utterly mundane. Wang Yuxuan's slender fingers curled into a fist. If she had the power, she would have torn this evil creature to pieces. Why lose your temper with a beast? Yi Zhiga said, noting that her state of mind was still not stable enough. Just a few words had almost made her lose control. With that, he stepped forward and placed his hand over one of the serpent's heads using the simplest method. A sage touches my crown, an inch of force crushes the spirit. With a crack, the head caved in, blood and brain matter spurted out, scattering on the ground. The serpent's large body shook violently and agonizing pain tore through it. It wanted to struggle and scream, but it couldn't do either. It could only silently endure the immense pain. The remaining two heads trembled and four eyes looked at Yi Zhiga in terror, realizing that this seemingly unthreatening man was the greatest danger of all. The giant serpent's spirit shook, wanting to use telepathy to beg for mercy. However, it suddenly felt a terrifying mental force entering its body. Instinctively resisting, it found its efforts futile. Against the invading mental force, it was powerless. Its crimson eyes drooped, consciousness now in disarray. At the same time, all the information in its mind was being read by Yi Zhiga. In its memories, it had just hatched from the snake egg when it was captured by a middle-aged man and taken away from the island country to China. The man had an ordinary appearance, in his early 40s, with a fierce scar on his face and a stubbly beard. Back then, the serpent was just an ordinary snake and couldn't resist. But upon entering this villa, the middle-aged man took great care of it daily, and soon it transcended the ordinary, developing intelligence. The serpent was grateful to the man, even considering him its master in its heart. As time passed, the man's visits to the villa became less frequent, but each return brought fresh meat for the serpent. The altar outside the room was also set up by the man, who claimed it could pray to the deities for stronger powers for the serpent. Excited, the serpent grew even more respectful of the man. After a while, the serpent underwent its greatest transformation, growing 3 heads and rapidly increasing in strength. However, the man seemed unsatisfied with its mutation. He still forbade it from leaving and brought new sacrifices every month, claiming he wanted to enhance its power further. The 3-headed serpent respected him deeply, taking his words to heart, thus it stayed within the villa. That's where the memories ended. Now, the serpent had become foolish, its crimson eyes only showing confusion and dullness. Yi Zhiga didn't hold back, releasing 2 beams of spiritual energy that instantly penetrated the remaining 2 heads, killing it. Afterward, he pondered. From the serpent's memories, the middle-aged man must be the owner of the villa. Zhengmuxiu, a biologist who wanted to create powerful mutant beasts with his own abilities. Interesting. Yi Zhiga's gaze returned to the serpent's corpse on the ground, where at the junction of its 3 heads a small tumor was faintly visible. Perhaps in time it might have grown a 4th head. Yi Zhiga stroked his chin, intrigued. Wang Yuxuan, standing beside him, saw Yi Zhiga deep in thought and cleverly hugged his arm, not speaking to disturb him. It seemed that the altar outside was the main reason for its mutation. Yi Zhiga's thoughts flowed. He had noticed the altar when he first came in, surrounded by runes drawn with fresh blood. Typically, altars are used for worshipping deities, using humans as sacrifices. It seemed that this Zhengmuxiu was not worshipping anything benign. Let's go outside and take a look, they said as the 2 left the room and re-entered the villa's living room. As they stepped out, an altar caught their eyes. Immediately, 3 sealed jars were particularly conspicuous, and the bright red runes on the floor emitted a sinister vibe in the dim light. The runes on the floor twisted like the body of a snake, exuding an evil and chilling aura. Yi Zhiga, unfamiliar with the civilization of the island nation, did not know which deity the man named Masaki Osamu was worshipping. However, possessing great magical powers of the Mahayana phase, he pinched his fingers and channeled an invisible energy into the runes on the floor. Buzz! The runes suddenly lit up, bursting into light, and at the same time, the space inside the villa distorted, tearing open a crack. Blood splattered as if a tidal wave of blood flowed from the crack in the void, reflecting in the mortal world. Yi Zhiga traced the source through the runes on the floor, moving against the current. At that moment, the surging blood in the void gradually formed a barrier separating the 2 realms. Tricks of the gods, mere petty tricks, Yi Zhiga thought, his eyes flashing with golden light. His pupils turned into a reddish gold, piercing through the illusion, casting his gaze directly through. Beyond the swirling blood-drenched barrier, he saw a scene from the void. Millions of corpses lay on the ground, their blood flowing into rivers, reflecting the sky in a blood-red hue. His vision rapidly drew closer, crossing countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood until a gigantic figure appeared from the horizon. It was a massive serpent. Towering high with 8 heads and 16 blood-red eyes shrouded in terrifying blood standing in the distance causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split with its movements. The Yamata no Orochi, upon seeing this figure Yijiga immediately guessed its origin. His murmured realization drew the creature's attention. Almost instantly the 8 formidable and fierce serpent heads turned in Yijiga's direction. Yijiga looked up, his reddish-gold eyes filled with disdain and contempt, gazing directly at it. Thus across the vast void they stared at each other. Feeling the disdain in Yijiga's eyes, the Yamata no Orochi moved swiftly, its immense body causing the ground to crack and rocks to shatter. At the same time, the 16 blood-red pupils erupted with a cold murderous intent, almost materializing like countless sharp blades rapidly pressing down. Under this murderous intent the void trembled and gradually began to collapse. However, faced with this force that could collapse the void itself, the disdain in Yijiga's eyes did not diminish at all. He slightly opened his mouth and his voice traveled through the void, echoing across the blood-colored skies on the other side. Mere reptile, seeing me is like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. Should you step into the realm of immortals, you would be like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. As the words fell, the blood-red sky shattered rapidly. Yijiga's indifferent words, like a death knell, unleashed endless Tao principles that obliterated everything in their path. The immense pressure of the Mahayana period pressed down across the boundless void, causing the land where the Yamata no Orochi resided to begin collapsing. Not only that, but the colossal body of the Orochi also began to crack as if it would crumble into countless pieces in the next moment. The gaze of the Yamata no Orochi shifted instantly, turning from a cold murderous intent to fear. Crack after crack echoed, and under the terrifying pressure it couldn't even move and turned to ash. At this moment Yijiga withdrew his gaze and the crimson gold in his eyes slowly faded. As his gaze receded, the blood-red spatial rift in the villa also slowly dissipated. All returned to silence as if nothing had ever happened. The blood-red runes on the ground, influenced by some power, began to fade gradually and eventually disappeared completely. Wang Yuxuan, standing by his side, was stunned. She looked around in confusion. She had seen the spatial rift but was blocked by a barrier and did not see the Yamata no Orochi on the other side of the void. "Teacher Yi, what just happened?" Wang Yuxuan asked, puzzled. Yijiga did not answer her question directly but instead said, "This altar was used to worship the Yamata no Orochi." Yamata no Orochi? Wang Yuxuan looked blank, clearly not understanding the situation. How did it turn to a legend from the island country? Yijiga glanced at her lightly and explained, "It's like how Huaxia worships gods to seek blessings. This man named Shoji Masaki, using some dark spells, tried to create a beast like the Yamata no Orochi." What? Can gods even be man-made? She felt her brain was not keeping up. Yijiga shook his head. Such beings, merely avatars, are hardly formidable. After listening, Wang Yuxuan nodded, her mind also wandering to the thought that if gods could indeed be man-made, then wouldn't Huaxia be invincible? After a brief exchange, Yijiga fell silent again. He formed a hand seal and the 3 sealed jars on the altar were opened. The talismans on them burned into ash. Immediately a strong stench of decay emanated from the jars, unbearable for ordinary people. 3 highly decayed human corpses appeared in their sight, and from within the jars black mist swirled with cries echoing faintly. Dimly visible within the swirling black mist were 3 broken souls, heavily corroded and ferocious in appearance, filled with resentment. They instinctively wanted to vent, but upon seeing Yijiga they stopped, their instincts warning them not to act rashly. "The living are but passers-by, the dead are returnees. Go on, may you be born into a good family in your next life," Yijiga said calmly. His words fell, and a burst of golden light appeared, enveloping the 3 jars. The black mist emitting from the human corpses dissipated at a rapid pace. The 3 translucent soul forms in the air also began to shake, turning into countless light particles, disappearing from the world. Almost instantly, the stench that had filled the villa vanished. Wang Yuxuan stood silently by Yijiga, her lips slightly parted in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. It took a while for her to gather herself before she cautiously asked, "Teacher Yi, were you liberating them just now?" Yijiga, his expression still composed, thought for a moment and replied, "Sort of. When a Mahayana period practitioner commands them to reincarnate, who would dare to keep them here? But indeed I did show a bit of kindness towards those spirits, hence the burst of golden light just now. So if you must say, yes, it was a form of liberation, a single word to guide the lost souls?" Hearing Yijiga's response, Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened in astonishment, finding the matter incredibly absurd. Her mouth agape as if she could swallow an egg. Meanwhile, on the other side of Megacity number 5, in a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. Who could it be? He wore a black trench coat, his face marked by a fierce scar and a noticeable soul patch under his nose. At that moment he felt the spiritual connection to a ritual altar he had established being severed. This meant that the altar had been destroyed. The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. The location of that altar was guarded by a Donluan realm serpent beast. How could it have been destroyed? Impossible. The transcendent beings above the Donluan realm in Megacity number 5 have all moved to Megacity number 9. Who could it be? Could it be that person who can sink a region with a flick of his finger? Clearly, the middle-aged man was well acquainted with the dynamics within Megacity number 5. The destruction of the altar and the loss of a Donluan realm beast pained him deeply, for they were the result of his long and arduous efforts. Realizing that the incident at the villa must have also been exposed, he knew the situation was serious, yet he remained calm, his lips slightly moving, his eyes gleaming with fervor. My whereabouts will soon be discovered. No more delays, I need just a bit more flesh and blood. Seems I must act against the wind. The man stood up, his gaze burning with an unafraid and excited smile, his facial scar twitching grotesquely with his expressions. Back at the villa, Wang Yuxuan stood frozen, speechless, her gaze fixed on Yi Zhiga. Since meeting him, her understanding of the world had continuously been challenged. A flick of his finger sinking a region, the casual mention of life and death energies at Forbidden Area 005, and now sending lost souls to peace with a single sentence. She was momentarily dazed. Let's head back, Yi Zhiga said indifferently, his voice pulling Wang Yuxuan from her trance. Okay, she replied instinctively, ready to move. But then Yi Zhiga suddenly remembered something he hadn't mentioned. Oh, and when you leave here, contact Li Datong, ask him to bring people to seal this place. Also tell Li Datong to keep it confidential when they come. My family just moved here 2 days ago. I don't want this incident to affect my parents' mood. Alright, Mr. Yi, don't worry, I'll make sure everything is clear. Wang Yuxuan nodded in agreement. After the instructions were given, Yi Zhiga's thoughts shifted, and in the blink of an eye he and she left the villa and returned to his own courtyard. In the backyard, Yi Guanqi was almost done planting the spiritual items. The whole backyard was filled with an abundant aura, enhanced by the gathering spirit formation. A gentle breeze passed, causing the spiritual plants to sway slightly. Tiny particles of spiritual energy drifted from the leaves with the wind, bringing a sense of refreshment and joy to the mind and spirit. Yi Guanqi straightened up, looking at his handiwork with great satisfaction. His gaze inadvertently caught the sudden appearance of Yi Zhiga and Wang Yuxuan. At that moment, Wang Yuxuan was still tightly holding onto Yi Zhiga's arm, the two of them nearly pressed together. Yi Guanqi's pupils slightly contracted as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret, his eyes filled with relief when looking at Yi Zhiga. That look seemed to say, "Not bad, kid, did you win her over so quickly?" Yi Zhiga sighed helplessly and said to Wang Yuxuan, "How long do you plan on holding on?" Feeling Yi Guanqi's gaze, Wang Yuxuan's cheeks immediately flushed red, her earlobes burning as she quickly let go of her hands. At that moment she felt as if her cheeks were burning, as if she had been caught doing something guilty. "Mr. Yi, uncle, I have other things to attend to, so I'll be going now." Wang Yuxuan straightened her slightly messy hair and quickly left after speaking to Yi Zhiga and his father. After she left, Yi Guanqi approached Yi Zhiga with a teasing smile on his face. "Not bad, kid, you've got some of my charm from back in the day." Yi Guanqi patted his shoulder in approval, then mysteriously asked, "So tell me, how far have you two progressed?" Yi Zhiga helplessly replied, "Dad, you've misunderstood." However, Yi Guanqi simply showed a knowing look and said nothing. Yi Zhiga, feeling helpless, left the backyard without further explanation. Soon after, Su Jing came to the backyard and was very pleased with the planted spiritual items and immediately treated the father and son to an extra meal. After lunch, the family went about their various activities. Some went shopping, some played cards, leaving only Yi Zhiga at home, with nothing else to do. Yi Zhiga moved his chair to the balcony to bask in the sun and doze off. Time flew by and it was soon evening. Ring ring ring. Yi Zhiga was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He picked it up and saw that it was Wang Yuxuan calling and immediately answered. "Mr. Yi, Yunhua and Shanxian are missing." Wang Yuxuan's voice came through the phone, sounding quite anxious. "Missing?" Yi Zhiga yawned. "When did this happen?" The response came quickly from the other end of the phone. "This morning they went out to the supermarket together and haven't returned yet. The guards assigned to protect them are also unreachable. We've had people looking all afternoon but still no clue." Wang Yuxuan spoke rapidly, her urgency palpable. Although Wang Yunhua often infuriated her to the point of pain, the bonds of blood were thick, and as an elder sister she was desperate to prevent any tragedies. She had exhausted nearly every method that afternoon but still had no news of the two little girls. Left with no other choice, she turned to Yi Zhiga. "I'll look into it," said Yi Zhiga, stretching languidly before hanging up the phone. The next moment a vast ocean-like consciousness burst forth from the villa, spreading out in all directions like a tide. In an instant it enveloped the entirety of the massive city number 5. Every street, every building, every room, everything within the city was laid bare in his mind. Within a breath Yi Zhiga had already ruled out a large area. However, as his consciousness swept over the northern part of the city, he paused in surprise. In a villa district there he recognized a familiar scene: a dense swarm of black snakes, an altar in the living room, bizarre red runes, sealed jars, and a room enlarged several times its normal size. In this vast room a giant snake with 4 heads coiled on the ground. How can there be more? Yi Zhiga was taken aback. His consciousness continued to scan, and a second later his brows furrowed slightly. Throughout city number 5, including what he had just found, there were 4 other places with altars. In one such warehouse a lamp swung from the ceiling, its dim light flickering on and off with the wind. The warehouse's setup was simple: a chair, a bed, and a table that had been modified, its surface covered in chop marks and dried bloodstains. At the corner of the table were scattered bits of flesh, and a faint stench of blood lingered in the air. In a corner of the warehouse 2 little girls sat on the ground in terror, their hands and feet bound, their clothes rich and elegant. Clearly from a wealthy family. Anyone from the Wang family would recognize them instantly as Wang Yunhua and Shanshan, who had disappeared that morning. Not far in front of the girls a man lay in a pool of blood, his throat slashed open, lifeless. "Sister Yunhua, I'm scared." Shanshan struggled incessantly but couldn't break free, the oppressive atmosphere of the warehouse heightening her anxiety. "Stop talking, I'm scared too," said Wang Yunhua, her face even paler than Shanshan's. She had been pampered from birth and had never witnessed such horrors. Her heart was practically leaping to her throat, especially knowing that the corpse in front of them was their assigned protector from the Wang family, now brutally murdered. The sight of the bloody scene nearly brought Wang Yunhua to tears. "Sister Yunhua, what should we do?" Shanshan asked quietly, hoping Wang Yunhua could come up with a plan. But at that moment Wang Yunhua was bereft of her usual cleverness, her mind utterly blank. She wore a mournful expression, her heart filled with despair. "It's been a whole day and our family hasn't found us yet, which means the kidnapper chose a very hidden location. Did you see it? The table ahead is covered in bloodstains, which means that the criminal is definitely a repeat offender, and it seems that the kidnapping wasn't for money, so I guess we might end up dying here tonight." Wang Yunhua observed carefully and speculated logically, but as she spoke she broke down, tears the size of beans falling from her eyes. After hearing Wang Yunhua's description, Shanshan felt inexplicably relaxed despite the tension she felt just moments ago. Looking at the guard's body not far away, Shanshan's mind drifted back to her experiences in the abandoned city. Her emotions were complex, her face somewhat vacant. "Maybe I should have died long ago, and it's only good luck that has kept me alive until now." Creak! Just then a small door in the warehouse opened and a figure shrouded in a large cloak entered. In one hand he held a bone-chopping knife and in the other he carried 2 clay jars. "Awake? Good, then let's begin." The man set the chopping knife on the table and placed the clay jars in the corner, then stretched out his hand and removed the cloak enveloping him. Suddenly a face with a sanitary beard and a fierce scar became visible to the 2 women. This man was the islander that Wang Yunhua had investigated, Masaki Shu. His face lit up with excitement as he approached. "Who are you? You better not mess around. If you dare do anything to us, the Wang family won't let you off," Wang Yunhua said nervously, trying to intimidate him by mentioning her powerful family, the Wang family. Masaki Shu was surprised, not expecting the 2 girls he had randomly kidnapped to have such significant backgrounds, but his smile grew more excited. "Won't let me off? If my plan succeeds, the Wang family means nothing, not even if the imperial court intervenes." Masaki Shu stepped forward quickly, approaching Wang Yunhua and Shanshan. A strange pungent odor emanated from him. It was from snake secretions, which Masaki Shu believed to be a superior protective charm. The weird smell made the girls frown and look distressed. Masaki Shu's eyes burned with fervor, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He squatted down and began kneading the girls' arms as if appreciating the world's finest artwork. "Excellent nourishment. Sacrificing you will definitely yield better results than any before." Masaki Shu laughed loudly, the scar on his face seeming to come alive, twisting grotesquely. His kneading hands exerted some force, causing pain to Wang Yunhua and Shanshan, Tui, I warn you, let us go now. Wang Yunhua struggled fiercely and even spat in Masaki Shu's face. However, Masaki Shu didn't get angry, he merely wiped the spit off his face, his excitement undiminished, his gaze still blazing as he looked at the two women. Such vitality, truly excellent nourishment. Shu Zhengmu was quite pleased with his reaction to Wang Yunhua, as his concern was that the nutrient he used was too weak and couldn't be used perfectly for the ritual. At that moment, he noticed Xianxian, who was curled up in a ball, motionless and clearly depressed. Shu Zhengmu's face, which had been excited, gradually faded into a twisted expression. He needed the nutrient to be very active, but the situation was exactly the opposite of what he desired. There could be no more delays, it had to start with her. Realizing something was wrong, Shu Zhengmu quickly reached out and grabbed Xianxian by the hair, dragging her towards a table not far away. The pulling sensation on her scalp was intense. Xianxian's face twisted in pain, but her hands and feet were tightly bound by ropes, making even the slightest struggle impossible. You monster, let go of my sister, Wang Yunhua screamed as he watched Xianxian being dragged away. Without a word, Shu Zhengmu dragged her even faster, eager to deal with this nutrient immediately. With a forceful yank, he threw Xianxian onto the table. Pain shot through her body, but she clenched her teeth, holding back any sound of pain. Shu Zhengmu was surprised. Usually the nutrients he smashed onto the table either cried out in terror or begged continuously. This was the first time he encountered a situation like today. He gave Xianxian a few more glances, but that was all. He then proceeded to tie her limbs tightly with ropes, applying great force so that the ropes cut into her skin, drawing traces of blood. He hoped this would provoke her to struggle, stimulating some activity. However, it was in vain. No matter how much force he used, Xianxian bit her teeth and made no sound from start to finish. I want to see how long you can hold out, Shu Zhengmu sneered, then picked up a bone-chopping knife nearby, lightly tracing it along Xianxian's limbs. Her limbs were spread out and fixed in an X shape on the table. The knife stopped at the base of her thigh, and then Shu Zhengmu with both hands lifted the knife high above. Xianxian's body instinctively trembled, but her eyes fixed on Shu Zhengmu. In the next moment, the knife, carrying tremendous force, came crashing down. Watching the knife descend sharply, Wang Yunhua, not far away, closed his eyes tightly, not daring to watch what happened next. Xianxian stared at the falling knife, biting her teeth, never making a sound. In that moment, she thought of her mother and unusual emotions fermented in her heart. The next second, the knife struck accurately at the base of Xianxian's thigh. Clang! However, it was as if the knife had struck solid iron, producing an incredibly loud noise. Shu Zhengmu was knocked back, his arms trembling, his palms numb. Crack! Then a sound came from the knife. The blade had cracked and a piece fell off. Shu Zhengmu's eyes widened in disbelief at what had just happened. He was horrified to discover that the little girl fixed to the table was now enveloped in a faint light curtain. It was this very light curtain that had shielded her from the blade. Xianxian was also bewildered, unsure of what had just occurred. As everyone stood in confusion, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. A young man had appeared in the warehouse, walking towards the table. As Zhang Muxiu watched the young man approach, a loud crash resonated in his mind. When had this person arrived? The young man quickly reached the table, and with a mere thought, the ropes tightly binding Xianxian unraveled and her wounds healed instantaneously. Big brother! Xianxian called out softly to the young man. Her facade of strength dissolved upon seeing that familiar face, turning her pent-up thoughts into overwhelming grievances that she could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. Yes, I'm here, everything's going to be okay now, Yi Zhiga reassured her, embracing her and gently patting her back. Watching this, Zhang Muxiu's face twisted with anger. Who is this brat? Get lost and let go of my sacrifice! He bellowed, lifting his damaged cleaver and charging towards Yi Zhiga, aiming a fierce blow at his head. Big brother, watch out! Xianxian cried out in warning, yet Yi Zhiga seemed unconcerned, paying no heed to the attack from Zhang Muxiu. The cleaver came crashing down onto Yi Zhiga's head. With a snap, the blade shattered completely, pieces falling to the ground. Stunned, Zhang Muxiu stood frozen, his hands bleeding profusely. Then, in an instant, an invisible force struck his chest, crushing it inward as if he'd been hit by a train, causing his body to disintegrate, and he spat out blood mixed with viscera, flying backwards and embedding into the warehouse wall. Listening to the conversation and the commotion, Wang Yunhua, not far away, slowly opened her eyes. The sight of Yi Zhiga holding Xianxian caught her gaze. Xianxian is safe, thank goodness, she sighed in relief internally, having come to see her as a sister through their time together. Then her eyes settled on Yi Zhiga, surprised that he was their rescuer. Remembering the recent rumors about her, Wang Yunhua lowered her head, caught between guilt and embarrassment. At that moment Yi Zhiga thought again, and the ropes binding Wang Yunhua's hands and feet also loosened. Freed, she quickly ran to Yi Zhiga's side. As he let go of Qianxian, the two sisters embraced each other. Qianxian, I was so worried about you, Wang Yunhua expressed her concern. Qianxian broke into laughter through her tears. With Big Brother here, no one can hurt us. Yi Zhiga paid no mind to the small one's conversation, instead striding towards Masaki's shoe, who was embedded in the wall. With a slight hook of his index finger, an invisible force emerged, plucking him out from the wall. Masaki's shoe now lay on the ground like a puddle of mud covered in blood, his breath weak, almost at his last gasp. So, you're the one who set up the altar, trying to communicate with the Yamata no Orochi, aren't you? Yi Zhiga squatted beside him, smiling faintly as he teased. Masaki Shu struggled to lift his eyes, sizing up Yi Zhiga. His confused mind recalled that this man was the young warrior who had single-handedly subdued the entire beast clan. Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I never expected such a freak to be born in mere China. Masaki Shu spoke resentfully, but soon my homeland will surely avenge me. Is that so? Well, I shall wait and see how they plan to avenge you, Yi Zhiga replied indifferently, his tone filled with disdain. Yi Zhiga's gaze sharpened slightly. It seemed that this Masaki Shu, who had sneaked into China, did so with the approval of his country's higher-ups. It appears that these pirates from that tiny island want to stir trouble. I am honored to die for my country with no regrets, even unto death, Masaki Shu shouted, his expression distorted, his body racked with excruciating pain. After speaking, his breath weakened further and a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. It's a pity I couldn't meet Lord Orochi in the end. Yi Zhiga, propping his chin, wore a frivolous smile. Want to meet it? Sure, I'll satisfy your wish. Hearing Yi Zhiga's words, Masaki Shu felt a sudden chill in his heart. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say more. However, Yi Zhiga gave him no chance. With a thought, the space around Masaki Shu's head compressed, crushing his skull deformingly. A mix of red and white brain matter flowed out from his orifices. Looking at Masaki Shu's now lifeless body, Yi Zhiga hooked his hand and a soul emerged, standing bewildered beside him. Masaki Shu's soul looked at Yi Zhiga in horror. What kind of technique is this? What do you want to do? His soul asked in terror. Yi Zhiga stood up calmly, ignoring him, instead looking towards the distance. They're coming. After a moment he murmured, as his voice fell, for streaks of light swept in from afar, reaching near in the blink of an eye. The light dissipated, revealing 4 figures identical to Yi Zhiga. Onlookers were stunned by this spectacle. These 4 figures were spiritual clones of Yi Zhiga. While his original body came here to rescue Wang Yunhua and Qianxian, these clones had destroyed the remaining 4 altars. Each clone now held 3 sealed jars in their hands. Seeing those familiar sealed jars nearly shattered Zhang Muxiu's spirit, he knew that all his arrangements in Mega City No. 5 had been undone. Don't worry, some people are eager to meet you, Yi Zhiga said, waving his hand. His 4 clones instantly understood and promptly opened the sealed jars. As the jars were opened, a pungent stench of decay wafted out, quickly enveloping the entire warehouse. The grotesque and horrific human pig corpses within the jars were revealed. Wang Yunhua and Qianxian, due to their distance, couldn't see everything inside the jars, but the strong foul smell nearly blinded them. Upon seeing Yi Zhiga's clones open the jars, Zhang Muxiu's spirit trembled, perhaps guessing the reason behind this action. No, he murmured, feeling a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He turned to flee, but a powerful invisible force held him in place, immobilizing him. Yi Zhiga watched him quietly, a mocking smile on his face. In the next moment, the bodies in the jars shook violently. Dark energy billowed out like a breached dam, and the entire warehouse shook as a cold, ghostly aura rampaged. 12 ferocious spirits, shrouded in black energy, burst forth, hovering in the air there. Immense resentment roaming freely. At first they seemed disoriented, but the resentment of their violent deaths quickly dominated their thoughts, driving them to tear everything apart. They then noticed Zhang Muxiu's spirit below. These vengeful spirits, now in this tragic state due to him, saw their nemesis and were especially enraged. The 12 spirits dove down, surrounded Zhang Muxiu's spirit and pounced on him, tearing at him relentlessly. Spirits can attack each other. Zhang Muxiu's spirit, now like a carcass being feasted upon by hyenas, visibly began to disintegrate. He struggled to resist, but with the 12 vengeful spirits' murderous aura overwhelming, he was like a lamb to the slaughter, forced to watch as he was devoured. His anguished screams echoed. Minutes later, the screams ceased, along with the disappearance of Zhang Muxiu's spirit. But this did not satisfy the 12 vengeful spirits. They turned their attention to Zhang Muxiu's physical body and swarmed over it, tearing it apart until blood and flesh were scattered everywhere. Yi Zhigo had given Zhang Muxiu the most painful death. Not only was his body shattered, but his spirit was also devoured. Wang Yunhua and Xian Shan, witnessing this scene, closed their eyes in fear. The vengeful spirits, with their overwhelming murderous aura, after shredding Zhang Muxiu's body, quickly noticed Yi Zhigo, Wang Yunhua and Xian Shan in the warehouse. They instantly changed direction and charged toward the trio. It wasn't a case of repaying kindness with enmity. Their consciousness was completely dominated by resentment, and they wanted to tear apart every living thing in sight. Watching the rapidly approaching spirits, Yi Zhigo was not angry but spoke calmly. In the warehouse, the vengeance is personally avenged, and now it's time for you to depart. The moment the words fell, a burst of golden light suddenly appeared, enveloping the 12 resentful spirits and stripping away the grievances that surrounded them in the blink of an eye. This instantly cleared their consciousness. The 12 souls, now remembering everything, looked deeply at Yi Zhiga and bowed to him through the air. Under the cover of the golden light, they gradually turned into specks of starlight drifting towards the distance, slowly vanishing into the night sky. As they dissipated, the warehouse, previously shrouded in dark miasma and chilling to the bone, quickly returned to its former state. Feeling the atmosphere around them gradually restoring, Wang Yunhua and Shanshan slowly opened their eyes. The resentful spirits they had seen just moments ago had disappeared, leaving them somewhat bewildered, feeling that the entire scene had been too fantastical. But the bodies torn to pieces on the ground told them that it had all indeed happened. The two little girls, having never witnessed such a scene, huddled together, unable to utter a word. Yi Zhiga turned around, walked over to the two little girls, picked up one in each hand, and tucked them at his waist. "Let's go, we're going home." The girls had not yet recovered when a gust of wind hit their faces, making it impossible for them to open their eyes, their hair and clothes fluttering wildly. By the time they managed to open their eyes again, Yi Zhiga had already brought them back to his house. At this time, Yi Guanqi and Su Jing had not yet returned home. "You two stay here for a bit and I'll have Wang Yuxuan come to pick you up soon." Yi Zhiga casually tossed them onto the sofa, an action that made Wang Yunhua grit her teeth and glare at Yi Zhiga, thinking to herself that he could stand to be a bit gentler. Shanshan, on the other hand, sat obediently, secretly surveying the living room. "So this is Big Brother's home? I've never been here before." Soon after, Yi Zhiga contacted Wang Yuxuan, informing her that the children had been found and were with him at his home, asking her to come and pick them up. About 10 minutes after the call, Wang Yuxuan drove over. Accompanying her were her parents. All three were anxious and hurried into the house, only relaxing when they saw the two children sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Yunhua, Shanshan, where did you go? You had me worried sick today." Lu Yu rushed forward in a few quick strides and embraced the two girls. "Mom, we're okay," Wang Yunhua said, allowing herself to be hugged without struggle, her eyes fixed on the TV screen. Shanshan also nestled in Lu Yu's arms, clearly treating her as family, her tone affectionate. "Big Brother came to save us." Hearing this, the middle-aged man standing next to Wang Yuxuan, who was her father, Wang Xingzhen, turned his head towards Yi Zhiga. He was visibly moved and grasped Yi Zhiga's hands tightly, his face showing gratitude. "Brother Yi, thank you for your timely rescue." He originally intended to address the other party as his nephew, but upon remembering that his eldest daughter was an official student of Yi Zhiga, he changed his reference to that of an equal. As for the rumors online that Wang Yuxuan was dating Yi Zhiga, he wasn't sure about it. If it were true, there would still be time to change how he addressed him later. A helping hand was not needed for such trivial matters. Yi Zhiga, with his indifferent gaze, didn't mind the other party treating him as a brother. However, Wang Xingzhen insisted on giving Yi Zhiga a bank card, which Yi Zhiga accepted after seeing his persistence. The group stayed at Yi Zhiga's home for nearly half an hour before leaving with Wang Yunhua and Shanshan. Upon exiting the villa, Wang Xingzhen took a deep breath and couldn't help but mutter, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but why do I feel so much more relaxed after visiting Brother Yi's home?" Lu Yu nodded in agreement. "I feel the same." Wang Yuxuan remained silent. She knew all too well that the relief they felt was due to the spiritual plants in Yi Zhiga's backyard, yet she chose not to disclose this to her parents. "Mom, Dad, I won't be going back with you," she said as they walked outside. "Not going back?" Lu Yu asked, puzzled. "Where will you go then?" Wang Yuxuan pointed to the villa across the street. "I bought that villa. I'll live there from now on." Wang Xingzhen and Lu Yu followed her gesture, and upon understanding their daughter's intentions, they exchanged knowing smiles without exposing her. "Yunhua, Shanshan, would you like to stay here for a while too?" Wang Yuxuan asked, oblivious to the unusual look in her parents' eyes. Yunhua and Shanshan glanced at Wang Yuxuan and then at Yi Zhiga's house. Ever since the scandal, they had been avoiding Wang Yuxuan in fear of being discovered, staying here for a few days so close to the other party involved, Yi Zhiga's house. How could that be possible? Their faces visibly flushed with guilt as they quickly shook their heads in refusal. The next day, in the Fengmen office, Yi Zhiga and Li Datong sat opposite each other. Mr. Yi, the 5 altars set up by Zheng Mu Xiao and Mega City number 5 have all been secretly cleared by Fengmen, Li Datong said as he poured a pot of tea for Yi Zhiga. He was genuinely surprised that there had been people from the island nation lurking in Mega City number 5, secretly harming so many innocents. This incident had caused quite a stir among the upper echelons of Fengmen, even reaching the founders involved in the construction of Mega City number 9. Their actions must have been sanctioned by the higher-ups of the island nation, Li Datong noted as. He nodded. Complacency breeds recklessness. It seems they've been too comfortable for too long and are itching for a conflict. Last night, the Fengmen higher-ups had held an urgent meeting, deciding to put pressure on the island nation as this matter could not be left unresolved. Yi Zhiga was aware of the meeting's outcome, though he did not intervene. Li Datong sighed as he mentioned this. Now everything seems calm on the surface, but the situation is actually turbulent, much like the construction of the gigantic city number 9 near the border, where troubles are too numerous to count. Not only do we have to worry about the local beasts, but there is also the threat of foreign beasts wreaking havoc. As Li Datong spoke, he became so agitated that he inadvertently cracked the teacup in his hand. Many nations are eyeing our construction of city number 9 near the border, each eager to claim a share, and conflicts have even erupted over it. Just like island nations, they all harbor wolfish ambitions. In the face of Li Datong's indignation, Yi Zhiga gently sipped his tea, and after a long pause he finally spoke. Have you ever raised a dog? Raise a dog? Li Datong was surprised. Ignoring his puzzled expression, Yi Zhiga continued. Those who have raised dogs know that some dogs may seem obedient but are actually full of rebellion. These dogs might seem fine on normal days, but sometimes under certain circumstances they can suddenly bite you. By then, it's too late to educate them properly, as some ideas are deeply ingrained and hard to remove. Therefore, there's only one place for such dogs, the slaughterhouse. Otherwise, keeping them might mean facing something much worse than a simple bite next time. After these words, Yi Zhiga set down his teacup. Li Datong quickly refilled it, then sat down, staring out the window for a long time without speaking. He knew there was more to Yi Zhiga's words. Having worked at the seal gate for so long, he quickly grasped the deeper meaning expressed. Li Datong gave a bitter smile. He too wished to be the butcher wielding the knife, but his spirit was willing though his flesh was weak. Bang! Just then a loud noise shattered the silence as the office door was forcefully pushed open. A wild voice followed. Old man Li, I'm hungry. Serve up some good food and wine quickly, or don't blame me for being in a bad mood and causing a ruckus in the seal gate like the havoc in heaven. The figure of a purple tiger-headed bee appeared at the door, fluttering its wings, holding its head high with an extremely arrogant attitude. It had grown quite a bit since they last saw it. Initially the size of a soccer ball, it was now almost as big as a truck tire. Its body shimmered more brilliantly like a flying purple spotlight. It swaggered into the office like a street ruffian. However, the next moment it shuddered violently and nearly fell, all because it saw a familiar figure in the office. Hey big bro, you're here too. Long time no see, you look even more charming than before, dazzling my eyes from afar. The purple tiger-headed bee quickly changed its tone, fawning over Yi Zhiga. Li Datong's mouth twitched slightly. This shameless fellow had been causing him headaches recently. If it weren't for the restrictions left by Yi Zhiga, this creature might have flown to the heavens by now. At this moment, Yi Zhiga turned his head slightly and looked at it. It seems you've been eating well recently. It hasn't been long since I last saw you, and you've changed so much. The purple tiger-headed bee trembled as it flew to the side of the desk, feeling like crying without tears. If it had known this ruthless man was here, it would not have come. What are you talking about, big brother? I am just fortunate because of you, it said, slapping on flattery loudly. I have been indulging in poetry behind closed doors these days, and I even picked a name for myself, the purple tiger-headed bee said proudly. Oh, what name? Yi Zhiga asked. Puffing out its chest and striking a cool pose with its limbs, the bee announced, Ouyang Feng. Yi Zhiga almost spit out his tea. Ouyang Feng? This thing learns so fast. It's only been a few days and it's already using a pun to name itself. Li Datong's face darkened and he complained to Yi Zhiga, this guy keeps saying he's been reading poetry, but in reality he's been consuming nothing but martial arts novels. It's one thing to read martial arts novels, but he's also mimicking the characters in those novels, flirting with female members, causing chaos every day. Ouyang Feng immediately looked displeased, his eyes round with anger. Old Li, don't slander me. If you continue to defame me, don't blame me for resorting to violence to settle our differences and decide life or death. Li Datong, infuriated, could only stare helplessly, his mustache twitching. As the two argued, Yi Zhiga reached out and picked up Ouyang Feng. Instantly more submissive, Ouyang Feng revealed a sycophantic smile. Big brother, don't believe this old man's words. I haven't flirted with anyone, I was just scouting for you, waiting for the right moment to stun them and bring them to honor you. Yi Zhiga, unable to help but laugh, kicked him away like a ball. Get lost. Ouyang Feng arced through the air and then crashed heavily to the ground. Alright big brother, I'm off, he said, relieved, not looking back as he fled. After kicking out the disruptive Ouyang Feng, Yi Zhiga closed the door and returned to his seat. Has there been any progress in the research on this alien species during this time? Yi Zhiga asked casually. He was naturally referring to Ouyang Feng. Initially unable to soul search successfully, Yi Zhiga thought of letting the sect research it. Honestly, he was quite interested in this alien species. If he could use this opportunity to roughly deduce where it came from, perhaps Yi Zhiga might consider an interstellar trip. However, Li Datong shook his head. No progress. We've drawn its blood for tests multiple times, but the results show that its genes are roughly the same as those of species on Earth, no significant differences. Genes roughly the same as Earth's mythical beasts. Yi Zhiga was somewhat surprised. Also, when it activates illusions, it emits a white fog. We've researched this fog as well, but haven't made any progress. At the beginning, a meeting was specially held to seal the doors. If we could understand and develop the white fog emitted by Ouyang Feng when creating illusions and apply it to modern thermal weapons, its power would be unimaginable. However, after several days of tireless research, a room full of scientists had no results to show for it. Hearing this, Yi Zhiga chuckled lightly. How could they easily decipher something from an alien species, possibly from a civilization several levels higher than Earth's? Soon, the two returned to the main topic. Mr. Yi, I've had this premonition lately that the coming days will be turbulent and perhaps a war might even break out soon, Li Datong said in a hushed tone. His statement was not without basis. For 1 inch there had been numerous frictions at the borders of the giant city number 9, and these had not been effectively resolved, with tensions continuing to escalate. Furthermore, a series of unusual incidents within Huaxia, like the recent Zhengmu show event, exemplified this. Countries were getting restless. Remember, after the resurgence of spiritual energy, it will no longer be wars fought with conventional thermal weapons as in the past. If a war really breaks out, many extraordinary beings will participate, making it far more horrific than any previous war involving conventional weapons. Ordinary humans who couldn't even withstand past conventional wars will suffer immensely, lives will be devastated and rivers will run red with blood. If extraordinary beings join the war, the outcome will be even more bleak. In wars, it's always the common people at the bottom who suffer the most, Li Datong explained patiently, his voice low but filled with deep concern. I've also been keeping an eye on international developments, and I've noticed that many of the radicals trying to provoke war in other countries are exotic beasts. Yi Zhiga raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. Are you saying that many countries are already secretly controlled by exotic beasts? If a country is controlled by exotic beasts, it's no different from being extinct. Perhaps some politicians might survive, but the fate of the people below them depends entirely on the whims of these beasts. Perhaps on a bad day, the higher-ups among the exotic beasts might decide to slaughter tens of thousands for their amusement. Li Datong nodded, his expression grave, conveying exactly this point. He was also inwardly relieved that Yi Zhiga had subdued all the exotic beasts within Huaxia's territory, otherwise their days would probably not be much better than in many other countries. Customs control has been very strict lately, precisely to prevent infiltration from those countries, but I suspect it's not very effective, and some extraordinary creatures may have already snuck in. Li Datong continued. He is now discussing top secret information that hasn't been leaked at all, not even most of the members of the sealed door know about it. After all, this information is of great importance, and if not kept hidden, it would inevitably cause tremendous panic. Yet now Li Datong has disclosed everything to Yi Zhiga. Yi Zhiga sits in silence, his fingers stroking his chin, deep in thought. Moments later, Li Datong turns on the monitor on the desk, accessing the sealed door's internal information system and pulling up some images. These images are taken from the yet-to-be-completed Giant City number 9. Li Datong then opens one of the images. It shows a creature resembling a lizard with wings on its back, massive as a mountain lying in the mountains, its body riddled with holes and drenched in beast blood. This beast was strong. Not long ago it tried to forcefully break into the territory and was brought down by the joint efforts of extraordinaries stationed in Giant City Number 9, explains Li Datong. Then he pulls up other images. Many in these images are foreigners, some with white skin, others with black, all clad in specially crafted armor made from extraordinary materials. Without exception, these people are corpses. They were extraordinaries trying to sneak into the territory who resisted and were ultimately executed. Li Datong continues to explain, his fingers swiftly swiping through image after image and even videos which present themselves before the two men. The videos show the remaining two countries in conflict, conventional weapons filling the sky as beasts and extraordinaries battle amidst gunfire, limbs and body parts flying everywhere, with both sides suffering heavy casualties ending in mutual destruction. Many such images and videos are displayed by Li Datong one after another for Yi Zhiga to watch. It takes a long time to go through all the images and videos. Taking a deep breath, Li Datong says, "Mr. Yi, I understand the example you gave about raising a dog. Unfortunately, many people have the will but lack the strength. A butcher can make a dog fear him. Even the fiercest dog only meets its end before a butcher. But not everyone can take on the role of a butcher." After speaking, Li Datong slowly reaches out to turn off the monitor. He then turns to look at Yi Zhiga, his eyes filled with hope. "But if it's you, Mr. Yi, I think you could perfectly embody the role of the butcher." Yi Zhiga remains silent. He hadn't expected Li Datong to trust him so deeply. It seems that showing him those images and videos today was meant to tentatively ask if he would be willing to become the so-called butcher if war were to break out. Li Datong also falls silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Zhiga, his eyes swirling with a mix of emotions, pleading perhaps or hopeful. Yi Zhiga doesn't immediately respond. He silently picks up his teacup and takes another sip of hot tea. After a long while, he slowly stands up and walks towards the door. At the same time, a calm statement floats through the air. Everyone is a butcher and everyone is a sacrificial dog. Should such a day ever come, a butcher will indeed step forward. Watching Yi Zhiga's retreating figure, Li Datong is lost in thought for a long time. Should such a day ever come, a butcher will indeed step forward, he mutters to himself repeatedly. Echoing Yi Zhiga's words, Mr. Yi never expected that Mr. Yi would also enjoy playing such riddles. Eventually Li Datong regained his composure, but Yi Zhiga had already walked away. He sat alone in the office, all his thoughts finally turning into a bitter smile. After leaving the office, Yi Zhiga had no intention of staying around Fengmen any longer and was ready to go straight home. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi." Just then two voices suddenly came from not far away. Yi Zhiga looked up to see Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming. What surprised Yi Zhiga was that both of them were bruised and swollen at the moment, and when they spoke, their front teeth were whistling, looking very comical. "What happened to you guys?" Yi Zhiga asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming seemed to be touched by a sad memory in their hearts, rushing towards Yi Zhiga with a mix of snot and tears. "Mr. Yi, during your absence, we brothers were almost tortured to death." Chu Jiang, unconcerned about his image, hugged Yi Zhiga's leg tightly. Chen Shiming did the same, firmly embracing Yi Zhiga's other leg. "Mr. Yi, you have to stand up for us." Yi Zhiga was exasperated. "What's going on with you two fools? Speak clearly." Upon hearing this, the two cheap students began to wail. "Ever since we returned from the forbidden area number 005 with your permission, Ouyang Feng has been collaborating with Fengmen's research. That guy, unable to vent on others and knowing he can't beat you, turned his attention to us. He beats us up almost every day, always aiming for the face, and we've completely lost faith in Fengmen during this time." Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming lamented, looking like they had suffered a great injustice, like children, even starting to sob. "These days, we not only have to endure Ouyang Feng's physical torment but also face the mental torment from Fengmen members." The two fools cried their eyes out, nearly breaking down, continuously recounting how Ouyang Feng beat them up, always choosing the most crowded places to do so. Now all the superhumans in Fengmen secretly call them Big Bear and Little Bear, because their swollen, bruised faces resemble those of blind bears. "Just now we were beaten up by him again in front of hundreds of people on the drill ground, completely losing face." Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming wept bitterly, tears and snot uncontrollable flowing as if they cost nothing. Yi Zhiga reached out, disdainfully lifting the two from the ground. "Where is he now? Take me to him." Ouyang Feng really knows how to stir things up, Yi Zhiga thought, deciding to go and see what was going on. Upon hearing this, the two fools immediately stopped crying, their facial expressions also instantly changing, grinning with their teeth showing. "Mr. Yi, come with us." The two men in the lead were in high spirits. After enduring for so long, the time for revenge had finally arrived. Soon, under their guidance, Yi Zhiga arrived at one of the training fields of the sealed gate. The field was vast, with several armed helicopters parked around. From a distance, numerous people were gathered in the field, some training their spiritual powers, others practicing with firearms. The arrival of the trio immediately attracted many curious glances. "Isn't that Big Bear and Little Bear? Weren't they just beaten to tears? How come they're back again? Should keep it down, don't let them hear you. Hey, isn't that Mr. Yi? True enough, looks like he's here to stand up for his student. Yang Feng is in for it now." Immediately, many superhumans paused their activities to whisper among themselves. Some bolder ones even sneakily followed behind Yi Zhiga and his companions, eager to join in on the excitement. Feeling the eyes on them, Chu Jiang and Shen Qiming didn't shy away. Instead, they walked with increasing swagger. Today, with Yi Zhiga backing them, they were determined to reclaim their lost dignity. Soon, the group made their way to the other end of the training field. Here, rows of willow trees were planted, their branches swaying in the wind, with resting facilities underneath where members usually took breaks after training. From a distance, Yi Zhiga spotted Yang Feng, who radiated a purple glow resembling a crystal-clear amethyst, highly conspicuous. Yang Feng, at this moment, leaned casually against a willow tree, a rose clenched in its mouth, sourced from who knows where. Despite its large tiger bee appearance, it exuded an exceedingly sleazy aura. In front of it stood a reasonably attractive female superhuman who, facing Yang Feng's heartfelt confession, only wanted to escape but was wary of its strength, leaving her frozen in place. She knew that this creature had been harassing the female members of the sealed gate for some time, but she never expected to be the target today. "Thank you for your kindness, but I am already in love with someone else," she said with a smile, more pained than crying, gently rejecting him. She was helpless, the power disparity was too great. She dared neither flee nor speak too harshly. After all, this creature had beaten Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, both king-level superhumans, as if it were child's play. It was not to be trifled with. Hearing her words, Yang Feng seemed slightly displeased, pressing closer with a gaze that shifted from sleazy to serious. Even his voice took on a melancholic tone. "Woman, don't play with fire." The female superhuman almost cried, regretting coming to the training field today. She felt her eyes were about to be scorched blind. Instinctively, she stepped back, hoping to put more distance between herself and Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng did not allow her the chance to escape. Each time she moved back, it edged forward, relentlessly closing the gap. The woman thought she was safe in his pocket, but little did she know he was planning to throw her into the ditch. Yang Feng, with a rose clenched in his teeth, was closing in step by step. The female transcender felt as if the sky was falling. She was being teased by a strange beast today, and the worst part was that she couldn't escape. "Really, must I show my domineering side to capture your attention? Do you like this assertive demeanor of mine? Speak up." Yang Feng was getting closer and closer as he spoke, the rose still clenched between his teeth. The female transcender, feeling like she was facing a great enemy, felt her hair stand on end and her face turned green. Her eyes darted around, desperately looking for a chance to escape. She felt like banging her head against a wall. Today of all days, she was being harassed by a beast that resembled a tiger-headed bee. Although she wasn't the only one being harassed these days, the shame was overwhelming. How could there be so many people around? Just as she was looking for an escape route, she was shocked to find that most people in the training ground were now surrounding her position. The thought of this scene being witnessed by so many made her blush with shame even deeper, wishing she could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Yang Feng, very focused at the moment, had all his attention on the female transcender. Seeing the change in her expression, he thought his words were having an effect. He was pleased and decided to press his advantage. "Have you noticed the rose in my mouth? Right now, your shy demeanor is just like it, deeply." Alas, before Yang Feng could finish his sentence, he was suddenly seized by a force around his neck, lifted into the air, and the rose fell from his mouth to the ground. The harassed female transcender quickly took her chance to flee without looking back. "Who dares to interrupt me when I was about to succeed?" Yang Feng exclaimed, eyes wide and cursing out loud. But then he felt a familiar sensation from the force that was choking him and turned to look in its direction. There stood Yi Zhiga, not far away, smiling at him. Yang Feng immediately fell silent, his heart tightening. Isn't the big brother supposed to be in a meeting in the office? Why is he here on the training ground? Next to Yi Zigo stood Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming, still bearing the marks of a recent fight but with schadenfreude smiles on their faces. Seeing their smiles, Ouyang Feng realized that these two must have tattled, which is why Yi Zigo had come. He also noticed many people from within their organization gathered around, all eyes curiously watching him. Even Ouyang Feng felt a bit embarrassed, his old face blushing. "Heb, big brother, what brings you here?" Ouyang Feng sheepishly asked, his voice lacking confidence. Yi Zigo, still with a smiling face, sealed the spiritual power within Ouyang Feng, keeping him suspended in midair and did not let him down. "You've been throwing your weight around here lately, living the high life, haven't you?" Yi Zigo's voice remained gentle and teasing, but this appearance was extremely horrifying in Ouyang Feng's eyes. His head shook like a rattledrum, his will to survive off the charts. "Don't believe or spread rumors, big brother, listen to my explanation." This scene was witnessed by many, who felt a surge of satisfaction. This fellow, who was usually arrogant and overbearing, finally had his comeuppance, especially for Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming. Their faces nearly split with laughter, having suppressed their feelings for so long. They finally saw Ouyang Feng being punished. Their unrestrained laughter echoed through the willow forest. Ouyang Feng glared at them with wisps of white vapor rising from his nose and mouth, clearly infuriated. Today, it was all because these two had snitched that Yi Zhiga had caught him. "Just you wait, the two of you, you'll get what's coming to you," he threatened, undaunted even by the prospect of boiling water, a saying to indicate his fearlessness. Ouyang Feng, gritting his teeth, had already decided. Once Yi Zhiga left, he would hang Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming up in this very willow forest and beat them. A gentleman must avenge his wrongs. Ouyang Feng howled. Yi Zhiga was taken aback. This guy really had some nerve talking like that right in front of him. Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming knew well what awaited them once Yi Zhiga departed, so they quickly added fuel to the fire. "Teacher Yi, look at how arrogant this guy is. You can't just let him go. Yes, he's one way to your face and another behind your back. The moment you leave, he'll show his true colors." The two sang in chorus, their intent clear. They wanted Yi Zhiga to take action and severely punish Ouyang Feng. Yi Zhiga could clearly see their intentions, even during their time in the Forbidden Area 005, and she had already realized that Ouyang Feng was not a peaceful character. Letting him go unchecked was indeed not an option. Seeing Yi Zhiga deep in thought, Ouyang Feng became anxious on the spot. "Big brother, don't take them seriously, they are teaming up to frame me," Ouyang Feng yelled, his body flailing. If not for being restrained in midair by Yi Zhiga, he would have already run over to curry favor. "Big brother, I am loyal to you. All the talk about flirting with girls in the sealed gates, I was just vetting them for you. If I found a suitable one, I'd definitely tie her up and bring her to honor you." Ouyang Feng rambled on, not thinking before he spoke, saying whatever came to mind. However, as soon as these words came out, Yi Zhiga's face darkened. This guy had no shame, but he did. Without hesitation, Yi Zhiga glanced at him and decisively acted, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck Ouyang Feng. "Ah!" Ouyang Feng screamed, his body turning pitch black, a burnt smell emanating from him. Yi Zhiga then withdrew his restraining power, causing him to plummet from the air and convulse on the ground. At the same time, Yi Zhiga flicked his finger and a beam of light shot into Ouyang Feng's body. In an instant, his cultivation level regressed from the Danluan realm all the way back, eventually stabilizing at the Wang realm. Ouyang Feng screamed in agony, realizing that his cultivation was sealed, but he had no time to mourn, for the ordeal was not over. The energy that had entered his body showed no signs of stopping. To his horror, not only was his cultivation sealed, but his ability to create illusions was also blocked. At the same time, his mouth began to deform, his upper jaw extended to the left and his lower jaw to the right, making his entire chin crooked. "Oh my god, what's happening to me?" Ouyang Feng wailed, his face twisted, making his speech unclear. "Ha, serves you right for your sharp tongue." Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming, seeing Ouyang Feng's transformation, burst into laughter unabashedly, kicking him while he was down. The many extraordinary onlookers also turned red-faced, clearly holding back their laughter. "It's over, my handsome face is ruined, how can I face anyone now?" Ouyang Feng spoke with difficulty, his heart filled with desolation, wishing he could just smash his head on the ground and die. "Alright, you two want revenge, go ahead, I'm leaving." Yi Zhiga clapped his hands and left without another word. Hearing this, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming felt incredibly satisfied. Now that Ouyang Feng's cultivation was sealed, they were not afraid of him. Together, they could definitely give him a beating. The two immediately geared up and approached Ouyang Feng. "What do you two want? Why don't you fight me one-on-one?" Ouyang Feng shouted, very aware of his current plight. He could handle one, but not two. "Why have a one-on-one when we can gang up?" Zhu Jiang and Chen Shiming had been looking forward to this day for a long time and immediately pounced on him, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Yi Zhiga had not gone far when he heard the sounds of the fight behind him, the scene a complete mess. He did not intervene, knowing there were two reasons for sealing Ouyang Feng's cultivation: to temper his arrogant nature and to ensure his strength did not exceed that of Zhu Jiang and Chen Shiming by too much, giving them a real challenge. Anyway, the stage was set and whatever happened next was not his concern. Yi Zhiga. Just as he left the training ground, Yi Zhiga heard someone calling his name. He turned around to see Zhao Shiyu holding a file bag just coming out of an office. Her outfit was casual today, a simple dark-colored long dress that revealed her fair skin and delicate collarbones. "What are you doing here?" Yi Zhiga was surprised to encounter her in this secluded place. Zhao Shiyu lifted the file bag. "I needed to sign some documents here." She walked towards Yi Zhiga in her high heels. After counting, it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Yi Zhiga was surprised it had been so long, and her cultivation had improved significantly, having broken through to the king realm. "Are you going out?" Zhao Shiyu asked. Yi Zhiga nodded, feeling utterly bored staying within the sealed gates. He'd rather go home and sleep. It seemed Zhao Shiyu could read his mind, her eyes softening as she chuckled. 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the nets. You don't understand the joy of slacking off, she teased. Yi Zhiga responded in kind, and the two made occasional small talk as they walked out, soon leaving the sealed area behind. Zhao Shiyu tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. "I haven't seen your uncle and aunt for a while either. Let's go, I'll walk you home and pay them a visit on the way." Without a second thought, Yi Zhiga agreed. It was then he suddenly remembered that she might not know about his move. He quickly shared his new address. "You moved? When did this happen?" A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Shiyu's usually composed face. She was also taken aback because the new address Yi Zhiga mentioned was in a villa area owned by the Wang family. Thinking of the Wangs, she couldn't help but think of Wang Yuxuan. Her eyes, beautiful as autumn waters, stirred slightly. She had been busy managing Zhao's affairs. Had Yi Zhiga been won over by her? Zhao Shiyu's expression turned chilly as she asked, "Did Wang Yuxuan give you the villa?" "Bought it myself," Yi Zhiga replied casually, eyeing her suspiciously. She seemed a bit off in her tone. Feeling playful, he decided to tease Zhao Shiyu. "What, are you jealous?" he asked boldly. "Get lost, I'm not," Zhao Shiyu retorted, turning her head away and walking faster, her grip tightening on the document bag she carried. Yi Zhiga couldn't help but laugh. He had never realized before that his ex-girlfriend had such a tsundere side. Soon, they reached the villa area. Zhao Shiyu remained silent the whole way, occasionally casting resentful glances at Yi Zhiga. He tried to hold back his laughter until he could no more, blurting out, "What's with that look?" like a wronged wife catching a cheater. Zhao Shiyu didn't respond verbally but pinched Yi Zhiga fiercely at the waist and strode into the villa, her steps brisk. Yi Zhiga grinned, trailing silently behind her. As Zhao Shiyu stepped into the front yard, she felt a lush spiritual energy envelop her. Being a transcendental herself, she could sense the dense special aura drifting through the villa, which clarified her mind and eased her resentment somewhat. However, her expression soon changed, turning frosty as she saw Wang Yuxuan in the courtyard, sitting with Yi Zhiga's parents, all three engrossed in a lively game of Fight the Landlord. "Shiyu, you're here?" Su Jing, spotting Zhao Shiyu entering, called out warmly, Come, have a seat." Zhao Shiyu walked over and sat next to Su Jing, her tone now gentle, contrasting starkly with how she had treated Yi Zhiga just moments before. "Auntie, why didn't you tell me you moved?" Su Jing chuckled. I thought that stinker Zhiga had told you. He only told me today." Zhao Shiyu began, a hint of grievance surfacing on her cool, moving face. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Wang Yuxuan, filled with wariness. Wang Yuxuan noticed it immediately and glared back, her eyes unflinching as they engaged in a silent battle. The two women hadn't spoken a word yet their eyes had already fought several rounds. Just then Yi Zhiga had just entered the room. "You little rascal, you only told Shiyu about moving today?" Su Jing immediately came looking for trouble. At the same time, both Zhao Shiyu and Wang Yuxuan turned their gazes towards him, seemingly eager to hear his response. The air around them suddenly went quiet. Yi Zhiga, feeling as if he was facing a great enemy, paused and helplessly looked towards Yi Guanqi for help. However, Yi Guanqi just gave him a look that said he was on his own and then went back to looking at his cards. Seeing this, Yi Zhiga's heart sank. He knew he couldn't rely on the old man at crucial moments. "Mom, I still have some things to take care of. I'll go back to my room," Yi Zhiga muttered, scratching his head, then rushed into his room and locked the door behind him in one fluid motion. "You little rascal, I'm talking to you," Su Jing said helplessly, unable to do anything about Yi Jiga, just then Zhou Shiyu spoke up, looking at Wang Yuxuan. I just made a trip to Fengmen and saw everyone busy training. Yuxuan, you seem quite free. Wang Yuxuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, sensing the hostility in her words. This was a jab at her, a bit too much. She retorted immediately, I've always been quite free, unlike Sister Shiyu, who at such an age manages the Zhao family and works tirelessly day and night, looking quite worn out. Wang Yuxuan's words were also quite damaging. Subtly comparing their ages, the two women would have been better off silent, but once they spoke, it was like a needle against wheat, and the air around them instantly filled with the thick scent of gunpowder.